Hokage Starting from the Instant Full Level, Chapter 61-80. Chapter 62, How Shocking. Chapter 61. From the beginning, many shinobi villages did not believe this information. But after learning that Mist Ninja Village was also interested in the pass behind Konoha, he went to sneak attack alone. Spending 2 blood and walking out of the fog, he was known as the monster of 7 people with 7 ninja swords. The blood-colored Asura's fierce name has been completely established in the ninja world. What happened? Uchiha Obito originally planned to protect Rin Nohara. However, the sudden scene right now shook their nerves. What were you talking about just now? Who is the bloody Asura? Kakashi's expression also changed. He grabbed the collar of the firelight and asked anxiously. However, before he could get the result, a broken voice came from behind. Kakashi, be careful. Nohara Rin exclaimed anxiously. Uchiha Obito also rushed out in a hurry. That hides his figure, all this seems pale and powerless. Who didn't even know where the enemy was? A playful smile appeared on Oishi's face. That he has tried all the time, and it can be compared with the silent killing technique of Mist Ninja. In his eyes, Kakashi's attack power has just dissipated, and it is impossible to continue to defend now. Only thing he can do is to obediently become a hostage in his hands. I saw you. A small sound swept away like a hurricane at this moment. Dashi's nerves were suddenly tense to the extreme. Hurriedly looked behind him, and a figure surrounded by lightning, like a ghost, appeared behind him first. The 4 eyes met, and the scarlet eyes were like blood moons, making people feel like falling into an ice cellar. This is a scribble eye. Dashi looked stiff. He finally understood why the other party saw him. However, at such a close distance, everything seemed pale and powerless. In the back of Long Yu's hand, under the flow of thunderlight, Chidori instantly bloomed, turned into a thunderlight, and penetrated Dashi's chest first. PFF'd. Blood splattered and turned into a huge blood mist. Dashi Yuan stared at him, his face full of disbelief. When they entered the battlefield, they also thought about the fate of many deaths. But I never thought that it would end up in the hands of a kid who was only 13 or 14 years old. Bang! The corpse smashed to the ground heavily, and the blood splattered, which was shocking. Long Yu wiped the blood stained from his hands on Dashi's body and said, Okay, 3 people will form a team in Yan'an village. Now all 3 of them have been killed by us, and the other party should have also contacted the large army. It will be a tough battle next. Uchiha Obito 3, looks stiff. They were just victorious. But aside from Kakashi killing an enemy, Rin Nohara only used medical ninjutsu a little. Uchiha Obito also cast a fire escape. If the other party does come with a large army, then there is probably a dead end waiting for them. Long Yu, it's going to rain today, do we need to retire temporarily? Kakashi said with a hesitant expression. Compared with Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin, what he cares most about now is the firelight and the blood-colored Asura in the big stone mouth. To be able to make the Jonin feel terrified, it is definitely at the same level as Namikaze Minato. Most importantly, there were only 6 people present. In addition to the 2 dead rock ninjas, Kakashi and Uchiha Obito are incompatible. Of course, Kakashi knows how much he has. As for Rin Nohara, apart from being good at medical ninjutsu, her fighting skills and ninjutsu are no match for the elite Chunin, not to mention the 2 Iwanin are terrified. After exclusion, then only Uchiha Ryu remains. This so-called salted fish for more than 10 years, when it suddenly appeared, not only became an elite Jonin. Even known as the most likely to become the next Hokage, the golden flashing wave Fung Minato is also in awe. It feels like a complete relative. This made Kakashi think that the blood-colored Asura, who made Yanran terrified, was absolutely inseparable from Long Yu. Long Yu, I want to know if you were the blood-colored Asura in their mouths. Kakashi was the first to lose his breath. Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin couldn't help but stare at Long Yu. The exclamation just now also made them suspicious. At the same time, I also eagerly wanted to know if Long Yu had made the 2 Yan ninjas, the blood-colored Asuras, terrified. Can I say no? Long Yu was helpless. Now that I think about it, I really want to hammer Ui to death. Don't choose any name, choose a bloody Asura. Most important. This one is spreading too fast. Just 7 or 8 days, the word spread all over the ninja world, causing Long Yu to wonder if there were paparazzi undercover around him. Kakashi and the others were startled. Facing Long Yu's vague answer. There is really a kind of feeling, the feeling of incomprehension. However, they didn't wait for them to ask again, one after another broke through 5, attacking from all directions. Be careful, it's an enemy attack. Kakashi gave a hurried cry, and took the lead to draw out the chakra dagger behind him. Under the infusion of chakra, the short knife emits a white light, like a flying butterfly. Dang dang, the crisp metal collision sound echoed in the sky and the earth, and there were sparks splashing. The violent scene made Uchiha Obito in chaos again. However, under the panic this time, Uchiha Obito was clearly determined to protect Rin Nohara. The figure flickered and appeared in front of Nohara Rin. Hands flew quickly, and a series of spells fell. The fiery fireball spewed out, sending the oncoming kunai directly into the air. As for Long Yu, he was the most relaxed one of 4. The thunder arc raging on his body, kunai, who was slightly close to his body, was directly blown away by the thunder arc. The first wave of attacks passed quickly. After Kakashi and the others stood firm, the entire basin was filled with dense figures in all directions. 10, 50, 100, 200, 300. Uchiha Obito looked at the dense figures around him, his face turning pale. This number is at least 100 times more than theirs. Kakashi, this won't be the backup force of the entire Iwanin, there are so many people. Uchiha Obito couldn't help but move in the direction of Kakashi. Rin Nohara on the side was no exception. In the face of such a menacing scene with a large number of people, the existence of the 3 of them made everything pale and powerless. Hehe, I didn't expect that the 4 of you would be able to defeat Huogang and Oishi's team. It seems that you are indeed the blood-colored Asura Uchiha Ryayu who has been rumored to be boiling recently. A masked ninja falls from a tree. Just standing still. There is a high-temperature steam rising in the body. Long Yu frowned, and quickly searched for his knowledge of Yan Ninja in his mind. During this process, Kakashi's trio's expressions froze for a while. If they were guessing just now, then now it has been confirmed in the mouth of the other party. What's wrong? Looking at your expressions, you don't even know the bloody Asura who has gained fame on the battlefield recently. The steam man laughed playfully. It's no wonder that it is rumored that the new genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Longyu, overwhelms the predecessor Uchiha Shisui. In the Battle of the Northwest Pass, Lei Dun killed 100 people in 1 second, the illusion shocked the tailed beast, the black flame moved people's hearts, and also killed 2 ninja swords, 7 people and 7 people. How gorgeous and shocking these achievements are. Speaking of this, the steam man said with disdain, you tell me, is this kind of thing credible? I just don't believe it. This is just your Konoha. Under this kind of desperation, the so-called geniuses and powerhouses appeared in order to restore the disadvantage on the battlefield. The hysterical voice, with a trace of madness. Long Yu finally remembered the origin of the rock ninja in front of him. I thought that the ninja leading the team this time would be Lois, the cheap son of Onogi for 2 days. Unexpectedly, there will be a ninja hunter who has the limit of blood and escapes. Explosive escape is a very special kind of blood relay limit. Once the attack touches the enemy, it can cause a big explosion. The explosion is measured by the size of the chakra. According to the description in the original book, this hunter has shadow level strength. Otherwise, they won't be targeted by Biliuvu. Boy, it seems that you also see my identity. Hunter smiled grimly. You read that right, this uncle is a ninja hunter. I don't care if you are a blood-colored Asura or a white Asura. If you don't want to suffer, I hope you can obediently capture it, and don't let me waste too much energy. Voice fell, the atmosphere in the field changed instantly. Hundreds of rock ninjas all locked onto Long Yu's body. It's about the same as Bakugo Ninja Hunt. In their eyes, Long Yu was just a genius who was made up by Konoha who had nowhere to go. Dragon Feather. Kakashi couldn't hold his breath. They didn't believe what the hunter said. It's just that they are both Konoha, but they have never heard of Uchiha Long Yu's deeds. At this juncture, it is inevitable to be suspicious. There are 365 people in total, and half of them are shadow clones. I said that you rock Ninja Village, do you like to be a big head ghost? Long Yu suddenly laughed. Didn't you say you're not afraid? For me and the 3 little kids, you need to work hard like this. A small sound swept away like a hurricane at this moment. The headhunter's expression froze for a while. This basin covers at least several thousand meters open. Their rock ninja appeared to be surrounded, blocking the entire basin. Moreover, when he came, Hunter had already issued an order to let everyone separate at least one shadow clone. Although it will weaken its own strength, it will also increase the number of senses, giving people a lineup of oppression. However, the lineup so scattered now was smashed by the opponent at a glance. In terms of numbers, as well as strategy, they were all revealed in one sentence. To do this with any enemy. Is it a writing wheel? Sho met Long Yu's gaze. However, he quickly thought of an important matter, and quickly looked away. His expression sank, and said, the blood-colored Jugo Jade writing wheel eye is completely different from the eyes of the ordinary Uchiha clan. You are really special. It's a bit special, otherwise how can it be different? Long Yu smiled warmly. His eyes turned in vain beyond the hunter and fell outside the encirclement. Have you all come to cut it? It looks like it's about to start. At the beginning of the hunt, he couldn't help but startled, and then he laughed uncontrollably. Boy, do you mean start dying? Even if you can see that half of this place is a shadow clone, we are all elites in the rock ninja, but many of you, the famous dog thieves, can compare. Having said that, Sho raised his hand and made a direct action of wiping his neck. Boys, wait and die. Kakashi and the others looked ashen, and the 3 of them subconsciously turned their backs to each other, but the corners of their eyes were locked on Uchiha Ryu. The face of this mortal situation, no one will have the confidence, only Uchiha Ryu can still look as usual. The time is almost over. Long Yu suddenly spoke up. The expressions of everyone present couldn't help but stagnate. The headhunter even laughed outrageously. Boy, you are really joking. In this situation, what do you do? Do you think someone will save you? Faced with these words, the figure of Namikaze Minato flashed in the minds of Kakashi and the others. In their eyes, they do not understand Long Yu. However, the deeds and prestige of Konoha's golden glittering wave Fung Minato are clear. If you can get his support, it may not be difficult to escape from birth. I'm sorry, it seems that I'm too low-key, and it's easy to be ignored. Long Yu smiled playfully, raised his hand and pointed to the sky. See clearly who is surrounded. Inexplicably speaking, even Kakashi and the others couldn't hold their breath, and hurriedly looked up at the sky. At the moment of entering the eyes, the pupils shrank suddenly, and the eye sockets were almost split. Boom! The violent thunder sounded suddenly, giving people a deafening feeling. In the sky, the black clouds overwhelmed the city, forming a huge vortex, and arcs of thunder roamed like electric snakes. Whirlpool was renewed, and that illusory unicorn figure was even more shocking. At this moment, all the talents present suddenly woke up. What the hunter said just now is absolutely not false. The backlog of thunderlight in the sky exudes an aura of destruction. I'm afraid it is the super thunderbolt that kills hundreds of young ninjas in an instant. Boy, are you crazy? This attack really falls, and even you have to die. Hunter's face changed drastically. They were attracted by the name of Dragon Feather Scarlet Shura. Changes in the sky are completely ignored. The nerves of Kakashi and the others were also tense like strings to the extreme. In front of them was beyond their expectations. If it does fall, as Hunt said, they will surely die. Hee, we don't need to worry about our safety. What you need to do is to care about how to survive this attack. Long Yu smiled playfully, flipped his right hand, and the thunder saber was directly channeled out. Backhand, the thunder saber directly penetrated the void under Long Yu's chakra infusion. Chapter 63, Suzanang. Chapter 63, the backlog of thunder was instantly pulled. Roar. A thunderous roar like the roar of a giant beast ripped apart the heavens and the earth. The next moment, the unicorn lurking in the thunderlight instantly broke through the clouds and swooped down. The speed is so fast that it arrives in the blink of an eye, making it difficult to escape. Kakashi and the three of them turned pale all of a sudden. At the moment when the lightning strikes, all that is left in front of you is the thunder in the sky. The eardrums also roared directly. The only thought is to close your eyes and wait to die. The thunder was soaring into the sky, and it burst out like a frenzy in the sky. The raging posture swept everything in a radius of 10,000 meters. Regardless of, is it a tree, or Iwa Shinobi who was thinking about escaping from the outside? Unfortunately, in the face of the blow in front of him, everything seemed pale and powerless. That fell from the sky overwhelmed everyone in an instant. Along with the rocky mountain, it was directly smashed by the violent thunderlight. It's been a minute or two until everything returns to calm. The backlogged clouds of lead in the sky dissipated, and the wandering thunder lights dissipated. A charred basin, and a mess of woodland that the unicorn hit, sank like a funnel. An illusory huge figure stands in the ruins. In addition to Long Feng, there are also 3 Kakashi 3. Okay, open your eyes if you're not scared to death. Long Yu said lightly. Kakashi and the others twitched their muscles involuntarily. The next moment, only to find that there is no pain in the whole body. We are not dead, the attack just now is devastating. Uchiha Obito hurriedly opened his eyes. Looking at Susanoo who enveloped them, his expression became stiff, and his eyes were almost split. This scene was too shocking for him. That's when it's on the verge of a close call. Did you stop us from attacking? Nohara Rin's expression turned ashen. Looking at Susanoo who covered them with blood all over. They finally understood why Long Yu was called Scarlet Asura. The power of the thunderbolt just now, I am afraid that it has reached the super level. This Shira is unscathed, and the defense is stronger. Kakashi's expression turned ashen, remembering that not long ago, he was still in front of Long Yu, showing off his so-called Chidori. The cheeks couldn't hold up a bit. If there's a crack in the ground, he can't wait to dig right into it. This is Susanoo, one of the pupils of the kaleidoscope shaker eye. Long Yu said lightly. However, his brows quickly furrowed, revealing an unexpected look. Long Yu, you're saying, if I turn on the shaker, I'll get this method too. Uchiha said with a smile on his face and said excitedly. Kakashi, have you heard? Our Uchiha clan are geniuses, I will catch up with you soon. Kakashi's expression darkened slightly, and he couldn't help looking into Long Yu's eyes. The moment his eyes met, his whole soul seemed to be pulled by an invisible big hand. It seemed that as long as Long Yu glanced at him, his soul would be sucked into it. Kakashi, are you alright? Are you frightened by my potential? Uchiha Obito patted Kakashi on the shoulder and said. Was a rare opportunity to find a wolf and a tiger, but he didn't want to let it go. Forget it. Kakashi woke up in a trance, glanced at Long Yu, and said, his is not an ordinary shaker, if anyone can do it, your Uchiha clan will not appear for the first time. The title of Blood Asura. I think, to reach this point, you need very powerful means. In your lifetime, I'm afraid you will never have the chance to achieve it. Uchiha Obito suddenly became angry. However, there was no way to refute it, and he was not a fool either. Under Kakashi's words, he clearly understood the key. Okay, you guys are here waiting for the arrival of Namikaze Minato, I'm going to do something else. Long Yu dispersed Susanoo. Kakashi and others looked stagnant, and said anxiously, what happened to Long Yu? Is there a fish that slipped through the net? Long Yu originally planned to find an excuse, but now Kakashi helped him make up his mind and saved his mind. That's right, there were other ninjas just now, who were watching from a distance and did not enter the attack range. Long Yu nodded and said, however, he should have been hit by the aftermath of the attack, and he should have been injured as well. Long Yu, let's go together. Uchiha Obito was the first to lose his temper. Seeing the urgency on his face, Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, you shouldn't be afraid, right? Didn't you want to open the wheel? You have been avoiding the battle, but you can never open it, facing difficulties in your opponents, this is the only shortcut to your victory. Long Yu patted Uchiha Obito. Then he looked at Kakashi and said, the next captain is you. I can't use this thunder knife. I will give it as a gift to Shangnin. Don't forget Konoha Baya, but the existence above Konoha Sanin. What is right or wrong? There should be a measuring ruler in your heart. Don't forget Baya's swordsmanship. If you don't learn it, you can also give it to me. These words, Long Yu's body light skyrocketed. In the next moment, it disappeared into place out of thin air. He's really gone. Uchiha Obito couldn't help but said. Will Long Yu come back? Facing these words, Kakashi and the others couldn't help but stiffen. Long Yu's words just now felt a bit like explaining what happened behind him. Are we going to support? Lin couldn't help but said, we are a team, maybe not as strong as Long Yu, but we can't let it go. Lin is right, let's go to support Long Yu. Uchiha Obito hurriedly echoed. However, just as he started walking, he was stopped by Kakashi. Obito, do you think we can deal with an opponent that even Long Yu thinks is difficult? Don't forget, we were completely useless just now. The only thing we can do now is to wait for Teacher Watergate to come and tell him what happened here. Other hand, from the place where Long Yu and Yan Ninja fought, a charred figure emerged from the ground. There was horror on his face. Almost died. If I hadn't carried out spore reproduction in advance and left behind, I would have died under the unicorn just now. Black's face turned pale. This time, he was staying on the body of a rock ninja, and he originally planned to wait for the opportunity to give Uchiha Madara a junior from the Uchiha clan. Make the next plan. According to the information, he found that 2 Uchiha clan members appeared on the battlefield this time. Originally, in his eyes, almost 200 people. 200, to catch the mere 2 people from the Uchiha clan, it's just a matter of hand. So along the way, he kept bewitching the hunter, no matter what. No matter what the price is, the enemy must be captured. However, Heiju never imagined that this time, not only did he encounter the bloody Asura who had recently gained fame. The strength is so powerful that he can kill all of them in seconds with a single thunderbolt ninjutsu. If Hei hadn't kept an eye on it beforehand, I am afraid he'd be dead by now. No, you must tell Madara Uchiha and let him know that a terrifying existence has appeared in the Uchiha clan. Heiju looked around, chose the right direction, and quickly fled. In his perception, Long Yu's bizarre eyes are probably similar to Uchiha Madara. Sure enough, it's this little strong that can't be beaten to death. Long Yu walked out in the dark. That had gone away, his face became amused. In the original work, after Uchiha Obito was buried by Flint's earth-splitting palm, after Kakashi implemented a counter-kill, he encountered a large army of Iwakunin, and then Minato Namiba came to save people with the technique of Thunder God. Unfortunately, after cleaning the battlefield, Uchiha Obito's body was not found. This made Long Yu guess that Heiju must have been lurking in the basin from the very beginning. Possibly possessed by Iwanin. Therefore, from the beginning, Long Yu was preparing to give a big gift to Heiju, so I used Lei Dunkilin. Now leave him a small life, everything is to meet Uchiha Madara. According to the timeline of the original work, the current Uchiha Madara has already transplanted the reincarnation Ita Nagato. The old troubles left by the battle with the first Hokage that day, his strength is now 10 or 2. However, this time facing the legendary ninja, Long Yu still intends to be cautious. Otherwise, it will be turned inside out, which is not like Long Yu's behavior. At the last moment will I say such words to Kakashi and the others. After a short while, Long Yu looked at the grass ninja village without any voice in front of him, and his expression couldn't help but stagnate. He finally understood why Kusanagi village did not stop the way of Yanin at all. Now that Kuroju fled to this place, I am afraid this is the hiding place of Uchiha Madara. At the same time, the grass ninja village is still under their control. Be careful, now is a critical time. The village chief said, don't let any Konoha ninja and Yanin break into the village. A small leader appeared in front of the village entrance and commanded in a deep voice. The two Kusanagi hiding in the dark, immediately. 12 points of energy. However, in the next moment, their pupils shrank suddenly. A figure entwined with thunderlight appeared in front of the little leader, and with a flash of thunderlight on his right hand, the huge head was thrown directly into the air. Enemy attack. This thought flashed through the minds of the two dark whistleblowers. Just as they were about to issue an emergency signal, the figure entwined with lightning appeared beside them like a ghost. You should get some sleep too. Long Yu turned his hands into hand knives and slashed directly at the back of their necks. The two of them didn't even have time to let out their exclamations, and passed out directly. After eliminating the surrounding ninjas, Long Yu didn't stop at all, and with a flick of his body, he sneaked into the grass ninja village like a ghost. Compared with Konoha ninja village, grass ninja village can completely become a cottage. There should be only 1,000 people in the village, and there are only 100 people who can be called ninjas. Among them, less than 1/3 of those who can be independent and become chunin are probably not less than 1/3, and it is not bad that there are 10 tens in Shangnin. Therefore, Kusanagi village has always existed only as a buffer zone for Konoha and Iwanobu village. This time, he actually did something that made Yanran go straight, and it was completely beyond Konoha's cognition. According to the hypnosis just now, I learned that the cave in front is the forbidden area of Kusanagi village. I am afraid Madara Uchiha is hiding here. Long Yu muttered to himself. With his current strength, not to mention grass ninja village, even Konoha village can come and go freely. If it wasn't for worrying about scaring snakes, Madara Uchiha and Kurohue escaped, he would definitely come in all the way. Let the grass ninja village go directly to someone. There is a sound, it seems to be the voice of Heiju. Long Yu raised his brows, showing a hint of joy. The dark cave, an old figure sat upright on a chair, with wrinkles on his face, like tree bark, giving people the feeling that they were about to die and would burp at any time. The big thing is bad, our plan is ruined. Heiju rushed in quickly from outside the cave. Madara Uchiha opened his heavy eyelids and frowned involuntarily. In his memory and settings, Heiju is a replica of his spiritual will, so he should be calm and calm. The frightened gesture now is beyond his control. What happened? Why didn't you bring people back to me according to the plan? What's the use of me asking you? Madara Uchiha shouted sharply. Heiju's expression froze for a while, only to realize that after walking through the gate of hell, he completely forgot his identity. Looking at Madara Uchiha with a thin and angry face, she felt unhappy in her heart, but at the thought of resurrecting his old mother, Kagaya, after clenching her fists a little, she eased her emotions. Lord Madara, I just lost my temper. There was an accident in the plan, and a young man like you with a straight wheel shattering eye appeared in the Uchiha clan. He not only rescued our target, but also used a powerful thunderbolt to destroy the people of Yanin village. All of them were killed in seconds. If I hadn't kept my back, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to come back to see you. Ziba Shunyan Uchiha Madara's expression changed. The so-called Ziba writing round eye is just a name for Uchiha Madara, and it also means kaleidoscope. However, during this period of lurking, he has been monitoring the Uchiha clan. Except for that, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Fuyu, no one has the potential to have a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Moreover, only Madara Uchiha knows the method of opening the kaleidoscope writing wheel. Facing the control of the ethnic group, Madara Uchiha has always been selfish and did not reveal the way. Otherwise, if everyone has a pair of kaleidoscopes, then he will be worthless. Mara-sama, I just know that that person is called Uchiha Ryu. After I infiltrated Iwanin, I learned that he played against Yunin and Miston for the first time in Konoha Northwest Pass battlefield not long ago. Show real strength. Heiju continued. It seems that he has such a powerful strength because he has opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel. He also performed Susanoo. Susanoo Uchiha Madara's face sank and said, I didn't expect him to have reached this level. I thought that it would take a lot of effort to cultivate a chess piece. Now one of the pieces has grown up. Heiju, you must find a way to bring him back to me. Catch him back. Chapter 64, Black Hand. Heiju's face changed involuntarily. This is not the same as our plan. Having a kaleidoscope and opening Susanoo, the kaleidoscope has already been used to the extreme. It will be difficult for us to use it. In Heiju's eyes, the original target Uchiha Obito, but even the writing wheel has not been opened. Uchiha Ryu, who suddenly appeared now, is the owner of the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Moreover, he also knows the most advanced Susanoo, and on top of his record, he is arrogant as soon as he makes a move. With Madara Uchiha and his situation at the moment, if they have to fight against Long Yu, I am afraid the outcome will be unpredictable. Heiju, I found that you seem to be less and less like me. Uchiha Madara said coldly. I am the big black hand behind the scenes over the years. War, clan annihilation, slaughter, and that incident escaped my control. As long as you bring back Uchiha Longyu, I am 100% sure that he will kneel here for my use. Speaking of which, Madara Uchiha looked at Heiju, turned his writing wheel over, and said sharply, do you understand? Black's expression changed. He clearly knew that if he did something abnormal now, with Madara Uchiha's suspicious character, he would definitely be suspicious of him. Once Madara Uchiha knows that he is not his so-called spiritual product at all, I am afraid that the next plan will fail completely. Thinking of this, Heiju's expression changed. He nodded and said in a deep voice, go now. Leaving those words behind, Heiju turned around and walked out of the cave. However, as soon as the footsteps started, the scene of entering the target shook his nerves. The art of fire escape how fireball. The blazing fire came head-on. With a diameter of tens of meters rolled up a large heat wave, causing the temperature of the air to increase sharply. The violent scene shook the nerves of Heiju and Uchiha Madara. In their eyes, there is only one person who can cast the mediocre Huo Dunhao fireball to such an extent. Uchiha Ryu, Mara-sama. Heiju's complexion changed, and he only had time to exclaim, and the super-large fireball that was coming in front of him quickly enlarged in his pupils. The scorching heat even set his clothes on fire. Just as he was about to withdraw and retreat, a figure appeared in front of him. Madara Uchiha looks old, but his movements are still not slow, holding the fan of the Uchiha clan in his hand, hitting the fiery fireball head-on. Uchiha bounces back. The fiery fireball suddenly stagnated. The next moment, like a cannonball, it was shot straight away. The speed is so fast that it is several points faster than when it was attacked, and it directly hits the rocky mountain wall in the distance. Boom! The flames soared into the sky, shaking the dark valley violently. As the fireball passed along the way, the ground was directly scorched, and some buildings were even burned to the ground. The smell of burning filled the air, black scorched earth, and the smoke was rising. Madara Uchiha and Kurohue stood together, looking at the falling figure outside the cave, his face gloomy. Hee, I'm sorry, I'm too excited. I just heard that you were going to arrest me, so I didn't invite me here. Long Yu smiled warmly. I was a little excited, and when my hand shook, I lost a ball directly. I didn't accidentally hurt you. Heiju's face was extremely gloomy. This is the second time that he was almost killed by Long Yu. The first time may be an accident, then the second time, it is undoubtedly serious. If Madara Uchiha hadn't acted in time, even if he had used the spores, he would have been severely injured. What's the matter, can't you be angry? Long Yu looked at Heiju with interest, and said, your life is really big. When you were in the basin, you couldn't die. Now you are attacked head-on, and you have been saved. You are indeed a monster that has lived for thousands of years. The 1,000-year-old monster Uchiha Madara's expression changed slightly. Black is no exception. This is his secret. If Madara Uchiha is the mastermind behind all the wars, genocide, and looting for decades, then the changes in the ninja world, the Black Hand for thousands of years, is the one who is leading. Regardless of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, who were opposed to each other in the past, are his masterpieces. It can be said that all this is carried out in an orderly manner under his control. No one could notice his presence. However, as soon as Long Yu opened his mouth, he pointed directly at this secret, which made Heiju a little confused, whether it was true or false. Are you Uchiha Ryu? Uchiha Madara said coldly, the Black Jew you said is my clone. I'm glad to see that you have come to the door in person, which proves that I am not wrong. Son, you should know exactly who I am. I am the Uchiha family, the greatest and strongest Uchiha Madara, and your ancestor. Having a strength comparable to that of the god of ninjas, I am still alive even though Senju Hashirama died. This means that I am the most powerful existence, and no one in the ninja world can match me. Speaking of this, Madara Uchiha's face showed a scowl. If Senju Hashima is not already dead, having a stronger pupil technique will completely defeat him and become the most powerful being in the entire ninja world. Child, do you want to gain more power than you are now? As long as you are willing to be my revenge tool, I will tell you how. Erlong's voice is full of inexplicable temptation between the lines. If it is placed on any Uchiha clan, it may work. However, as a traveler, he is very familiar with Hokage and has an instant full-level system. To be Uchiha Madara's younger brother, this is simply a joke. What's the matter, what are you thinking about? Uchiha Madara's face was joking, and in his eyes, the samsara eye above the writing wheel eye. If he hadn't been lucky enough to grab the cells of the Thousand Hands pillar, he would never have found it. Now using this as a bargaining chip to confuse a junior is enough. Sorry, I'm not interested in the eye of reincarnation. Long Yu suddenly spoke up. Madara Uchiha and Heiju's expressions instantly became stiff, and the gaze that looked at Long Yu became a little more unbelievable. It can be said that the Sharingan can be transformed into the Samsara Eye, which is the biggest secret hidden in the Uchiha clan and the Chinsho clan. If Madara Uchiha wasn't lucky, I'm afraid he would have died in the first battle that day. Now Long Yu has broken Uchiha Madara's bargaining chip. Where is it not shocking? Boy, what are you talking about? Madara Uchiha's expression turned grim and he said, where did you get the news about Samsara Eye? Is it the information left by Senju Hakuma? Quote. In Madara Uchiha's eyes, the only person who deserves his attention is Senju Hashima. He wouldn't believe that a mere junior from the Uchiha clan could know the existence of the Samsara Eye. You guess. Long Yu smiled playfully. Otherwise, when you become my little brother, I might think about it and restore you. The small voice made Madara Uchiha and Kuroju's faces change drastically. From the beginning to the present, the young man in front of him has completely broken the secret in their hearts. Without the slightest sloppiness, it seems that you know everything well. If the young man in front of him is an old monster who has lived for decades, or even hundreds of years, they may believe that the young man in front of him has been monitoring them very early. But the boy in front of him, from the perspective of bone age, is obviously only 15 or 16 years old, there is no possibility of monitoring at all. Why does he know so much? What's the matter? Don't you want to? Long Yu smiled playfully. I came here with sincerity. If you don't want to, it will be difficult for me to do it. The only way is to kill you. Words fell. Madara Uchiha and Kuroju's expressions sank, and they shouted in unison. Go! Baiju's silhouettes appeared behind Long Yu, and there were as many as 30 or 40. Appeared, it rushed towards Long Yu's body. It appears that the negotiations have failed. Lightning flashed from Long Yu's body. The footsteps stepped down suddenly, and the ground collapsed with a bang. Under the raging electric current, Baiju, who was lurking in the ground, was instantly shattered. At the same time, Uchiha Ryu disappeared out of thin air like a ghost, and reappeared in front of Uchiha Madara. Recurrent storm. Fists clasped together suddenly, and under the entanglement of thunder, the power of electric current of 10 million volts erupted. Without any bells and whistles, he slammed down Uchiha Madara head-on. So fast. Uchiha Madara's face changed drastically. If it wasn't for the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to see Long Yu's movements clearly. This is when he handed the Eye of Samsara to Nagato and captured it from a member of the Uchiha clan. It might not be as powerful as it was in its prime, but he could also use the pupil technique. Susanoo. The blue pupil power surged frantically, and in an instant, on the surface of Uchiha Madara's body, strips of ribs condensed to protect him and Heiju. Bang! The thunder light hammer slammed down in response, the huge impact force, and the splashing thunder light, like a rumbling thunder. Ground shattered in response, and Susanoo, which had just been condensed, instantly sank by dozens of centimeters. Cough cough. The violent coughing sound came from the dust in the sky, and through the translucent Susanoo, it was obvious that Madara Uchiha was vomiting blood. Tangle him for me. Black Jew's face changed drastically. The current Uchiha Madara is already on the verge of death, and it is very good to be able to support it alive until now. Large part of the credit was due to the cells in the Thousand Hands pillar, which barely continued his vitality. If faced with a normal opponent, with Madara Uchiha's current state, it is not a problem to roll over the entire Kusanagi village. But in front of him is a mysterious kid who has opened a kaleidoscope of writing wheels, as if he can see everything. Means that this battle is full of variables. Heiju, give me strength. Madara Uchiha wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and roared with a twisted expression. A mere junior who dares to be so rude to our ancestors. I want you to know that it is also a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, but there is still a huge gap. The hysterical roar made Heiju's nerves tense suddenly. In a sense, it does resonate with Uchiha Madara's cells. It is possible to achieve the level of power sharing. However, once this method is used, it means that Madara Uchiha will burn his life, and even the final plan cannot be implemented. This will mess up his plan. Heiju, what are you thinking? Hurry up and give me your power. As long as I kill him, the plan can continue. Madara Uchiha roared again and again. That not even Chinshujujian dared to underestimate. Be despised by a junior at such a late age, for Madara Uchiha, this is simply a huge shame. Heiju, if this old man kills me, then I will kill you too, but you should think about it clearly. Long Yu smiled playfully. No, it should be said, if he kills me or not, you will surely die too. The first half of his speech made Heiju seem to have caught a life-saving straw. The second half of his speech made his expression suddenly distorted. Just like Madara Uchiha, who has lived for a long time, when has he been so despised by others? Most importantly, the secret that he has lived for thousands of years, even Uchiha Madara doesn't know, but it is broken by the young man in front of him. This made Heiju feel murderous. Looking at Long Yu with a playful face, Heiju's face became hideous. Okay, since you were looking for death, Lord Ban will let you see what despair is. Tree roots shot out of Heiju's body, and immediately plunged into Uchiha Madara's body. With the wriggling of the rhizomes, a lot of power, like a frenzy, poured into Madara Uchiha's body crazily. Ah! Madara Uchiha roared loudly, and the body that had been withered and old gradually regained its youth. The wrinkled skin also tightened. A huge breath swept away with him as the center. The current Uchiha Madara, in the case of burning the last life, is obviously 10 times stronger than before. Although it didn't reach its heyday, compared to the artifact level of hunting, one hand can kill 10. Power, that's what power feels like. Madara Uchiha felt the maddening power in his body, and the murderous intent on his face was even worse. He knew very well that this was a battle that burned his life. The result must be decided as soon as possible. Fire Dunhao Fireball Technique. The fiery chakras converged in Madara Uchiha's mouth. The next moment, it was swallowed out in an instant. The fiery fireballs with a diameter of several tens of meters gathered together and rolled towards Long Yu. Nice vibe. Long Yu smiled playfully. Your current strength is 1/10 of the heyday, 10%, or 1/20th. Can I say that this kind of strength can't beat me? The low voice made Madara Uchiha almost explode with anger, and at the same time he looked ferocious. The target was the chakra ball that was spinning wildly in Long Yu's hands. Buzz. The high-pitched roar made the eardrums hurt. Chapter 65. The fire follows the wind, and the wind helps the fire grow. Is this a lunatic who actually sharpens the shape change to the extreme, and then injects the wind escape chakra, and combines the attribute change and the shape change crazy together? The speed of the rotating cutting, I am afraid that it can instantly tear the rocks and mountains to shreds. Black Jew's face changed drastically. However, as the energy carrier of Madara Uchiha, he can't escape at all, and the only thing he can do is to watch the battle obediently. PFF'd. The wind escape spiral pill in Long Yu's hand suddenly threw out, and collided with the oncoming fireball instantly. The wind can make the fire fuel. But if the wind is strong and the fire is weak, the dominant position has changed significantly. The moment the two touched a little, the blazing fireball broke in two in an instant. That collapsed were instantly pulled up by the wind escape spiral pill. Fire follows the wind, and the wind helps the fire grow. The two complement each other, and the fiery flame instantly rises into the sky. Like a flaming comet descending into the sky, Susanoo hit Uchiha Madara head-on. Boom! The firestorm rose into the sky, and the violent air waves, mixed with flames and wind blades, smashed everything around. Under the impact of this wave, the cave collapsed and was directly razed to the ground. The surrounding valleys and cliffs seemed to have been struck by a pair of sharp claws, leaving thousands of ravines with claw marks, which are shocking. The trees in the entire valley were not spared, and they were directly broken in the middle. The soaring air waves, and even the backlogged clouds in the sky, also directly penetrated. The violent scene shook the entire grass ninja village. There were only a few Shangnin left in the village, and under the leadership of an elderly man, they rushed there in a hurry. Looking at the sea of fire, the Susanoo with only one end rushed out. The figures shrouded in them changed their expressions drastically. Elder, it's Mr. Ban. One Shang couldn't hold back his anger, his expression changed drastically, and said, who is fighting with Madame Madara? They have already been controlled by Uchiha Madara using a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. According to Madara Uchiha's plan, as soon as he dies, this controlled illusion will automatically cause these controlled Kusanagi to commit suicide. In this way, all the plans can be seamless, and after Konoha or Iwanan village investigate, there is no way to start. However, the emergence of Long Yu completely ruined his overall plan. It's a young man, and he used the same pupil technique as Madara-sama. A grass ninja's expression changed. Looking at Long Yu, who was far away from Uchiha Madara, he was surprised, but his face also showed a frenzy. In their eyes, Madara Uchiha is an omnipotent god. The fundamental existence that makes them stronger. However, compared to their frenzy, Madara Uchiha's pupils shrank silently. Just resisting the wind escape spiral pill had already consumed a lot of his pupil power. I thought this was Long Yu's ultimate move, but looking at the balls with his left and right hands completely different, his cheeks twitched slightly. As Long Yu said, he used Heiju's power to temporarily restore 1/10 of his strength to 10%. At the beginning, Madara Uchiha thought that having Susanoo and dealing with Amir Jr. would be enough to remain invincible. Coupled with his superb combat experience and various means, killing this junior is not a problem. However, after seeing the power of Fengdun Spiral Pill with my own eyes, and now seeing the Water Escape Spiral Pill and Lei Dun Spiral Pill in Long Yu's left and right hands, the spine has a feeling of hair in the middle. Why don't you move? Long Yu smiled playfully. If one ball can't solve the problem, then two, if it doesn't work, then 3-3. My good ancestor, you say, is this right? The small voice gave Madara Uchiha a feeling at this moment, an inexplicable feeling of death. Looking at the warm smile on his face, Madara Uchiha had a kind of inexplicable illusion. Compared with him, Long Yu is more like an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years. Boy, we might be able to talk. Madara Uchiha suddenly spoke up. Kuro couldn't help but be startled. He never thought that the dignified Madara Uchiha would say such a thing. However, in the next moment, the words that fell in his ear shook his nerves like thunder. Let's talk about Mao now. It's inappropriate for Lao Su to make you a younger brother. Now we should go to Wangquan Road and have a good company. Voice fell, and the Water Escape Spiral Pill and the Wind Escape Spiral Pill in Long Yu's hand were thrown out instantly. If wind and fire complement each other, then water and thunder are no exception. Two attacks with different attributes, based on the change in the properties of the spiral pill, instantly launch an attack. The power of the collision, even Long Yu could not imagine. In the ruined battlefield, two huge illusory bodies face each other far away. Under the shocked gazes of Kusanagi and Uchiha Madara, the Water Escape Spiral Pill and Thunder Escape Spiral Pill in Long Yu's hands suddenly threw out. A short distance of 100 meters, but in the blink of an eye. The two big spiral pills instantly collided with Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Perhaps, because it was not in its heyday, Susanoo, summoned by Madara Uchiha, only had one head in the three-faced Shira pose in the original work. Facing the incoming spiral pill, he only had time to raise his hands to block. Boom! A thunderous explosion suddenly detonated. At this moment, the power of Leishui 22 was brought into full play. Under the rewinding of the violent power, the power of water turned into countless high-pressure water jets under the frantic compression of the spiral pill. The thunder attribute chakra turns into countless thunder rods like cow hair. The saturation attack formed by the two directly enveloped Madara Uchiha's Susanoo. Superposition of thunder and water, the burst of power even smashed everything in a radius of 500 or 600 meters. The astral wind that hits the face is more or less the blade of water. Among them, some Kusanagi, who were watching the battle from a distance, were caught off guard, and blood splattered instantly on their bodies. What's more, the whole arm was cut off at the waist. Seeing this scene, the leader's face changed drastically. The people here are the elites of their grass ninja village. One dead and one less. Go back all to me. Old man glanced at Madara Uchiha, who was still in the midst of the explosion. A struggle flashed across his face, and he gave an order. The voice fell, no matter what. Injured or not, Kusanagi pulled away and retreated. Just that they just took a few steps back, and their whole body was shocked like a demon. Depths of a pair of eyes, the imprint of a kaleidoscope writing wheel flashed. Long Yu also noticed this scene. It seems that these people were all deeply hypnotized by Uchiha Madara. At this critical moment, it was directly used by him. Huo Dunhao Fireball. Fire escape impatience. Let's go away. Quote. A series of attacks erupted in an instant. Even those Kusanagi who were seriously injured were no exception, and did not take their injuries seriously. Their minds, there is only one voice now, constantly beguiling them to attack. Even in death, never give up. Boom! The attack from the sky instantly poured onto Susanoo's body. Pity that the so-called Shangnan of the Grass Ninja Village are actually not high in gold content, and they are just forcibly promoted to serve as a facade. At the same time, there is no ninjutsu systematically learned in the Grass Ninja Village. All ninjutsu is imitated. It is like half a bucket of water. The power that can be exerted is too far from the full version. Long Yu remembered that in the original book, there was a group of wandering grass ninjas, who specially went to learn other ninjutsu, and then added some miscellaneous experience into it. In the end, they were all defeated by Kakashi's team. It's kind of like a bomber in the military. After the sound of the explosion dissipated and the flames swept away, the group of grass ninjas obviously wanted to launch a second wave of attacks. The surgical seal flying over in his hand, Long Yu moved. No, I should say, moved my eyelids. Jugoyu's samsara eyes turned wildly. The pitch-black flames, like the secluded flames from the yellow spring, suddenly burst out violently. Amaterasu, more than a dozen grass ninjas, including the elder, were instantly swallowed by the black flames. The violent scene, even Uchiha Madara, who was in the explosion, changed his expression. He had no idea that Long Yu would be so ruthless at such a young age. Moreover, this opened kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, not only has Susanoo, but also this kind of black flame that makes people feel unknown, which acts as a physical attack method. Originally, Madara Uchiha planned to use this group of people to harass Long Yu. Now it seems that there is no way to do it. Seeing that the last trump card was also easily broken by Long Yu, Madara Uchiha's face flashed a trace of madness, and he roared fiercely. Boy, you forced me. Since you want me to die, let's go together. Madara Uchiha clasped his hands together suddenly, and the few chakras in his body were instantly poured into Susanoo. Susanoo, who originally only had one head, suddenly his breath rose sharply. Under the frantic squirming, two other heads appeared in an instant. Roar! A roar like a wild beast came out of Susanoo's mouth. The six hands suddenly opened, and the power of the thunder water spiral pill that enveloped it was instantly torn apart. Along with Madara Uchiha, his hands suddenly folded. Susanoo's six hands also flew up. A series of spell seals were quickly formed, causing Long Yu to raise his brows, and he smiled helplessly. You old man, even if you die, it won't make me feel better. This is a natural obstacle. Madara Uchiha's expression froze, looking at Long Yu with a hint of surprise. It never occurred to me that Long Yu actually knew what kind of ninjutsu he was going to use. However, with this ultimate move, Madara Uchiha has exhausted even the last bit of vitality. There is absolutely no way to keep asking. His hands suddenly clasped together. He, who had already run out of oil, died with his eyes closed. Boom! In the sky, a low sonic boom suddenly sounded. Huge rocks fell from the sky, giving people an inexplicable feeling of depression. Under the friction between the meteorite and the air, a fiery flame ignited, as if covering the sky for a while. Even tens of thousands of meters away, it can be clearly seen. Damn Uchiha Madara, I have to kill him next time we meet. Long Yu looked at the crushing star, and many thoughts flashed in his mind. With his current ninjutsu, there is absolutely no way to break this rock. As for escaping, not to mention that there are still hundreds of grass ninjas here, it is very difficult for him to retreat completely just because of the diameter of the shock star and the range of the shock wave. Shadow Clone Technique. Long Yu's double operation seal was quickly formed, and 10 shadow clones were instantly separated. This is not because Long Yu didn't want to, just like Naruto Uzumaki, he split 2,000 clones in an instant. It's just embarrassing, it's a fatal lack of blue. According to Long Yu's calculations, with his current chakra, he can be divided into about 200 or 300 clones. However, this will greatly weaken his chakra and will not be able to perform the next big move. Looking at the roaring and falling sky, and the noise of running away from the village outside, Long Yu moved instantly. Long Yu opened his right hand, and the wind escape spiral pill quickly condensed. The 10-10 clones also proceeded simultaneously, frantically pouring Feng Dun chakra into the spiral pill in Long Yu's hand. Originally, this was one of Long Yu's hypothetical tricks, but unfortunately, the blue has not been enough, and the enemy has not been able to get on the table, so it was not developed, and the system was instantly full. But now in the face of Uchiha Madara's natural obstacles, Long Yu can only sacrifice his life to accompany the gentleman. With the chakra infusion of the wind escape, the volume of the spiral pill is rapidly increasing, and in the blink of an eye, it becomes a huge 7 or 8 meters in diameter. The chakra frantically compressed and rolled, and even the skin in Long Yu's hand stinged. Buzz. With a slight humming sound, Long Yu understood that not only did his shape change reach the limit, but even the chakra in his body was almost exhausted. Looking at the flaming meteorite less than 5 kilometers apart, the super-large wind-escaped spiral pill shuriken in Long Yu's hand suddenly threw out. PFF'd. The sound of fabric tearing suddenly sounded. The oversized wind-escaped shuriken, under Long Yu's full throw, turned into a streamer and slammed head-on. The distance of 5 kilometers, in the case of meteorites falling from the sky, only took a few seconds. The two attacks collided suddenly. Boom! The explosion sounded like a thunder blast, tearing apart the sky and the earth. Large wind-escape spiral pill instantly turned into hundreds of millions of blades and rushed into the meteorite. The flames in the hurricane rolled back, and the whole world fell into a dazzling sea of fire under the rubble. It looks like fire, like the sky. Was under attack, also felt that he couldn't open his eyes. The rolling air waves swept away like waves of frenzy. Bang! When the last roar came from the sky, the stalemate that lasted for more than a minute was broken. The huge extraterrestrial meteorite suddenly shattered and disintegrated, turning into meteors filled with debris, scattered all over the place. Was under attack, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The 10-10 shadow avatars beside him had no chakra support and dispersed directly. Even the last Susanoo, after resisting the flying rubble, completely dissipated. Wait until everything returns to calm, let alone this canyon is razed to the ground. Even the village outside has become devastated. Cries were soaring into the sky, although it could not be called a hell on earth. But under this wave of indiscriminate attacks, the damage to Grass Ninja Village was undoubtedly greater than that of Long Yu. 10,000 meters away, Heiju drilled out in the dark, and was shocked when he saw the huge extraterrestrial meteorite in the sky, which was smashed by Long Yu and turned into a meteor in the sky. Chapter 66. Doubt About Life. He never imagined that Madara Uchiha's dying move would be defeated so easily. When Long Yu cast the Thunder Water Spiral Pill, Madara Uchiha knew that with this body alone, he was no match for Long Yu at all. So take the opportunity to let Heiju escape from the battlefield through the underground, and then perform the strongest attack at the moment, intending to destroy Long Yu together. In his eyes, Long Yu's strength is very good, but he lacks a large-scale and powerful attack method. Should be impossible to fight against the stars, but it is a pity that people are not as good as heaven. In the end, Long Yu took the risk and developed the super-large wind-escape spiral pill shuriken. Uchiha Madara said that if the kid is not dead, I hope I will go back to make up for the knife. Do you want to go back and see now? Black couldn't help but mutter to himself. After a little hesitation, he quickly rejected the idea. An opponent that even Madara Uchiha can't solve, Kuro will never be so arrogant that he thinks he can fight it. After looking back at the basin where Long Yu was located, Heiju turned and sneaked underground and quickly left. In the ruins, Long Yu sighed helplessly after lingering for a while. It seems that Heiju's courage is really small, and he ran away without even looking at the result. From the very beginning, Long Yu had already expected that Heiju would never live and die with Uchiha Madara. Moreover, Madara Uchiha will never miss an opportunity to let Kurohue die. He will surely try to escape the battlefield. He had also released Susanoo, but it wasn't that his pupil power was really exhausted. Just to lure the black out. Unfortunately, it failed in the end. However, Heiju has been able to live for thousands of years, and I am afraid that it is all because of cowardice. By the way, we have to recover Madara Uchiha's body. Long Yu raised his brows. If he wants to obtain the Eye of Reincarnation in the future, he also needs to transplant the cells between the 1,000 hand pillars. If it can be found on Uchiha Madara's body, it can also save him a lot of effort. Unfortunately, despite Long Yu's search, Madara Uchiha's body seemed to disappear out of thin air, leaving only some black ashes. There are also basins flattened by rock fragments. It seems that Madara Uchiha was worried that his body would fall into Long Yu's hands when he died, and he would self-destruct in advance. It really is a hero. Long Yu gave up the idea of looking for it. Look at some pieces of daily necessities scattered around. With his hands flying quickly, Long Yu used the few remaining chakras to cast a huge fireball. Add a fire to the whole ruins. Since Madara Uchiha doesn't want him to get anything. That Long Yu didn't plan to leave some cells for other people. He had some ashes in his hands that might have been burned by Uchiha Madara. In case one appears, or a pervert such as Orochimaru, it will be disgusting to reincarnate in the dirt. After finishing all this, Long Yu did not stay any longer, turned around and left. Few minutes later, a figure came hurriedly and landed in front of the raging fire, with a hint of iron on the originally pale cheeks. Bastard, it's still a step late, or else you'll know what's going on here. Orochimaru has been in, following Dragon Feather. Unfortunately, I found some good human specimens along the way, so I went to collect them. I thought that it was only half a day away from Long Yu, and I could track it perfectly with the help of a poisonous snake. I didn't expect that there would be a shocking battle. Although, he had arrived 10 minutes ago. But looking at the appearance of Tianji Zhengxing, Orochimaru didn't have the courage to approach in an instant, but instead opened the distance. After everything is calm, I dare to take the risk, approach. The meteorite just now didn't come from the hands of Uchiha Ryu. If it is really him, then the next action may have to be changed. Orochimaru's face was ashen. After looking at it left and right, it was even more unsightly. This kid, he didn't even leave the other party's corpse behind. He set a fire on purpose before he left. Couldn't he have found my trace? In fact, Long Yu did not find the whereabouts of Orochimaru. He has a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. But it is not a real perception ninja, and it does not have white eyes, so the scope of insight and perception cannot reach too far. Not to mention the venomous snake that Orochimaru sent to track. He did this purely just in case. I didn't expect it to be a real guess. Ding dang, congratulations to the host who has learned the super large wind escape spiral pill. May I ask if it is instantly full level? The sound of the system sounded in Long Yu's mind, causing his footsteps to slow down. It was the first time to use the super wind escape spiral pill, so Long Yu needed 10 shadow clones to assist. Now completed the first time, with the help of the instant full level system. After learning the key to condensing the super wind escape spiral pill. Next time you perform it, one person is enough. Immediately. Full grade. Long Yu directly gave the order. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the super large wind escape spiral pill is instantly full. Listening to the sound of the system dissipating from the forehead, Long Yu withdrew out of concern. After leaving the grass ninja village, Long Yu hurried to the Shinwukun bridge. He was the main force that defeated the hunter, but the task of destroying the Shinwukun bridge had not yet been completed. According to inference, Kakashi, who has penetrated deep behind enemy lines, is about to destroy the Kamukun bridge. Watergate, why are you here? Long Yu raised his brows, looking at the sudden appearance of Minato Namikaze, a little surprised. Expression was stagnant. He glanced at the direction of Kusanagi village, and Long Yu, who looked a little tired, his cheeks twitched, and he couldn't help saying, Long Yu, don't tell me, just now the direction of Kusanagi village is big. The movement was made by you. Regarding Namikaze Minato's speculation, Long Yu reluctantly cursed Uchiha Madara in his heart. What a big move, put such an obvious obstacle to the stars. Such a huge gesture can be clearly seen even several kilometers away. Now even the wave of wind and water has been provoked, but this is not clear even after washing. Can I say no? Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. Minato Namikaze rolled his eyes and said, I'm even more suspicious of you when you say that. I can't think of a second person besides you who can crush such a huge meteor in such a broken place. I'm just curious, who is your opponent? To refute Namikaze Minato's insistence. Moreover, he also wanted to see how Minato would react, so he patted Minato on the shoulder playfully, and said, I'm afraid if I say it, you probably won't believe it. Do not believe. Minato Namikaze was stunned, and said, you are now admitting in disguise that the battle just now has something to do with you, what else would I not believe? I'm just curious, who can cast that huge meteorite? When he saw the huge meteor falling from the sky, Minato Namikaze also imagined, if he was right, there would be a way to fight it. In the end he just came to a conclusion. Unless the flying thunder god barrier is used to transfer this day, there is no attack method that can destroy it. Moreover, after being able to fight against such a strong man, after thinking hard, in the huge battlefield, in addition to the shadow who will not easily play, only Uchiha Ryu has the greatest possibility. That's why Namikaze Minato decided to temporarily discord. Kakashi and the others converged and came to investigate. After seeing Long Yu, Minato Namikaze strengthened his guess even more. All of this has absolutely nothing to do with Uchiha Ryu. Namaifung Minato did not expect that Long Yu would so easily admit that he was a party to the war. Uchiha Madara. Long Yu smiled warmly. S nerves suddenly tense, and looking at Long Yu's eyes, there is a trace of iron blue. Long Yu, can't you stop joking? In the manuscript of the first Hokage, Madara Uchiha is already dead, how could he fight with you? Minato Namikaze has heard about this legendary ninja. Even the second Hokage confirmed his death again and again and wrote it into Konoha's secret file. Now Ryu tells him that Madara Uchiha is not dead. That is totally unacceptable. If he's still alive. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, forget it, if you don't believe it, then pull it down. Besides him, who else has the ability to almost kill me? However, let me tell you, just now Tianjiquan Xingxing is not the heyday of Uchiha Madara, otherwise you will come to collect my corpse. Looking at Ryu who seemed to be running a train with his mouth full, Minato Namikaze felt as if his mind couldn't turn around. But Long Yu is right, if Madara Uchiha is still alive, it is not impossible to fight against Long Yu. Just, no matter. Madara Uchiha, or Ryu Uchiha, both belong to the same family. Why did they fight? A series of questions that passed through Minato Namikaze's mind, and he began to realize that because of this one problem, his head was mushy, can't turn around at all. Minato Namikaze gave a wry smile and said, Long Yu, since you said that your opponent is Madara Uchiha, where is he now? In Namikaze Minato's eyes, if Madara Uchiha is really alive, with his old resentment. For Konoha, it is a huge scourge. Of course the old man was killed by me. Long Yu patted Nagao Minato on the shoulder. Even the scum has been burned. You don't have to look at it, that old man is very cunning. Quote. Madara Uchiha was dead. Looking at Long Yu's unconcerned look, Minato's head was short-circuited. No, it should be said that Namikaze Minato is doubting life. Madara Uchiha, that is a character who can match the original Hokage. The existence that makes the 5 major ninja villages feel terrified. Now Long Yu told him lightly and calmly that the old man died so much that he didn't even have any scum. This is too hard to accept. Don't believe it. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, then it will be pulled down, don't ask me again. After a battle, the chakra in the body has been consumed by 7 to 8, so I will recover first. When you go back, how you like to report is up to you. Whether they believe it or not, it's up to you to explain it. The Stormwater Gate was helpless. Even he was doubting life about this matter, and he didn't even have the slightest evidence. He glanced at how to report it, and took care of himself cross-legged meditation to restore Chakra's dragon feather. While Namikaze Minato secretly sighed, his expression froze. It's Kakashi, they have an accident. Namikaze Minato hurriedly sent out a Flying Thunder God kunai. The Flying Thunder God formula engraved on it is red and feels hot. This is a pair of special Flying Thunder God kunai specially made to protect Kakashi and others. An art that activates only when Kakashi senses danger after he takes it out and confronts the enemy, contaminated with blood and chakra. Now this Flying Thunder God kunai, who is the contact, is so hot, it seems that what he encounters is still life and death. Long Yu raised his brows and said helplessly, "Do you need me to go with you?" "Of course, I'd rather consume a little more chakra, and keep you under my nose. In case you tell me next time that I will fight with the first Hokage, I have doubts about my life. How can I report it when I go back?" Namikaze Minato grabbed Long Yu by the shoulder. The next moment, the Flying Thunder God seal in the left hand was formed, and the dragon feather disappeared out of thin air. Perhaps because of the reason of carrying people, the distance of this Flying Thunder God technique is only 20 kilometers at the limit. Jump 5 or 6 times in a row, Namikaze Minato and Ryu appeared, and they realized something was wrong. "Master Watergate." Kakashi's voice suddenly sounded. Soon, Long Yu had a panoramic view of the whole situation. Who were surrounded by them are not only Iwanin, but also Mist. Among them, the leader of the team is the Loquat Tenzo from the 7 members of the Mist Ninja. On the other hand, among the Rock Ninjas, perhaps due to the fact that they went deep into the hinterland, there were only a few not-so-famous Shengnin leading the team. Seeing the sudden appearance of Ryu and Namikaze Minato, the expressions of the ninjas in the field changed drastically. "The big thing is bad, it's the golden glittering wave wind Minato, and the blood-colored Asura Uchiha Ryu, who has been famous recently. Why are they here?" "It's space ninjutsu. It is rumored that Namaifung Minato is best at space ninjutsu, so he arrived in time. There was an elder in the village who once said that once you encounter the golden glitter Minato in Konoha, no matter what mission to perform, the first thing to do is to escape." Scene was instantly detonated, and the nerves of all ninjas were tense. Looking at the 2 uninvited guests in front of him, the atmosphere in the field became extremely depressed, as if an invisible big hand tightly clenched the heart. "Escape. I don't know who made a roar." Yan Ninja and Mist Ninja, who were staring at each other, shot out like cannonballs in an instant. Of the team this time, Loquat Shizang had already escaped from this place after taking one more look at Long Yu. At the same time, a fog rolled back, covering the entire forest in an instant. "Minato-sensei, hurry up and chase after Mist Shinobu, they took Lin away." Half of Uchiha Obito's face was covered with blood. A ferocious wound cut through his cheek. However, what attracts Long Yu the most is that Uchiha Obito finally opened the writing wheel. Although it is only the weakest single hook jade, it is already very good. "Looks like, this time you've got a blessing in disguise, and you've even opened the writing wheel." Long Yu patted Uchiha Obito on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Lin is not in danger for the time being." Chapter 67, Attack the Tailed Beast. Her physique is very special. If I'm not mistaken, Kirin planned to kidnap Lin and make him a 3-tailed man. Ren Zuli is no stranger to this statement, Namikaze Minato. At least, among the people he knows, there is Uzumaki Kushina, who is the 9-tailed person Zuri. Now Wu Ninja intends to snatch away Nohara Rin and become a human pillar, and that ambition is definitely not small. Long Yu, is this true? Hurry up and save Lin, I beg you. Uchiha is in a hurry. Compared with Kakashi, Rin Nohara has more weight in his eyes. Otherwise, the writing wheel will not be opened. Don't worry, Wu Ninja Village will be handed over to me. Minato, you are responsible for blowing up the Shinwu-kun Bridge. Long Yu dropped these words. The electric arc on his body resounded with a crackle, and the next moment his legs slammed, his whole body shot out like a cannonball. The speed was so fast, and the surrounding fog rolled back, and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. Dragon feather. Namikaze Minato looked anxious. When I think of Ryu just now talking about Madara Uchiha, it sounds very absurd. However, now I know that Mist Ninja Village may be a trap. Why does Long Yu still know that the other party took away the idea of Rin Nohara? Moreover, when the three tales were mentioned, Minato Namikaze's heart suddenly tightened. An even more absurd thought flashed through his mind. Long Yu wouldn't plan to attack the tailed beast, if Long Yu's opponent just now was really Uchiha Madara. Then I'm afraid it's really possible to attack the tail beast. Thinking of this, Minato Namikaze couldn't hold back his breath. Come on, let's blow up the Shinwukun bridge, and then go after Long Yu. I'm worried about what he will do. Namikaze Minato ordered urgently. Teacher Minato, didn't Long Yu just save Lin? Kakashi couldn't help but ask. After seeing Long Yu's methods many times, Kakashi was indeed convinced. It is precisely because of this reason that he would rest assured that Long Yu would go after Nohara Rin and stay behind to complete the task. Moreover, in Kakashi's mind, the death of his father Tsukumo Hatake still affects him. If it's just saving people, I'm not worried. Namikaze Minato's face was solemn, and he said, I'm just worried that he will take action against the tailed beasts in Mistin Village. Once that time comes, it will completely stimulate the contradiction between the two countries. Kakashi and Uchiha Obito were stunned when they attacked the tailed beast. Tailed beasts and human pillars are too far away for them. Most importantly, in their eyes, the tailed beast represents disaster. Renzuli has always been hostile and alienated from outsiders. However, now that Long Yu actually took the initiative to fight the tailed beast, if he hadn't heard of it himself, he would definitely not believe it. Well, now is not the time for us to speculate, let's destroy the bridge, immediately. Go and stop Long Yu. Namikaze Minato shouted in a hurry. Shinwukun Bridge is a few kilometers away. Figure, quickly swept out in the fog. The person who took the lead was the Loquat Tenzo with a beheading sword on his back. 12 or 13 mist ninjas followed closely behind him. Master Shazang, what should we do now? A fog could not hold back his anger. 3 generations, but we were told to cut weeds and roots, and now let the people of Konoha go back alive. I am afraid it will affect the plan. Shut up. Loquat Shazang shouted angrily. The people we meet now are golden flashes and blood-colored Asuras. Faced with one of them, we can escape unconditionally. If you want to die, you can stay by yourself. We continue to disperse and escape. Abandoning these words, the Loquat Shazang quickly flipped his hands and formed a series of magic seals. Mist hidden technique. The fog spreads out again, occupying the entire forest. Hearing the sound of footsteps scattered around him, Loquat Shazang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, at the next moment, the breath of death that swept through his body at the spine made his muscles tense. Time to think about it, he hurriedly pulled away to dodge away. A thunder light flashed suddenly, like a thunderbolt across the sky. Loquat Tozo just felt the skin on his cheeks tingling, and then vaguely felt that the tree in the distance collapsed in response. 2 screams resounded throughout the world. However, these 2 screams were annihilated in the blink of an eye, making the crowd of Mistin's footsteps that had dissipated couldn't help but stop. That filled the entire forest. My heart seemed to be tightly clenched by the invisible big hand. I'm sorry, there was a phone call just now, and I accidentally killed 2 mist ninjas, don't you mind? A small voice, in this foggy forest, makes people feel a kind of, an inexplicable chill, straight to the forehead from the bottom of the foot. Loquat Shazang's face also darkened. Scarlet Asura, don't deceive people too much, or the dog will jump off the wall in a hurry. 10 days ago, when the news that the vanguard troops attacked the northwest pass of Konoha and destroyed the entire army was reported back to Onen village, Loquat Shazang was also shocked. He clearly knew that this time, the pufferfish ghost, Watermelon Mountain, and the Black Hoe, Lei Ya, were not inferior to him in the 7 people of the ninja sword. In some places, he also pressed him. After all, the owner of the beheading sword in all dynasties is the best at it. It's silent assassination. Under the head-on confrontation, the Loquat Shazang is indeed inferior to the pufferfish ghost Watermelon Mountain and the Black Hoe Leia. However, even the 2 of them joined forces and were beheaded by Scarlet Asura. If it is not necessary, Loquat Shazang is unwilling to take action against Long Yu. Hee, I'm sorry, I just like to close the door and beat the dog. Long Yu smiled warmly and said, besides, I happen to be short of blue. If you don't mind, let me cut it. Breakthrough in the wind. Long Yu grabbed it with a backhand, and the shark muscle was instantly summoned. Without any fancy, toward the fog-shrouded forest in front, it slashed out from the air. Boom! A knife fell, and the endless gust of wind exploded like a tidal wave, turning into wind blades all over the sky, and swept out violently. The fog shrouded in the whole world, like a faded veil, quickly dissipated. Some trees were even cut off by the wind blade. Hurry up and spread out. Loquat Shazang roared angrily. Past, in the huge ninja world, facing the 7 people of ninja swords, the name of the Loquat ghost who silently killed the Loquat ghost. The ninjas of the 5 kingdoms, who did not flee from the wind. However, the current situation has been turned upside down. Seeing the fog dissipating in the sky, Loquat Shazang didn't have time to think about it. He grabbed Wu Ninja by his side, threw it behind him, and quickly ran away. I'm sorry, it's not good to just throw garbage. A playful voice suddenly came from behind. Lightning flashed on Long Yu's body, and his whole body turned into a thunderous thunder. The shark muscle held in the hand, under the ferocious squirming, a huge head. Skull, tossed up. The next moment, the head was caught by Long Yu with one hand, and the chakra in the corpse was swallowed up by the shark muscles before it collapsed between heaven and earth. Hearing the screams coming from behind, Loquat Shazang's expression changed suddenly. He hurriedly accelerated his pace, intending to take the road and escape, but unfortunately his eyes were full of flowers. The figure he didn't want to see the most stopped in front of him, and the head caught in his hand was the one he left behind. You're trash, please take it back. Long Yu threw the head directly to Loquat Shazang with his backhand. Blood splattered with the heavens and the earth, making Loquat Shazang's cheeks twitch uncontrollably. The next moment, his face was hideous, and he roared in anger. Boy, since you want to force me, then die for me. Water escapes and waves. The Loquat Shazang, the hands are flying rapidly, the moment when the chakra madly gathers to the hands. A figure entwined with lightning, like a ghost, took the lead and appeared in front of him. I said, when there is a lot of blue, let me cut a knife first. Long Yu smiled playfully. The shark muscle in his hand slashed towards the Loquat Shazang head-on. The violent scene made Loquat Shazang's cheeks change drastically. Before I could think about it, I quickly dispersed the gathered chakra, raised the beheading sword in his hand, and blocked it head-on. Bang! The dull collision sound resounded suddenly. Under the impact of the huge force, the Loquat Shazang flew upside down. Finally, he hit a big tree 7 or 8 meters away, and barely stopped his body. What a lot of strength, what a superb swordsmanship. At the moment of the collision just now, the shark muscle in Long Yu's hand, the position of the slash, is obviously the beheading sword, the weakest strength, close to the hilt. It can transfer the target of the attack in an instant. This is completely beyond the Loquat Shazang's understanding of Long Yu. In his eyes, Long Yu's strength is very strong. It's obviously very difficult to control such a large weapon as the shark muscle. After all, in the original novel, there is only one person who can control 7 ninja swords at the same time. That is the Ghost Lantern Moon. So even if the Loquat Shazang got the mercurial muscle in Long Yu's hand, it would definitely not be able to exert such power in Long Yu's hand. Hee, thank you for your chakra. Long Yu was not in a hurry to pursue. The knife just now was a transforming slash with the help of Konoha Ryu Sanryukima of the beheading sword to repel Loquat Shazang, but he also gave the shark muscle enough time to plunder half of the chakra that the Loquat Shazang condensed. Listen to the gnawing sound of the shark muscle, and the chakra passed through the handle of the knife. The dry cells in Long Yu's body gradually filled up with chakra. There is a feeling of a long drought meeting nectar. Although the quantity is small, the quality is good. Loquat Shazang's face turned ashen. Looking at Long Yu, he couldn't help clenching the beheading sword in his hand. For chakra being plundered, his feelings are more intuitive. According to the calculation just now, if it takes another 10 or so, I am afraid that the chakra of the Loquat Shazang will also be plundered. Master Shazang, what should we do now? Standing behind him, Wu Ninja, who dared not move for a long time, saw that even Loquat Juzo, one of the 7 dignified ninja swordsmen, was also suppressed by one shot. Completely overturned their perception. Originally, I was skeptical about the so-called bloody Asura. But now it is clearly swept away, completely replaced by fear. Shut up. Feeling the urgent gazes from all around, a look of grimness flashed across Loquat Tenzo's face. The next moment, he instantly performed the instant body technique and disappeared out of thin air. Looking at this scene, Long Yu's nerves tensed a little, but he soon smiled with interest. Shazang, which disappeared out of thin air, not only did not deceive himself and attacked. Instead, with a flash, he appeared in front of the 3 mist ninjas behind him. The beheading sword in his hand was suddenly raised, and the heads of the 3 people were thrown into the air with disbelief on their faces. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. The remaining 7 or 8, Nagumi ninja, took the lead, unable to hold back their breath, turned around and ran away. However, Loquat Shazang obviously has no intention of giving up. As soon as he stepped down, the technique of the instant god unfolded again, turning into an afterimage and chasing out. Just 2 or 3 minutes, after that, Long Yu saw Loquat Shazang walking back carrying 7 heads. I am willing to surrender. Loquat Shazang said with a gloomy expression. Surrender. Long Yu smiled warmly. You kill me without saying a word. Before you surrender, let me cut 2 knives. Even if he surrendered, he had to slash 2 knives and Shazang's face suddenly turned ashen. No matter what he said, he was also a dignified ninja sword with 7 people. In order to recover a small life, he even took the initiative to kill all his subordinates and set up a vote. However, now Long Yu has to slash him twice, which is simply a shame. However, when he thought of the pufferfish ghost Watermelon Mountain and the Black Holea, who died under Long Yu's hands, Loquat Shazang's face changed, and he gritted his teeth. Okay, I will let you cut 2 knives and give you some chakra. But, you must keep your promise. Voice fell, a look of determination flashed across Loquat Shizo's face, and he stabbed the beheading knife on the ground with his backhand. Chopping block of fish and meat, like being slaughtered by others. Hee, it's just a joke, you don't have to take it too seriously, but if you choose to surrender, I still want to leave something for you. Long Yu smiled playfully, and the blood-colored light quickly spread out in his pupils. Loquat Shazang's expression was stagnant, and the moment he met Long Yu's line of sight, he secretly shouted that something was wrong. Unfortunately, before he had the slightest reaction, the whole soul seemed to be pulled out. Directly inhaled into the Jugo Jade writing wheel eye. However, this strange feeling soon dissipated. After the sky turned around that Shazang of Loquat was able to wake up. It was as if he had fallen into the water, and he was drenched all over. The clothes on the back were also soaked through. Looking at Long Yu's blood-colored eyes, his nerves tightened and he quickly lowered his head. Don't worry, I just left a hypnotic suggestion in your deep consciousness. Unless you can meet someone who is stronger than my illusion, don't even think about being able to unlock it. Long Yu smiled and patted Loquat Shazang on the shoulder. However, I'm a good person, as long as you don't betray me casually, I won't kill you. Hearing these words, Loquat Shazang's face stiffened, but he remained silent. It can be considered a good person to give people this kind of illusion and hypnosis suggestion. In this world, I am afraid there are no bad people anymore. What's more, after personal experience, Long Yu almost fell into the illusion and hypnosis space with just one look. Chapter 68. I still owe you this head. Loquat Shazang finally understands why the watermelon mountain pufferfish and the black Holeya were killed. This kind of existence is not at all that they can compete with. He thought about it, he was hypnotized by Long Yu in his deep consciousness, and under the clenching of his teeth, Loquat Shazang finally gave up even the last trace of arrogance. Sir, Loquat Shazang will never betray you. If you want to find the girl who was kidnapped, I can show you the way. Shazang, who instantly turned into a grass shaking his head, Long Yu didn't care. In a world where the weak eat the strong, fist poop is the truth. If you can't win, there are only two options. One is to die. The other is to become a subordinate of others. It can be said that Shazang of Loquat is a wise man who knows how to judge the situation. Otherwise, Long Yu doesn't mind being half disabled, and then asks the matter clearly. I want to know where the three tails are. Long Yu went straight to the theme. Loquat Shazang's expression changed involuntarily. I thought that Long Yu was just going to save people, but I didn't expect that he would plan to shoot at Sanwei. But thinking of Long Yu's powerful illusion just now, as well as the rumored strength, the existence of the coveted tail beast is not impossible. My lord, Sanwei and Luwei do exist in our mist ninja village, but except for Yugao who has always left the village, the whereabouts of Sanwei have never appeared. Loquat Shazang said in a deep voice. And the Hokage timeline he is in is more than 10 years different from the original. He just knew that Nohara Rin was taken away, and then became the person of the three tails. Kirito Ninja Village planned to release the seal inside Nohara Rin after returning to Konoha Ninja Village, and release the three tails to wreak havoc in order to attract Konoha's rear. To draw a heavy stroke for this war. Unfortunately, Rin Nohara was killed by Kakashi in the middle, causing the plan to fail. Mitsuo was finally sealed in his body by Mizukage Yakura, the fourth generation. As for what happened before this, Long Yu didn't know either. Now did Long Yu notice something wrong with the mention of Loquat Shazang. In the original work, the first generation of Water Shadows, the second generation of Water Shadows, and the fourth generation of Water Shadows have appeared. Only the three generations of Water Shadows disappeared after just a little soy sauce when they came out. Not even a name. Long Yu once suspected that the third generation of Water Shadows may be the three-tailed person Zuli. If the third generation of Water Shadow is the human column force, due to special reasons, like the Uzumaki Mito, it is necessary to convert the human column force container. Therefore, the target was shifted to Nohara Rin, and the rear attack plan was implemented. This process led to the death of the third generation of Mizukage, and the fourth generation of Mizukage, Yakura, came to the stage naturally. It is precisely because of the lack of the three generations of Mizukage that the next four generations of Mizukage Yakura were brought into the soil by Uchiha, so they could be easily controlled. Then the blood fog was intensified, and under the tyranny of the tyranny, no one could stop it. Shazang, do you know where the third generation of Water Shadows is? Take me to see it. Long Yu said lightly. Loquat Shazang couldn't help but startled. My lord, the three Water Shadows are also very mysterious in the Mist Ninja Village, and they rarely appear, but if you say this, I also suspect that the three generations of Water Shadows are human pillars. He is now in Dongyu Lake in the territory of Wunin Village, and I will take you there now. Loquat Shazang didn't hesitate at all, but he was worried that if he slowed down by half a beat, Long Yu would slash a knife directly on his back. Let's go. Long Yu did not hesitate. If the third generation of Mizukage is really the three-tailed person Zuli, then Nohara Rin will definitely appear there. It's good to be rescued at that time. Now Long Yu's first priority is to solve the problem of lack of blue. In the land of water, travel eastward to the lake. This is a huge lake with no end in sight. Dozen figures rushed out of the woods and soon landed on a rocky cliff that resembled an altar. Looking down, you can see the sheer cliffs battered by waves of wind and waves. 3 huge stone pillars, 20 to 30 meters high. The surrounding rocky ground is engraved with strange sealing techniques. In a cloak is sitting here cross-legged. 3 generations of Mizuying adults, we brought them back. A man with a fancy mask said in a deep voice. Just bring it back. 3 generations of water shadows is unusually hoarse, giving people an inexplicable harshness. The moment he raised his head suddenly, a terrifying face was revealed, and even the ninjas present couldn't hold back their breath and took a half step back. Don't be afraid, this is the manifestation of the tailed beast's backlash. The seal in my body is almost unable to suppress it. Mizukage's hoarse voice sounded again. I originally planned to transfer the tailed beast directly into Yakura's body, but I didn't expect that the battle at the Northwest Pass would cause a lot of losses to our mist ninja village. Daimyo is already furious. If our plan doesn't work this time, our mist ninja village will lose the trust of the daimyo. The faces of the ninjas present couldn't help but change, and the leader mist ninja couldn't hold back his breath. 3 generations, is the battle at the Northwest Pass really true? Konoha really has such a terrifying existence. If he appears on the battlefield, do we have a good chance of winning? In the Lianwu Ninja Village, the most vicious and famous Wu ninja group of 7 people, 2 of them were beheaded. For these untitled ninjas, Feather is a complete nightmare. HMPH, you really lost the prestige of our mist ninja village. A wearing ninja walked out in the dark. It's the 7 members of the 7 people, Kurihara Kushimaru-sama. The head of the mist ninja had a happy expression on his face. In the Battle of the Northwest Pass, the guinea pig and the black Hole Fang were beheaded. However, the appearance of Kururi Kushiwan, one of the 7 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, is still a boost for them. HMPH, there are strengths among the 7 people and the 7 groups. Watermelon Mountain and Leia can only be considered inferior. How can they compare with me? Kururi Kushimaru said coldly. The Loquat Shazang who is on the mission this time is even better at silent killing. If I join forces with him, even if that person comes, he will have to die. Listening to these boastful remarks, the crowd did not dare to make trouble. Loquat Shazang is good at beheading with a big sword, coupled with the technique of silent murder, it can kill people in the invisible. However, this method, if paired with the long knife sewing needle of Kurihara Kushiwan, will be even more powerful. In the fog, under the ground spider suture cast by the long knife needle, who would find a steel thread the size of a hair? If it is discovered, I am afraid it is time to be decapitated. Kuri Kushimaru, you're bragging to you with me again. The voice of Loquat Shazang suddenly came. At the same time as the group of mist ninjas were tense, they soon saw a figure rushing out of the woods. It's Lord Shazang. Who took the lead, had a look of joy in his eyes. During the arrest just now, with Loquat Shizo as the queen, they were worried about what danger they would encounter. Now that the Loquat Shazang can come back alive to reunite, it means that the mission is perfectly over. Shazang, you're still dawdling, aren't you just dealing with Konoha's little boys? Hell, it takes so much time. Kuri Kushimaru said unhappily, I didn't leave a living room. If I owe something, maybe I can help you deal with the aftermath. In the eyes of the outside world, the 7 ninja swordsmen and the 7 people seem to be a group. However, the Mist Ninja Village advocates that the strong are respected, as well as the title of the Blood Fog, and there are still many open and secret battles between 7 people and 7 people. It's true that I owe something. The Loquat Shazang landed on the side of Li Hao Kushiwan, and the 5 fingers suddenly clenched the beheading sword. Go directly to the chestnut skewer pill. I still owe you this head. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves, and even Li Hun Kushiwan couldn't react for a while at such a close distance. He could only hurriedly raise the long knife and sewing needle in his hand to block. However, in the face of the powerful beheading sword, this defense is obviously insufficient. Knife, the neck is probably scrapped in half. 3 tails. 3 generations of Mizukage shouted angrily. A scarlet tail rushed out of his body and directly hit the beheading sword. Dang! The crisp metal collision sound suddenly sounded. The power of the tailed beast was so great that the beheading sword in the hands of Loquat Shizo almost flew out of his hand. A miss. Loquat Shizang didn't have time to think about it, so he hurriedly cast the fog concealment technique and quickly retreated. Shizang, who gave you the confidence to assassinate me? It's too late to leave now. Kururi Kushimaru drank in embarrassment. A moment ago, he was still bragging about teaming up with Loquat Shizang and being able to easily assassinate the enemy. I didn't even expect that the speed of the face slap was so fast, and there was a popping sound. Ninja spider stitches. Inkuri Arashimaru's hand was instantly released. Steel wire was like a spider web, winding around Loquat Shizang's body. Breakthrough in the wind. The 3 generations of water shadows were also shooting, and the flying spells fell. The fog that shrouded the sky was instantly blown away. Seeing the figure of Loquat Shizang, he just rushed out of the 7 or 8 steps, and at the same time his face was filled with joy, his pupils suddenly contracted. A figure like a ghost appeared in front of Kururi Kushimaru. The ferocious blade in his hand is a shark muscle. Lend your chakra to use it, my friend. Long Yu smiled playfully. The muscles in his right hand were highlighted, his strength soared instantly, and the shark muscle in his hand slashed towards the chestnut string pill head-on. PFF'd. Blood splattered, and the huge head was thrown straight away. He just shot the long knife and sewing needle in his hand, and he never thought that there would be a figure hidden in the fog. Moreover, this person is still holding the big sword shark muscle of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost. Does this mean that the person in front of him is the rumored blood-colored Asura Uchiha Ryayu? Too young. This is the last thought that flashed in Kuri Arashimaru's mind. Looking at the young man in front of him, the sky and the earth were constantly flying, and the head of Li Shuan Kushuan smashed heavily to the ground. Dead. The face of the mist ninja present changed drastically. A moment ago, still, running the train with his mouth full, boasting that the 7 people of ninja knives are not afraid of the sky and the earth are not afraid of the earth. In one face, he was beheaded. This would be too shocking. Long Yu, you are here. Nohara Rin woke up in a coma. When I saw the figure in front of me clearly, tears welled up in my eyes. When she went to the battlefield, Nohara Rin had already made up her mind to die. When she was caught, she already had the consciousness of death. But at a critical moment, being rescued by someone, this feeling cannot be described in words. At least at this moment, Nohara Rin's heart seemed to be moved by an invisible big hand. Yes, it is the blood-colored Asura Uchiha Ryayu. Oh my god, why did he appear here? He's the one at the Northwest Pass. Killing God. The scene suddenly became chaotic. The fog around him all pulled away and retreated violently. At this moment, in their eyes, only by the side of the 3 generations of water shadows, will they feel a sense of security. Kacha kacha. The sound of chewing came out from the shark muscle. A stream of chakra was transported into Long Yu's body by the shark muscle, feeling the chakra gradually filling up. Long Yu did not continue to pursue, but instead looked at the 3 generations of water shadows not far away. In the Fog Ninja Village, the 3 generations of water shadows are the most mysterious, but they can be selected as the existence of the 3 generations of water shadows after the 2nd generation of water shadows and the 2nd generation of soil shadows. However, looking at the face full of scales, Long Yu finally understood why the 3 generations of water shadows have always been mysterious. It turns out that you are a failed person, Zuli. Long Yu said lightly. These words fell. Many people's nerves were tense. Even the Loquat Shizang is no exception. Boss, why do you say that? Loquat Shizang couldn't hold his breath anymore. He surrendered to Long Yu as his younger brother. However, he has always been one of the 7 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Also very interested in the 3 generations of water shadows who have always maintained a sense of mystery, as one of the 7 members of the 7 members of the Loquat Juzo. After all, in the Mist Ninja Village, the strong are respected, and each of them has a rebellious heart. Feel dissatisfied with the 3 generations of water shadows that always maintain the so-called mystery. Now Long Yu suddenly told them that the 3rd generation of water shadows was a failed human Zuli, which obviously tickled their brains. I didn't expect that even the always rebellious Loquat Shizang surrendered. It seems that I really underestimate you. The hoarse voice of the 3 generations of water shadows sounded. Suddenly looking up, the cloak was lifted directly by the wind, revealing a face covered with scales. It feels like a fish man. This is the true face of the 3 generations of water shadows. The expression of the Mist Ninja present changed drastically, and some people couldn't hold back their breath and took a half step back. Seeing this scene, even Loquat Shizang's pupils could not help but shrink. Hee, no wonder you are so eager to kidnap Nohara Rin and take such a big risk to sneak into the hinterland of the Land of Earth. Long Yu didn't feel any surprise and said, it seems that the seal in your body won't last long, and it will soon be attacked by the tailed beast. Between the Land of Water and the Land of Land, there is also a small country separated by a small country, and it takes so much trouble to sneak in to arrest people, which is enough to prove the seriousness of the situation. Moreover, in the original work, after Nohara Rin was used as a tailed beast weapon and failed, it was directly inherited by the 4th generation Mizuka Gyakura. Long Yu guessed that something was wrong. Now it seems that Meng guessed correctly. Are you the hidden genius of Konoha, the blood-colored Asura Uchiha Ryayu? Sandai Shuiying didn't care about his appearance, raised his green eyes and said, among the young people, you are really good. You can see that there is a problem with my seal, if it is from our Wuren village. Man, you say how good it should be. The inexplicable words made the people in the field startled. Chapter 69. The 3 Great Toads. Lord Suiying, are you planning to recruit me to go to Mist Ninja Village and give me the position of the 4th generation of Suiying? The condition is really good. Hee, you are indeed a smart person, but you are not from our village, and you Uchiha clan have a lot of scandals, and you are also a difficult role in Konoha. If I give you the position of Mizuyage, I'm afraid Wu Ninja Village will be changed to another village. Mizukage shook his head and said, although, the position of the Water Shadow cannot be given to you, but as long as you join our Mist Ninja Village, I can make the decision to make you a great elder and exercise the greatest power under the Water Shadow, including the power of life and death. These words fell, the face of the Mist Ninja in the field suddenly changed. Even among the 7 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, the Black Holea, and the Kuri Hakuin Maru were all killed by Long Yu Shinsho. The rebellious Loquat Shizang also surrendered willingly. 7 ninja swords, 7 people, only 3 people left. 3. Now Long Yu is also made the great elder of the water country, able to exercise the power of life and death. It was a nightmare for them. Boy, have you thought about it? 3 generations of water shadows spoke again. Long Yu smiled playfully and said, it seems that I am still being underestimated. A broken village in a mere district cannot satisfy my ambition at all. My goal is the entire ninja world. No, it should be said, my goal is not limited to this world. Crazy. Listening to these words, the only thought flashed in everyone's mind. Even this kind of sweet pastry refused, and at the same time openly said such crazy words. That is to challenge the authority of the entire ninja world. The expression of the 3 generations of water shadows also changed slightly, his face sank, and he said, boy, you are too arrogant, it seems that we can't talk. Yes, we can't talk about it, so should we do something? Long Yu said playfully. Such a provocative move made the face of the 3 generations of water shadows gloomy to the extreme. Murderous intent flashed in his pupils, and he roared angrily. Okay, since we can't talk, then you can die with me. Roar. A deafening roar suddenly came out of the body of the 3rd generation of water shadows. The next moment, 3 tails like long whips shot out from behind and lashed directly at Long Yu. The shot is made, it is completely tailed beast. No, it should be said that the 3 generations of Mizuying clearly intend to give up the suppression of the tailed beast and let it go berserk. The violent attack was simply overwhelming. And in the process of beating, the tail is still expanding. Boss, be careful. Lo Kuat Shizang's face changed drastically. In the face of the liberation of the 3 tails, he has the urge to support, but in the face of the fierceness of the tailed beast, it is obviously not that he can fight against it. Go back, this tailed beast is interesting, you can play. Long Yu smiled playfully. Jugoyu's riding wheel eyes turned in vain, and the blood-colored pupil power surged out like a frenzy, instantly turning into Susanoo. Bang! 3 thick tails, like iron whips, slammed Susanoo's body. The huge impact caused a gust of wind, and even the surrounding trees were shaken by it. However, in the face of this blow, not to mention Long Yu who was in Susanoo, even Susanoo couldn't shake it. Blade of Black Flame, Garuda. Long Yu's thoughts moved, and the 9-goose jade riding wheel eye turned frantically, and the black flames of Susanoo's right hand skyrocketed, instantly condensing a blade that was burning with raging flames. Without any bells and whistles, just slashed the 3 tails. The violent blow made the pupils of the 3 generations of water shadows flash with a hint of shock. Without thinking too much, he quickly pulled his tail back. At the same time, the mouth opened, and the huge chakra was poured into it, detonating like a frenzy. The technique of escaping the great waterfall by water. The endless water, like a raging tide, rushes toward the black flames. However, under a slight touch, the endless river water was instantly evaporated, and the blade of black flames chased one of the tails away. PFF'd. The sound of torn fabrics sounded silently. Even Long Yu was a little surprised by the sharpness of the blade of black flame. Although he saw Uchiha Sasuke use Amaterasu as an arrow in the original book, he did not expect the power to be so powerful. No, it should be said that the current power is stronger than that of Uchiha Sasuke. The huge tail was cut off by the middle. The black flames spread rapidly to both sides like maggots on the toe bones. Roar! The scorching high temperature and the heart-piercing pain made Miyoshi Furuo roar frantically. Just now, he occupied all the wills of the 3 generations of water shadows. However, it only showed the state of half-human pillar power. In the eyes of Mio Isofuke, facing a mere little kid, this is enough. It never occurred to him that the slap in the face would come so quickly. Above the cliff, the 2.5 tails rolled wildly, under the impact of endless seawater. The black flame jumped, but it didn't go out. Under the impact of a large number of water waves, the speed of the spread is slowed down. If it continues, I am afraid that the tail will not be guaranteed. I'm afraid even the small life is no exception. Cough, I advise you, it is still a gecko with a broken tail. As a tailed beast, you will be able to recover soon. Long Yu coughed dryly and acted as a good old man. Of course, if you don't mind 2 cats, you can also make a cameo. The small voice, as if filled with magic sound, reverberated in the whole world. Who was present hurriedly fled to the distance, and even Lo Kuat Shizang looked stunned. Long time, in their cognition, every riot of the tailed beast is like destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Even many elders and elite ninjas in the village sacrificed their lives to be able to reluctantly suppress it. However, now Long Yu is making fun of the tailed beast in the public eye. That kind of breezy attitude made them feel like they were in a dream. If it wasn't for the seriousness of the occasion, I'm afraid they couldn't help but slap people to see if they were dreaming. Boy, you are courting death. Sano Isofu roared in rage. Like a thunderous explosion, the entire lake was shaken with endless ripples. Under the sound, it made the eardrums hurt even more. However, this kind of backbone persisted for less than 3 seconds, and under the infusion of chakra in the mouth of Miiso Isofu, a high-pressure water jet shot out, instantly cutting off the tail that was entangled in black flames. Blood dripped and dyed the entire lake red. Seeing Isofuk Mio who really chose to dock the gecko's tail, the people in the field were dumbfounded. Is this still a tailed beast? Why does the dignity of the tailed beast survive? It should be said, where did the fierceness of the tailed beast go? Feeling the changes in the eyes around her, Iso Mitsua's cheeks were also twitching. Looking at Long Yu who was close at hand, he was completely mad. Roar! The crazy roar resounded suddenly. At the same time as the three tails quickly grew, the figure of the three generations of water shadows was squeezed out, turning into a blood mist that scattered in the sky and the earth. The huge and ferocious body of dozens of meters quickly appeared in the eyes of everyone. Bloody eyes stared straight at Long Yu. Zupin took a big mouth, and it was a big move to express the resentment in his heart. Bang bang bang. Three water cannonballs blasted out in an instant. A close distance, the speed is so fast that people can't hide. Good come. But behind Susanoo, a pair of wings instantly spread out and directly blocked in front of him. Boom! Three sky-shattering explosions suddenly echoed. The splashing water waves swept the world, ravaging the whole world like a torrential rain. The Mist Ninja and the Loquat Tenzo in the distance bore the brunt of the impact. They were hit by these water currents and used ninjutsu to block them one after another. However, at such a life-threatening moment, they were still reluctant to take their eyes off the battlefield for a moment, for fear of missing out on this shocking battle. They eagerly wanted to see what confidence Long Yu had in the face of the legendary tailed beast to speak such sarcastic remarks. Splashes of water fell from the sky, making Susanoo's figure appear again. In the face of this indiscriminate bombardment, Susanoo's defense was obviously not so easy to break. However, Long Yugong and Uchiha Madara had a battle, and the pupil power and chakra also consumed a lot. If they continued to fight for a long time, it would obviously be disadvantageous. If the brain is not flooded, it will never fight Chakrado with the tail beast. Boy, don't hide in the turtle shell. Neo Isofuk roared like thunder. Cough, do you have cognitive impairment? You seem to be the king. Long Yu coughed dryly and said, however, don't say I bullied you, as long as you defeat my subordinates, so what if I stand and let you fight? The inexplicable words made Loquat Shazang's spine suddenly chill. Who was standing not far from him, also pulled away. In their eyes, looking around the audience, only Loquat Shazang was Long Yu's subordinate. Looking at the world of ninja, the 7 people of ninja swords may be a bit arrogant. But in front of Sanwei, it's just scum. Now pushed out to fight, there's only one result. Be a cannon fodder. Shizang, don't look sad, you can't afford it on this occasion. Long Yu rolled his eyes. When the index finger of the right hand was put in the mouth and bitten, the moment blood gushed out, the palm of the hand swiped, and the hands quickly turned around like a wheel. It's a magic trick. While Loquat Shazang breathed a sigh of relief, he was also secretly surprised. In his eyes, many people can do psychics. There are very few psychic beasts who can psychic out and fight against the tailed beast. Sano Isofu was stunned for a while, and then he laughed unscrupulously. Boy, you're going to use this kind of trick to deal with me. It's too contempt for me. If you can really channel something, come, what if I let you have both hands? A loud voice echoed in the sky. Long Yu smiled playfully and said, I'm only afraid of you, and I'll hate that the tail is not enough after a while. The art of psychic. When the voice fell, Long Yu slapped the ground with his right hand. Boom! Zanao's psychic seal quickly spread around, and the next moment, the smoke rising into the sky surged open. The 3 huge bodies are as shocking as an iron tower. Looking at the psychic beast whose size and 3 tails did not give in at all, let alone the beheading sword in the hands of Loquat Juzo, they were shocked and fell to the ground. Even Neo Isofu almost bit his tongue. Boy, call us out so quickly, this is not a game, if there is nothing important, don't blame us for turning our backs. Toad went to let out a breath of smoke, squinting slightly and staring at Long Yu. However, compared to it, Toad Jian and Toad Hero's pupils shrank suddenly. Cough cough, I really like to hear what you said, Mrs. Wen, and I don't even pay attention to the tailed beast. This courage is not lost to the boss of Meowmoo Mountain. The rest of the matter, the three of you will solve it, don't beat him to death. Give me some breath, I want to catch it alive. Long Yu coughed dryly and said with a smile. Toad Wen was so stunned, it only felt that there was a dead silence in the air just now. He hurriedly turned his head to follow the gazes of Toad Ken and Toad Hero, and Mitsuo Isofu was the first to catch his eye with a bewildered look on his face. At this moment, they have a kind of feeling of inexplicable pity for each other. All been duped. At this moment, Miyo-Shifu can't wait to swallow back what he just said. This slap in the face is too fast. In front of him may not be afraid of it alone. But now that three are summoned with one summon, such strength cannot be underestimated. Moreover, the Toad Bunta, who led the team, even had a hard time with Aikyo Morizuru in the original book. Still, when it appeared, it was easy to recognize it. It seems that in the original work, Toad Wentai has no less than tailed beasts. Perhaps, during the Second World War of the Ninja World, Jiraiya let it fight the tailed beast. However, compared to the past, Toad Bunta felt a little sympathetic to Mio Isofuk. It would be nice for a normal person to be able to summon one of them at a time. Now, as soon as Long Yu summons, he will pull out Meow Mushin's three major forces to help out, and then it will inevitably be a team to beat the order. The action of the fat-tailed beast. On the huge rocky cliffs. Sandao, who is not inferior to Santai's huge body, looked straight at the sad-tailed beast in front of him. Wu Ninja and Loquat Shazang in the distance were also stunned. At this moment, they finally understood a truth. To offend the golden glitter than the bloody Asura. In the face of tailed beasts, Minato Namikaze's flying thunder god technique may not be of much use. But in the face of Long Yu's endless means. Once summoned, there are three psychic beasts. Does this riding a horse still allow the tailed beast to live? Boy, are you tricking us? Toad Wentai didn't even have the mood to smoke dry cigarettes, and as soon as he blew the bullshit, he was hit by the bullshit. Seeing Sanwei's stunned face, his heart was not relieved. After all, this is a real tailed beast. Nita Wen, it's hard to blow. Even if you are kneeling, you have to take things up, otherwise you will lose the old faces of the two adults, Fukasaku and Shima. Long Yu said with a smile. Faces of the three toads couldn't help changing, and when they looked at Long Yu, there was a little more shock. You actually know the existence of the two adults. Toad Wen said too hastily. In Meowmoo Mountain, the three immortals are mysterious existences, and it is difficult for ordinary people to know them. Chapter 70, Braised. Among the many psychic contractors, only Jiraiya knows. This led to the fact that in the original work, after Jiraiya died, if Fukasaku hadn't personally come to the door, I'm afraid he wouldn't even know what immortals are. You bastards, you dare to ignore me. Mio Isofu roared angrily. As a dignified tailed beast, it has always been frightening to hear, and has been ignored. With the huge chakra surging frantically, Miaiso Mitsua's mouth suddenly opened. Tail beast pill, endless chakra infusion, an indescribable dangerous breath, spread out. If there is any nonsense, we will talk about it later, and solve it for me first. Long Yu said lightly. Toad Wentai hesitated, then snorted coldly and said, Jian, Guang, your movements are not slow, right? We will implement special tactics. Got it. Toad Jian and Toad Guang agreed in unison, and they seemed more honest than Toad Wentai. Looking for death. The three tails roared again and again, and it was a shame to be despised by the three psychic beasts as a tailed beast. The tailed beast jade accumulated in his mouth exploded suddenly. PFF'd. The huge water polo, 7 or 8 meters in diameter, instantly penetrated the air, and shot towards the three toads in a rolling posture. Go. Toad Wen is too cold to drink. Three toads were originally known for their strong jumping power, and they exploded under huge explosions. Which was already under enormous pressure, collapsed at this foot. At the same time as the three figures rose to the sky, after the tailed beast Jade was shot from the mouth of the three tails, the huge body fell straight to the lake below. Boom! The tailed beast Jade fell into the air in an instant, hitting the mountains in the distance, and endless waves of water fell from the sky, like a torrential rain. And waves made Loquat Shazang and the others unable to even stand up. Some big trees that only adults can embrace, can't bear this kind of impact, and cut them off directly. The oncoming rain will not destroy half the mountain in that instant. This riding on a horse is a fight between gods, and these mortals suffer. Hide in Susanoo like Long Yu, without being affected. Go ahead, Toad dagger back strike. Double knives. Toad fork off. Three roars suddenly sounded, making the three-tailed nerves that volley fell into the lake suddenly tense. However, in midair, its huge body cannot move flexibly at all. The blink of an eye, Toad Wentai slammed his feet on the cliff, and his huge body, like a cannonball, appeared in front of him first. The short knife in his hand suddenly flipped down and slashed towards its chest. You Toad looking for death. The three tails roared again and again. Like a horned dragon, the two tails twitched quickly, intending to swipe at Toad Bunta head-on. Unfortunately, as soon as it moved, the two huge swords in Toad Hero's hand slashed directly on its back, pressing down the two tails. At the same time, the huge fork in Toad Jian's hand suddenly threw out. When the three tails could not dodge in time, they directly hit the neck. Bang! The attack of the three toads exploded with power like thunder. The huge body of the three tails, like a sandbag, flew upside down directly to the shallow water beach by the lake. With a loud roar, the ground was smashed to pieces. A huge fork nailed it to the ground abruptly. Roar! The three tails were in a daze, shaking their head hastily, and roaring angrily at the same time. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the three toads standing in three directions with their horn-like postures. Rapid flip of both hands, a series of spell marks were formed. Huge chakras are mobilized frantically in their bodies. Joint ninjutsu, Toad Sanshui kills. The last magic seal, accompanied by the sudden clasped hands. The water waves rolling around, instantly turned into horned dragons, madly entwining towards the three tails. The speed is so fast that it is dazzling, just a short breath. Directly bind all the hands, feet and feet of Sanwei, including the mouth. At this moment, the three toads used magic to make the surrounding lake water the best means for them to seal and suppress. Boy, we have already suppressed the tortoise according to your request. Can you take it away or kill it? Then it's up to you. Toad Wen shouted too hastily. The three big toads seemed to suppress the tailed beast with ease, most of which are tricky. Moreover, the three tails directly attacked Renzuli, otherwise, if they could cooperate with Renzuli, they would be able to perform more powerful ninjutsu. Pity that both hands are hard to beat with 4 punches. Tailed Beast is also afraid of being beaten by the group. Facing the three big toads, the three tails are now only staring and screaming unwillingly. I'm here. Long Yu Juyu's riding wheel eyes turned in vain, and the wings behind Susanoo suddenly shook, turning into a streamer and falling to the battlefield below. Loquat Tozo and the group of Kirin, obviously forgetting their opposing positions, hurriedly approached the edge of the cliff, staring down with wide eyes. They eagerly wanted to see how Long Yu had the confidence to recover the tailed beast that was so ferocious that even the 3 generations of water shadows could not suppress it successfully. This idea also appeared in the minds of the 3 toads. Toad Wentai looked at Long Feng with a little more playfulness. Human, you can't suppress me for too long with 3 toads alone. As long as I get away, I will definitely kill you. Sanwei couldn't open his mouth, but he was obviously able to speak in other ways. The rolling voices echoed in the heaven and earth, making the eardrums hurt. Feeling that Toad Wen was too obviously not working hard, Long Yu reluctantly dispersed Susanoo and said, I'll give you a chance now, surrender obediently, or I'll have to do it. Give me a chance. From Sanwei's mouth and said, you can't even maintain the defense, and you are planning to scare me, but I am scared by Sanwei. Is that right? Long Yu shook his head helplessly. Since you don't drink a toast and drink a fine drink, then I can only be rough. The inexplicable words fell, and Long Yu suddenly raised his head. Of Jugo Jade's writing wheel eyes, when he touched his line of sight a little, he felt that the whole world was spinning. Don't look him in the eyes. Toad Wentai hurriedly bit his tongue. Last time, it suffered from the loss of the dragon feather illusion, so it was able to react in time. Pity that Toad Jian and Toad Guang's experience is obviously insufficient, and it is too late to respond. He lost consciousness directly and fell into the illusion space. This scene caused Toad Wentai's complexion to change dramatically, and the sealing technique was simultaneously suppressed by the three toads. Now Toad Hero and Toad Jian have lost consciousness, which means that the seal will be lifted. Once the furious-tailed beast escapes, it will be a fatal blow to them. However, as the seal was lifted, Sanwei, who had run wild, lay on the ground without making any movement. A pair of eyes, a scarlet 9-go jade writing wheel eye mark appeared. The violent scene shook the heart of Toad Bunta. Even the tailed beast was trapped in the illusion. Wentai, what happened? Toad Jian and Toad Guang woke up from the illusion, and there was still fear on their faces. When I thought about the brief absence, if the tailed beasts succeeded in their sneak attack, the word, fallen, would definitely not be far away from them. It's an illusion, don't look at that kid's eyes, or you'll be tricked. Toad Wen reminded too hastily. Toad Jian and Toad Hero's expressions suddenly changed, they quickly suppressed their curiosity and missed Long Yu's sight. Looking at the dignified tailed beasts, they were actually caught in the illusion, and before they could break free, a cold air emerged from the bottom of their feet. The consciousness space, Long Yu saw the three tails trapped here. To pull the three tails into the deep illusion, it is not difficult to use Long Yu's perfect kaleidoscope writing wheel eye to display the moon reading. Moreover, the three tails did not have the help of Zuli, and could not use the two chakras of different attributes to collide with each other and cancel the illusion inside. It can be said that this is also one of the huge weaknesses of the tailed beast's lack of human pillar strength. The blood color is entangled in the consciousness space, and the bodies of illusory tailed beasts are quickly emerging. The three tails trapped in the middle, the limbs and the three tails that were pinned to the ground, were bitten frantically. From the spiritual level is exactly the same as real pain. Kakashi was in the moon reading that day, but it was only a short moment, but he felt that he was stabbed by a random knife for 3 days and 3 nights. He stayed in the ward for more than a week before he managed to recover. This is still Uchiha Itachi's monthly reading when he is seriously ill and has a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, which is still defective and has not reached the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. In the original novel, Madara can control the 9 tails with his eyes wide open, even Uchiha Obito is no exception. This shows that the external strength of the 9-tailed beasts is reflected in the chakra, and in terms of spirituality, compared to the people of the Uchiha family who have kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, it is not enough to see. Raise the kaleidoscope writing wheel to the extreme through the system of instant full level, reaching the level of Jugoyu. There are also 3 big toads that suppressed Sanwei at the beginning, and it was too easy for Long Yu to let Sanwei fall into the moon reading. Boy, let me go quickly, there is a kind, have a good fight with me. The 3 tails growled hysterically. Although it clearly knew that it was an illusion, but faced with the pain of Yueyu's real reflection, Sanwei now directly felt as if he was being bitten by the fish meat placed on the chopping board. Looking at the huge body, after being gnawed, it recovered again. In the case of a constant cycle, the scalp becomes numb. It seems that you still do not intend to surrender. Long Yu rested his head on his hands, and suddenly turned and left. With my current pupil strength, you should still be here for 3 or 5 days. It's fine if someone saves you outside, otherwise you can enjoy it slowly. Seeing Long Yu really stride away, and the tearing pain that came from all over his body, the state of mind that Sanwei had survived for thousands of years was unbearable. You, what do you want me to do? Three Tails exclaimed. It was the first time that he was so worried about a human being and disappeared in front of it. Long Yu's steps couldn't help but stop, looking back at Santai, who was holding back the pain, trembling with pain, and wanted to scream. Long Yu laughed dryly, and said, "It's nothing, I am born with a lack of blue. The shot is also a big move, so chakra can't keep up, if you're willing to stay by my side. When I don't have enough chakra, just splurge on me and that's it." A small voice echoed in this consciousness space. Sanwei couldn't help but stunned, and said anxiously, "You're spending so much trouble because of this. You don't need to force me to go to the battlefield, to participate in the war." With a sneer, "Is it worth it? You are weaker than me. In my heyday, 10 balls can solve you. If it weren't for the fact that you have a lot of chakra, I would be too lazy to do it." Shame. Sanwei was shaking with anger. The dignified tailed beast is a frightening existence. To be pointed at the nose and said to be a drag oil bottle, this is not even the dignity of a tailed beast. If it were someone else, Sanwei would be in a hurry with him. Pity that now the situation is stronger than others, and Long Yu is easily trapped in the illusion space. This anger clearly couldn't burst out. What's more, if it is as simple as Long Yu said, this transaction is not unacceptable. Okay, I promise you, but you can't restrict my personal freedom, and you can't seal me casually. Mio Isofuk finally couldn't hold his breath anymore. Feeling the stinging pain in the whole body, it was eager to get Long Yu's response immediately. "Don't worry." Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, "However, don't say anything, otherwise don't blame me for turning your face and burning you red." Braised Santai's expression suddenly changed. These words sounded like a joke, but after experiencing Long Yu's methods in person, it is very clear that the other party can absolutely do it. This battle is from the beginning to the present. Except for the fight at the beginning, all three summoned toads participated in the battle. Although, the three tails were suppressed by the seal, and their strength was greatly weakened. But Long Yu was able to pull it into the illusion space with just one look. This is enough to show how big the gap between the two sides is. Okay, let's go out now. The blood in Long Yu's eyes rolled back like a tide. In the three-tailed consciousness space collapsed into the sky and the earth, and the next moment Long Yu disappeared out of thin air. Outside, everything that happens in the consciousness space seems very complicated and long. However, in the eyes of the three toads, it was only a blink of an eye. Seeing the reflection of the Jugo Jade writing wheel in Sanwei's pupils suddenly disappear, their nerves suddenly tense up. I'm afraid that kid has failed, let's hurry up and recast the sealing technique. Toad Wen shouted too hastily. It doesn't want to obey Long Yu's orders, but at this juncture, it can't allow it to think too much. If the three-tailed runaway is successful, they will not be able to bear it. What's the fuss about nervous about? Long Yu's voice suddenly sounded. The hands of the three toads that were just preparing to seal the seal suddenly stopped, looking at Long Yu's relaxed look. Chapter 71. The Art of Flying Thunder God. Hold back, he hurriedly looked at Sanwei. When he saw Mitsuo regaining his sanity, he called out Uchiha-sama very meekly. The three toads were directly petrified in place. This is brainwashing. No, if the speed of brainwashing is too fast. Just staring at him for a moment, thinking about it makes people feel the chills in the spine. Okay, this is so awkward for Uchiha-sama. Long Yu rolled his eyes, not expecting Sanwei to be so unscrupulous, so he changed his tune so quickly. Let's call it Lord Long from now on. Also, your body is a little too big, you should be able to become as big as a rag doll. Long Yu said while making gestures. It was as if he planned to take Mitsuo with him. Boy, I call you Uchiha-sama. It has already given you a lot of face, and even made me a ragdoll. What is the dignity of my tailed beast? The chakra within the three tails rose into the sky. That feeling is that Shike can't be humiliated at all. The three toads couldn't help but take a half step back. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, do you plan to continue to go in and be a chopping board for fish and meat reflection, or you are now sealed in a urinal, you choose? Who looked up and down with an interested face. Sanwei couldn't help but shuddered. Hurriedly put on a flattering face and said, Lord Long, I was just joking, don't take it seriously. Actually, our tailed beasts were quite cute when we were young. You don't know, that civet cat and fox are just like tisk tisk tisk, and they are always fighting. At that time, I was still a good person to persuade them, otherwise they would not grow up. Looking at the three tails running the train with their mouths full, no matter what. Three toads. The loquat Shazang and a group of mist ninja who were still watching the battle were completely petrified. The tailed beast's skillful flattery skills made them feel ashamed. The next moment, looking at the mascot-like, very cute appearance, Loquat Tenzo couldn't help but slap Wu Ninja next to him. Tell me, you're not in pain now, you're dreaming. The mist on the side looked sad, covered his cheeks and said, can I say it hurts? And why don't you hit yourself, but it's me who gets hurt. For the shock of everyone, Long Yu did not take it to heart. He gestured for the three tails to land on his shoulder, and after adjusting the size several times, he finally looked at the three big toads with satisfaction. Ms. Wen, thank you very much this time, otherwise I won't be able to solve it. Toad Bunta's cheeks twitched. After seeing it with his own eyes, Long Yu licked the dignified tailed beast like a cat. He didn't believe Long Yu's nonsense. Boy, don't talk nonsense, with your strength, you are enough to deal with the three tails. Toad Wentai took a deep breath and said solemnly, this time you are planning to pass the three tails, so let's convince us. Since you know the existence of Fukasaku and Shima, are you planning to learn the art of immortals like Jiraiya? Look at Toad Bunta who can fully use his brain. Long Yu smiled warmly and said, you are half right. However, I must learn the art of immortals. I know, you will think that I have bad intentions, but this is not up to you. Go back and propose to the two adults, maybe they will agree. Having said this, Long Yu paused and continued, also, tell them that this world is about to change. Toad Wentai's complexion changed, even the two big toads behind him were no exception. These words are very vague, but they have lived for a long time, of course they know what Long Yu's words mean. After the three toads glanced at each other, Toad Wentai snorted coldly and said, Don't worry, I will tell you about these things, this time, don't call us out indiscriminately next time. Abandoning these words, the three toads directly released the psychic technique. These three stupid toads, when they are summoned next time, they encounter other tailed beasts. I don't know what their expressions will be. Sanwei said with schadenfreude. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, I'm hungry, go and bring me back 2 fish. Let the tailed beast catch the fish. Loquat Tenzo just rushed over. Looking at the three tails, they really ran to catch them. The whole person almost stumbled and fell to the ground. 7 ninja swordsmen in the Mist Ninja Village, he is also one of the top leaders. Of course, I know that on weekdays, this tailed beast is in the village, but it is worshipped like a god. Now, in front of Long Yu, the relationship and status are completely reversed. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Sir, what are your orders? Loquat Shazang came back to his senses. Even the dignified tailed beast has such a low profile, it is even more afraid to be arrogant. Nothing at the moment. Long Yu waved his hand, sat on the reef, and immediately raised his brows and said, by the way, there seems to be a ghost named Gon Persimmon in your Wunin village, you can find him for me. It would be best if you could bring it to me. If you contact me, I will go there in person. Dried persimmon ghost shark Loquat Shazang couldn't help but startled. Immediately, he said, does your lord mean the shark face under the command of the pufferfish ghost? That guy is very simple, he is always fooled by the pufferfish, but he is very strong, and I heard that he is qualified to compete for the position of the 7 members of the ninja swordsmen. As one of the few super rebels in the Mist Ninja Village, the dried persimmon ghost shark, no matter what. Either in the original or here. The appearance of the personality, and the outstanding strength, whether it is gold or shining, can never be wrong. Shazang, you are wrong. Long Yu shook his head and said, his strength will be stronger than yours. Someone is coming, you should leave first. He will be stronger than us. Loquat Shazang's face changed slightly. However, facing Long Yu's words, he did not dare to question. He could only hold his heart full of confusion, turned around and walked away. As for whether he would betray, and whether Loquat Shazang would be gone forever, Long Yu didn't take it to heart. If you are not afraid of death, you can try it. Long Yu, are you all right? 3 figures rushed out of the woods, appearing to be in the dust. Along the way, because Minato Namikaze had never been here, he did not leave the mark of the flying thunder god, so he could only bite the bullet and hurry up. Kakashi and Uchiha Obito couldn't take their breath away after nearly a day of frantic rushing. It can be said that they arrived on the battlefield, but did not have the slightest strength to fight. Don't worry, everything has been resolved, the people are over there. Long Yu glanced at Kakashi and the others, and rushed towards the broken cliff. The 3 toads and the 3 tails fought. Long Yu took the opportunity to use Susanoo to secretly hide Nohara Rin and set up a barrier. Now that I count the time, I'm almost awake. Teacher Watergate, wait for us. After Uchiha Obito gasped for a few breaths, he took a sour step. Pity that, like Kakashi, just after a few steps, he fell directly to the ground. I didn't even have the strength to move half a step. Oh, you stay here first, and I'll go take a look. Namikaze Minato sighed helplessly. Then Kakashi and Uchiha Obito, but the difference in strength is really incomparable. Long Yu, thank you for saving me. Soon as Namikaze Minato stood firm, he saw Nohara Rin flying into Long Yu's arms. Long Yu couldn't help but be startled. It seems that this is the benefit of saving beauty by the way. Ahem, how long are you going to hug? If those 2 guys see it, I'm worried that they won't be able to bear the burp. Namikaze Minato let out a dry cough. As a teacher, of course he can see the taste between the 3 students. Let them know, the woman who ran thousands of miles to save her has thrown her arms around another man. It might feel worse than death. Teacher Minato, what nonsense are you talking about? There is nothing between me and Long Yu. Nohara Rin's cheeks were slightly red. It's really nothing, just saved twice, and didn't promise. Long Yu laughed dryly. Long Yu, you. Nohara Rin's cheeks turned even redder, and her head was almost buried in the Xiaolong bow. Minato Namikaze rolled his eyes helplessly and said, it seems that those 2 boys are completely unlikely to be your opponents. Let's go back to the topic, what was the reason for the big explosion just now? On the way there, they saw the impact of the tailed beast Jade from a distance, directly overturning the mountains. This large-scale attack method can be seen as long as it is not blind. I just know that as soon as Long Yu appeared, I fell unconscious for no reason. Nohara Rin said with a look of embarrassment. However, this cannot be blamed on her. She was held hostage along the way, and she was constantly subjected to illusion and hypnotism in preparation for becoming a human pillar. For Nohara Rin, the mental power was completely overdrawn, and it was not bad to be able to wake up for a short time. Here, I met 7 ninja swordsmen, 7 Kuri Kushiwan, and 3 generations of Mizukage. Long Yu did not hide it. He knew very well that the relationship between the 3 toads and Jiraiya would definitely leak these things out secretly. Rather than being challenged, it is better to take the initiative to explain. Long Yu also wanted to see how Konoha would treat him next. You mean Mist Ninja Village, the most mysterious 3 generations of water shadows. Namikaze Minato's expression changed drastically. In his eyes, shadow-level powerhouses would not appear on the battlefield casually. First is to stabilize the rear and coordinate the entire battle situation. The second is to avoid being ambushed by other ninja villages, resulting in unfavorable situations on the battlefield. Now, Long Yu told him that not only did he meet the 7 people of ninja swords, but also the Mizukage of the Mist Ninja Village. Is still the most mysterious 3 generations of water shadows. If you don't tell it personally, who would believe it? However, the next moment Namikaze Minato was stunned. If Nohara Rin was taken away by Mist Shinobi headed by Mizukage 3. Then Long Yu's opponent will be the 3rd generation of water shadows. Now that Long Yu is standing here unscathed, there is probably only one result. Long Yu, you repelled the 3 generations of water shadows. Minato Namikaze asked in shock. No. Long Yu shook his head and said, I accidentally killed him. A small voice, at this moment, swept the audience like a hurricane. The first half of his speech made Minato Namaifung secretly relieved, and the second half almost crushed his heart. Nohara Lin stood beside her with a dazed expression, unable to react. 5 shadows, as the strongest among the 5 ninja villages, every shadow-level powerhouse is of extraordinary strength. Once they appear on the battlefield, they can definitely change the situation of a battle. Now, Long Yu actually told them that he accidentally killed the 3rd generation of water shadows. This would be too shocking. Long Yu, this joke is not funny. Namikaze Minato put on a stiff smile and said, 3 generations of Mizukage, why did you retreat? Looking at Minato Namikaze who didn't want to believe it, Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, am I joking with you? 3 generations of water shadows are human pillars. I have stripped all 3 tails, and they are still there to catch fish for me. Confused. No matter what. Is it Rin Nohara or Minato Namikaze with a confused look? Looking at Long Yu who was talking nonsense with a serious face, Minato Namikaze put on a smile and planned to pat Long Yu on the shoulder. The next moment, the roar that came, made Minato Namikaze's complexion change drastically. Grandma, who asked you to stare at me with such idiotic eyes? I am your Uncle Sanwei. Sano Isofuji's roar was obviously going berserk. Of speaking is full of grandparents. Namikaze Minato hurriedly followed the voice, and the tense voice almost stopped. Looking at Kakashi and Uchiha Obito blocking the turtle with 3 tails and 2 fish in its mouth, the scalp went numb. As the high-level executive of Konoha Ninja Village, he is the most likely to inherit the existence of Hokage. Of course, he has seen the portraits of the big-tailed beasts. The scene in front of you, this is hell. Kakashi, Obito, hurry up and shut up. Namikaze Minato roared in a hurry. At the moment when the Flying Thunder God technique was used, he appeared in front of Kakashi and Obito like a ghost. The violent scene made the 2 of them startled. Pity that the transformation spell was lifted in an instant, and he transformed into a giant tortoise tens of meters in size. 2 of them are shaking their feet and stomachs. Damn it. They were actually teasing a tailed beast just now. To live on this horse, and you're tired of living. Boy, the majesty of the tailed beast must not be violated, bear my endless anger. The 3 tails roared up to the sky. The sky-shattering sound, even the surrounding leaves blowing away, makes the eardrums even more like tearing. Looking at the runaway tailed beast, Kakashi and Uchiha Obito were already physically exhausted, and even their footsteps were unsteady. The wind blew, it became the straw that broke the camel's back and fell to the ground. Held the Flying Thunder God kunai in his hand, and he couldn't stop complaining in his heart. He is best at Flying Thunder God technique. Now that he has not sealed the 9 tails, he cannot use the 9 tails mode at all. There is also no time to learn fairy mode, without the means of mass destruction. Chapter 72, Delicious on Earth. Absolutely no way to deal with such a huge-tailed beast. Little San, don't scare them, you can escape, make me a fire, I want to bake fish. Appeared beside Sanwei's feet, raised his hand and patted it. Who were originally fierce and murderous, were instantly cowardly. Lord Long, wait a moment, I'm going to make a fire now. The 3 tails instantly returned to the size of the mascot. In the eyes of a group of petrified people, they jumped to the woods to pick up firewood. They are not mistaken, this is the ferocious-tailed beast in the legend. This horse riding has become the rhythm of Erha. Long Yu, can you tell me, is this your illusion? Minato Namikaze asked with a stiff expression. And said, if you want to try it, I can let Shaosaner give you a slap. I've been on the road all day, and I'm hungry. Today we eat special grilled fish. These words, Long Yu turned around and entered the forest to look for ingredients. Minato-sensei, are you wearing pants? I seem to have gotten my pants wet with Sanwei's saliva just now. Uchiha Obito said shiveringly. It still looked terrified. Minato Namikaze regained his senses, and after barely calming the shock in his heart, he rolled his eyes and said, if Isofumio knew that his saliva smelled like urine, you probably wouldn't be able to plug his teeth. So, go aside and wash well, don't lose face again. Kakashi also reluctantly regained his senses and said, coward. Kakashi, what are you talking about? Whoever fell down just now and whose legs are shaking, didn't I feel worse than you and got my pants wet? The backpack thrown by Minato Namiba, Uchiha Obito glared at him and said, there is a kind, like Long Yu, you find a head-tailed beast to cook, and I call you father. Abandoning these words, Uchiha rushed out with the soil. He felt that not only did he wet his trousers, but he also had some sloppy things sticking to his butt. After half an hour, the fire was erected. 4 large fish, nearly half a meter, were cut, cleaned, and grilled on the fire. There is also a large iron pot next to it, cooking the tempting soup. Was boiled inside, and the wild mushrooms, wild vegetables, red peppers and other materials that Sanwei picked in the woods. Every time it rolls, it exudes a pungent spicy taste. The 4 plump big fish had already been burnt to a crisp, golden color. It is paired with the secret medicinal spice powder brought out by Dragon Feather in Konoha village. What grass fruit, star anise, etc. Sprinkle some sesame oil from time to time. The scent hits the taste buds directly. Mizuna-sensei, Long Yu wouldn't plan to put 4 fish in that spicy soup, I'm afraid he won't be able to eat it. Uchiha Obito had just cleaned up and rushed back to see this scene. Shallow. Namikaze rolled his eyes and said, if it wasn't for the ninja's training that delayed Long Yu, now Konoha Ninja Village would no longer have an issue of eel ramen. I am afraid that I will lose my job and become an apprentice. Namikaze Minato is in the Northwest Pass and has tasted Chinese food. For that kind of mutton capsule and handle meat, that taste is still there, heart. Especially looking to the side, Santai, who was drooling, and his eyes were shining, knew that there was a tough battle to come. Teacher Minato, are you telling the truth? Nohara Rin couldn't hold his breath anymore. For the most famous Ichiraku ramen in Konoha, they are often patronized. Now Namikaze Minato gives such a high evaluation to the spicy soup in front of them, which makes it a little difficult for them to accept it. They usually go out on a mission, and they also kill a fish casually and set it on the fire to burn it. Or just eat some dry food. There is no such thing as Long Yu, and there is still leisure on the battlefield, so complicated rations. Okay. After Long Yu looked at the 4 fish, he placed the 4 fish in the prepared soup under the watchful eyes of everyone. Immediately, the fire was slightly increased, the spicy soup rolled down, and a handful of herbs and a handful of plump chopped green onions were sprinkled. A variety of mixed materials, under the tumbling of the spicy soup, exude the flavors, perfectly combined. Sanwei's body has obviously changed into 3 or 4, like a year-old child. The forked tail, holding the chopsticks, fell like lightning. A fish with tender skin and tender inside, was directly squeezed out of the soup. Contaminated with chili soup, accompanied by some herbs and fat wild onions, it was sent directly into Sanwei's mouth. The moment of entry, the spicy taste is mixed with many medicinal herbs, detonating on the taste buds, accompanied by the crispy skin and tender fish. The 3 tails gulped down in an instant. Okay, is it delicious? Quote. Nohara Rin couldn't help but ask. Looking at the dignified tailed beasts and squatting aside to eat with them, this kind of life experience is too shocking to the world. Back in the village, I will definitely be able to brag for a lifetime. Grandpa, I fought for a job with the tailed beast back then. It's not delicious, it's really not delicious. Sanwei's spicy tears came out. However, the mouth said so, and the remaining 2 tails were obviously well trained, holding 3 pairs of chopsticks. Opened it 3 times. Damn, it's not too old to be a tailed beast. I won't believe you. Naruto suddenly woke up. It's not delicious, and it's still open 3 times, who would believe it? He picked up his chopsticks and snatched a piece of fish mouth. Namikaze Minato was finally white. What is so delicious that even the tailed beast has opened it 3 times? This horse riding is a delicacy in the world. Crazy. Looking at the dignified tailed beast, and the Namikaze Minato, who is known as the most likely to inherit the position of the 4 generations of Hokage, completely disregarding the image and grabbing food from the tailed beast. Kakashi and Rin Nohara finally lost their temper. When I took the first bite, I finally understood that the tailed beast was not only ferocious, but also treacherous. I also understand why Namikaze Minato said that Yeo Ramen is not even a fart in front of Long Yu. 4 beasts in front of him, his face was full of hot sweat. While wiping his face, he desperately stuffed his mouth. A scene that doesn't care about the image at all. Long Yu finally understood what is online dating with hot pot, and he overturned after trying it. This devoured look, coupled with the hot sweat on his face, is one of the 3 major magic arts in Southeast Asia, which is simply irresistible. If you let them know that this is just the tip of the iceberg of Chinese cuisine, I am afraid that in this life, Long Yu will have to pay for food. After a full meal, Sanwei and Uchiha took the soil and ran off to get a lot of river fish. I planned to make it according to the law, but unfortunately, after trying one after another, I could only get its shape, not the soul of grilled fish. The end, just like a little resentful woman, she stared at Long Yu. 4 fish, 5 people, and a tailed beast. That's not enough. Well, time. Almost time, we should also set off. This is the border of the water country. The killing of the 3 generations of water shadows will soon be discovered by them. We will continue to stay here and will only become the target of attack. Namikaze Minato patted the dust on his body and stood up. After most of the night's rest, they also recovered a lot of strength and chakra. Moreover, Minato Namikaze didn't want to expose the matter of Ryayu to the outside world too early to capture the 3 tails. Apart from Long Yu, the only people who can do this kind of thing are the first Hokage. However, the first Hokage suppressed the tailed beasts, but each one was rebellious. However, in front of Long Feng, he trained Sanwei into Erha. It's totally incomparable. Boss, get me something to eat. You get me some grilled fish, and I'll chop 10 people for you 10, and the knife will see blood. 3 tails squatted on Long Feng's shoulder and patted his chest. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, "You are greedy, you are so big, how can I feed you, and then talk? I will eat raw fish for me in the future. Let's go now and save me some energy." Oh. Faced with this reprimand, Sanwei instantly froze. It is a tailed beast that lives on chakra and does not actually need to eat. However, after tasting the special grilled fish, there is obviously more appetite. Who were lying on Long Yu's shoulders, and there was a word that was tugging at each other. Minato Namaifeng smiled and grabbed his hair. He is too difficult. Konoha Shinobi Village, inside the Hokage building. The darkened office was lit up. After another hurried footsteps rushed into the office. In addition to the 3 generations of Hokage, there are also Mito Menyon and Kaharu, and even Shimura Danzo has not fallen behind. Sarutobi, why are you calling us urgently in the middle of the night? Shimura Danzo snorted in dissatisfaction, and said, "It's not that your battlefield command failed, which led to some special situation. This will make your Hokage position unsafe." Looking at Danzo, who opened and closed his mouth, the 3rd Hokage rolled his eyes helplessly and said, "There is indeed a big event on the battlefield. However, it was not our Konoha ninja village, but the third generation of Mizukage of Mist Ninja Village who was killed. The small voice seemed to be filled with magical sounds at this moment, causing the expressions of the three advisors present to change drastically. Shadow-level powerhouse, but represents the leader of a village, and is also the greatest support and strength on the battlefield. However, now the three generations of Hokage actually told them that the most mysterious three generations of Mizukage was killed. This means that the war between the Land of Water and the Land of Fire will come to an end. Sarutobi, your information is not wrong, why didn't I detect it? Danzo asked eagerly. Could this be a smoke bomb deliberately released by Mist Ninja Village to let you be fooled and defeat our Konoha battlefield in one fell swoop? Mito Kazuo and Kaharu also nodded in agreement. Sarutobi, Danzo is right. This kind of thing has no basis at all. If a misjudgment is made, it will be a fatal blow to Konoha. Mito Manyan said in a deep voice. No, the third generation of Mizukage of Kirin village died at the hands of our Konoha people. Tone of the three generations of Hokage became solemn. Mito Gate Yan three people, the expression changed drastically in an instant. Danzo couldn't hold his breath and said, Sarutobi, do you know what nonsense you are talking about? According to my information, the third generation of Water Shadows is a human killer, and the person who can kill him needs at least the shadow level. Among Konoha, except for the first three ninjas, you and me, Minato can't do it. Watching Danzo open his mouth, he ignored them directly. Mito Kazu and Kaharu didn't care. After all, they are different from Danzo. The former is constantly trying to improve his own strength. They are just so-called consultants, obviously not the same. Wrong, you underestimated a person. Zillai also came out. The person who killed the three generations of Mizukage was Uchiha Longyu, and he also captured the three tails. A small voice, at this moment, swept the audience like a hurricane. Danzo 3 feet's expression changed dramatically. A moment ago, Danzo was still there. He boasted that to kill Mizukage, at least it was necessary, and Hokage was as powerful as him. Now Zillai also came out and told them that a kid who was only 14 or 15 years old had reached the height they had been training hard for half a lifetime. This is too difficult to accept. Jiraiya, is what you said true? Tuanzang couldn't hold back his breath. In his eyes, Longyu came from the Uchiha clan. No, it should be said that anyone who threatens him to become Hokage is a stumbling block. This is the information that Minato had sent back to me from Toad. Jiraiya also took out 2 scrolls. One of them is from the 3 great toads of Miaomu Mountain, when Longyu was fighting against the 3rd generation of Water Shadows. 3 generations of Water Shadows were attacked by the tailed beast. After Longyu summoned the 3 big toads to suppress the 3 tails, he used the kaleidoscope to write the wheel I to suppress it. The people present who summoned the 3 big toads at one time were stunned, and in their eyes, this was simply unbelievable. 3 major psychic beasts for one-time psychics not only require huge chakras, but also require a high degree of comprehension of psychics. In Danzo and their cognition, except for the first Naruto and Uchiha Madara, the god of ninjas, it is possible to do it. I can't think of a third person. Now, Zillai also told them that Longyu had done it. This was beyond their expectations. Jiraiya, you said that Uchiha Ryayu successfully captured the tailed beast. Could it be that he has mastered the powerful sealing technique? Danzo said in a hurry. As a powerful tailed beast weapon in Shinobi Village, they certainly know how difficult it is to seal the tailed beast. If it is not a person with the physique of the Whirlpool family, it will act as a human pillar. Like other villages, I am afraid that it takes a lot of ninja lives in the sealing class to do it. Now, Longyu has captured the tailed beast by one person, which can be said to be astonishing. No, the information that Minato sent back is very strange. It seems that Sanwei was not sealed, but was successfully tempted by Longyu with delicious food. Jilai also touched the back of his head and said with a wry smile. Succeeded by the temptation of food. 3 generations of Hokage and others, their expressions froze. This was completely beyond their expectations. Jiraiya, is this a joke? Danzang said coldly, the tailed beast is an extremely vicious existence. Could it be that you haven't seen the nine-tailed riot? Conquering Sanwei with delicious food is a fool's dream. A slightly hysterical voice echoed in the office. Faced with these remarks, the 3 generations of Hokage and the others nodded in unison. Chapter 73. The Rise of Konoha. I don't want to believe it either, look at this picture. Jiraiya also took out a picture of a picnic with his backhand, and immediately attracted the attention of the 3 generations of Hokage and others. However, when they saw the 3 tails that had changed to the size of Erha, holding chopsticks between their tails, they fought with humans over food. His cheeks couldn't help twitching. This riding on a horse is too without the dignity of a tailed beast. Do you believe it? Zilai also smiled bitterly and said, when I first received this information, I also suspected that Minato was joking. I'm still thinking about whether to report it or not, but after Mr. Fukasaku from Meowmushin contacted me, I decided to hold an emergency meeting. Being able to tame a tailed beast to this level is not something ordinary people can do. Listen to this, no matter what. It was the 3rd Hokage, or the 3 advisors of Danzo, who fell into silence. In front of them is indeed far beyond their imagination. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, who would want to believe it? The dignified tailed beast will be so convinced of the human beings who have always hated it. Jiraiya, do you have any thoughts on reporting this matter in person? 3 Hokage suddenly spoke up. If we say that just a moment ago, Long Yu is only the most outstanding genius ninja in the Uchiha clan. Well, now, kill Mizukage Mizuyo and capture Mitsuelu. But it means that his strength has risen to the same level as theirs. This is a force that cannot be ignored. Teacher, you should know very well what I think. Jiraiya also had a rare dignified look on his face. We Konoha, how should we treat him? Mito Kazuo and Kaharu's expressions changed slightly. As consultants, they are not stupid, but understand the trade-offs. By Uchiha Ryayu is enough to threaten the safety of a shinobi village. If you have to deal with it, it needs to be done immediately. Give a decision. Hey, he killed the 3 generations of water shadows and robbed the 3 tails privately. Once it gets out, it's a big crime. Danzang snorted coldly. Don't forget, the 3rd Ninja World War was caused by the disappearance of the 3 generations of Kazekage, which led to the rampage of Sand Ninja Village, which led to suspicions on our heads. Now, the battlefield in Sand Ninja Village has only stabilized a little. If we let them know that Uchiha Longyu killed the 3rd generation of Mizukage, the 3 generations of Kazekage's crime will also sit directly on our heads. The village and the Sand Ninja Village and our Konoha will start a desperate battle, and what awaits us will be the end of destruction. The slightly elusive voice echoed in the office, making everyone's expressions a little more solemn. Danzo's remarks may seem a bit violent, but it is a fact. Sarutobi, Danzo also makes sense. Mito Toman opened his mouth to agree. Xiaochun, who was on the side of the bed, nodded in agreement, and this scene made Danzo's face a sneer. As a hero, to dominate one thing, the most basic thing is to control a situation. Now, he has clearly achieved it. 3 generations of Hokage's expression sank, but did not respond immediately, saying, Jiraiya, what do you think? This question instantly brought Jiraiya into focus. Jiraiya, I advise you to take the overall situation into consideration. Any word you say now will affect the fate of Konoha. As a Sannin, you need to know how to choose. Danzo reminded coldly. However, anyone could hear the slightest threat in the words. I think, to be kind to Uchiha Ryayu, he has a terrifying talent. Jiraiya also ignored Danzo and said, if the first Hokage allowed us to establish Konoha, then Uchiha Ryayu will play a key role in Konoha's rise. The rise of Konoha this time even the face of the 3 generations of Hokage changed. As the current Hokage, he has never been praised so much. Especially the cynical Jiraiya rarely speaks such serious words. Now, it has subverted their cognition. Damn! Danzo shouted angrily. Jiraiya, do you know what you're talking about? If it wasn't for Madara Uchiha, would Hashima-sama die of illness, and now we Konoha have unified the 5 great ninja villages. You dare to use the descendant of a Konoha sinner to compare yourself with His Majesty, this is a big sin. The voice fell. Step forward, and the whole person appeared in front of Jiraiya like a ghost. His right hand was like a venomous snake, grabbing directly at Jiraiya's shoulder. Bang! White mist shrouded, and Zillai also used the technique of Avatar and disappeared out of thin air. What Danzo was holding in his hands was obviously a dead tree. The hit was missed, Danzo's cheeks were obviously unable to hang, and under the convulsions, he hurriedly turned around and looked behind him. Jiraiya, you have slandered His Majesty's prestige. Could it be that you don't know until now? Danzo said angrily. However, looking at this scene, Jiraiya didn't take it to heart at all, and said, Danzo, you haven't even seen through the substitute technique I used, you are already old. It's the younger generation who will support Konoha in the future, not a stubborn person like you. It is precisely because of your thoughts that there will be constant disputes within Konoha Ninja Village. Speaking of this, behind Danzo, there was a sound of breaking through the air. The stand-in Mew, who had been caught by him, slammed down, and the second Jiraiya. Under the sudden seal of both hands, one head, like a poisonous snake, quickly wrapped around Zhang's body. Danzo's expression suddenly changed. He had no idea that Jiraiya would also use this method. Under this kind of surprise, and at a distance of feet, it is impossible to resist. In an instant, the needle Jizo was wrapped around a firm. Danzo, you can't even win against me, so you can't even qualify to challenge him. Jiraiya also quickly released the ninjutsu, and said coldly, now is not your era. A small voice echoed in the office, and even Migo Toto and Kaharu changed their faces. The huge office fell into a dead silence. 3 Hokage clasped their hands together and remained silent. However, all of this, in Danzo's eyes, is simply a shame. Like a slap in the face. A moment ago, he kept saying that he wanted to dominate the fate of Long Yu. Now it was easily counterattacked by Jiraiya successfully. Most importantly, Jiraiya also said that Long Yu was better than him. Call him a product of the old days. For him, this is a huge shame. Okay, very good, Jiraiya, you really become defiant. Danzo said goodbye twice. Don't forget, I am Konoha's advisor, you are nothing. Neither is that kid. Speaking of. Here, Danzo crushed the crutches in his hand, and said sternly, everything I do is for the safety of Konoha. You should know very well what problems will be caused once the 3 generations of Mizukage are leaked. Now, your only choice is to follow my advice, otherwise you will encounter the crazy backlash from Mist Ninja Village and Sand Ninja Village. The hysterical roar moved even the 3rd Hokage. Danzo, are you crazy? You're not going to use this to blackmail us into making a decision. For Danzo's character, the 3 generations of Hokage are very clear. In order to achieve the goal, he will do whatever it takes. Even the Hokage like him dares to murder him, let alone Long Yu. Humph. Danzang snorted coldly, and said with a grim face, I'm thinking of Konoha, and now I'll do it right away. Recall Long Yu and Minato Namikaze. If he doesn't want to, then he has the heart to defect. Once, after returning to Konoha, we will put him in prison, and at the same time seal the 3 tails. We must not let the matter of the killing of the 3 generations of Mizukage flow out. When necessary, I have to get the method of sealing the tailed beast from Long Yu's hands. Jiraiya's expression changed, and he stopped talking, but was stopped by the 3 generations of Hokage. Enough is enough. 3rd Hokage said coldly, have you forgotten who is Hokage? Long Yu's killing of the 3 generations of Water Shadows is beyond our control, but it must not be imprisoned or treated differently, otherwise don't blame me for turning over the old accounts. voice fell, and the momentum of the 3 generations of Hokage changed in an instant. If we say that the 3 generations of Hokage on weekdays are peaceful, with an amiable face, then the current 3 generations of Hokage give people a taste of decisive attack. This is the pose of Hokage. Danzo looked ashen, his cheeks twitched. However, Danzo was obviously discouraged in the face of the tough Sarutobi Hizen. He has too many handles, and was caught by the 3 generations of Hokage. For example, when he went to the daimyo mansion, he colluded with outsiders to assassinate the 3 generations of Hokage and failed. Those who use their roots secretly, slaughter Konoha's competitors, etc. These are all selfish actions. Also once suspected that the 3rd Hokage might even have clues about his collusion with Orochimaru. The current situation made Danzo look gloomy for a moment, and finally left with a big stride. I can agree with your approach, but the person who monitors it is sent by me. Seeing Danzo disappearing into the corridor in the blink of an eye, the 3rd Hokage secretly breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Jiraiya. You were impulsive this time and offended Danzo, but he is very vengeful. Mito Menyon and Kaharu's cheeks twitched involuntarily. In their eyes, it is normal for the 2 masters and apprentices to speak ill of others behind closed doors. Now in front of them, but dragging them into the water. Thinking of the evaluation of Danzo in the mouth of the 3 generations of Hokage, the 2 coughed dryly, and Mito Menyon spoke up. Since the matter has come to a conclusion, it's not good for us to stay any longer and leave first. Abandoning these words, Mito Kazuo and Kaharu hurriedly left. For a time, only Jiraiya and the 3 generations of Hokage were left in the huge office. Okay, they're gone, I know you have something else to say. 3 Hokages spoke again. Zillai also pulled up a chair and sat down without the slightest bit of restraint. In addition to the information just now, Fukasaku-sama also brought me a sentence. This ninja world is going to change. What 3 generations of Hokage's face changed dramatically. The meaning of this sentence is too great. If it was an ordinary person, he would definitely not pay attention. However, Uchiha Ryu's strength and demon-like talent made him also moved. Now, given this intriguing speech, how can people not pay attention to it? Teacher, I guess Long Yu must know that the 3 toads will tell me all this before saying this sentence. Zillai also looked solemn. When I was teaching him the art of psychics, I was as superficial as Danzo, thinking that I could easily suppress this brat by myself, but unfortunately I was wrong. In an instant, I learned the art of psychics. Not only did the summoning succeed, but I also summoned the 3 big toads at the same time. This is something that is difficult for even me to do. As the spokesperson of Meow Mushin, Jirai also has certain privileges. For example, summoning 2 great immortals and performing the fusion magic. Feel free to enter MT, Meowmu, etc. However, all of this is based on the premise that he has obtained the approval of the Big Toad Immortal. However, now that Long Yu has not even entered Meowmu Mountain, he can break the precedent and summon the 3 great toads at the same time. This alone is enough to see Long Yu's difference. You mean, even the 2 immortals of Meowmu Mountain noticed Long Yu's body? The 3rd Hokage said in a deep voice. Zillai also nodded and said, the Great Toad Immortal had a prophecy before that the ninja world would be in turmoil. I originally thought that this was referring to the 3rd Ninja War, but now I think that this matter is probably related to Long Yu. Furthermore, Lord Fukasaku told me that Immortal Big Toad decided to let Long Yu enter Meowmu Mountain to practice immortal arts, hoping to use this to find a breakthrough in Long Yu's body. Expression changed after letting him practice immortality. Jiraiya, you mean, Immortal Shenzuo intends to use immortal practice to test Long Yu's learning talent. The strength he has shown now is beyond our understanding. If he even masters the immortal mode, it would be a bit passive for us. After 15 years of dormancy, he was once shocked into heaven and man. Kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, powerful lay dun, and a monster-like learning talent. Now even the 3 generations of Mizukage have been killed, and the three tails have been easily tamed. All this, even the 3 generations of Hokage, it is difficult to do. If Long Yu can also master the immortal mode that Jiraiya has worked so hard to learn, that strength would probably skyrocket to another terrifying level. Looking at the frown of the 3rd Hokage, Jiraiya also sighed helplessly, and said, I have thought about this question, but with the talent that Long Yu has shown now, he is not learning the immortal mode at Miaomu Mountain, and he can also get rid of the wet bones. Lin and Long Di Cave. Don't forget how greedy that group of big snakes are. If Long Yu gives enough conditions, it is not difficult to get the chance to learn the fairy mode. Having said that, Jiraiya also took out the token that Fukasaku gave him and said, what's more, the great toad immortal has lived for a long time. With him staring at Long Yu, we should get more information. The 3rd Hokage was silent of refuting what Jiraiya said. As Jiraiya said, everything Long Yu showed was beyond their control. Moreover, let him leave for a period of time, practice the immortal mode, and test the depth of his learning talent. Chapter 74. Mio Isosuke. Maybe not a bad thing. Well, since you already have an idea, I'll leave this matter to you. 3 generations of Hokage sighed. Until you find out Long Yu's position, you have to be careful about Danzo. Also, I hope you can find a way to improve the strength of Watergate, otherwise, in the face of the rise of Long Yu, his chances of winning will become smaller. As for Long Yu's stay, there is still a position, and the 3 generations of Hokage will attach great importance to it. But in the face of the choice of the next Hokage, the 3 generations of Hokage still tend to know the bottom line of Namikaze Minato. Looking at Jiraiya, who was rubbing his nose, the 3rd Hokage said helplessly, if you are willing to inherit this position, I don't have to have such a headache. The Sannin of the past, how outstanding, is also the face of this old man. Now he can walk, retreat, and even you are hiding. If you were there, our Konoha would not fall into this state. Hearing these words, Jiraiya's expression froze at first, then quickly recovered, and said with a blank look, you old man, don't play emotional cards for me here. Don't forget, I have trained a Watergate to replace me. However, don't worry, when Lord Fukasaku left, I asked Minato a chance to learn the immortal mode. As long as he learns the immortal mode, his strength will definitely surpass that of my teacher. Facing the strong rise of Long Yu, Jiraiya also said that he was not worried, it was really a joke. Especially when I see my proud disciple being surpassed step by step. There is always a hurdle in my heart. Therefore, driven by selfishness, and with the help of the identity of a small relationship household, Zillai also became selfish. Hee, you're still the same guy, you like to play tricks in private. 3 generations of Hokage chuckled lightly. I really hope that under the immortal mode, Minato can surpass Long Yu. Che, you old man, don't you believe in your own disciple? Zillai also rolled his eyes and said, don't forget, Minato is the golden light of Konoha, and his talent is the best among the many students I have brought. With him going out in person, I believe that I will definitely be able to surpass Uchiha Ryu. You wait for the news quietly. Abandoning these words, Jiraiya disappeared into the office without turning around. Watching this figure leave, the 3 generations of Hokage sighed faintly, stood up and looked at Konoha Ninja Village outside the window. Did the ninja world really change because of a boy? 3 days later, Long Yu and his party crossed the border of Konoha, and after circumventing many war zones, they finally saw Konoha's sealed gate. During these days, Long Yu also learned from the mouth of Minato Namaifung that after the Shinwukun bridge was blown up, Iwanan lost the supply of food and grass. The vanguard was wiped out by Ryu and Minato Namikaze, resulting in low morale. At the same time, the most important thing happened. Cloud Ninja Village, the 3 generations of Raikage personally led the troops, roundabout and attacked the tail orc Zuli of Iwa Ninja Village, and a larger scale battle broke out. Although, the final outcome is not known yet. Yun Ren's actions gave Konoha Ren Village a chance to breathe. The frontline war with Iwa Ninja Village has all stopped. It can be said that in the face of the four great powers, the strength and number of people in Yan'an village is second only to Konoha, and at the same time, it is even stronger than Yunnan village. Yun Ren was obviously holding it, after suffering a loss in the hands of Long Yu. Seeing that Iwanan is also suffering at the front line, in order to suppress Iwanan, the three generations of Reikage will take such a risk to attack Iwanan village. However, when I learned that the target of the third Reikage attack was the tail beast, that his purpose was obviously because Kurabi knew how to fit perfectly with the tailed beast, and planned to take advantage of this opportunity to hunt the tailed beast to enhance the strength of Yun Ren village. Long Yu, you are finally back. Uchiha Fugaku's voice suddenly sounded. Three figures appeared in front of the team like ghosts. Brother. Uchiha Itachi glanced at Long Yu and stopped talking with a look on his face. As for the boy standing beside Uchiha Itachi, who was 4 or 5 years older, and who was carrying a short sword, Long Yu also instantly recognized it. Okay, if you have anything to say, leave it to uncle. Long Yu rubbed Uchiha Itachi's head and said, Zishui, long time no see. In the last memory of Uchiha Ryayu, there is also a memory about Uchiha Shisui. Moreover, Uchiha Zishui has a gentle personality, and in the village, he is also very concerned about the tail of a crane like Long Yu. In that vague memory, Uchiha Shisui also instructed, the last time he learned the art of shuriken. Long Yu, I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Last time I had the cheek to teach you the technique of shuriken. Uchiha Shisui smiled wryly. Looking at this scene, Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. I can't tell him that the last crane tail was taken away by his genius. This beautiful misunderstanding can only keep him going. Okay, let's keep the old things in the future. The three of you came here in person. What happened? Uchiha Ryayu said. Words fell, even Namikaze Minato's expression stiffened. He passed the information about Long Yu to Jiraiya. However, for what happened next, as well as decision-making, Jiraiya has always avoided talking about it. Now Uchiha Fuyu is waiting here in person, which is enough to see the seriousness of the situation. It took a lot of hard work for me to use Itachi and Shisui as excuses to get rid of eyeliner surveillance. I came out here to try my luck, but I didn't expect to meet you. Uchiha Fuyu opened his eyes, looked around, and said, recently, the family's settlement has been monitored by many people from Anbu, among which belong to Danzogen, many. This change, the first person I think of is you. I want to know what exactly happened. For the presence of Minato Namikaze, Hatsutome did not take it to heart. It can be said that in Uchiha Fugaku's heart, Namikaze Minato is the only high-level Konoha he is close to. It is also the only hope that can become the candidate of Hokage. However, now that the variable Long Yu has appeared, he still can't hold back his breath. They've all acted. It's very efficient. Long Yu touched the tip of his nose and said, it's not a big deal. I just killed the 3 generations of water shadows, and then turned Sanwei around. It seems that Danzo is getting old, and I can't sit still on this trivial matter. The small voice made the 3 of Uchiha Fuyu 3 look stunned. Looking at Long Yu's eyes, it all became unreal. Is it still a trivial matter to kill the 3rd generation of water shadows and kidnap the 3 tails? Long Yu, you said that you killed the 3rd generation of water shadows, wouldn't it be a joke? Uchiha Fuyu grabbed Long Yu's shoulder and asked anxiously. Brother Fuyu, it's true, we can also testify. Minato Namikaze smiled wryly as he looked at the backpack that was open to Long Yu. 3 tails are still resting in the backpack. The 3 of Uchiha Fuyu 3 heard the words, and immediately became anxious, and hurriedly surrounded them. Who disturbed this uncle to rest? Sanwei stretched his waist and emerged from the backpack. Yes, it's a tailed beast. Uchiha Itachi was obviously startled, and subconsciously took a half step back and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Long Yu's hands were quick and fast, and he grabbed his shoulders. It's really Isofumio. Uchiha Fuyu also saw the portrait of the tailed beast. The scene in front of him still seemed unreal. Hey, the kid over there, I heard that you Konoha have Yule ramen, how about taking me to try it? I won't treat you badly. Sanwei suddenly spoke up. Uchiha Itachi pointed to himself and said, is this really okay? Don't worry, as long as I can eat enough, I won't run wild, otherwise, I will beat you up. The three wakes said in a buoyant voice. You little three, if you don't train for a day, your bones will itch. Long Feng slapped the back of Sanwei's head with a slap. The dignified tailed beast is directly counseled. Yes, Uchiha Fuyu and others, they are not wrong. The dignified tailed beast, in the hands of Long Yu, completely seems to have lived as Erha. Is this still the existence that they know? A rage can destroy mountains and forests. Brother, I can take it to eat Yule ramen. Uchiha Itachi hesitated for a moment and then said. However, just after these words fell, 4 figures flashed out in the dark, surrounding Long Yu and his party. Uchiha Ryayu, the third Hokage-sama, I hope you can visit the Hokage mansion. Anbu, who took the lead, said coldly. However, they clearly knew the purpose of this mission, and the moment they saw the 3 tails, their pupils suddenly shrank. Dragon Feather. Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed. He was quickly stopped by Minato Namaifeng shaking his head, and said, don't worry, there is no big deal with Teacher Jiraiya here. Long Yu, don't take it to heart. Don't worry, if I want to go, they can't stop me. Long Yu said with a smile. However, as soon as these jokes were spoken, the nerves of the 4 Anbu members present suddenly became tense. When they came out, they were instructed by the 3 advisors. 4 of them looked at each other. They found that the dragon feather in front of them had disappeared out of thin air. Alert! Anbu, headed by him, let out a loud cry. 4 Anbu ninjas, immediately, pulled up the stance. I'm here, don't take it slow, it's a waste of time, I don't care. The voice floated in front of the sealed gate. Of the people present, in addition to the accustomed Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Fugaku 3, and Anbu 4 people 4 also changed drastically. This instant body technique is too fast. Uchiha Shisui's expression changed slightly. He is well known in the ninja world for his instant body technique. In the moment just now, the speed of Long Yu's explosion was not inferior to him. You go, this is my kunai, let me know if there is anything. Namikaze Minato handed over kunai, the god of thunder, to the Anbu ninja headed by him. Go, as long as you don't provoke him, he won't mess around. During this period of time, after getting along with each other, Minato Namikaze had a good understanding of Long Yu's character. Approachable, but decisive in killing. There are principles of life, and there are untouchable scales. Who took the lead nodded gratefully and quickly caught up with Long Yu. Seeing the departure of the 4 of them, Uchiha Fuyu couldn't hold his breath. Minato, didn't you agree to help me watch Long Yu? Why did you even kill the 3 generations of Mizukage and bring Mizuo Isofu back? I am afraid Danzo will not give up on this matter. Smiled helplessly and said, Long Yu's means are more than I imagined. However, to really get to the bottom of it, the 3rd generation of Water Shadows was killed by the backlash of the tailed beast. Long Yu just suppressed the 3 tails, and the responsibility is not on him. It's just that I'm worried that Danzo doesn't think that way. If this matter is not handled properly, I'm afraid it will make things more complicated. Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed. Now their Uchiha clan's position in Konoha Shinobi Village is already very embarrassing. If something happens again, it will make things worse for the Uchiha family. Uncle, let me have a look. Uchiha Shisui's expression sank, and with a flick of his figure, he cast a teleportation technique and disappeared in place. In front of Hokage Mansion. It seems to be very quiet here, but there are already dark whistles all around. There are hundreds of people in total. Jiraiya was leaning in front of the door, staring and waiting for Long Yu's arrival. The lecherous fairy, didn't you go to the bathhouse to take a peek today? Long Yu smiled and said hello. Anbu's cheeks twitched involuntarily. He came back to his senses, and the corners of his eyes were beating. If it was an ordinary person, exposing his old bottom like this would have already given him a punch in the head. You kid, you are really restless. Zilai also suppressed the helplessness in his heart and said, let's go, they are all waiting for you. Don't worry, I will help you with this matter. Also, Lord Fukasaku has promised to give you a chance to learn immortal arts. After this matter is over, you can go to Miaomu Mountain. As for Ryu's character traits, Jiraiya has repeatedly confirmed with Namikaze Minato. Therefore, when we first met, Jiraiya threw the sweet pastry, hoping to make the next thing smoother. Okay, what's the benefit? We'll talk about it later, let's deal with the business first. Long Yu smiled and patted Jiraiya on the shoulder. Otherwise, even if the business is messed up, it will not be of much use to throw this sweet pastry. Looking at Long Yu, who was the first to walk towards the Hokage building. Since then, it has become increasingly difficult to see Long Yu. He didn't know, facing the high-level Konoha, and the hundreds of Anbu around him, under such strict guard, why he still had such great confidence. Teacher, here we come. Jilai also knocked on the door, and after getting a response, he pushed it open. Everyone's eyes suddenly fell on Long Yu. No, it should be said that more of it is placed on Miyosuke. They are eager to confirm the authenticity of the intelligence. Sure enough, everything is true. Sandai Hokage spoke solemnly. The huge office fell into a dead silence. After seeing the three tails shrinking countless times, like a rag doll, sleeping on the Long Yu backpack, the pupils of the three major advisors including Danzo suddenly shrank. It can be said that the scene in front of him was too shocking. In their eyes, the tailed beast should be sealed in a vessel, or in a human body. Chapter 75, Presumptuous. To be able to act like this and act so harmless to humans and animals is completely beyond their cognition. Who would believe it if you didn't see it with your own eyes? Long Yu, welcome back. The third Hokage was the first to speak. I have learned from the report of Namikaze Minato about your activity on the front line. I also heard about the fact that the country of water kidnapped Nohara Rin and planned to replace the three generations of Mizukage and become the three-tailed person Zuri. However, the person who died this time, but the three generations of water shadows, has been implicated in the highest level of politics, so for you and Konoha, we will make a few decisions after consultation. Went straight to the subject as soon as he opened his mouth, staring at Long Yu at the same time, trying to find a change of expression on his face. The three generations of Hokage are really straightforward. I like this way of doing things. If you have any decisions, let me hear them. If it's reasonable, I won't mind. Long Yu smiled warmly. Boy, you are arrogant. Danzang gave a cold drink. This understatement made their faces slightly changed. On weekdays, those juniors, when they saw them alone, were already full of awe. Not to mention, Long Yu is now facing the three high levels of Konoha and Hokage at one time, and he can still be so calm. This can't help but make people think, what's the trump card? How can I be arrogant? Long Yu smiled playfully. Is it just letting you need it so you won't be presumptuous? Don't forget, I came back after meritorious deeds, and should be rewarded for meritorious deeds, not a teacher to ask for guilt. The low voice made Danzo's expression stagnate. However, before he could speak this time, he was stopped by the three generations of Hokage detectives. Okay, Long Yu is right. Eyes of the three generations of Hokage flickered, and he said, this time, Long Yu is only indirectly related to the death of the three generations of water shadows. You have also made a lot of credit on the battlefield, but this time the matter is too related, so I hope you can stay in Konoha village in the next period of time, waiting for the end of the war. During this period of time, I will arrange for Anbu to protect you. The slightly elusive voice fell, and everyone's eyes fell on Long Yu, and even Zilai became nervous. He was entrusted by Namikaze Minato to solve this matter perfectly. If anything goes wrong, it's his fault. Is that all you need? Long Yu said lightly. As long as they don't prevent me from eating, drinking, and picking up girls, it's not a big problem. I'm happy to be at leisure, and I'll give you a face. Hearing these slightly sarcastic words, Zilai also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Long Yu is willing to agree to this condition, the next thing will be easy to solve. He also explained to Namikaze Minato. Okay, since Long Yu agreed to this request, then the next thing will be handed over to Minato. A smile appeared on the face of the 3 generations of Hokage. Long Yu, if you have nothing else to do, then leave first. During this period of time, he also thought hard about a lot of candidates for monitoring Long Yu. However, after some deliberation, it was decided to activate the Namikaze Minato. Regardless of, is it in friendship or in strength? Namikaze Minato also has the technique of Flying Thunder God, has good maneuverability, and can be more competent for this task. Then I'll go first. Long Yu glanced at Danzo with a gloomy face, smiled genially, then turned and left. He also smiled helplessly. In the face of Danzo, he was on the verge of worrying that there would be unforeseen complications. Now that Long Yu is still so provocative in public, this is simply the daring of a master artist. Teacher, I'm leaving first. He also quickly followed. However, just as he turned around, his expression changed drastically. The secret art of heart turning. 5 figures appeared in all directions in an instant, and at the same time displayed the secret techniques of the mountain family. At the same time, the 5 root ninjas also rushed out one after another, all of which were using sealing techniques. 5 elements great binding technique. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Even the 3 generations of Hokage and Jirai were taken aback. Danzang's mouth pursed slightly, and the moment he showed a playful smile, he also became violent. A blink of an eye, Danzo appeared first behind Long Yu, and many curse marks spread out from his left hand, which he photographed directly on Sanwei's body. The sealing technique is the technique of the curse seal. The shot was taken. 5 people from the mountain family, led by the mountain wind, performed the art of turning their hearts around. Then let the oil girl take the root to activate the sealing technique to limit Long Yu's movements. And, Danzo attacked Sanwei. This plan, in the eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage and others, is exceptionally seamless. However, the person they faced this time was unfathomable, and was known as Long Yu, who had been dormant for 15 years before becoming a blockbuster. Right now, this approach is probably not enough. Danzo, your methods are really disappointing. Long Yu smiled warmly. At the moment of turning around, he had already activated the wheel-shattering eye. If you really want to say, whose spiritual power is stronger, the 5 people in the mountain stroke the 5th of May not be as good as 1/10 and 10% of Long Yu who has a monthly reading. At the moment when the secret technique was performed, the 5 people 5 entered the Long Yu consciousness space first, and the first thing they saw was the huge writing wheel eye suspended in the consciousness space. By the flying in his hand stopped instantly, and his expression also fell into a sluggishness. Looking at the oncoming oil girl taking root. Wait, Long Yu's 9 Go Jade writing wheel eyes turned in vain, and Susanoo quickly condensed. The huge body and the burst of air waves directly took the roots of the approaching Danzo and oil girl. They were blown away. The originally small Hokage office was also directly broken through. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Looking at the huge body about 10 meters high in front of him, even Danzo was moved. This kind of monster, he also saw once in Uchiha Madara. It is precisely because of this battle that the first Hokage finally fell seriously injured. It can be said that Susanoo in front of him can be regarded as the incarnation of disaster. The scarlet appearance exudes a fierce aura. As soon as the huge Susanoo appeared, the Hokage mansion was instantly destroyed. Under the strong wind and waves, the rolled-up building fragments scattered around, like a storm. Is this the legendary kaleidoscope that Uchiha Madara possesses, the most powerful pupil technique? The 3 generations of Hokage rushed out of the ruins, looking at the huge body. A trace of anger flashed on his face. Tanzo, are you crazy? Why not follow the negotiated decision? The hysterical roar made both Jiraiya and Mito Kazuo's expressions change. It was the first time they saw that the 3 generations of Hokage, who belonged to the moderate faction, would be so furious. However, before they could react, Susanoo suddenly took a look with his right hand, and with a gesture that was too fast to cover his ears, he directly caught the oil girl who was thrown away. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. After rushing out of the ruins, Danzo, who fell to the side, his face was ashen, and he shouted in a hurry, "Long Yu, you quickly release the people, you dare to destroy the Hokage mansion, if you are still in the village, kill your companions. That is enough to be sentenced to the crime of treason." Tanzo, you're crazy. Face of the 3 generations of Hokage changed dramatically, and he shouted in a hurry, "You are not qualified to decide this matter, shut up for me. Long Yu, don't be impulsive, leave this matter to me." The hurried voice echoed in the heaven and earth. The presence of Jiraiya and Mito Gateyan, and even a group of Anbu ninjas have never seen, the 3 generations of Hokage are so furious. Unfortunately, some things cannot be solved with words. At least, not in Long Yu's eyes. A warm smile appeared on Long Yu's face. Jugoyu's writing wheel eyes turned in vain, and Susanoo's right hand suddenly clenched tightly. "Don't. Oily girl fetching roots," she cried out in pain. His most powerful technique is the technique of sending bad insects, and he possesses all-pervasive means of attack. However, in the face of Susanoo, who has absolute defense and doesn't even have half a hole, obviously there is no way to use it. Facing Long Yu's smile, like a death-deadly urging smile, the stinging pain all over his body hit his mind crazily the next moment. PFF'd. A sound like a watermelon shattering came out suddenly. Everyone's pupils shrank suddenly. Especially those Anbu ninjas. They ask themselves, and the oil girl take their roots. Compared with, there is still a big gap. Of means, it is incomparable. However, this kind of existence that can be called elite Junin is not enough to hold the 5 fingers tightly, and it is directly crushed like a watermelon. Now, in their hearts, there is only a little bit of luck, thankful that they didn't make a reckless move just now. "Long Yu, you are courting death." Danzo roared angrily. The oil girl takes the root, but he spent a lot of effort to cultivate the confidant, who is the mainstay of the root. Under his warning, Long Yu pinched him to death in public, which was the biggest challenge to him. Hee, this Susanoo was under my control, and it was still very jerky. I accidentally pinched him to death. This was an accident. I believe Danzo, you will understand. Long Yu smiled playfully. However, this smile, at this moment, undoubtedly became Kai Guguo's provocation. "Come on, kill him for me." Danzang looked grim. As Konoha's high-level advisor, and the leader of the root, it was the first time he was so despised by others. However, as soon as the voice fell, 2 figures, like ghosts, surrounded Danzang one after the other. Enough is enough. Jiraiya pressed Danzo's left shoulder. As for his right shoulder, it was caught by Namikaze Minato. Uchiha Fuyu and Uchiha Shisui, who followed him, turned pale when they looked at the illusory figure standing in the ruins in front of them. What they feared the most had happened. Watergate, Jiraiya, Long Yu, but unscrupulously slaughtering his companions in the village, this is betraying the village. Danzang shouted sharply, "Don't stop me, I will let this junior know that Konoha Ninja Village is not a place where he can act wild. Enough Tuanzang, Minato and I are not stopping you." Jiraiya looked at Long Yu, who was in Susanoo, and said solemnly, "We are worried that you will be killed." A small voice, at this moment, swept the audience like a hurricane. The dignified root leader, and the 3 high-rise Konoha. The strength possessed by Danzo can definitely be called a shadow class. It is precisely because of his strength that Danzo wants to become Hokage again and again. However, Jiraiya, who is now Sannin, gives this kind of evaluation. Whether it is true or not, but falling in the ears of other people is undoubtedly a slap in the face. Bastard, what nonsense are you talking about, Jiraiya? If you step aside, I will let you understand why I can become the leader of the root. Danzo shouted angrily. However, the person who appeared first in front of Danzo this time was the third Hokage. Danzo, that's enough, you go back to me now, without my order, you can't walk out of the mansion for half a step, otherwise don't blame me for not remembering the old feelings. The third Hokage said coldly. In the past, you still weighed the pros and cons and knew what fear was, but now you are blinded by your interests, and you haven't seen it until now. That kid, in such a riot in the village, in the face of so many people, he can still show a relaxed face, which proves that he is not afraid at all, and has enough confidence to escape. Root, die the same. Danzo's expression froze, and at the moment when Long Yu's eyes met, he couldn't refute it. It was the first time he had seen Sarutobi Hizen, an old opponent who was strategizing, to say such a lack of confidence. What's more, this is Konoha Ninja Village, their base camp. In this kind of time and place, the three generations of Hokage also gave this evaluation. For Danzo, it was more than expected. Long Yu, if you kill people, your anger should be gone, why didn't you just let it go? Uchiha Fuyu was the first to lose his temper. As the head of the Uchiha clan, if he doesn't break the deadlock now, the situation will probably worsen. Moreover, he also has a responsibility to be fair in this situation. Uchiha Fugaku's nerves were tense to the extreme. He has always heard rumors about Long Yu's strength. But after seeing it with his own eyes, Uchiha Fuyu realized that Long Yu's strength far exceeded his imagination. If Long Yu insisted on going his own way and wanted to make a big shot, his whole cards would be exposed. Once this time comes, the situation of the Uchiha family will be even more severe. Fuyu is right, the matter of Long Yu is here, and then we will give you an explanation. The three generations of Hokage also agreed. This time, Danzo was too reckless. Seeing that even the three generations of Hokage opened their mouths to persuade, the expressions of the people present changed one after another. Looking at Long Yu's gaze, there was also a hint of urgency. Just a moment ago, Jiraiya and others' high evaluations let them know clearly that if the young man in front of them said no, there would be a fierce battle waiting for them. Since uncle, and the three generations of Hokage, I don't give this face, it seems that I have really become a sinner. But I also like it very much, Danzang send me some more people to practice my hands. Damn boy. Danzo roared with a ferocious look on his face. As a high-level Konoha, or the leader of the root, when has he been so despised by others? Chapter 76, Pregnant. Moreover, Long Yu's strength is indeed beyond his control, but he still has a whole card. Danzo, shut up for me. Third Hokage shouted coldly. Mito, you send me a group to hide back, without my order, can't let him leave the root. Surufiyu. Danzo was suffocated. However, the unmistakable eyes of the three generations of Hokage were piled up, and the words that came to the mouth were swallowed back in the stomach in an instant. Sudden flick of his sleeves, he turned around and said coldly, HMPH, I will go back myself, but I won't give up easily on this matter, even if there is someone behind you to support you. Leaving these cruel words, Danzo really didn't stay any longer. Watching him leave, Uchiha Fuyu's mood not only did not calm down, but became even more heavy. This beam is tied. Teacher. I couldn't help but look at it. Of Hokage sighed heavily and said, Minato, send Long Yu back first, and leave the rest to me. Namikaze Minato did not dodge. From the beginning, he was uneasy. Pity that he didn't expect things to be so turbulent, completely beyond his control. If he had expected it long ago, he would never let Long Yu go to the Hokage mansion alone. The only thing that can be done now is how to repair the gap between the two sides. Chaotic thoughts flashed through my mind. Namikaze Minato swayed and fell on Long Yu's side. Uchiha Fuyu was obviously not relieved, and quickly followed. Long Yu, let's go. Namikaze Minato was the first to speak. Well, I'm giving you trouble. Long Yu laughed dryly. Let Minato Namikaze say with a bitter face. Fortunately, you know how to keep your hands. Just kill one, or the group kills all of them. I can't handle this. I don't know what to say. Are you showing mercy or saving face for me? Next, don't forget to give me a delicious meal. And me, I didn't cause trouble just now. Mio Isofu also got out of Ryu's backpack. Looking at one person and one beast, at this juncture, he has not forgotten to eat. Uchiha Fuyu's mood is even more heavy. With the departure of the 3 Dragon Feathers 3, in the huge ruins, only Jiraiya and the 3 generations of Hokage are left. The other Anbu members were obviously going to evacuate, and the other village names and ninjas were disturbed. Jiraiya, if you use your whole cards, are you sure you can defeat Long Yu? The 3rd Hokage suddenly spoke up. As a teacher, he is very aware of Jiraiya's ability. If it is said that among the 3 ninjas, Orochimaru's efforts are all poured into the development of forbidden techniques. Tsunade focuses on medical ninjutsu. Then Jiraiya is the existence that is best at fighting. It can be said that the Sannin Zonglin is the strongest in terms of combat power. 50% chance of winning. This is still the conclusion that Long Yu has no hidden cards. Zilai also said solemnly. If he still has any cards, then I don't have much confidence. If there are other people in the field who hear this kind of evaluation from Zilai, they will definitely take a deep breath. Sannin, that is comparable to the existence of the film level. If you cast the fairy mode, it is not difficult to reach the super shadow level. However, now facing a younger generation, it is unbelievable to pay such a high price. The 3 generations of Hokage were silent, and after a full 7 or 8 seconds, he opened his mouth and said, "In your eyes, the most terrifying thing about him is probably not him now." Yes, his terrifying talent for learning, right? Yes. Jiraiya nodded solemnly. That's why I promised Master Fukasaku, let him go to learn the immortal mode, and make a final evaluation of his harmfulness. After Jiraiya's return from learning Shanshu, the 3 generations of Hokage were also shown off by him. Therefore, it is very clear how difficult it is to learn the fairy mode. In each era, there are hundreds of thousands of testers, and only one can reach it. In other words, there is no way to achieve even one. Moreover, once the practice fails, it will turn into a frog, or be directly turned into a frog stone statue. It can be said that cultivating the immortal mode is a double-edged sword. After seeing the horror of Long Yu with his own eyes, a ridiculous thought flashed in the heart of the 3 generations of Hokage. If Ryu failed, would it be better for the whole thing? As soon as this thought came up, it was suppressed by the so-called righteous heart of the 3 generations of Hokage. Then when do you plan to send him there? 3 generations of Hokage sighed faintly and said, this time Danzo broke the original agreement and fought with Long Yu. This hatred has been forged. Although, he didn't kill the 3 generations of water shadows, but there is an indirect connection, so I hope you will deal with this matter as soon as possible. Zilai also nodded and said, don't worry, I will arrange for him and Minato to go there tomorrow. It will take at least several months to cultivate the immortal mode. After this period of time, the 3rd ninja war will probably be over. Other hand, under the escort of Uwaka's Minato, Ryu returned to the residence of the Uchiha clan. Because the previous Uchiha Ryu, his parents died when he was young, so his residence was arranged next to Uchiha Fuyu's house. Behind them, there are Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. You are finally back. Uchiha Makoto heard the footsteps and opened the door first. When she saw Long Yu, a soft smile appeared on her face. Long Yu, welcome home safely. Auntie, you're still the same, sweet-mouthed. I don't have any gifts, why don't I bring this to you? Long Yu backhanded the three tails out. The sudden move made everyone bewildered, even Uchiha Makoto. Boss, you're immoral, you just accepted me as a younger brother, and now you give me away and spread it out. Other tailed beasts will not be so easily fooled. The three tails panicked instantly. Who's talking about this? Uchiha Makoto couldn't help but startled and said, what is it? Sanwei Isofuji, like Ninetails, is a tailed beast weapon. Uchiha Fuyu was the first to speak. Long Yu, this is a joke, but it's not funny. Also, are you planning to get your hands on other tailed beast weapons? Fuyu, don't be so serious, what should you do if you frighten the child? Uchiha Makoto glared and said, Long Yu, my aunt made a delicious meal for you. I have one more important thing to announce. Important things. Uchiha Fuyu and others couldn't help but startled. Ryu was no exception, but he quickly looked at Uchiha Makoto's slightly bulging belly. Auntie, are you pregnant? Quote. The sudden words made Uchiha Fuyu's expression stagnate, and he said anxiously, Makoto, is what Long Yu said true? Uchiha Makoto was stunned, and said, Long Yu, I only found out when I went to the doctor just now, how did you see it? At this moment, even Uchiha Fuyu and others noticed something was wrong. Could it be the power of a kaleidoscope? Uchiha Fuyu frowned and said, Makoto, be careful in the next time. Shizue, Zishui, go and help with the meal, and Minami, you also keep a meal, you haven't had a drink with me for more than a year. Hehe, Fuyu, you are really polite, I haven't tasted my sister-in-law's craftsmanship for a long time. Namikaze Minato is not a fool. I saw Uchiha Fugaku's intention to discuss with Long Yu alone. If it was someone else, Minato Namikaze would never let Ryu out of sight. But as a good brother, Minato Namikaze knows very well that Uchiha Fugaku will not casually gamble with the fate of the family. Otherwise, the fate of the family will not be changed and placed on him. Thank you, Watergate. After Uchiha Fuyu showed gratitude, he looked at Long Yu and said, Long Yu, come with me, I want to chat with you alone. Long Yu did not refuse, at least with the kindness of the past. He still held due respect to the elders for Uchiha Fuyuke's family. He casually threw the three tails to the stunned Uchiha Itachi. Just leave it alone for a meal, it won't mess up. Yes, the boss said nothing wrong, just give me a half-full meal. For Ryu's disrespect, Mio Isofu didn't take it to heart at all. Looking at the dignified tailed beast, it was enough to degenerate into a meal. This huge gap made Namikaze Minato also feel helpless. But more, still shocked by Long Yu's methods. If he is really allowed to meet other tailed beasts, will he be tamed like the three-tailed beast? Once this time comes, the entire ninja world will probably tremble for it. Long Yu followed Uchiha Fugaku and walked all the way to the basement. Seeing that the mysterious sealing techniques along the way were lifted one by Uchiha Fuyu, Long Yu knew that the purpose of this trip was probably a forbidden place for the Uchiha family. After passing through the last corridor, the two finally reached the front of the seal gate. This gate, cast with special chakra iron, has the ability to absorb chakra. Immune to a certain degree of attack. Coupled with some sealing techniques, one level of ninjutsu in a row can be broken. Long Yu, you should guess that this is a forbidden place for our Uchiha clan. In addition to the patriarchs of each generation who can come in, there are people who have opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel to do it. Uchiha Fuyu said solemnly. This time, it's up to you to start. Long Yu did not refuse, and took a half step forward. The 9-go jade writing wheel turned it in vain, and the mysterious sealing technique on the door was spinning rapidly. The next moment, it turned into a blood-colored eye. A huge spiritual force rushed straight into Long Yu's mind. Hey, Madara Uchiha, get out of here. Long Yu snorted coldly, and the huge mental power surged out like a frenzy. This is the sealing technique left by Madara Uchiha, which is activated through the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, which will trigger the impact of the illusion left by him to test the strength of the successor. Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed. That day, he entered for the first time, and although he also opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel, but to achieve the level of Long Yu, there is no way to do it. At that time, it took him a minute to wake up, and he had been praised as a genius by the previous patriarch, his father. Now Long Yu only took a short breath. This huge gap made Uchi Fuyu, who was already mentally prepared, also shocked. If he is a genius, then the dragon feather in front of him is the evildoer of Kai Guago. Let's go. Long Yu was the first to walk into this secret room. Are many scrolls inside, and a rough stone tablet with a kaleidoscope writing wheel on it. Uchiha Fuyu regained his senses and quickly followed. This is the place where our Uchiha clan kept ninjutsu scrolls and family iron news, but when Madara left, many of them were taken away, leaving only a few ninjutsu. You can read it. Uchiha Fuyu looked around and said, as for that stone tablet, you can open it with a kaleidoscope, and maybe you will get some special inheritance. However, before that, I want to know, what are your thoughts? Are you planning to go back to Madara Uchiha's path? Speaking of this, Uchiha Fuyu's eyes became a little sharper, and he wanted to see a change in expression on Long Yu's face. If I said that I met Madara Uchiha on the battlefield, would you believe it? Long Yu smiled and met his gaze. Voice was not loud, but it fell into Uchiha Fugaku's ear, and it shook his nerves like thunder. You really met him, and what you did was ordered by him. Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed drastically. From the change in his expression, Long Yu was even more certain that Madara Uchiha never gave up on wooing Fuyu Uchiha, who had opened the kaleidoscope Sharingan from the very beginning. After all, this is a ready-made combat force. Moreover, as long as he can deceive the patriarch of the contemporary Uchiha clan, it is not difficult to make a comeback again. Uncle, you underestimate me too much. Long Yu shook his head with a smile and said, he really wants me to inherit his will, but if I told you that he was killed by me, would you believe it? He was killed by you. Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed dramatically. In their eyes, Madara Uchiha is a godlike existence. After opening the kaleidoscope shaker, Uchiha Fuyu had also been in contact with him, and of course he knew his horror. Yes, he is already dead. There is no need for me to lie to you. Long Yu said lightly. Uchiha Fuyu heard the words, fell into silence, and said after a long time, 10 years ago, I also met him. At that time, although he was equally old, he was still stronger than me. For the continuation of the Uchiha clan, I played against him, but unfortunately it didn't reach your height. Over the years, you should have also seen the decline of the Uchiha clan. In fact, if he hadn't taken away all the resources in the clan such as forbidden arts and ninjutsu, our Uchiha clan would not have gone into decline. Speaking of this, Uchiha Fuyu couldn't help but pause and said, I thought that the Uchiha family would continue to decline, but I didn't expect that geniuses like you and Shishui would emerge. However, I don't want you. You go the way of Madara Uchiha. Even he can't escape the result of perishing. I don't want to let the family go to perdition again. For this remark, Long Yu did not refute. Chapter 77. Long Yu, I want to discuss with you. If Madara Uchiha left that day, he didn't hide his clumsiness, and he kept the method of opening the kaleidoscope writing wheel, and the scrolls of practicing ninjutsu and forbidden arts. I am afraid that the Uchiha clan will not have only a few high-level combat power. How about a family? There are 7 or 8 kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes at the same time. Looking at the entire ninja world, who can compete with each other? Long Yu, I hope you can give me the answer. Uchiha Fuyuke continued to repeat. Uncle, don't worry, my dream is to be a salted fish. As long as they don't overdo it, I will still keep my mind. Long Yu said with a light smile. The words faded, the field suddenly fell into a dead silence. After Uchiha Fuyu's eyes flickered, he finally sighed and said, "Since you said the same thing, I won't ask any more questions. You have opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel, then take a look at the stone tablet and see if there is any inheritance suitable for you. It is also good to have more power to protect yourself. I'll go back first and see Makoto and the child. I'm getting old too. I'm afraid I'll give you a seat in the future as the patriarch." Abandoning these words, Uchiha Fugaku turned around and left. Long Yu rolled his eyes, and was instantly helpless. So much foreshadowing. It turned out that everything was for the sake of being a hands-off shopkeeper. However, what he is most interested in now is the inheritance of the Uchiha family. After casually flipping through the scrolls placed around, Long Yu finally understood why why he hated Uchiha Madara so much. In addition to some records, Uchiha Madara's record in the Warring States period was brilliant, and how to praise his power. There are only 3 things that have anything to do with ninjutsu 3. The art of fire escape flame and song. Fire escape dragon fire technique. The fire escapes the arrogant fire. In addition to the final arrogance, as long as the chakra is enough, the power of the level can be erupted. The rest are rubbish. At this moment, Long Yu finally understood, what is selfishness from the great god. However, this cannot be entirely blamed on Madara Uchiha. As a great existence praised by the family, if it is surpassed by future generations. Okay, if he's dead, if he's still alive, he knows that the title of Uchiha's first person has been taken away. I'm afraid I can't let go of this feeling. However, mosquitoes' legs are the smallest and also meat. For others, it takes time to cultivate, but for Long Yu, there is no threshold for any ninjutsu. Ding dong, congratulations to the host of the fire escape flame and singing technique, which is instantly full. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, who Dunlong fire technique has reached the full level in an instant. Ding dong, congratulations to the host who Dunhao who extinguished and reached full level in an instant. Hearing the sound of the 3 systems, Long Yu put the scroll back into the distance and looked at the rough stone tablet. Facing the stone tablet, the blurry writing wheel eye, his kaleidoscope writing wheel eye was touched. The next moment, without any sign, it spun rapidly. Om! A roar flashed in Long Yu's mind, and his consciousness quickly entered the illusion space of the stone tablet. A huge blood-colored writing wheel eye is extremely dazzling in the dark environment. My heir, this is a memory of the kaleidoscope writing wheel pupil technique I left on the stone tablet. If you can get it, maybe you can try this invincible technique. Madara Uchiha's voice suddenly sounded, and it felt very ethereal, giving people a sense of grandeur. All these words dissipated, the rotation of Long Yu's 9-hooked jade writing wheel suddenly stopped. After exiting the consciousness space, there was a jerky pupil technique driving method in his mind. Ding dang, it is detected that the host has acquired the kaleidoscope augmentation eye, whether it is instantly full level. The sound of the system suddenly sounded. Long Yu raised his brows, looking very surprised. He just guessed what this so-called invincible technique is, and the system brought him a surprise. In the original work, Uchiha Madara's kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, in addition to the wheel tomb technique, there is another unknown pupil technique. However, according to Long Yu's speculation, this unknown pupil technique is actually an increase. A powerful auxiliary means that can enhance all attacks such as ninjutsu, hitomijutsu, etc. For example, the flamboyant fireball, the celestial obstacle, and the 3-headed Susanoo. All of this, I am afraid that in the eyes of the booster, it was cast into a forbidden power. Otherwise, in the original work, Uchiha Sasuke has already reached the same height as Uchiha Madara. Why is the ninjutsu he performed, but he is not as powerful? It seems that Madara Uchiha left the Uchiha clan and took away most of the ninjutsu scrolls. But it leaves behind one of the strongest pupil techniques. However, this is not incomprehensible. Madara Uchiha has always held the mentality of the strong, and does not care about the weak at all, even the clan is no exception. Instead of leaving some scrolls of ninjutsu and forbidden arts, cultivate a group of mediocre people. To leave the strongest pupil technique to the strongest clansman, so as to cultivate stronger chess pieces. However, if Madara Uchiha knew of his deliberate layout, the strongest pupil technique left behind was taken away by the person who killed him. I'm afraid I don't know what to feel. System, immediately. Instantly full. Long Yu commanded after thinking. Host, please wait a moment. Congratulations to the host, the kaleidoscope augmented eye is instantly full level successfully. The sound of the system echoed in his mind, and Long Yu smiled playfully, feeling the urge to try it impatiently. The next moment, the stone tablet in front of him clicked, revealing a crack that traverses the entire writing wheel. It seems that Madara Uchiha is just preparing to give this strongest pupil technique to one person. Just like his domineering thinking, one chess piece is enough. Taking back his thoughts, Long Yu didn't stay any longer, and the strongest thing was obtained. Other Taiwan, Long Yu was not in the mood to study and sing praises, and one was killed by himself. After Long Yu left, the sealed gate opened and closed automatically. In the living room, Uchiha Fuyu hurried back. Who were already waiting to eat, the seriousness on their faces was replaced by a smile. Everyone, let's eat first, Long Yu will take some time to come back. Uchiha Fuyu said with a smile, Makoto, you've worked hard this time too. After the birth of a child, Itachi, you hurt him a lot. Dad, don't worry, I will take good care of my younger siblings. Uchiha Itachi agreed. But the next moment, looking at the eyes of the corridor, the pupils shrank suddenly. Brother, you came back so soon, Dad said you needed time. Uchiha Fuyu couldn't help but stunned, looked back in a hurry, and said, you didn't gain anything either. As the patriarch, Uchiha Fuyu was verbally passed down the secret of the stone tablet, but unfortunately he opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel. But compared with Long Feng, who has a system and has 2 strong spiritual powers, it is obviously not as good. Chapter 92, A Little Gain, and the strength has skyrocketed again. Quote. Looked at Namikaze Minato and said, otherwise, let's learn from each other and practice our hands. You have gained. Uchiha Fuyu's expression changed slightly. Even Namikaze Minato and others on the side are no exception. That Long Yu possesses now is far beyond their cognition. If, now there is a gain, it means that the strength has risen again. Have a little gain. Long Yu said with a smile. Okay, what do you have to eat first? If you delay, the food will be cold. Uchiha Makoto persuaded. Namikaze Minato and the others were full of urgency, but they pressed it down and ate hard with their hearts full of confusion. The time for a meal passed in a blink of an eye. Uchiha Makoto had just packed up the tableware, and in the dining room, except for Long Yu, everyone else stood up in unison. Long Yu, I want to discuss with you. 3 of them said in unison. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui, and Namikaze Minato all looked at each other. Facing Long Yu's unknown harvest, he clearly held a trace of urgency in his heart. Dad, brother has gained something, but in such a short period of time, you probably haven't mastered it yet, will you be too hasty? Uchiha Itachi suddenly spoke up. Uchiha Fuyu and Uchiha Shisui were startled for a while, obviously agreeing with Uchiha Itachi's words. In their eyes, no matter what is a ninjutsu or a pupil jutsu, it takes at least a process to learn to master it. No, Long Yu, I believe you have already learned it. Namikaze Minato said with a firm expression. You Uchiha clan are famous for their pupil skills. I think your gains, if it is pupil skills, then the speed of learning will be faster. Uchiha Fuyu and Zishui's expressions were stagnant, and the moment they looked at Long Yu smiled and nodded, their expressions suddenly changed. It can be said that the time difference between Uchiha Fuyu and Long Yu returning to the living room is only a minute or 2. In such a short period of time, I am afraid that even the pupil technique will not be able to adapt. The time you have been in contact with Long Yu is too short, and his learning ability can be called a monster. Namikaze Minato's mouth was relaxed, but his face was more solemn, and he said, "Then, shall we fight next?" In the village. Long Yu smiled playfully, and said, "There are at least 30 or 40 people on guard outside. If something is broken, I'm afraid they will be bitten by Tuanzang." Uchiha Fuyu and Shisui also looked stagnant. Not long ago, Long Yu even destroyed the Hokage building, and even killed the oil girl to take the root. Although the main responsibility lies with Danzo, Ryu is now being watched. If there is more trouble, it will indeed be targeted by Danzo. "Don't worry, we will leave the clone here and practice outside the village." Namikaze Minato smiled playfully. In the backhand, he took out Fei Laishan Kunai. The next moment, Long Yu and the others, with the help of Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, disappeared into the mansion. There is only one avatar left to hide the eyes and ears. Bang! 30 kilometers away from Konoha Ninja Village, in a huge basin. 5 figures descended on the earth like ghosts. "Minato, your Flying Thunder God technique has become more and more skilled." Uchiha Fuyu glanced left and right, and said, "In the future, if you really want to escape, I'm afraid no one will really be able to catch you." Hearing these words, I don't know if it was a compliment or a demeaning remark, Minato Namikaze reluctantly touched the tip of his nose and said, "Okay, let's make a quick decision. All 3 of us want to fight Long Yu, who will fight first?" In the hall just now, the unanimous actions of the 3 of them revealed their thoughts. After all, the strength displayed by Long Yu had already made them feel jealous. Now there is harvest, it is a nightmare for them. "Come with the 3 of you," Long Yu said with a smile. A small voice, at this moment, swept the audience like a hurricane. S expression changed, and he said, "Long Yu, are you kidding me?" "Just kidding." Long Yu smiled and shook his head. They always been serious. "Remind you, wake up 12 points, my attack power is overwhelming." Who was full of confidence, Minato Namikaze sank, and after looking at each other, they reached a consensus in an instant. "Go!" Uchiha Fuyu exclaimed urgently. Of both hands, more than a dozen shuriken flew out of their hands in an instant, and slashed towards Long Yu at a reversed angle. At the same time, under the rapid flip of both hands, a series of magic seals formed, and the fiery chakra accumulated under the mouth, and swallowed it out in an instant. The art of fire escape how fireball. 7 or 8 meters, the magnificent fireball instantly condensed and rolled out towards Long Yu. At the same time, 2 figures appeared first behind Long Yu. Spiral Pill, the blade of flowing water. The tyrannical chakra fluctuations have been driven to the extreme. One casts the Flying Thunder God technique, and the other casts the tyrannical instant body technique. It can be said that as the golden light of Konoha, and the name of the instant stop water resounding in the ninja world, it is simply the ultimate speed. However, Long Yu was already mentally prepared, and at the moment when the blood in his eyes flowed, Jugoyu's writing wheel eyes turned in vain. The powerful pupil power exploded instantly like a frenzy. The scarlet color, like turning into a raging tide, turned into a huge Susanoo of dozens of meters. When the 3 attacks fell on Susanoo, it was like an attack on an invisible wall. The fireball technique was instantly detonated. Spiral pills and the blade of flowing water were directly annihilated. However, what caused their pupils to shrink the most was the Susanoo displayed by Long Yu, showing the shape of Shiro with 3 heads and 6 arms. Angry eyes are round, the compassionate smiling face, solemn and majestic. This can be said to shake the mind. His pupil technique has changed, and the breath he exudes is several times stronger. Uchiha Fuyu's face changed dramatically. Minato and Shisui also hurriedly retreated. Looking at the huge figure like a small mountain, there was a hint of solemnity on his face. "Are you annoying me?" Long Yu smiled warmly. "If you can't even break the defense, then this battle doesn't seem to need to continue." The low voice made the trio of Namikaze Minato 3 look stagnant. The three of them looked at the entire ninja world, and they were also outstanding existences. When were they so despised by others? Looked at each other, a hint of determination flashed in their pupils. Use all your strength, and hide your clumsiness. Uchiha Fuyu gave a cold drink. Chapter 78. Meteorite from the Sky. His eyes turned in vain, and the kaleidoscope of three-pointed stars unfolded in an instant. A burst of purple pupil power pierced out of his body, turning into a Susanoo more than 10 meters tall. Uchiha Zishui also moved, the blood in his eyes spread, turning into eyes like a sickle hooking the moon, and the green pupil power surged out like a frenzy, turning into a Susanoo who was not inferior to Uchiha Fugaku. Watching the three of them make three hands together, it's a big killer move. Although Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui, the Susanoo displayed can hardly compare to Long Yu. Namikaze Minato looked a little shabby compared to it, and in desperation, he bit his finger, and the moment the blood overflowed, he swiped directly on the palm of his hand. The art of psychic. Bang! The smoke rose into the sky, and a body like a hill appeared in it. Minato, you brat, it's rare to call me out. However, it's still better than that bastard Shaker. Every time I come out, it's a thankless effort. Next time I meet him, I'll definitely teach you a lesson or two. As soon as Toad Wentai appeared, the barrel of the gun, which was smoking a dry cigarette, suddenly stiffened in midair. Looking at the behemoth in front of him, and Long Yu who was standing in it, with a warm smile on his face, his heart seemed to be suddenly tightened by an invisible big hand. Ms. Wen, it seems that this is a good opportunity for you to teach me a lesson. With playful laughter made Toad Bunta's nerves tense. Looking at the wry smile on his face, Minato Namaifung fell on his head. It was the first time he had the impulse of his mother Sao. Watergate, what are you doing? Why did you have sex with him? And you didn't notify me in advance, so you can prepare. Toad Wenta couldn't help but said. Reluctantly patted the head of Toad Bunta, and said, Boss, we are going to learn from each other, but I remind you, don't look at Long Yu with the eyes of 5 days ago, or you will suffer. Just to discuss. Toad Wentai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, looking at Susanoo, who was scarlet like blood and smelled like a disaster, his expression became a little more solemn. 5 days ago, this kid was clumsy, or is he stronger now? The breath he exudes has skyrocketed several times. I don't know either, maybe there are clumsy ones, and there are also stronger ones. Minato glanced at Long Yu and said, it's just that I can be sure. If you don't take it seriously, you may die. These words fell, even Uchiha Fuyu and Shishui's expressions became condensed. Hands on. The three of them reached a consensus in an instant. Blazing Spear. Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo shot. 5 fingers caught in the void, the flames entangled, and instantly turned into a long spear. Without any bells and whistles, he stabbed directly into Long Yu's volley. A shot was fired, and the air along the way, like a cloth, was instantly torn apart. The flames rolled back down, turned into a fire dragon of several hundred meters, and roared away with the posture of Wanjun. Uncle, let me help you. Uchiha stopped drinking coldly. His Susanoo was almost 99, and his right hand was wrapped in a hurricane, instantly turning into a spiral-pointed drill. Accompanied by the sharp tearing sound of a hurricane, the dark green hurricane, like a raging tide, instantly rushed into the 1,000-meter fire dragon of Uchiha Fuyuke. The fire rides the wind, and the wind helps the fire grow. The two merged, the fire dragon instantly soared to a kilometer, the storm rolled back, and the sound of dragon roars rose into the sky. Minato, you use fire escape, and I use toad oil to break Long Yu's defense in one fell swoop. Let that kid see how serious we are. Toad Wen shouted too hastily. Good. Minato Namikaze hurriedly agreed, and under the rapid flip of his hands, Toad Bunta's abdomen suddenly swelled. At the next moment, the attacks of the two blazed out simultaneously. Fire escape toad oil refining bomb. As soon as the attack of the three people came out, the fire soared into the sky, and the whole sky was illuminated. who was standing under the attack, had an even more smile on his face. At the moment when Juguyu's writing wheel eyes turned frantically, the pupil power was extracted like a frenzy. Boom! The fiery flames instantly drowned Long Yu in a monstrous gesture. Waves of fire, sea and air caused the surrounding rock basins to scorch instantly. 3 of them succeeded in 3 strikes and quickly opened the distance. At the same time, a pair of eyes stared straight at the battlefield, with a hint of urgency on their faces. You guys, don't be too nervous. If you are hit by such a powerful fire, even if there is Susanoo, it will be melted. Toad Wen said too hastily. However, the hand it held the bong suddenly tightened. Ferocious figure in the firelight, his face changed drastically. It's the hardship of the beasts recorded in the family Tuin. Uchiha Fuyu exclaimed in surprise. 6 arms in the firelight, he was covered in a layer of armor like a samurai, and his eyes were almost split. Fuyu, what kind of means is this? The power of Susanoo that Long Yu uses seems to have increased again. Namikaze Minato asked urgently. Even Uchiha Shisui, who was standing beside him, couldn't hold back. He was originally good at pupil art, and the blow just now was almost a killer move at the bottom of the box. Coupled with Uchiha Fuyuke's fire escape attack, the power has skyrocketed several times. However, in the face of Long Yu, he seemed pale and powerless. It's the booster eye. Uchiha Fuyu said solemnly. I also saw it in Uchiha Madara's handwriting. After he opened the kaleidoscope shaker, one of the pupil techniques he possessed was an augmented eye that could greatly enhance the power of ninjutsu and pupil techniques. Now the difficulty of the beasts that Long Yu is using is to use augmented eyes to make Susanoo's defense power has increased, and it has turned into armor. Now Long Yu's defense has increased by at least 3 to 5 times. What? Namikaze Minato's expression changed suddenly. The defense just now has left them helpless. Now it has increased to 3 to 5 times, and it can definitely be called absolute defense now. A sense of powerlessness quickly sprouted in Minato Namikaze's heart. The next moment, an absurd thought flashed through my mind. Fuyu, what will happen if the booster eye is used in the attack? Namikaze Minato hurriedly opened his mouth. At the same time, a roar sounded in Long Yu's mind. Under the rapid operation of the booster eye, the inheritance from Madara Uchiha reappeared in his mind. The use of a ninjutsu is like a tide, quickly flooding Long Yu's mind. Ding dang, it is detected that the host has learned to obstruct the stars, whether it is immediately. Instantly full. The ethereal voice of the system echoed in Long Yu's mind, making his expression stagnate. It can be said that in the original work, Long Yu felt the most shocking, not when Uchiha Madara performed the 6 paths mode, or when the prison of the wheel tomb. Opposite. Instead, when facing the ninja allied forces and the 5 shadows duel, the heavenly obstruction star is displayed. Like a meteor falling from the sky, with a diameter of 10,000 meters, that kind of doomsday-like attack makes people feel an inexplicable feeling of suffocation. Originally, in the forbidden area of the Uchiha clan, Long Yu was very satisfied with the ninjutsu techniques such as amplifying eyes and extinguishing fire. But compared with Tianji Zhengxing, there is still a small lump in my heart. The sudden inheritance now undoubtedly makes Long Yu happy. System, immediately. Full grade. Ding dong, please wait a moment, host. Congratulations to the host, Tianji Zhengxing has successfully reached the full level in an instant. The sound of the system gradually disappeared in his mind, and Long Yu withdrew from the space of consciousness. At the moment when the blood moon-like 9-go jade writing wheel eyes turned frantically, the 3-headed and 6-handed Susanoo moved both hands. You mean the booster eye is used for attacking? Uchiha Fuyu couldn't help but startled. Flashed in his mind the handwritten notes about Uchiha Madara's deeds that he had seen in the past, and the next moment his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly looked at Long Yu in the sea of fire, and when he saw Susanoo with 6 hands flying quickly, his pupils contracted, and he roared in a hurry. Let's go quickly. According to the handbook records, if the booster eye is used on the attack, it can instantly destroy a ninja village. The hysterical roar echoed in the heaven and earth. However, before they could react, a huge black shadow was cast from the sky. An inexplicable oppressive force was born from the heart. Everyone's nerves were suddenly tense, and they hurriedly looked up at the sky. The moment they entered their eyes, the whole person was stunned. As if struck by lightning, he was dumbfounded. A huge meteor with a diameter of 5 kilometers. The rolling gesture of falling from the sky makes the air and clouds along the way torn apart instantly. With a harsh roar, a huge meteorite fell from the sky. Escape, run away. Uchiha Fugaku roared in a hurry. The face of this kind of attack, he didn't think about fighting at all in his mind. The only thought was to run away. Mad, this is just mad. Toad Bunta's voice was also hoarse, and a trace of fear flashed in the depths of his pupils, saying, Minato, if you don't take it seriously, you will die. I'm skeptical on horseback, and now I'm dead if I take it seriously. In this case, I can't use it now, so I'll go back first. Abandoning these words, Toadman disappeared out of thin air. Fell directly on the ground, looking at Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui who fled, a flash of determination flashed in his pupils. Flash, he disappeared out of thin air. Zishui, Fuyu, you have instilled chakra into me. This time we played too much and played too hot. If this one meteorite is dropped, it will also be affected within a radius of several kilometers, so it moves away. Minato Namikaze appeared in front of the two of them first. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui, who were originally frightened, looked stagnant and could not help but glance at each other. Watergate, are you sure? Fuyu couldn't hold back. Although, he had a feeling of powerlessness in his heart, but as Minato Namikaze said, this is the result of their playing with fire. If you pat your butt and walk away, the consequences will be unimaginable. 30%, it's the first time I've transferred this kind of thing. Bo Feng Shui's lips were dry, and he said, but with your chakra support, I may be able to be 50% sure. We're running out of time, let's start now. The huge meteorite rapidly approaching in the sky and rapidly dilating in the pupil. Minato Namikaze didn't hesitate, the 3 flying thunder god kunai in his hand threw out with his backhand in an instant. At the same time, Uchiha Fuyu and Uchiha Shisui pressed their hands directly on the shoulders of Namikaze Minato. Dormant, the chakra in the body, like a frenzy, did not retain the slightest bit, and poured into the body of Namikaze Minato. Along with the roar, the 3 flying thunder gods kunai collided with the meteorite in an instant. When, under the splash of sparks, Fei Lei Shen kunai instantly nailed into the meteorite like a character. The next moment, under the impact of the powerful air wave, Minato Namikaze's hands flew up. A series of surgical seals formed and cold sweat oozes out of his forehead, a hint of determination flashed in the depths of his eyes. Flying Thunder God Barrier. Om! The vibrating sound of the air suddenly sounded. Uchiha Fuyu and Shisui felt the chakra in their bodies, as if they were instantly emptied by a big hand. This place, Minato Namikaze obviously haunts here frequently, and within a radius of dozens of miles, the Flying Thunder God seal has already been laid. When the last magic seal was formed, a Flying Thunder God barrier covering the sky of 10,000 meters was instantly condensed. The jet black crack and big mouth collided directly with the meteorite that fell from the sky. The huge air wave impact, and the huge impact force, made this crack, as if it was overwhelmed, and made a crisp cracking sound from the space. Another cracks like cobwebs spread rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Watergate, will it be impossible to transfer? Fuyu couldn't hold his breath, and asked anxiously. This one-day meteorite was hundreds of meters above their heads. Just looking up, there is already something. An inexplicable aura of death is coming. If Namikaze Minato really fails, then there may be a dead end waiting for them. Don't worry, it can be done. The veins on Namikaze Minato's neck became prominent, and his hands clasped together suddenly. The little chakra left in the body was instantly drained. The space barrier of Flying Thunder God, which had reached its limit, was expanded a little in an instant. The next moment, the situation that was quickly stalemate, there was a loosening. The meteorite that fell from the sky was swallowed by the dark space crack in an instant. After just 10 seconds, the meteorite with a diameter of 5 kilometers was completely transferred away. Looking at the restored clear sky and the disappearing crack in space, Minato Namikaze gasped and fell to the ground. The sweat left on his forehead and the rapidly depleted physical strength made him unable to stand up for a moment or three. The whole body's muscles, under the frantic refining of chakra, came out with tear-like stinging pain. However, before they could be happy, the words that fell in their ears the next moment were like straw that crushed a camel. Performed very well, however, this is just an appetizer, the hard dishes are still, later, but can you take the bigger second one? Long Yu smiled warmly. At this moment, it feels like a demon. Namikaze Minato and the others didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly looked up at the sky. A little black shadow, zooming in quickly, the speed is so fast, the gesture of falling meteorite that day, reappeared in front of me. Crazy. No. Chapter 79, Fairy Mode. Should be said that they feel that they are simply crazy. A moment ago, they worked hard and chakra, just barely enough to transfer a one-day obstructing star. Now Long Yu told them that this was just an appetizer. There is a bigger one at the back, if you don't see it with your own eyes. I'm afraid no one will believe it. Riding on a horse, are we playing with fire and playing with ourselves to death? Namikaze Minato couldn't help but smile bitterly. Now it is difficult for him to even move his fingers, the chakra in his body is exhausted, and he cannot escape with the technique of Flying Thunder God. The only thing I can do now is to die. A huge meteorite fell from the sky with a posture like 1,000 fists. It quickly enlarged in their pupils, as if there was an invisible big hand tightly clenching their hearts. That bastard boy, there is no way to remove this ninjutsu, right? Uchiha Fugaku smiled bitterly. It's still the same as us, directly exhausting the chakra. If you don't come here soon, then we'll be waiting to die. Hearing these words, Minato, who was lying on the ground, gasping for breath, couldn't help but look up at the sky. The moment of entering the target, the huge meteorite that fell from the sky quickly twisted like ripples on the surface of a lake. The next moment, it crashed into the sky. No, it should be said that in their eyes, the whole sky is like a star moving. When everything calmed down, there were still huge rocks in the sky. Only the traces of destruction from the first wave of attacks remained. Don't look at it, the second meteorite is just an illusion, I don't want to be lost like you. Long Yu's voice suddenly sounded. Three of them suddenly woke up and looked at Long Yu who appeared behind them. They laughed bitterly in an instant, realizing that the battle was decided. You kid, I was almost scared to death by you. Uchiha Fuyu patted Long Yu on the shoulder helplessly. However, we also lost convincingly. It's just that trick just now, wouldn't you really be able to use the second meteorite to hide your clumsiness here? Regarding this question, Minato and Shisui Uchiha couldn't help it, and looked at Long Yu with a hint of urgency on their faces. Looking at the entire ninja world, they are also considered to be the powerhouses standing above the peak. However, in the face of Long Yu's attack, they walked behind the gate of hell, which cast a shadow over them. No. Long Yu said with a smile. However, this statement is not false. With Long Yu's current chakra possession, without the support of the three tails, it would have been very reluctant to cast the first heavenly obstruction star. Not to mention the second one. Then trust you for now. Uchiha Fuyu rolled his eyes and said, it's not too early, let's go back quickly, in case we get into trouble, we'll end up in the wrong. On the other hand, Konoha Ninja Village, inside the root. Danzo's face was gloomy to the extreme, and the blue veins were also highlighted in the hand clenching the crutch. Haha, Danzo, I didn't expect you to find me in such a hurry. Orochimaru's voice suddenly came out. Soon, a ninja in Anbu costume was seen walking in through the gate. After taking off the painted mask, the pale cheeks were revealed. It's really not easy to see you this time. There are a lot of Anbu along the way. You won't be kicked out by my teacher, right? Orochimaru stuck out his scarlet tongue and said playfully. In the eyes of Orochimaru, to deal with an old fox like Danzo, only 3 generations of Hokage are qualified to fight against him. It's Uchiha Longyu. Danzang turned his head and said with a gloomy face. I prepared 10 elites at the Hokage mansion, and even I took action myself, but I couldn't subdue him. The Susanoo that he also used, killed the oil girl under my command to take the route. The small voice, at this moment, seems to be infused with magic sound. Danzo, are you telling the truth? Orochimaru's expression couldn't help but stagnate, and said, if you are telling the truth, I suspect that the battle that happened in the Grass Ninja Village is related to Longyu. It was that kid who ruined the Grass Ninja Village. Danzo's expression also changed. As the leader of the route, his intelligence network is still very large. On the second day after the destruction of Grass Ninja Village, he had already received the news of the report, and he was still guessing who handled it. Yes, you should be curious, who will fight him in which battle? A look of solemnity appeared on Orochimaru's face. If I am not wrong, I'm afraid he killed Madara Uchiha. Bang! The cane in Danzo's hand was crushed again. Looking at the eyes of Orochimaru, full of shock, he said, Orochimaru, do you know what you are talking about? Only the god of the ninja world can defeat Madara, and he didn't die, but was killed by that kid, are you kidding me? All know, the Valley of the End that day, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, killed Uchiha Madara with a slight advantage. It was because of this battle that Rangma completely established the title of the strongest in the ninja world. Now Orochimaru told him that Madara Uchiha not only did not die, but was also killed by Longyu. This huge gap made it difficult for him to accept. Haha, from the beginning, I was as unwilling to believe as you, so I wasted time to investigate. Orochimaru laughed dryly, a trace of frenzy flashed across his face. However, Uchiha Ryu is still too tender, and he didn't even kill all the people in the entire Kusanagi village. Let me find clues from it. He killed the old Madara Uchiha. I was far apart in the battle that day, but the traces of their battle were clearly displayed in front of my eyes. It is indeed the boundary of blood that I value. Danzo looked extremely gloomy. Danzo will not doubt Orochimaru. They are like-minded dark ones. Moreover, after seeing the strength of Longyu, Danzo believes that it is not impossible for Longyu to win in the face of the aging Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru, I want to know, how can you solve that kid? Danzo spoke again. The smile on Orochimaru's face subsided, and he said, are you worried, is he endangering your position? Of course I won't let go of this rare pair of eyes. Furthermore, I have successfully improved that trick recently, but I hope you will take me to the residence of the Thousand Hands family, and I want to pick up something. Expression suddenly changed, and he said solemnly, I didn't expect that even the second generation Hokage can't do things, really let you do it successfully. If Sarutobi finds out, I don't know what the expression will be. Hee. Actually, I also heard a lot of thanks to Mr. Sarutobi. If he hadn't ruthlessly expelled me from Konoha village, I wouldn't have easily torn off the mask. Conduct research without fear. As long as I get that thing, I believe that it will be easy to obliterate Uchiha Ryu. That's great. Face, and he said, that old confused Sarutobi knows that Uchiha Ryu is a mad dog that cannot be tamed, and he asked Jiraiya to send that kid to Miaomu Mountain to learn the immortal mode. His current strength is unfathomable, so I will take you to the Chinsho clan's station now, and I will kill him before he learns the immortal mode. Fairy mode. Orochimaru's expression sank, remembering the battle with Jiraiya that day, and said sharply, don't worry, the immortal mode is not so easy to learn. It took 3 months for Zillai that day, but I can't even find the door to Longdi Cave. No matter how powerful his talent is, at least he needs a process. Death is very close to him. Words fell. Danzang glanced at Orochimaru, who was full of confidence, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his lips. Then let's set off quickly, the rest is up to you. I want that kid to understand that not everyone can provoke him. Uchiha Fuyu's home, Longfeng and his party of 4 rushed back to the hall. However, the sight of the sight made Minato and the others smile wryly. Bang! Jiraiya also raised his hand and smashed it directly on the head of the next 4 Hokage. You bastard, if I didn't take a look in person and found out that these are shadow clones, I'm afraid I don't know if you ran away now. He also said reproachfully. You have to remember that as a guardian, the only thing you have to do is to never let Danzo find an excuse to attack Long Yu. Now that you're all right, take him back and run out. Looking at Jiraiya, who rarely peeked at the bathroom, Long Yu sat down with a smile and said, Lord Jiraiya, don't worry, Danzo will definitely want me to die. However, he must choose to act in secret. If I am not mistaken, perhaps he has been conspiring with someone and how to take the head on my neck. And when you came this time, I'm afraid you found some clues and planned to send us to Miaomu Mountain in advance. The slightly elusive words came out, and the atmosphere in the field suddenly changed. Zillai's expression froze, and he rolled his eyes and said, Sure enough, there is no way to hide it from you. I do have something important to deal with, so now I plan to send you and Shuaman to Miaomu Mountain to learn the immortal mode in advance, and I also brought the scroll. Spoke, Jiraiya untied the scroll around his waist and spread it out. To enter Miaomu Mountain, the fastest way is to perform the reverse psychic technique in Miaomu Mountain. However, with the seal scroll of the Toad family, Jiraiya also has a certain power to conduct directional channeling, and transfer Long Yu and Namikaze Minato to Mt. Miaomu. Teacher, do I want to? Namikaze Minato's expression froze and said, Now the Konoha battle situation is not clear, can I move the time back? Now Iwa Ninja Village is at war with Yun Ninja. The 3 generations of Mizukage of the Land of Water were indirectly killed by Long Yu, and the Battle of Kikyoyama in Sandin Village was at a disadvantage. On the battlefield is changing rapidly. If something goes wrong, Minato Namaifung can still rely on the technique of Flying Thunder God for quick support. Looking at your appearance, you shouldn't have been abused just now, right? Zillai also rolled his eyes and said, I don't have enough strength, are you overwhelmed? This opportunity is rare. The battlefield is changing rapidly, but only by improving our own strength can we be able to respond to more emergencies. Bo Feng Shui looked stagnant, glanced at Long Yu, and after remembering the scene of being abused just now, they nodded with a wry smile. Well, in order to avoid being abused next time, I really need to improve my strength. Haha, this is like my student, but I hope you don't get hit. Jiraiya also patted Namaifung Minato on the shoulder and said, Goodbye. Reverse the psychic technique. The inexplicable words made Minato Namikaze startled, but unfortunately he didn't wait for him to react. Jiraiya has already used the psychic technique to teleport them away directly. Inside Mt. Myogi, on a huge square. In addition to Fukasaku and Shima, in addition to Toad Fumita, Toad Ken and Toad Hero, together with a group of small toads are also present. Okay, I didn't expect Wenta to be suddenly summoned by Minato Namikaze to leave, but do you agree with the plan it proposed? Fukasaku asked while holding a cane. Since the boss suggested it, I agree. Toad Jien nodded in agreement. Toad Hero, who was on the side, was no exception, saying, Last time, he called us to deal with Miyoshi Fu, showing contempt for our 3 brothers, and he really needs a proper dismount. Yes, we agree too. That boy, since he is going to practice here for a period of time, of course he must be honest. The scene suddenly boiled over. For this group of toads who like to join in the fun. Even the things that the 3 big toads are in favor of, it will be a good show next. This kind of liveliness can't be made up for nothing. My child's father, is this really good? That kid's strength seems to be very good, and the great immortal, let us entertain him, and now that Mrs. Wen is not here, I'm afraid this is a bit wrong. Shima couldn't hold back. Shen Zuo shook his head with a smile, and said, this is Miaomu Mountain, but it's our territory, how can that kid go wild, are we still afraid that we won't be able to hold him down? Also, the kid suffers a loss, if he doesn't act as a father, that's what a shame. Looking at Fukasaku's insistence, Shima shook his head helplessly, and the next moment his nerves suddenly tightened. They're coming. When Fukasaku and the group of toads heard the words, excitement immediately appeared on their faces. Get ready, use the water cannons uniformly, don't worry that the kid will die, we will do our best. He shouted loudly. Bang! In the huge open space of the square, as soon as the mysterious magic seal appeared, the white mist shrouded, immediately. Two figures appeared. In the face of this long-distance space crossing, Rao Shibafeng Minato was already prepared, and there was a brief dizziness. Back to his senses and wanted to see the situation of Miaomu Mountain clearly, the sound of breaking air coming from all directions made his pupils shrink suddenly. Water cannon. Water bombs swept out of the sky like cannonballs, and there were hundreds of them in number. However, the most unacceptable thing for Namikaze Minato is that the water cannon will increase in size with the size of the toad. Especially Toad Jian and Toad Guang, the water cannons displayed by the two are at least 10 meters in diameter. Tons of water, if it hits people, it will definitely shatter one's bones. This welcome ceremony was too unexpected. Haha, I found that I like this kind of welcome ceremony. Long Yu suddenly laughed. Immediately. S spine froze, recalling the scene that happened not long ago, his heart suddenly tightened. Chapter 80, Is This Giggling? Susanoo. The blood in Long Yu's eyes was like a tide, and it suddenly swept away, and the tyrannical pupil power quickly surged out under the frantic rotation of the 9-hook jade. The huge Susanoo was quickly supported with 3 heads and 6 arms, directly comparable to the height of Toad and others. Boom! Hundreds of water cannons landed on Long Yu's body. The huge impact made Susanoo shake a little. That splashes out is like a torrential rain, swaying the whole world. This is Susanoo of the Uchiha clan, and his form is different from what you described. Mitsuko's expression changed slightly. However, this is only their first wave of attacks. They had already expected the appearance of Susanoo. Toad Hero and Toad Jian moved in an instant, slammed down towards the ground, like a big mountain, approaching Susanoo in the sky. The double knife and long fork in his hand slashed directly down, and the air along the way sent bursts of sonic booms. Looking at this violent scene, the eyes of the toads present brightened, and there was a hint of urgency in their pupils. Don't! 2 screams suddenly sounded. In addition to the mouth from Minato Namikaze, there was also the mouth of Toad Bunta who hurried back. The sudden scene caused a slight pause in the attacks of the 2 toads, and even Fukasaku, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but startled. After all, the welcome ceremony this time was proposed by Toad Wentai, mainly to kill Long Yu's arrogance. However, now Toad Bunta says no. This gap is a bit too big. Wentai, what's going on? Immortal Shima was the first to lose his temper. Was the first time that she saw herself, this precious son who was not afraid of the sky and earth, showing such a panicked expression. Pity that Long Yu's voice mixed with a smile drifted away before Toad Wenta could answer. Okay, the return gift for you has arrived, please come out to receive the gift. Long Yu was in Susanoo. The 3-headed and 6-armed Susanoo moved, and instantly formed a series of magic seals. When his hands suddenly clasped together, Toad Wen was so stunned, he roared hysterically, "Escape, hurry up and escape from this place." The violent scene shook the minds of everyone, and followed the eyes of Toad Wentai to the sky. In the scene of entering the goal, even the 2 big toads who shot were stunned. This is too much to play. The meteorite falling from the sky with a diameter of 5 kilometers, that kind of shocking feeling is completely unmatched by ordinary people. If there is really one word to describe it, That is a natural disaster. Mad, you big lunatic, we are just joking, you don't have to make a big move. Immortal Shenzuo couldn't hold back his breath at all. It possesses immortal magic, but it is obviously powerless in the face of this day's obstruction. The face of such a large-scale attack, unless you have a large-scale defense like Gaara in the original book. Perhaps, a stronger attack than Tianji Zhengxing, or waiting for them, but the test of death. Long Yu, can this attack be removed? Toad Wen is too impatient. It escaped from the battlefield just now, but due to the time difference and space jump, without the coordinates of a specific spell, he ran back home. When I thought about the ridiculous welcome ceremony I just proposed, and the doomsday attack method I encountered after being summoned to fight by Minato Namikaze. Toad went. I didn't have time to think about it, and rushed back here desperately. Unfortunately, it was still too late. Sorry, this attack, I can only cast it, but I can't resist it. Long Yu said with a smile. However, you can ask Minato and let him use the Flying Thunder God barrier, and he should be able to transfer again. It was me, Namikaze Minato, who was stunned again, feeling the urgent gaze from all around, biting my head, and walked out with a wry smile. Why, what you did, it was me who was hurt in the end. Okay, don't complain too much, I'm playing the role of a bad guy, and I'll give you the role of a good guy. For the immortal mode, it's worth working hard. Long Yu patted Nagao Minato on the shoulder. Looking at the meteorite rolling down from the sky, the two immortals couldn't hold their breath and hurried over. You kid, I'll settle the account with you later. Immortal Fukasaku said with gritted teeth. However, as soon as these cruel words were spoken, Immortal Shima slapped the back of the head and said, if you hadn't indulged these children, this situation wouldn't have happened. I'll be in bed tonight, and I'm punishing you. Minato will trouble you this time. Injecting our immortal technique chakra into your Flying Thunder God technique should be able to transfer this meteorite. Two great immortals, as one of Jiraiya's teachers, of course know what kind of ninjutsu Namikaze Minato can do. Of them have heard of Konoha's golden glittering reputation. Then you guys start first, I'll take a rest first, chakra is a bit overdrawn. Long Yu yawned. However, the energetic look made a kind of toad gnashing its teeth. Unfortunately, at this juncture, no one dared to have the slightest dissatisfaction with Long Yu. A meteorite one day away has already made them strict. If there is another one, it is a dead end. Go. Namikaze Minato took a quick drink, and, following the fast approaching rocks in the sky, he threw out 3 Flying Thunder God kunai in the same way. By the 3 toads quickly rushed in the opposite direction of the 3 threes. After all, Namikaze Minato only came to Mt. Meowmu for the first time, and there was no Flying Thunder God technique here, so he couldn't display the Flying Thunder God barrier right from the beginning. 5,000, 3,000, 2,000, 1,000. Okay. The 3 toads finally rushed out 5 kilometers away. At the moment when the shouting sound came out, Minato Namikaze quickly flipped his hands. Flying Thunder God's barrier technique. The 3 Flying Thunder God kunai instantly collided with the meteorite. The transferred spell barrier, immediately. With the 3 big toads as the center, it quickly tore apart, like a huge mouth that was as black as ink. Feeling that the chakra in the body has just recovered a little, don't take it out quickly, and Minato Namikaze's face instantly turned pale. Use our magic chakra. The 2 immortals Fukasaku and Shima shouted in unison. The moment a warm current followed the toad's claws on his back, the huge immortal chakra poured into Minato Namikaze's body. That was slowly torn apart instantly seemed to have eaten a catalyst, and turned into 6 or 7 kilometers in an instant. Like a black galaxy, he opened his mouth and swallowed the meteorite that fell from the sky. Such a shocking scene lasted for more than half a minute, and when everyone reacted, the meteorite falling from the sky with a diameter of 5 kilometers completely disappeared from the sky. That pitch black. The ink-like cracks also healed quickly. Huchi. Nika's Minato was gasping for breath and fell directly on the ground. Although he is blessed by the power of the two great immortals, the consumption of physical strength and the exhaustion of his own chakra are also not small burdens for him now. However, the words that fell in his ear at the next moment made Minato, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, almost torn his nerves. The big thing is bad, the lunatic has disappeared. Toad Wen said too hastily. These words fell, a cold air rushed to the forehead of all the toads in the field, and Minato Namikaze, who was also shot while lying down. Will something happen again? Are you Uchiha Ryayu? Sure enough, you have displayed such a powerful ninjutsu, and in the ninja world, I am afraid that few people can match you. Miaomu Mountain. Just as Long Yu reached the top, he saw a huge pavilion built here. The big toad fairy lived in this place. It has obviously become dozens of times larger than the feather clothing era. Long Feng said with a smile, the big toad immortal is disturbing. Hee hee, boy, you are really interesting. The big toad fairy smiled kindly. You are very special, I don't see the slightest future in me. There are only two explanations for this situation, one is the dying person, and the other is that your strength surpasses me, so I can't see through you. In my eyes, you are the second. To this statement, Long Yu responded with a casual smile. Immortal Big Toad, you are serious, you should know why I came here. I know, you are for the Toad Fairy art of our Miaomu Mountain. The Big Toad immortal did not continue to entangle, and still maintained a lazy demeanor. However, just now, if you want to let Fukasaku and Shima teach you immortal arts in person, I'm afraid it will embarrass you 1 or 2 times. I hope you can understand. Great Toad Immortal is still vivid in the minds of the heavenly obstruction that appeared just now. He doesn't care. But if there are 1 or 2 more, I am afraid it will make people overwhelmed. The Big Toad Fairy, don't worry, I will learn the fairy mode, and I will leave. Long Yu responded with a smile. Also, I don't dare to bother the 2 immortals Fukasaku and Shima, I'm enough to teach myself. Self-taught. The Big Toad Immortal frowned, looked at Long Yu with a warm smile on his face, and said with a sigh, this Toad Immortal art, the process of cultivation is very complicated, once the cultivation fails, it will become a petrified statue. Furthermore, if you can't get used to controlling the immortal chakra, you will also partially turn into a toad. Once you lose control, you will change from a human to a toad. Are you still determined to practice it yourself? Speaking of which, the Great Toad Immortal looked at Long Yu, like the bark of a tree, his wrinkled cheeks flashed a hint of urgency. In his eyes, the advantages and disadvantages of cultivating toad immortality have been clearly described. If it wasn't for a fool, when he first came into contact with this mysterious magic, he would definitely be the first to find a way to go. Thank you for the reminder from Immortal Big Toad. The kid asks himself about his talent and has a little confidence. If there is a scroll, I will be enough to learn by myself. Long Yu said with a smile. Immortal Big Toad was stunned, and confirmed again and again, you really plan to teach yourself, in case of an accident, I don't care about the old man. Faced with the fact that his kind reminder was ignored, Immortal Big Toad was obviously also angry. However, Long Yu still smiled and nodded and said, thank you, Immortal Big Toad. Immortal Big Toad was silent for a while, and soon he waved his right index finger lightly. The scroll placed at the top of the back of the chair seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and flew straight towards Long Yu. Bang! Long Yu reached out to catch it, and his body was shaken by the tremendous strength. Looking at the Big Toad Immortal who still kept his eyes closed, he had no intention of speaking at all. That this old toad also has a temper. However, Long Yu didn't take it to heart, and couldn't tell others that I was a god with a system. Able to fully level any ninjutsu, taijutsu, and instantly. I'm afraid that half of what I said, everyone else thinks it's an idiot. Long Yu didn't care, and turned over the scroll in his hand. In addition to depicting a toad sitting cross-legged, there were also descriptions of how to operate the immortal mode and how to absorb the power of nature for his own use. It can be said that at first glance, the content is very jerky. Ding dang, it is detected that the host has acquired the fairy mode, whether it is immediately instantly full. The crisp system sound echoed in my mind. Long Yu raised his brows, smiled, and gave an order. Who had not spoken, looked at the smile on Long Yu's face and couldn't help but startled. Can be said that from the very beginning, it planned to let Long Yu see the mysterious and astringent beauty in the scroll, and then ask for advice again without knowing it. However, now it has once again exceeded its expectations. As this giggling immortal big toad couldn't hold back his breath, and he stopped talking. However, before the voice blurted out, he saw Long Yu put away the scroll. Ding dong, congratulations on the instant success of the host fairy mode. The ethereal voice of the system sounded again. A smile appeared on Long Yu's face, and he handed the scroll back to Immortal Big Toad. Thank you for the success of the Big Toad Immortal. The boy has already learned the magic, so he won't stay here any longer. You have learned. Immortal Big Toad took the scroll and couldn't help but be stunned. In his memory, even the most talented Yu spent 7 days learning the immortal mode. Now Long Yu just glanced at it and told him that he had learned the immortal mode, which was too much. Grandpa, are you okay? That kid didn't do anything disrespectful to you, right? Immortal Shenzuo fell down. Immediately behind him were Shima and Minato Namikaze, as well as a group of toads. After Minato Namimo transferred the meteorite, it was discovered that Long Yu had disappeared. Teamed up to activate immortal perception, quickly looking for Long Yu's whereabouts, and finally chasing this place. Long Yu, are you alright? I heard that this is the forbidden area of their Miaomu mountain. If you break in at will, I'm afraid they will stumble when you learn the immortal mode. Namikaze Minato fell on Long Yu's side, and lowered his voice to persuade him. HMPH, it's still Minato, you are a good kid. Immortal Shenzuo snorted coldly. Boy, I don't need to investigate what happened just now, but now you have broken into the forbidden area of our Miaomu mountain. If you don't apologize, even if we agreed to Xiaozilai, teach your immortal mode will not guide you well. In fact, this time Immortal Fukasaku decided to guide the immortal Long Yu mode, which was the result of Immortal Big Toad's prediction. However, as Immortal Big Toad said, this kind of predictive ability is very vague on Long Yu. Hokage Starting from the Instant Full Level, Chapter 81-100. Chapter 81. Unable to see the future. The heavenly obstruction shocking star that Long Yu cast just now was almost frightened, and now Immortal Shenzuo distorted the facts in order to regain his place, obviously intending to suppress Long Yu's arrogance. However, the voice of the next moment made the people present stunned. He said he has learned. The old voice swept the audience like a hurricane at this moment. The nerves of all the toads were tense at once. These words were not from Long Yu, but from the mouth of the great Toad Immortal. Grandpa, you said he has learned. Immortal Shenzuo couldn't hold back his breath. It has lived for more than 800 years, but it has not witnessed many successes and failures. They are talented and stupid, but in an instant, they say that they can learn the immortal mode. Isn't this a fool's dream? Boy, are you joking? Bit, you say that you have learned it as soon as you open your mouth, is this degrading us? Immortal Shenzuo couldn't hold back his breath. It can be said that Miaomu Mountain, Shibone Forest and Dragon Crypt can be called the three holy places, precisely because the immortal model cannot be copied, and each has its own characteristics. Long Yu, are you serious? Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment, and was the first to lose his breath. Unlike other people, Minato Namikaze is well aware of Long Yu's abnormal learning talent. I thought that he would only show this advantage over ordinary ninjutsu. If it is said, even the immortal mode is easy to learn now. This would be too shocking. Don't you believe it? Long Yu rolled his eyes. Then I'll show you a demonstration first, and let you give up. Voice fell, and the nerves of all the toads, even Namikaze Minato, were suddenly tense. While staring straight at Long Yu, a hint of urgency flashed in the depths of his pupils. Together with the big toad fairy is no exception. Long-Yu took a deep breath, and after using the system to instantly reach full level, he had more ways to use the immortal mode in his mind. At the moment when the body is completely relaxed, I feel the natural chakra flowing slowly around. That was flowing slowly at first stagnated at this moment. It's not possible. The big toad immortal was the first to lose his temper. The next moment, I couldn't help but suddenly opened my eyes, and when I entered the scene, even the great toad immortal was moved. All the toads present, as well as Minato Namikaze, even split their eye sockets. Fairy mode. Long-Yu suddenly opened his eyes, and the power of nature freed around him, as if encountering an invisible big hand, was pulled away abruptly. At this moment, Long-Yu directly turned into a giant black hole, swallowing up the force of nature with a radius of 10,000 meters. The mysterious patterns spread rapidly in the eyes, forming the posture of the toad fairy. The breath exuded is even more ethereal. If it is not visible to the naked eye, it is impossible to detect the existence of Long-Yu with chakra perception alone. It can be said that the current dragon feather seems to be integrated with the heaven and the earth. It's really fairy mode. Immortal Shenzuo's eye sockets were about to split open, as if he had seen a ghost. He rubbed his sockets 7 or 8 times. Looking at the young man in front of him, he became a little unreal. A moment ago, he was full of mouths asking himself that his talent was not bad and that he could learn the fairy mode and show off 1 or 2 in public. However, now this face has been beaten too fast and too hard. The snapping sound, without questioning. By the way, Watergate, I forgot to tell you a cultivation method. Long-Yu suddenly spoke up. When cultivating the immortal mode, you can use the experience of shadow clones to overlap, which can increase the speed of cultivation. Of course, this also depends on the individual. However, with your qualifications, you should be able to learn it in about 10 days. Moreover, after the fairy mode disappears, it can also be recovered in time through the clone. While talking, Long-Yu sighed helplessly while looking at these toads whose brains were confused. I will demonstrate it to you personally, as a thank you for learning the fairy mode this time. Long-Yu flipped his hands and instantly cast a shadow clone. This is the avatar technique that Namikaze Minato taught him that day. It is a high-quality avatar technique that was stripped from the second-generation Hokage's forbidden multi-shadow avatar. It can perfectly inherit the strength of the main body, but the amount of chakra has also decreased. Bang! The 2 clones appeared on Long-Yu's side in an instant, and without any instructions, they instantly entered the immortal mode. Seeing that the 3 dragon feathers could be in immortal mode at the same time, the toad present gasped. Even the big toad fairy became unable to sit still. The next moment, seeing the main body of Long-Yu, after releasing the immortal mode, the clone on the side was also released instantly. Immortal mode then reappeared on Long-Yu's body. The sudden scene just became the straw that crushed the nerves. Even the great toad immortal was taken aback. You really are a monster, not only in immortal mode, but also in such a short period of time. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Said with great excitement. Looking at this old toad, the old meat was shaking with excitement. Long-Yu was really worried that if it was stimulated to the point of having a heart attack, it would be a big trouble. Ahem, immortal big toad, your words are serious. My affairs on this road are all over. Next, Minato will take care of you. Goodbye. Long-Yu smiled and waved his hand, released the reverse psychic technique, and returned to the ninja world. By the way, I forgot to ask you how long it took you to do. The inexplicable words caused the big toad fairy to fall directly to the ground. The violent scene made the expressions of all the toads change drastically, and they hurriedly stepped forward to help them up. We're not clear about the name Yuya. However, for the big toad fairy, it is a dusty memory. Now after thousands of years, the name is mentioned again. This is simply shocking. Grandpa, what happened? Who is that Yuya? Unable to hold back his breath, he asked eagerly. The toads surrounding him, even Namikaze Minato showed curiosity. No, it's not something you can know. A mortal big toad sat back on the chair and said, "As long as you know, you have no choice but to never turn your back on him. You remember, he's probably not a monster that exists in this time and space. No wonder I can't see his future clearly." The hurried voice reverberated on the top of Meowmoo Mountain. Toad and Namikaze Minato, who were present, looked at each other. It would be too shocking for the dignified great Toad Immortal to give such an evaluation. Moreover, this made them even more curious. What kind of identity is Long Yu? However, for Namikaze Minato, the most important thing to solve now is how to learn the fairy mode in a short time. Otherwise, after 10 days, it can't be done. It's a slap in the face. Bang! Uchiha Fuyu's house. A low burst of air came out, making it seem a little sudden under the dead night sky. White mist shrouded in the mist, and the figure of Long Yu appeared in it. Looking at the still lonely courtyard, Long Yu's brows couldn't help frowning. Clang clang clang. The sound of metal collision suddenly sounded. Long Yu raised his brows, and with a flick of his figure, he disappeared in place. "Itachi, be careful, there are 5 people in the dark," Uchiha Fuyu shouted in a hurry. "When he shot a shuriken with a sneak attack in the dark place just now, I thought about using Susanoo. Pity that the entire Uchiha clan is being closely watched because of the matter of Long Yu. If at this juncture, Uchiha Fuyu also exposed his trump card, that would probably push the Uchiha clan to the top of the storm. Moreover, under this kind of surveillance, it is possible to launch a sneak attack so smoothly. Whether this has anything to do with it, I am afraid it is worth thinking about." Water escape water dragon bomb. The sound of 5 tearing air broke out, and 5 water dragons burst out of the air, attacking all around at different angles. Uchiha Fuyu's face suddenly changed. In the face of such an attack, he was able to retreat completely. However, Uchiha Itachi can be called a genius in Konoha. However, that is also among the juniors. According to Uchiha Fuyu's speculation, Uchiha Itachi's current strength is comparable to that of Chunin. Would be too difficult to escape under the bombardment of these 5 water dragons. Susanoo. The familiar voice suddenly sounded, which made Uchiha Fuyu startled for a while, and soon saw a familiar figure appearing in front of Uchiha Itachi. Scarlet as blood, Susanoo, filled with the smell of disaster, exuded a terrifying aura. One step ahead, blocking Uchiha Itachi. Boom! 5 water dragon bullets instantly hit Susanoo's body. Under the huge impact, Susanoo, like an iron tower, did not move at all. The water drops all over the sky, falling like a downpour. "Brother! Long Yu, why are you back?" Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fuyu were taken aback, and they didn't expect that at this juncture, they would encounter Long Yu to save them. However, before they could react, the lightning flashed from Long Yu's body, and the whole person disappeared out of thin air. "This speed is too fast, even the writing wheel I can't catch it. It's the technique of lightning." Uchiha Itachi was taken aback. However, compared to him, Uchiha Fuyu, at the moment Long Yu disappeared, directly displayed a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. With this superb pupil power, he could vaguely see Long Yu, as if he had turned into a lightning bolt, plunged into the darkness. "That kid is back. According to the original plan, let's retreat quickly," a ninja with a mask said coldly. Abandoning these words, he turned and left without any hesitation. This time, they sneaked into Konoha in order to lure Long Yu to appear, and then sneak out of the village. However, just as he turned around and entered the figure first, his pupils contracted suddenly. "You, why did you appear here? So the rumors are true." The ninja's expression changed dramatically, and while he was screaming, he took out a kunai with his backhand and stabbed it straight into Long Yu's chest. At such a close distance, the only thing he can do is to use this desperate move to force the boy in front of him back. Only in this way can he be able to save a trace of life. PFF'd. The hot blood tensed up, shining like fireworks. The masked ninja who shot out was stunned. Facing his desperate blow, the young man in front of him had no intention of evading at all. He didn't even raise his hand to block. In the eyes of the masked ninja, it was completely a madman's way of killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, the last huge earthquake in his hand made him stunned. When the crisp metal collision sound came out, and the kunai in his hand, at the moment when it approached Long Yu's body, the circulating electric arc directly collapsed the kunai. The enormous strength made him able to clearly feel the stinging pain from his wrist when he was dying. Looking at the flying world, accompanied by the sound of heavy objects landing, the masked ninja saw Long Yu disappear into place out of thin air at the last moment. At this moment, he finally understood that the young man who had recently risen in the ninja world was not a rumor. "Dad, where is my brother? Can you see clearly?" Uchiha Itachi couldn't hold back his breath. All along, the person he respects the most is Uchiha Shisui. Moreover, when he was a child, Uchiha Itachi took Uchiha Shisui as his growth goal. However, after seeing the power of Long Yu with his own eyes, as well as the rapid rise of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, Uchiha Itachi's young mind was instantly conquered by Long Yu. "It's over," Uchiha Fuyu said solemnly. Soon, they saw Long Yu flash out in the dark and land in front of them. "It's over." Uchiha Itachi's expression suddenly changed. In his eyes, the time before and after was just 5 or 6 seconds. In such a short period of time, Long Yu killed all 5 ninjas who attacked by 55. This speed is too shocking. Uchiha Itachi's eyes, if it was him, he might not be able to escape this fate. "Killed." Long Yu patted Uchiha Itachi on the head and said, "Go back and rest first, and leave the rest to me." Looking at Long Yu with a calm face, Uchiha Fuyu's face suddenly changed, and he said, "You won't let one go on purpose, you plan to catch up to see who shot it." "Long Yu, don't forget, now the Uchiha family is on the cusp of the storm, this time they can make a sneak attack so smoothly. I'm afraid there will be shadows of other people behind them. I hope you can think carefully and don't mess around. Put the Uchiha family in danger." In the face of other people, Uchiha Fuyu may have already shot to stop it. But after seeing Long Yu's powerful strength with his own eyes, Uchiha Fuyu did not dare to humiliate himself. "Uncle, don't worry, others have come to the door. If we hide, we will only gain an inch. You can't let your aunt and the child in your womb be implicated. Leave these things to me, I'm not. Just anyone can deal with it." Long Yu laughed dryly. The thunder arcs on his body crackled, and the whole person disappeared like a ghost out of thin air. Chapter 82, Strengthening the Seal of Evil. Looking at Long Yu who had disappeared completely, Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but said, "Dad, do you need to inform Shisui?" Although, after Ryayu and Namikaze Minato went to Mt. Myoki, Uchiha Fugaku told Uchiha Itachi about the battle. Even Uchiha Shisui's hidden strength was pierced. However, if it was before, Uchiha Itachi would definitely respect Shisui to the ground. But after hearing it with his own ears, after Long Yu defeated the 3 of them together, his respect for Shisui, although still there, was no longer as awe-inspiring as before. No need, if he insists on taking action. I think in the ninja world, there are very few people who can stop him. It's just that Long Yu didn't go to Miaomu Mountain to learn immortality. Why did he come back suddenly? Uchiha Fuyu raised his brows, showing a confused expression. Konoha village, outside the sealed gate. The night was dark, like black ink, lingering. A petite figure flashed out of the dark without warning. "The front is the sealed gate. As long as I leave here, I can see that guy." Chaotic thoughts flashed in my mind, and the scenes of parting that day flashed quickly in my mind. "Stay here, who are you?" A cold shout suddenly sounded. Soon I saw a figure, flashing out in the dark, and stopping in front of the sealed gate. "It's you, little girl." Sarutobi Samu raised his brows and said solemnly, "Red Bean, this has been done 10 times already, and every time you have to push hard, saying that Orochimaru is back. Now, You broke out of the confinement room again, and you will give me a headache again. Looking at this stubborn little girl in front of him, Sarutobi Samu felt helpless. Ever since Orochimaru's defection, Midori Red Bean has been attacking and sealing the gate every once in a while. Threatened to find the trace of Orochimaru. However, the current Midori Red Bean has just been promoted to Chunin, and is only 13 or 14 years old, so no one cares about this. The first shock may also be regarded as nonsense. However, as time went on, things got sour. Every time Orochimaru comes back secretly, Midori Red Bean will make a fuss. The end, they will all be imprisoned in the thinking room. At the same time, it was gradually suspected that he couldn't bear the defection of Orochimaru, which caused confusion. Yes, Orochimaru is back. This time he stayed for a long time. I felt his breath just now and left the village. Red Bean said in a hurry. I have to say that in the world of Hokage, due to the war, the younger generation grew up quickly. Under the circumstances of this kind of plucking and growth, the Red Bean body has now reached 1.6 meters, wearing a mesh top, and on that small scale, it also exudes a girlish smell. Hongdu, don't be ridiculous, otherwise don't blame me for sending you to the thinking room again. Sarutobi Samu said displeased ly. Counting on the last time you hit the seal gate, this time you will be imprisoned for 30 days. That is regarded as vexatious, whoever touches it too much will also become, he has no good temper. If you don't believe it, then you'll be offended. This time I must ask Orochimaru to find out. Midori Red Bean shouted in a hurry. The shadow snake hand. A white snake suddenly appeared from the ground, and its speed was so fast that it quickly wrapped around Sarutobi Samu's right foot in a manner that could not cover his ears. The violent scene changed Sarutobi Samu's expression. In the first few shocks, Midori Red Bean was just a simple collision, and did not use ninjutsu. After all, there is a rule in Konoha that once a ninja attack is performed on the ninja guarding the sealed gate, it will be considered a treason. Therefore, from the beginning, Sarutobi Samu did not take Midori Red Beans to heart at all. I don't even think that a mere little girl will betray the village. However, this move at the moment was beyond his understanding, and when he realized it, the white snake had already opened its mouth and bit down on his neck. The feeling of dizziness hit my mind, facing the neurotoxicity specially made by Orochimaru. Sarutobi Samu only held on for 2 or 3 seconds, and then passed out. I finally figured it out, this time I have to ask him to find out. Across Matera Anko's pretty face, and walked towards the door. However, just as she stepped out, a bright figure appeared in front of her neck in an instant. You seem to have forgotten that the sealed gate is not. A person is stationed there. A gloomy voice came out, and it was obviously a ninja wearing an Anbu mask. As he said, for the safety of Konoha Shinobi Village. The sealed gate is usually guarded by 2 ninjas, divided into one bright and one dark. Seeing the sudden attack, Midori Anzu's face turned pale. Just that at such a close distance, she can't hide at all. To fail again this time quickly sprouted in the heart of Miter Washing Red Bean. However, an unexpected voice suddenly sounded. Sorry, she's not one either. A figure entwined with thunder light instantly appeared in front of Yuhong. The violent scene made the dark man's face change drastically. It's you. In the face of a character like Long Yu who even made a riot in the Hokage building, Anbu of course knows it. Seeing Long Yu's sudden attack, Anbu's ninja, in addition to being shocked, was hit hard on the back of the neck with a backhand. Bang! The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground echoed. Seeing the Anbu ninja being solved instantly, Midori Red Bean couldn't help but be stunned. He hurriedly looked at the back in front of him, and his expression suddenly changed. This is the family emblem of the Uchiha clan. You are a member of the Uchiha clan. Midori Red Bean couldn't help but ask. Let's go quickly, and take action on the guardian ninja who seals the gate. This is equivalent to betrayal. Since the defection of Orochimaru, Midori Red Bean has been closed in the thinking room, rarely leaving a step. Little is known about the recent ninja war. Therefore, in the face of the recent strong rise of Long Yu, it is not clear at all. Hee, I didn't want to meddle in my own business, and I was able to sneak out of the village, but I heard you say just now that I can only take care of this kind of trouble if I can find the whereabouts of Orochimaru. I hope you didn't disappoint me. And reached out and rubbed the head of Maiden washing Red Bean. Hongdu was stunned, and quickly broke free from Long Yu's hand. His cheeks turned cold, and he quickly stepped back and said, "How can you rub someone's head casually? And you said that you can sneak out of the village without a sound. This is a big joke. Except for the sealed gate, the entire Konoha village is closed by the perception ninja with a barrier all the time, even small. The leap of bugs can also be easily spotted. What's more, why are you looking for Orochimaru? Are you going to be his lackey?" A series of questioning voices echoed between heaven and earth, and Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. "It seems that you stupid girl, you haven't heard of my murderous name." Long Yu withdrew his hand and said, "Let's go, they will wake up soon. If you still want to catch up with Orochimaru, you have to talk to me well, otherwise you will be spanked. You bastard, dare to tease me verbally." Midori Red Bean's character has always been thorny. However, looking at Long Yu's playful smile, he was finally discouraged. After seeing with her own eyes the figure entwined by lightning just now, she clearly knew that the young man in front of her was not simple. At least a little bit better than her. Yes, only a little bit. Midori Hongdu clenched his fists and comforted himself. "If we leave now, we will become rebels, don't you really regret it?" "Regret what?" Long Yu grabbed the slender hand of Mito washing Red Bean, turned around and walked away quickly. "Come on. I am the Uchiha clan, and I am good at hypnotism. They will wake up soon and forget what happened just now, so you finish the work as soon as possible, and when you come back, you will still be the ninja of Konoha." Midori Red Bean originally planned to break free from Long Yu's hand, but when he heard these words, he couldn't help but startled. This time, she went after Orochimaru's footsteps. However, it does not mean that he will leave with Orochimaru. Just now, she just acted with a sense of obsession, and now she calms down and pushes hard, but she can't bear the consequences. As the two left, 7 or 8 seconds later, the bodies of Sarutobi Samu and Anbu Ninja who had passed out unconsciously moved involuntarily. This is a high-level hypnotism, capable of performing subconscious activities similar to sleepwalking. Long Yu arrived before Midori Red Bean appeared. Originally planned to use hypnotism to make these two guards unconscious, but I didn't expect Midori Red Bean to collide at such a juncture. If she hadn't threatened to track down Orochimaru, Long Yu would not have gotten involved in this troublesome matter. Even if she is a well-developed little girl, she is no exception. Okay, your curse mark should be able to make you perceive the existence of Orochimaru. Now it's time for you to come in handy. Long Yu suddenly spoke up. Washing Red Bean suddenly changed, and even his footsteps could not help but stop, looking at Long Yu with eyes full of disbelief. It can be said that in Midori's eyes, the moment he became Orochimaru's apprentice, he became an experiment. When Orochimaru escaped, Midori Red Bean once stopped Orochimaru. Unfortunately, the final result was to be given an immature spell. I know a lot of things, but I'm not very good at explaining them. Long Yu said with a smile. Mitsuwashi Red Bean was suffocated, but before she could make trouble, the stinging pain from her neck made her face turn pale instantly, and she subconsciously raised her hand to cover the curse mark. Did you sense the presence of Orochimaru? Long Yu raised his brows. Take your hand away, a little sealing technique I know can temporarily suppress the pain for you. You can suppress the curse mark of Orochimaru, are you kidding me? Midori Red Bean gritted his teeth and said. Long Yu rolled his eyes. Believe it or not, this is your problem, and you don't want to be so hurt when you see Orochimaru that you don't even have the heart to speak. This incomplete spell was planted by Orochimaru on Midori's body. After all, as a disciple of Orochimaru, she went to many places with Orochimaru as a cover to cover up her eyes and ears. Although the memory was sealed by Orochimaru in the end, this spell was also planted with a perceptual seal that could not be approached. Closer you get to Orochimaru, the greater the pain will be. With Midori Red Bean's current strength, I am afraid that the moment he sees Orochimaru, he will become unable to bear the pain and instantly faint. Looking at Long Yu with a smile on her face, Midori Red Bean felt the tingling pain in her neck. She knew that what she said was not wrong. However, he didn't really trust Long Yu's ability to suppress Orochimaru's spell. This is the teacher she has always respected and one of the legendary Sannin. Just as this idea came into being, Long Yu moved. Second fingers of the right hand were wrapped in black flames, and at the moment before Midori Red Bean could react, they directly touched her neck. Strengthen the Seal of Evil seal. In the original book, Kakashi needed the assistance of the formation to be able to display the Seal of Evil and temporarily seal the seal on Sasuke's body. But for Long Yu, with Madara Uchiha's augmented eye, everything is just a breeze. Faced with the violent dragon feathers, Midori Red Bean's expression suddenly changed. However, just as she was about to move, she felt the tingling pain in her neck, which quickly subsided. After the success, Midori Red Bean was stunned. She had never imagined that the young man in front of her would be able to easily perform the sealing technique and seal the spell of Orochimaru. Okay, now that the pain is gone, it should be more convenient to sense the whereabouts of Orochimaru. Long Yu reached out and rubbed the head of Maiden Washing Red Bean again. This time, trust me, I didn't lie to you, I am a very powerful ninja. HMPH. Midori Red Bean returned to his senses and snorted coldly, but this time he accepted Long Yu's gentleness. After a pause or two, he turned his head and looked at the forest basin not far away. Orochimaru is over there, this feeling is very strong, the distance is not very far. Abandoning these words, Midori Red Bean rushed out first. Looking at this scene, Long Yu was instantly helpless. He suddenly remembered that Midori Red Bean's character was almost the same as Naruto Uzumaki in the original novel. 2 or 3 miles, on the basin outside, 5 figures stand quietly here. Lord Orochimaru, are you sure you will do this? That hateful boy will appear here. Shan Zongfeng's face was gloomy to the extreme. When I think of it, the partner who has been with him until death, Oil Girl takes the roots, he was easily kneaded into meat sauce in public. This vivid scene made him want to swallow Long Yusheng. Don't worry, with that kid's means, I believe he will arrive, but have you done what I asked you to do? Orochimaru smiled softly, his scarlet tongue swept across his dry lips. Master Orochimaru, don't worry, I already got that thing when you went to the residence of the Thousand Hands. Look of confusion flashed across Shan Zongfeng's face, and he took out a wooden box with his backhand and handed it over. With these things, can you really defeat Uchiha Ryu? According to Danzo-sama, that kid's strength may have reached the shadow level now. Chapter 83, The Art of Reincarnation of Dirty Earth. Before the failed combined attack in the Hokage mansion, Yamakase had imagined that he would be able to defeat Long Yu by using other means. In other words, it can be done with the help of the number of people. If one person can't do it, then prepare 10 tens. If 10 people can't do 10, then prepare 20. It is precisely because of this reason that the subsequent failure will lead to the Oil Girl taking the route. She was killed by Long Yu in public. Hee, Shan Zongfeng, you are still the same. Orochimaru smiled softly. If you don't believe me, then you must also believe in Danzo. Since he entrusted this matter to me, this proves that my strength is not. He can compare. What's more, don't forget, that trick was developed by the second generation Hokage. After my hand has improved, the power is not. A mere Uchiha Ryu can resist. Speaking of this, Orochimaru's face flashed a ferocious look. His right hand grabbed his cheek, and the corners of his eyes were enlarged 7 or 8 times, and he said softly, his kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is destined to belong to me. The ferocious voice reverberated in the forest. Sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, making Shan Zongfeng's nerves tense all of a sudden. Don't worry, it seems that the death of the oil girl takes root. The death is a big blow to you, and even the most important field of perception has been ignored. The big Snake King smiled grimly and said, "This is my person. It seems that the prey has been hooked." Just as I guessed, he deliberately released the person back. "Lord Orochimaru, our people are all dead." Stained ninja wearing an Anbu mask rushed out of the woods in a hurry. However, just as he appeared in front of Orochimaru, the sight of his eyes made his pupils shrink. A scarlet tongue, like a viper waiting for an opportunity, without any fancy, pierced straight through his throat. PFF'd. The blood tightened, and Anbu's ninja fell to the ground in shock. "Haha, since your mission has been completed, there is no use value at all." Orochimaru smiled softly, looked at the dense forest not far away, and said, "Boy, since you're here, how long are you going to hide?" The small voice echoed in the sky and the earth, and everyone's nerves were suddenly tense. Shan Zongfeng quickly formed seals with both hands, releasing the realm of perception. Whoosh! A sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded. A petite figure rushed out of the forest on the left. Seeing the incoming figure, Shan Zongfeng couldn't help but raise his brows. Speed is too fast. This is his only thought, and it is completely different from the Long Yu he has encountered. Shimmering snake hands. As Midori red beans appeared in Orochimaru 7 or 8 meters away. Dozens and hundreds of poisonous snakes erupted from the right hand, and rushed towards Orochimaru with a fishy wind. The violent blow made Orochimaru's expression suddenly change, and he snorted coldly, saying, "Hondu, I didn't expect you to chase here. It seems that the teacher underestimated you. The last time we met was when the teacher left. You refused to go with me. I said that the meeting would definitely kill you. This time, there is no teacher-disciple relationship to be missed." Orochimaru, who was among the poisonous snakes in the sky, disappeared out of thin air. Appeared again, already behind Midori Red Bean. The body turned into a poisonous snake, and it quickly wound up, with a big mouth in the blood basin, and directly bit the neck of Mitsuruzu Red Beans. Too fast. The only thought flashed through Materazu's mind. Her idea was to subdue Orochimaru with a sneak attack and use the hidden shadow multi-snake hand. Unfortunately, it was too impulsive and completely forgot the gap between the two sides. Looking at the fishy wind rushing towards him, Midori Red Bean has only one thought in his heart now. How long have you been riding a horse without brushing your teeth? Red Bean, go to hell. Orochimaru laughed horribly. However, as soon as the voice came out, a figure surrounded by thunderlight rushed out from the ground. What a cruel teacher, this is the first time I have seen him. Long Yu smiled jokingly. However, I'm better at sneak attacking than she is. Spiral pill. Long Yu's right hand chakra circulated wildly, and then without any fancy, he smashed directly into Orochimaru's chest. Boom. The chakra, which was crazily compressed, was directly detonated like a volcano at this moment. The huge impact force was vented like a frenzy, turning into a torrent that directly overturned Orochimaru. In front of everyone's eyes, like a sandbag, it smashed heavily on a big tree dozens of meters away. Bang! The big tree that only adults can embrace was broken. Master Orochimaru. Shan Zongfeng's face suddenly changed. However, I didn't have time to think about it, so I quickly pulled away and retreated. Although he is determined to take root for the oil girl, as soon as he sees it, Uchiha Ryu has escaped his perception field, and he can still perform such a deadly attack on Orochimaru. The little fighting spirit that had sprouted in the first place disappeared in an instant. Hee, you don't have to make a fuss, he's not dead yet. And said, snakes can shed their skins. I have been waiting for you to join forces with Danzang and take the initiative to bring them to your door. It now seems that you can't hold your breath anymore. I'm afraid it took a lot of effort to deal with me. Let me guess, is it the reincarnation of the dirty soil, and the improvement is successful? The small voice, in this piece of heaven and earth, seems to be filled with magical sounds. Orochimaru, which fell in a large font in the ruins, wriggled terribly in the originally sunken chest. After a while, he, who was already going to die, stood up again, revealing a hideous cheek under the human skin mask on his face. Good boy, I thought Danzo was overestimating you, but I still underestimated. Orochimaru stuck out his scarlet tongue and said, since you know that I have obtained the forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage, why do you dare to chase after me? What is it that gives you such courage? Something Long Yu smiled playfully and said, if it's this pair of fists, will you laugh at it? Seeing Ryu and Orochimaru who spoke to you, Midori Redbean suddenly found that he no longer had any sense of existence. Thinking of the conversation in front of the city gate, Midori Redbean became unable to hold back his breath. You, who are you? When Orochimaru heard the words, he couldn't help but stunned, and then said with a grim smile, Hongdu, you don't even know his identity, yet you dare to hang out with him. It really makes me feel that you are still like when I left, silly and naive. Uchiha Ryu, the Uchiha clan has been hiding for 15 years and is the most outstanding, enchanting genius boy. Having the title of Scarlet Asura that shocked the ninja world, dare to fight in the Naruto mansion and kill the murderer of your colleagues, I think you will soon degenerate into a traitor and become a being like me. Quote. Speaking of which, Orochimaru grinned and stretched out his hand and said, actually, we are all like-minded people, it is better for you and me to join forces, possessing the technique of reincarnation from the dirty earth, and your powerful pupil technique, the entire Konoha ninja the village will fall into our hands. The slightly long-sounding voice made Mitre Wash Red Beans stunned. She never imagined that the youth of the same age, whom she had always despised, would have such an identity. What's wrong? Long Yu smiled playfully and said, I've already said that, I have a famous reputation. However, I won't believe a fool's words like you do. Orochimaru, if you want this pair of eyes, then use your fists to talk things out. Your sneakiness is not as good as mine. Orochimaru's expression suddenly changed. You found out. Yes, of course I found out. Under my feet, there was such a big movement, and there were 3 statue-like figures in black robes who didn't move even when you were smashed. Do you really think I'm a fool? Iron Sand Boundary Law. A chain of dark iron sand shot out from the ground beneath his feet. The speed is so fast, like using hundreds or thousands of long spears, it brings a stern sound of breaking through the air. Be careful, run away. The face of Midori Red Beans changed suddenly. However, the moment the voice fell, Long Yu's hand was already pressing on her shoulder. Don't worry, I really don't care about this little trick. Long Yu smiled playfully. The blood-like scarlet quickly diffused in the pupils, and the next moment instantly occupied the entire eye socket. Susanoo, the scarlet pupil strength, filled with the smell of disaster, under the huge body stretching, it instantly turned into a giant of more than 10 meters. This time, Long Yu did not use Madara Uchiha's booster eye. However, it is enough to resist this iron sand boundary law. Bang! The spear transformed by the iron sand instantly stabbed Susanoo's illusory body. Under the huge impact, even the ground was overturned. However, Susanoo, who was standing in the ruins, was like an iron wall, not shaken in the slightest. Hundreds of iron spears were easily stopped. This is too great. Midori Red Bean's face was full of disbelief. Especially after meeting Long Yu's pair of 9-hook jade writing wheel eyes, he couldn't help but sigh. The brief contact of sight gave her the illusion that her soul was almost taken away. Is it Susanoo? It's not an ordinary Uchiha clan. It seems that you are the only one who can open this cursed eye besides Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru was shocked. However, without showing it on his face, he licked his dry lips and said, these eyes will soon become my thing. No, it should be said that your whole being will soon belong to me. You know that I have been reincarnated by the forbidden technique, and you dare to come to die. I really want to see your desperate look. The slightly long-sounding voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Long Yu smiled playfully, and looked behind him. Only the 2 remaining black cloaks said, "Apart from the 3 generations of Kazekage, do you want to defeat me with the first and second Hokage, who are incompetent in combat power alone, and the second Hokage?" "This is a joke." The face of Shan Zongfeng on the side changed drastically. Although he knew that Orochimaru brought a powerful trump card this time to deal with Uchiha Longyu. However, he never thought that Orochimaru even summoned the 2 Hokage. "Haha, Orochimaru, no wonder you called us out this time. It turned out to be a kick to the iron plate." A hearty laughter suddenly came out. Soon I saw 2 people wearing cloaks, finally revealing their true colors. As Long Yu said, this time Orochimaru dared to stand on the opposite side. The first Hokage and the second Hokage obviously became his confidants. "Hey, big brother, you can see clearly, this is a member of the Uchiha clan. I didn't expect that such a tyrannical clan would appear during the time we left. It seems to be similar to Uchiha Madara." The second Hokage put his arms around his chest and said coldly. The gaze that looked at Long Yu was full of undisguised coldness. It can be said that if the first Hokage is an idiot, then the second Hokage is an iron fist, a character. Became Hokage by virtue of his great strength and prestige. However, no matter. Senju is still alive, or the second generation Hokage era. Konoha's rapid revitalization is inseparable from the series of policies of the second generation Hokage. If you exclude his paranoid personality, he is indeed a good leader. However, all of this is not important to Long Yu. The second generation of Hokage is indeed the same as the rumors, and it is playing with targets everywhere, but the Uchiha Madara you just said, I already killed it a few days ago. Long Yu smiled playfully. For those who are facing the reincarnation of the dirty earth for the first time, this ninjutsu seems to be incomprehensible. However, Long Yu knows the original book like the back of his hand, and to break the reincarnation of the filthy soil, except for the use of powerful seals. The second way is to cast illusion, and let the caster dispel it by himself. For the sealing technique, Long Yu now only has 2 or 3 minor techniques. To seal 2 Hokage and 1 Kase, this is simply not enough. The only thing that can be done is to press Orochimaru on the ground and rub it, and then let him obediently remove the reincarnation from the dirty earth. Boy, you said you killed Madara Uchiha. Chinsho Zujian was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly and said, no wonder I couldn't meet that guy during this period of time. It turned out that he was still hiding and living by stealing. This guy really isn't easy. Brother, now is not the time to be concerned about this kind of thing. Chinsho Tobarama said coldly. We don't know the authenticity of what he said, but according to Orochimaru, this kid is a curse. Since it is rare to come back, we must eliminate him. Seeing the dignified second-generation Hokage say such words, Midori Redbean's expression couldn't help but change, but he stopped talking, but was snatched by Long Yu. Long Yu, why didn't you ask Hongdu to explain it to you, and tell the 2 respected Hokage adults that I, Orochimaru, are a traitor, and you are the hero of Konoha, maybe they will believe it. The wound on Orochimaru's chest has recovered. However, the stinging pain on the wound made him want to swallow the dragon feather alive. Now that he can be preconceived and bite back at the dragon feather, it can make him feel aggrieved, and his mood will be a little better. Orochimaru, what are you talking about? Long Yu smiled playfully. A group of turkeys, are they worth my explanation? Just kill them all. Voice fell, and Long Yu took a step forward, disappearing out of thin air like a ghost. Chapter 84, Tower Giant. Appeared again, and has come to the back of Orochimaru. What a quick instant technique. Orochimaru's complexion changed drastically, and while withdrawing and retreating, he shouted in a hurry, why don't you stop him soon? Chinsho Hasuma and Chinsho Tobarama's expressions froze, obviously buried in the control spell in advance. Water escape water dragon ball technique. Wood escape wood dragon technique. 2 Hokage made their move, it was the ultimate move, and the water dragon and the wooden dragon, which were dozens of meters away, strangled to the dragon feather as soon as they appeared. The art of psychic triple Rashomon. Orochimaru was not idle either. His hands quickly flipped to form a series of magic seals, and at the same time he showed a hideous smile. Boy, you've been fooled, your speed is very fast, but facing the 3 absolutely defensive Rashomon, and 2 shadow-level attacks, I see how you dodge. Bang! Orochimaru slapped the ground with his right hand. The moment the ground rumbled, the rock immediately. Flying upwards, the 3 Rasho gates appeared in the shape of a product, blocking Long Yu's 3 exits. At the same time, the wooden dragon and the water dragon attacked frantically from behind, forming a lure situation. The violent scene shook the nerves of Maiden Washing Red Bean, and subconsciously made a move, only to see Long Yu smile. That's a pretty good calculation. Long Yu smiled playfully. However, a turkey and tile dog is a turkey tile dog. With absolute strength, no matter how hard the shell of the tortoise is hiding, it can't save you. Immortal mode. Long Yu's eyes glared, and the clone that had been prepared for a while, instantly cast immortal mode, and then dissipated out of thin air. Under the mad infusion of Shanju chakra, it is combined with Long Yu's thunder chakra. Poured into the limbs like a torrent. Roar. Accompanied by a roar raised to the sky, under the blessing of immortal chakra, Lei-Dun chakra's activation of the body exploded to the extreme. Originally, Long Yu, who was only 1 meter 7, quickly changed his body, reaching more than 2 meters. The muscles are highlighted, giving people a tower-like feeling. That instantly swelled to the extreme within the body. Long Yu clenched the 5 fingers of his right hand, and the thunder light exploded instantly. Under the crisp sound of crackling, there was no trace of fancy, and he directly smashed down the Rashomon who was blocking his way. Immortal art overweight violent storm. Boom! A punch fell, like thunder rolling in the sky, and it was instantly detonated. The violent thunder light is like a 9-day divine thunder pouring down. The endless power it contained, the moment it slammed into the gate, Rashomon, known as an absolute defense, sank under the eyes of the public. Bang! The sound of shattering sounded. The Rashomon, which had been struggling so long, crumbled. Under the eyes of many shocked, Long Yu directly clasped the neck of Orochimaru with his right hand, revealing a playful smile. Orochimaru, I caught you. Towards Chong. As soon as Long Yu grabbed Orochimaru's neck, without any fancy, he slammed down to the ground. Facing the violent scene and the blow that was completely unexpected, Orochimaru just had time to show his face, and couldn't react at all. Boom! The ground shattered in response to the sound, and endless thunder light soared into the sky, wandering between the heavens and the earth like a thunder dragon. The earth under his feet was even more overwhelmed, and the earth with a radius of 1,000 meters was overturned. In particular, the formation within 100 meters of Long Yu was directly lifted up and blocked in all directions. It collided head-on with the incoming water dragon and wooden dragon. For a time, the sand and dust rolled in the heaven and the earth, and the 3 Rashomon lost the chakra support of Orochimaru, and instantly collapsed between the heaven and the earth. The violent scene shook the nerves. In Susanohana, Midori Red Bean opened his mouth and could almost swallow an egg. Looking at the ruins in front of him, he finally couldn't hold back his breath. Is this a monster? At this moment, Midori Red Bean finally understood why Long Yu claimed to be fierce and famous. With such a strong lineup, she was able to directly hit the teacher she looked up to with one punch. Can match this level of strength. The eyes of the 3 shadows, such a resolute attack can be carried out. Who else can do it? Boy, you are courting death. Chinsho Tobarama's expression changed drastically, and he hurried out. In Chinsho Tobarama's eyes, although they are able to exert their strength now, there is not 1 out of 10. However, let a mere kid, under the eyes of the 3 shadows, smash the filthy earth reincarnation spellcaster to the ground with 1 punch. S.A. shame for him. Stop Tobarama. Chinchujuma stopped talking, and looked at the figure of the dissipated sand and dust reappearing, with a look of surprise on his face. It turns out that you have the approval of the Meowmoo Mountain Immortal. In the records, the Big Toad Immortal has the ability to see people's hearts and the future. If it teaches you the Immortal Mode, it proves that you are not a person of great evil, and Madara is sure. Looking at the dignified first Hokage, I gave this evaluation, 2. This is completely different from the script. The first Hokage-sama, why don't you kill him quickly, leaving the people of the Uchiha family, but it's a disaster. The wind in the mountains is rushing. Now Orochimaru's figure is still shrouded in sand and dust. What's more, under this violent impact so close at hand, Shan Zongfeng couldn't believe that Orochimaru would be intact. Shut up. Chinsho Zujian's face suddenly turned cold, and the whole person's breath instantly pressed against the mountain wind. The violent scene made Shan Zongfeng's face change drastically. Feeling this rolling aura, there is simply an illusion of being in the abyss of the quagmire. Just that this feeling comes and goes quickly, and when the wind in the mountains recovers, everything has dissipated without a trace. Haha, I just scare you. Senju Hakuma laughed heartily. You kid, I don't know who you work for, but you colluded with Orochimaru. However, I advise you to leave quickly. That kid has Orochimaru under control. The inexplicable words made Shan Zongfeng and the others startled. But looking at the dissipated sand and dust, the pair of scarlet eyes like blood. There was also Orochimaru, whose entire head was shattered by a third, as if in a daze, and the hands that quickly flipped. Shan Zongfeng's face changed drastically. In a face-to-face, Orochimaru, who was regarded as an ace by Danzo, was defeated. The art of reincarnation in dirty soil, solution. If it was someone else, with only half of the head left, I'm afraid they would already be dead. However, what was in front of him was Orochimaru, and only one cell could be resurrected. An existence known as Hokage's immortal little powerhouse. Haha, I didn't expect this to be the most embarrassing battle, but with one move, even the forbidden technique was lifted. Thousands of hands burst into laughter. It seems that the Uchiha family has indeed produced a peerless genius. Boy, I want to ask, my precious granddaughter, how is she now? To outsiders, Senju is known as the great god of the ninja world. But in the Chinsho clan, he is Sun Chong. Broken 5, and gambling skills are learned from him. She left the village, she seems to like gambling, and she will lose every time she gambles. Long Yu touched the tip of his nose. For him, the strength of these 3 shadows reincarnated from the dirt may be good. But this is for others, facing Uchiha Ryayu. I'm afraid that even the complete Susanoo's defense can't break through. Rather than wasting time, it would be better to capture the thief first, and give Orochimaru a second. What shouting this guy? The thousand hands column suddenly turned to stone. Chinsho Tobirama on the side snorted coldly. If it wasn't for your old favorite, shouting, she wouldn't be like this at all. However, this is a digression. We may meet again next time, boy. If you want to get rid of us by this means, it will not be so easy. The eyes of the Uchiha clan, no matter what. Unknown how many times have seen it. For these words, Long Yu did not take it to heart at all, and said with a playful smile, the next time you meet, you will find that you still have to look up to me, but you will not be able to do it. Goodbye. HMPH. Chinsho Tobirama snorted coldly, but there was a feeling that he couldn't refute. Boy, let's go. Senju Hakuma and Senju Tobirama are obviously different. He laughed again, and his body collapsed like dust between heaven and earth. Who witnessed this scene, took the lead in turning around and running away. Long Yu, he escaped. Midori Red Bean hurriedly wanted to chase him out. As for who is right and who is evil, Midarashi Red Bean can't tell the difference. But the only thing to do now is to stop the mountain wind. Otherwise, let him escape back to the other side, the result is unimaginable. Don't come out, Orochimaru is not that simple. Long Yu raised his brows and directly abandoned the Orochimaru in his hand. The sound of thunder light crackling on his body suddenly rose, and the whole person disappeared like a ghost. Boy, die with me. Orochimaru, who had only half of his brain left, suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, scarlet snakes appeared on the ground with a radius of 1,000 meters. The slender body quickly inflated like a balloon, and it rolled back with the sky-high fire and air waves. Together with Orochimaru's body, it was directly blown up. Boom! The violent explosion wave rolled back, and the fiery flames directly ignited the surrounding trees. For a time, the whole world was plunged into a sea of fire. That could only be surrounded by a few people were cut off by the middle. Long Yu controlled Susanoo to walk out of the sea of fire. After looking down at the scroll and the vial in his hand, Susanoo dissipated. Thank you for saving me again. Mightinashian Red Bean regained his senses, his cheeks were slightly red, and he said, you are really amazing. But, teacher, is he dead? For Midori Red Beans, the whereabouts of Orochimaru is obviously more important. The 100-footed worm dies without being stiff. Orochimaru has developed the technique of immortal reincarnation. If you kill him 100 times, I am afraid that he can be resurrected. Long Yu said lightly. After dispelling the illusion, Orochimaru regained consciousness. Just because of his injury, it was obvious that he could not continue fighting, so he directly abandoned this body and detonated the hidden shadow snake hand that had already been lurking around. However, he underestimated Long Yu's strength from the very beginning, so he made a wrong step and made a wrong step. This so-called Big Bang attack is just a kid's thing. Give Susanoo a tickle. He's not dead yet. Midori Red Bean's face changed suddenly, and he turned around to continue his pursuit, but was stopped by Long Yu's probing hand. Stop chasing. With my methods, it's hard to catch Orochimaru, who is determined to escape, let alone you. Long Yu patted the shoulder of Mightinashian Red Bean. It's not too early, you go back first, I have other things to deal with. Aren't you going? Midori Red Bean was stunned. After what happened just now, he had already regarded Long Yu as the backbone, and was conquered by his powerful strength. Indeed a bit unaccustomed to let her go back all of a sudden now. Are you afraid of that? Roots go back to the wicked to sue first. Long Yu, I can testify for you. The fight just now was very short, but Midori Red Bean was not a fool, and it was also seen that someone in Konoha was mixed with the betrayal Orochimaru. Now they are sneaking out of Konoha Ninja Village. If they are sued first by the wicked, the consequences will be disastrous. Don't worry, I don't care about this kind of trifle. Long Yu rubbed his head and said, I still have business to do, I'll find a toad to escort you back. The art of psychic. A series of magic seals formed in Long Yu's hands, and they slammed down on the ground. A puff of white smoke filled the air, and the iron-armed toad appeared first in front of him. It's a psychic beast. I heard that only by gaining their trust can the conditions for psychic be achieved. Midori Red Bean looked surprised. However, when she entered the scene, she was stunned. It's you. Iron-armed toad was stunned, and said anxiously, no, you don't want to kill me. Looking at the dignified psychic beast, he stepped back as if scared out of his wits, and Mitsurugi couldn't help but said, you didn't really want to kill it last time, right? It. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, of course I didn't, but I almost took it by mistake and took it to the whole family. Okay, I'll give her to you for the rest of the journey. If you have nothing to do, go back quickly. These words, the lightning flashed on Long Yu's body, and the next moment he disappeared into place out of thin air. Looking at Long Yu, who disappeared in an instant, Midori Red Bean stopped talking and looked at the iron-armed toad. He looks fierce, but he's actually quite good. It's just that the joke just now was a bit lousy. He tried to make me laugh, which scared you. Joketai-armed toad shook his head into a rattle, and said anxiously, he is a devil, and he really almost destroyed my hometown just now. That meteorite is so big. Looking at the hands of the iron-armed toad gesturing, I felt that if the hands were 5 kilometers long, it would really show the situation at that time. Other hand, after Ryu and Midori Red Beans separated, they chose the right direction and plunged into the canyon. This is the only way to the Sand Ninja Village, and it is also the main road of Kikyoyama. Usually, the Konoha Ninja Village will assign many ninjas to be stationed here. However, now the war between Sand Ninja Village and Konoha Ninja Village is already at a white-hot stage, and the result will soon be decided. Therefore, the number of Konoha ninjas stationed here has decreased significantly. However, when Long Yu came along the way, he didn't even see half of the dark whistle, which was too strange. Chapter 85, Iron Sand Realm Law. My lord, I am here. A familiar voice suddenly came. Soon the corners were seen. They all flashed out behind the rocks. Did you solve the nearby dark whistle? Long Yu stopped and landed in front of the corner. Haven't seen each other for a while, and Du's breath has obviously recovered a lot. It seems that many of the 444 hearts destroyed by Long Yu have found replacements. Sir, you asked me to investigate the whereabouts of the red sand scorpion, and I have found it. Du opened his mouth and explained, a little while ago, he passed by here and killed Konoha's dark whistle. It seems that he planned to escape the search of Sand Ninja Village and ventured into the territory of the Fire Country. It's better to have it delivered in person than we would have to look for it. Long Yu nodded and said, however, the 3 generations of Feng are probably dead, and the red sand scorpion may have made him a puppet. 3 generations of Kage were killed. Duo's expression changed slightly, and he said, the Lord, do we still need to hunt him down? Front corner, we must hunt down the red sand scorpion, everything is to get the Iron Sand World Law. Now that the 3 generations of Kage are dead, and the heart can't be used for him, it will not be of much use to continue to pursue. Especially the lunatic who even Kage hunted, it's hard to get rid of. Don't worry, the goal is different, but he is still useful. This time I will go with you to pursue it. Long Yu faintly looked at the woods beside him. We have guests here. Who? All looked stagnant, and he did not find the existence of the target in his perception. Watch out for your feet. Long Yu smiled playfully, making Du's nerves tense suddenly. Caw 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 caw, a sound of wood biting suddenly sounded. Soon the ground was torn apart in an instant, and 2 figures emerged from the ground. 4 arms are like long whips, straight to the corners, they are all wrapped around. At the same time, the bloody mouth opened wide, and a sharp blade stained with venom stabbed towards Du's chest. At the same time, another figure emerged from the ground, 6 arms suddenly opened, the organs in the chest were activated instantly, and a death hug came towards Long Yu. One shot of the ninjutsu black secret technique. Bang! Black entrance swallowed Long Yu in an instant. The corners on the side are no exception, they are directly entangled by the 4 arms, and the poisonous blade in the puppet's mouth stabs directly into the chest. Tuden earth corner, hardening. All of them looked down, the right hand hidden in the sleeve suddenly squeezed, and the skin color on the body surface changed instantly. When the crisp metal collision sound came out, and the sharp blade stained with venom broke directly. Breakthrough in the wind. The grievances behind Do burst out instantly like a spider web. A cyan face appeared, and the violent hurricane immediately exploded like a tide. The puppets wrapped around the body were instantly torn apart and scattered between the heavens and the earth. As for the black ants that caught Long Yu, they burrowed directly into the ground, emerged from the forest floor more than 10 meters away, and landed next to a ferocious figure wearing a black cloak and lying on all 4s. It's the same as my goal, it's good to catch one first, and the other one seems to be a good puppet. I didn't expect you to show up. Corner, no worries. He was always indifferent, but instead revealed a playful smile. Even I can't deal with it. It's a fool's dream to solve the adults. The scorpion of the red sand was startled for a moment, then glanced at the black ant queen, clasped his hands together, and shouted sharply. Then I'll kill him first and see what he can do. The defense power of black ants can easily block a dozen or so tons of impact. Black secret technique with bayonets at the ends of the limbs. The limbs of the crows scattered around, instantly ejected the chakra blades that were contaminated with venom. Stab directly to the abdomen of the black ant. Dang! The crisp metal collision sound echoed in the sky and the earth. Looking at the sharp blade that was directly submerged, the face of the red sand scorpion suddenly changed. In his expectation, these 4 sharp blades, together with the sharp blade of the black ant's body, can easily tear apart the dragon feathers and splatter blood under the combined strike of the black ants. However, in the scene in front of him, let alone blood, there was not even the slightest smell of blood. Bang! A deep crashing sound came out of the black ant's body. The red sand scorpion hurriedly looked at it, but it was a fist wrapped in thunderlight. The cracked sawdust looked very unsightly under the thunderlight. Who was boasting by himself the moment before, capable of withstanding the impact of more than 10 tons of force. Being easily broken by a fist, this slap in the face is too fast. Will it give you a peaceful nap? The indifferent voice came out of the black ant's body. The next moment, Long Yu grabbed the shattered crack with both hands, and exerted force with both hands. The black ants were torn in half. Long Yu took a step forward, stretched his body, and looked at the stunned red sand scorpion. You appeared in person, and it also saved me a lot of effort. Long Yu smiled warmly and said, "Come on, be my subordinate, and I'll bring you delicious and spicy food." These words, Long Yu almost had the shadow of a white beard. But under absolute strength, I am afraid that when I am my son, someone will agree. Be your servant. The red sand scorpion couldn't help but stagnate. I thought that you came to me for the 3-generation wind thing. However, it's impossible to make me your subordinate if you ruin me. I escaped from Sand Ninja Village because there wasn't even a decent powerhouse there, and I couldn't even have the desire to hunt. Speaking of this, the red sand scorpion opened its mouth instantly, and the poisonous thorns shot into the dragon feather head on like a torrential rain. Looking at the fast approaching attack, Long Yu smiled genially. That means the negotiation failed, and it must be resolved with fists. Voice fell, the thunder light flashed, and Long Yu stepped out. The next moment, the whole person disappeared out of thin air like a ghost, causing the poisonous needles all over the sky to fail. Behind. The face of the red sand scorpion changed dramatically, and at the moment when the nerves were tense, the voice came floating. You guessed it right, but unfortunately there is no reward. Long Yu smiled playfully. 5 fingers of the right hand were suddenly clenched, and under the thunder light, they slammed down head-on. Recurrent storm. Boom. It was like a thunderstorm falling from the sky. The huge impact force shattered Fei Liuhu. The ground under his feet was even more overwhelmed and collapsed. The cracks like cobwebs quickly rolled back around. Debris splashed around, like pear blossoms in a rainstorm, more or less stained with venom. However, once he got close to Long Yu's body, he was directly thrown out by the lightning bomb. There was absolutely no way to add a single scar to Long Yu. Sir. Zhao. They all fell on Long Yu's side in an instant, trying to suppress them, but they were stopped. Quote. An empty shell, this is a puppet he manipulates. Long Yu looked at the big tree on the left with a smile on his face. If you want to leave, I hope you still show some strength, otherwise you can only be my subordinate. You. The red sand scorpion walked out in the dark, wearing a black cloak, with scarlet blood-like hair, very eye-catching. Eyes turned, locked on Long Yu's body, and said coldly, "You are the blood-colored Asura widely rumored in the ninja world during this period of time, Uchiha Long Yu. I didn't expect that a person like you would collude with the betrayal." For the red sand scorpion, Long Yu's current prestige can fully act as the hero of Konoha. Now, instead of colluding with the notorious ninja like Kaku, the subversion between the front and the back is a bit too big. Hee, in my eyes, this is a talent, just like you. Long Yu smiled playfully and said, "How are you thinking, do you want to continue fighting?" The scorpion of the red sand couldn't help but startled, not expecting that Long Yu would give such a reply. Was not the first time that he and Zhao met, and they had joined forces in some missions, and it was clear how taboo the ninjutsu mastered by the latter was. Now instead being praised by Long Yu as a talent, the result seems to be a bit of a gap. Talent. The Red Sand Scorpion smiled playfully. However, if you want me to surrender just by talking, this is a bit underestimating me. I just got this thing, and I plan to treasure it. Now, it seems that it should make you look at it with admiration. For the newly acquired 3 generations of Kazekage, it can be said that it is the second most treasured item in the hands of the Red Sand Scorpion. After all, there is no value of a puppet that can be more exciting than a shadow-level puppet. Is it? Long Yu smiled playfully, and said, I just plan to send him to fight. Let's see if your puppet technique is stronger, or my forbidden technique is stronger. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the reincarnation of the dirty soil is instantly full of the system sounded in my mind at the right time. This is the scroll that Long Yu grabbed when he hit Orochimaru in the head, and the improved version of the reincarnation of the dirty earth is recorded on it. Although it is not the ultimate version in the hands of the future, but for the current Long Yu, this is not enough. In addition, the bottle that was found was marked with the cell extract of the 3rd generation of Kazekage. Forbidden. Zhao. They were all startled, and then they saw the Red Sand Scorpion, and the expression changed slightly. He took out a scroll with his backhand and opened it directly. There is also a shadow word in the center of the mysterious magic seal depicted on it. Facing the dragon feathers who don't know the depth, the Red Sand Scorpion obviously intends to strike first. Come out, my art. The Red Sand Scorpion shouted sharply. Surgical seal in the hand changed, and the sound of gas explosion suddenly sounded. A puppet wearing a black cloak appeared out of thin air. On the joints of the mouth, there was even a crackling sound. This is a human puppet made with 3 generations of Kazekage. Corner. I can see the clue in an instant. A hint of pride flashed across the scorpion's face, and he shouted sternly, you guessed it right, but you will soon become my collection. Iron Sand Boundary Law. 5 fingers twitched, and the puppet of the 3 generations of Feng instantly burst into flames. The dark iron sand spit out from the puppet's mouth, and a trace of stagnation appeared. The next moment, like a pear blossom in a rainstorm, it attacked the 2 of Long Yu head on. For a time, the world turned into pitch black, and the corners of the corners all changed their expressions slightly. Long Yu disappeared out of thin air and appeared in the dense forest dozens of meters away. Thousands of birds. The thunder splattered, as bright as fireworks, and an exclamation sounded suddenly. How did you know I was here? A ninja at the root, his nerves suddenly tense. I thought that the 3 powerhouses of Long Yu had no time to discover his existence. I never thought that the gate of hell had already opened at the moment when I regained my senses. I guess. In the land of fire, Danzo's minions are definitely not small. Moreover, this is the only way to go not far from Kikyo Mountain. Danzo will never let go of ambush chess pieces here, and at the rear, he will control everything on the battlefield. What's more, the sound of Long Yu's punch that broke Fei Liuhu just now was not small. It is not difficult to alert these minions to come. PFF'd. Blood splattered. Li Guang's right hand wrapped around it, instantly pierced through the chest of the root ninja. Murderers, people will kill them forever. Looking at the sacrifices delivered to the door, Long Yu took out the bottle containing the 3 generations of wind shadow cells with his backhand, and his hands flew like wheels quickly, forming a series of spell marks. Bang bang bang. The iron sand instantly penetrated the ground. Zhao. They have already withdrawn and retreated with the help of the ground resentment. Seeing Long Yu facing his proud treasure puppet, and daring to attack the root ninja distractedly, a gloom flashed on the face of the Red Sand Scorpion. This is contempt for his artwork. Okay, I'll see what forbidden art you have to fight against my treasured puppet. The Red Sand Scorpion roared loudly. The moment when the 10 fingers swung and flew, endless iron sand burst out from the mouth of the 3 generations of Cage. Iron Sand Realm Endless Sand Gun. Roaring together, the black iron sand in the sky instantly turned into hundreds of thousands of dark spears. The 5 fingers of the red sand scorpion caught it in the air, showing a closed posture, and shot towards the dragon feather. Of attacks obviously excluded Zhao, all intending to kill Long Yu with one move. Reincarnated from the Forbidden Earth. Long Yu folded his hands suddenly, and smiled playfully at the incoming iron sand. Bang! The thunder-like rumbling and crashing sound rolled back into the forest with a radius of 10,000 meters. A huge air wave was raised, and a large amount of dust was rolled up. When the scorpion and horns of the red sand were seen clearly, the pupils shrank suddenly. The long spear transformed by the iron sand in the sky, 3 meters away from Long Yu, was blocked by the same iron sand wall. Behind the iron sand wall, there was a half-opened coffin, exuding a terrifying aura. Scorpion, I didn't expect you, this guy, to really make me a puppet. A familiar voice came from inside the coffin. As the coffin board was kicked away, a figure wearing a cloak of wind and shadow walked out slowly. This is the 3rd generation of Wind Shadow. Corner. All pupils shrunk suddenly. Looking at the familiar and unusual figure in front of him, and the puppet in the sky. Is this a different kind of me doing myself? Necromancer. The red sand scorpion's expression also changed. He did not expect that Long Yu would use his own body to repay his own way, summoning 3 generations of Fengying to fight against him. Looking at the 3 generations of Fengying with a thin and angry face, the scorpion of the red sand couldn't help laughing. Haha, I didn't expect that you also know the alternative eternal art, but you thought that a dead person in the summoning district could defeat me, so I'm sorry. The red sand scorpion took out the huge scroll behind him with a backhand, and said with a sinister smile, "Come on, let me show you the method I used to kill the 3 generations of Cage. Chapter 86, Beyond Cognition. Red Secret Skills 100 Machines Exercise. Scroll was stretched out in response, and dark figures shot out like sharp arrows. Of puppets instantly turned into a torrential rain, densely packed and shrouded in the sky. All kinds of weapons, stained with venom, scythes like death gods, and huge sharp blades, etc. In the sun, the cold light flows. Let the whole world be filled with Sen Han's murderous intent. Zhao, there was a dignified expression on his face, and he couldn't help but look at Long Yu and said, as expected of a character that adults like, it is enough to hunt down the shadow level with this single hand. Humph. The 3 generations of Fengying snorted coldly and said, the dignified Fengying, so quickly, was regarded as a puppet and summoned a second time, but it is better to see you than to see Orochimaru. I hate you and the scorpion even more, the scorpion who randomly transformed my body into a puppet. And I believe that you will be able to teach me a lesson, you are more reliable than Orochimaru. Yes, it feels strange to be praised by a dead man. Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. I originally planned to settle this matter in a low-key manner, but, with such a fuss, it seems that a quick solution is better. Quick battle and quick decision. The red sand scorpion's expression was stagnant, and then he roared with a hideous face. Well, I also want to see how you face me with this trick, just relying on a waist, how to fight quickly and quickly. Hundreds of machines perform the strangulation of the heavens. Roaring again and again, 10 fingers suddenly pressed down, the puppets in the sky, like a torrential rain, attacked head-on. Facing this dark scene, Dewey Sandai Cage also had a solemn expression on his face. They said that they were relying on Long Yu, but when they really faced this lineup, they would inevitably be a little nervous. Looking at the fast-approaching puppet, Long Yu moved. Jugo Jade's writing wheel eyes suddenly turned, scarlet like blood representing Calamity's pupil power, which exploded like a tide. Roar! A roar like a frantic roar came out of Susanoo's mouth. As the huge body of 100 meters was displayed, the puppet that rushed from the sky was directly overturned by most of the moment when the 6 arms flew. Looking at the attacks that rained down like raindrops, it felt like hitting an iron plate. The expression of the red sand scorpion suddenly changed. Looking at Susano in front of him, a ruthless expression flashed on his face, and he tore his clothes with his backhand. I can't do it without tearing clothes. If it was a woman, Long Yu would gladly accept it. But looking at the knots in the wood, I don't know if there are any. The scorpion with the handle still washed and fell asleep. Sure enough, when I faced off against me, I sensed something was wrong. The look of the 3 generations of Feng Ying changed dramatically. This kid is really crazy. His appearance hasn't changed for so many years. It turns out that he has transformed himself into a puppet. Uchiha Ryu, let me play, maybe it will come in handy. In the face of hundreds of Taoist puppets, as well as the scorpion who used himself, the 3 generations of Feng Ying were obviously unable to hold back their breath. Hee, I have to say, it's your honor to be able to see my ultimate art. Didn't you say that you need to fight quickly? What can you do now? The red sand scorpion's face was hideous. Your special pair of writing wheel eyes and such powerful means are very suitable for my collection. For the red sand scorpion, all special and beautiful things are short-lived. Especially the existence of human beings with birth, old age, sickness and death, to retain this perfect moment, only through human puppets. At least, that pair of scarlet blood-like special writing wheel eyes, to the scorpion, is completely a treasure. Hee, if you want it, you have to grab it with your strength. Long Yu smiled playfully and said, however, if I were you, I'd better think of a way to solve this trouble first, and then talk to me about it. Long Yu pointed to the sky. Soon, a huge black shadow projected down with a rolling gesture. The inexplicable depressing breath spreads out like a hurricane. The piercing sound of breaking the air gave people a feeling of tearing the eardrums. Especially the strong wind pressure falling from the sky makes people feel like suffocation. The strange scene made Zhao, all 3 of them suddenly tense. And to have time to think about it, I hurriedly looked up at the sky, and when I caught sight of it, my eyes were split open. A huge meteorite with a diameter of 5,000 meters fell from the sky with a 10,000th-like posture. For anyone, if they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. Boy, when you fought against Orochimaru just now, you didn't use all your strength. 3 generations of Kazekage asked eagerly. Originally, in his eyes, Long Yu, facing the 3 shadow levels, could instantly break through the defense of Orochimaru, and defeat Orochimaru with lightning speed. This was beyond his comprehension. I thought it was because of Orochimaru's carelessness. But in the face of the current scene, the 3 generations of Feng Ying know clearly. In the face of the battle of Orochimaru, even if Long Yu didn't use tricks, it was enough to crush the 3 shadow level strengths that were not 1 in 10, and then took the head from Orochimaru's neck. You need a bull's knife to kill a chicken, and you also need to see what kind of chicken. This scorpion is a little more likable than Orochimaru. Long Yu smiled playfully. Well, if you are still alive under this blow, I will let you be my subordinate. These words, Long Yu backhanded the dirty earth and reincarnated, grabbed Du by the shoulders, and the lightning flashed from his body, turning into a thunderstorm and swept out. Looking at the 3 generations of wind shadows, Long Yu left the battlefield in an instant, and his body was slowly dissipating, and looked at the human puppets densely covered in the sky. There is also the scorpion who was in it, with a shocked face. His face is more and more blue. He originally thought that the betrayal of the red sand scorpion would bring a huge threat to Sand Ninja Village. But now compared with Long Yu, this so-called threat is just child's play. Such a powerful strength in front of him, in the eyes of the 3 generations of Kazekage, only the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha in the handbook records can do it. This is an existence that can shake the ninja world by stomping his feet. Now suddenly another one appears, and this time there is no strong checks and balances. World of ninjas is going to change. Scorpion, if you are not dead, and you are still thinking about your old love for Sand Ninja Village, remember to tell Chio that Sand Ninja Village must not provoke this lunatic. If you can do this, using my body to transform into a puppet. I definitely don't care. The hurried voices echoed between heaven and earth. Of Cage's body dissipated like dust. Hearing these unexpected words and the huge meteorite rolling down from the sky, a trace of madness flashed on the face of the red sand scorpion. The red secret technique is ever-changing. The red sand scorpion roared again and again. Hundreds of puppets moved in an instant, spreading out quickly like a big net. At the same time, he opened his hands, and his wrists suddenly split into 4 pieces, and the contained spell was infused with chakra frantically. An instant, it turned into thousands of puppet hands, and went straight towards the meteorite in the sky. Hundreds of puppets, coupled with the sand and iron circles of the scorpion and the 3 generations of wind shadows. The attack from the sky collided with the meteorite that fell from the sky. Boom! The huge impact, like a frenzy, rolled back. The torrent like a Category 12 hurricane directly overturned everything in the surrounding 10,000 meters. Some century-old 100-year-old trees were even broken in the middle. Fleeing to 6 or 7 kilometers, the outer corner, stopped, and hurriedly performed various ninjutsu to defend against it. Compared with Long Yu standing quietly in Susano, he performed the 5 elements of ninjutsu, facing the impact of this huge wave, still has the feeling of being overturned at any time in the raging wave. This person is really incomparable. Earth escape iron shield wall. Corner, both hands fly, frantically squeezing chakra. Layers of soil walls bulge in front of them, forming a strong defensive line. When the 10th layer of defense was built, a shocking roar suddenly sounded. Ground shattered in response to the sound, and the huge impact force caused the soil wall to shatter instantly. Jow! I just felt like I was hit by a heavy hammer and flew out. For a time, the heaven and the earth seemed to be whining, and under the flying of countless rubble, Zhao Du, who had used the earth escape hardening method, also felt a tingling pain all over his body. I don't know how long it took. Zhao all pushed away the gravel that was covering his body. Seeing Long Yu who was still standing quietly in the ruins, he didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly looked at the canyon. Of the sight left him dumbfounded. The huge world, the dust that rolled backwards scattered with the wind. Looking at the passage leading to Kikyo Mountain, it is easy to defend and difficult to attack. At this moment, it was razed to the ground, which was completely beyond Zhao Du's expectations. He asked himself to use all the means, all the resentment of the heart, and I am afraid that it would not be able to cause such a huge impact. Is this a god? They all looked at Long Yu in shock. Okay, let's go receive new companions. Long Yu suddenly spoke up. Zhao, I couldn't help but startled, and hurriedly looked at the ruins. I saw a figure in a state of embarrassment, even with a broken arm, struggling to climb out from the periphery of the deep pit. Recalling the strike that seemed to destroy the world just now, Scorpion was still shocked, looking up at the footsteps that suddenly appeared in front of him. Congratulations on surviving. Long Yu smiled warmly. Do you choose to be killed by me, and then summon through forbidden rebirth, or surrender now and become my subordinate? The red sand scorpion was stunned. He is an invincible figure in the Sand Ninja Village, and he dares to murder the 3 generations of Cage. It is also based on its own puppets and powerful means. In the eyes of the red sand scorpion, this is enough to look down on the heroes. Pity that facing all of Long Yu's so-called whole cards, it was completely reduced to child's play. I am willing to surrender. The red sand scorpion was deflated like a balloon. However, as a puppet master, all the puppets in my collection have been destroyed, and I have no strength. Is this still useful to you? Hee, don't worry. Long Yu let out a dry laugh, a pair of kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes suddenly turned, and the blood quickly faded like a tide. Everything around him was twisting as fast as the surface of the water. The next moment it was torn apart and shattered. Everything became clear. Looking at the 3 generations of Feng Ying still standing beside Long Yu, the scorpion of the red sand was stunned. It's illusion. In the eyes of the red sand scorpion, he is a puppet, and his 5 senses are different from ordinary people. It would be very difficult to pull him into an illusion. Pity that this time he met Long Yu, who has moon reading and amplifying eyes. Scorpion, I didn't expect you to lose too. Sandai Fengying said coldly and quietly. Unfortunately, you underestimated the enemy from the beginning, and after seeing that I was summoned by the psychic, there was a flaw in your mood, which caused you to fall into the illusion. However, if you encounter that scene, I'm afraid I, like you, will be completely unable to get out. Facing him, you won't lose unjustly. Remember what I said to you in the illusion space, don't let Sand Ninja Village provoke this monster. Leaving these words, the 3 generations of wind shadows dispersed like dust. Scorpion glanced at the puppet scroll that was still intact, and Scorpion couldn't help but be silent. The trick just now, is it real, or is it caused by illusion? Scorpion couldn't help but speak. When I thought about the powerlessness that I felt in the face of Tianshengzhensheng, my heart seemed to be clenched tightly by an invisible big hand. Guess. Long Yu smiled playfully, patted Scorpion's shoulder and said, if you can't guess, you can let go and try it, but this time it won't be so easy to fool the past. These words, Long Yu looked in the direction of Konoha Shinobi Village. He really wanted to know if the current Konoha Shinobi Village would turn upside down and expose his tricks. It's almost time, I'll go back to Konoha first, you can be on standby at any time. Looking at the dragon feather that disappeared out of thin air as soon as the lightning flashed on his body, the red sand scorpion said to his mouth, but he still swallowed it back in his stomach. Don't doubt the strength of your lord, it was not only you, but I was also caught in the illusion, which means that the lord still has spare power. Zhao, everyone glanced at the scorpion. I don't care about you, I just don't want you to be cleaned up so quickly that I will feel lonely. Konoha Village, seal the gate. A petite figure rushed in from the door. Glanced left and right, and found that there were no other whistleblowers, so he tiptoed to the dark place. However, just after taking 2 or 3 steps, a familiar voice sounded. Hongdu, you are finally back. The muscles of Mitsuwashi's body were tensed, and he hurriedly followed the sound to look at the crowd, which made his expression drastically change. The new teacher. After Orochimaru left, Midori Red Bean was assigned to the team of Sarutobi Shinosuke, the eldest son of the 3rd Hokage, known as one of the 8 colors of Konoha, due to the curse mark. However, this time with him, there are also senior advisors such as Danzo, Yamazakaka, and Sandai Hokage. Hihi, Jiraiya, what else do you have to say? Danzang clenched the cane in his hand, and said with a gloomy face, didn't you say that you have sent that kid to Miaomu Mountain to learn and practice? Just now, maybe it was a one-sided statement from the mountain, but now Midori Red Bean has really rushed back from outside, which should mean that I didn't frame him on purpose, right? After receiving the report from Yamakakata, Danzo decided to strike first. Chapter 87. My Danzo can't be wrong. After all, if the 3 generations of Hokage were to know that he colluded with Orochimaru, they would inevitably be monitored again in the days to come. That has been built so hard will also be destroyed. Danzo, these are just your one-sided words. Zilai also said with a heavy expression, I know very well how difficult it is to cultivate in Miaomu Mountain. Furthermore, your one-sided remarks alone cannot prove that he has left the village. HMPH, can't the words of Shan Zongfeng be used as evidence? Jirai also don't forget, you haven't been in Konoha Ninja Village for a long time, this time is it too lenient? Danzang snorted coldly. Enough. Sarutobi Hizen snorted coldly. Now Midori Red Bean has returned, and Hanbu, who I sent to confirm Long Yu's whereabouts just now, has also returned. Let's listen to his report first. Voice fell, and a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Lord Hokage, at the garrison headquarters meeting, Uchiha Ryayu was found, and he was meditating on chakra. Danzo's expression suddenly changed. It's impossible, he clearly escaped from Konoha Ninja Village. This is what Yamazaki saw with his own eyes, and Midori Red Bean can testify. Oh. Hizun looked at Anko and said, Anko, tell us honestly, Shan Zongfeng mentioned that you and Long Yu appeared outside Konoha Ninja Village together, is this true? For a time, everyone's eyes fell on Hongdu's body, causing her face to turn pale. Who is he? Midarashi Red Bean gritted his teeth and said. She knew very well that it was Danzo's villain who complained first. Although Midori Red Bean had thought about it, he pierced the matter directly. However, her words are mild, and compared with a big man like Danzo, what she said is probably fart. It is not good, it will bring trouble to Long Yu. Thinking of this, the figure of Long Yu flashed in Midori Red Bean's mind. In her eyes, rather than saying that Long Yu is a bad person, it is better to say Danzo and Shan Zongfeng. Bastard, he learned to talk nonsense at a young age, and Shan Zongfeng took her down for me and sent her to the torture department. Danzo's face sank, and he shouted angrily. This time, the collusion with Orochimaru was revealed, and it can be said that Midori Red Beans are important witnesses. Regardless of where is Long Yu, the first thing is to solve her first. It's Danzo-sama. Shan Zongfeng's figure flickered, and he was about to shoot first. Thinking of what happened just now, it was a shame for him. Stop. Sarutobi Hizun snorted coldly. Jiraiya, who was beside him, took the first step and stopped in front of Shan Zongfeng. Danzo, since Long Yu is still in the garrison's garrison, you may cause injustice if you act indiscriminately. Sarutobi Hazana's face showed a warning color. Danzo's face couldn't help but sank, looked at Midori Red Bean who was close at hand, and said coldly, Sarutobi, this matter is about Konoha's safety. With his methods, he can sneak back one step earlier than Midori Red Bean. Yes. To find out about this matter, just catch him and hand it over to the torture department to find out. Are you crazy? Sarutobi Hizun's face changed drastically, and he roared sharply. HMPH, just think I'm crazy. Everything I do is for the safety of Konoha. I just sent everyone from the roots to raid. Leaving those words, Danzo flickered, and rushed out with a mountain wind. Crazy. Recalling the scenes that happened in the Naruto building, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. The face of the powerful Susanoo, what means does Danzo have to deal with it? Catch up and don't let things get worse. 3 generations of Hokage's face sank and hurried to catch up. In the face of foreign aggressions like the 4 major countries, Hiruzen Sarutobi was already very busy. Now Danzo is still going his own way, how can this make him calm down? Of the guard where the Uchiha clan is located on the edge of Konoha Shinobi Village. Especially the forest road leading to the headquarters, except for the Uchiha clan, there are not many Konoha ninja activities on weekdays. Where Uchiha Fuyu is located is guarded by the entrance, next to it. Long Yu, they are here. Uchiha Fugaku, standing outside the courtyard. Feeling the murderous aura emanating from the surroundings, I couldn't hold my breath anymore. Well, you go back, don't come out. Long Yu raised his head and glanced around. When Long Yu left, 2 shadow clones were specially arranged here to collect immortal chakra, one of which has been lifted. Only this one remains now. Can you just rely on a shadow clone? Uchiha Fuyu couldn't hold his breath. However, he is very clear that this is not just a personal grudge. Once he intervenes, it will become an excuse for Danzo and even Konoha to reject their Uchiha clan. Don't worry, I can do it alone. Long Yu said lightly. Uchiha Fuyu's expression was startled, and dozens of black shadows quickly rushed in all directions. Only you. This lineup is not enough. Long Yu smiled warmly. The eyes of the root ninjas falling from all directions changed slightly, showing a posture of encirclement, trapping Long Yu within. In the face of even the oil girl taking the root, such an existence that such elites can easily crush with one hand. No wonder they weren't nervous. However, Danzo had already made arrangements for this scene. Go. The root ninja who takes the lead, as soon as his footsteps fall, his hands are quick. The dozen or so ninjas following him stepped forward. The art of fire escape and fireball. The great breakthrough. The thunder walk. Quote, quote. Dozens of ninjas made their move in unison. Attack, like a raging tide, rushing towards Long Yu. The majestic gesture instantly alarmed Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui in the room. Was startled. As for the inside of the stronghold, a sealing technique was obviously applied, which completely blocked the sound of battle. Susanoo. Long Yu's nine-hooked jade writing wheel eyes turned in vain, and the scarlet pupils that exuded aura of calamity quickly spread out, turning into Susanoo, who was more than 10 meters tall. Shadow clone, although it can retain a certain strength of the main body. That pupil power can exert is obviously less than 1/10 of 10%. Boom. The violent air waves rolled back, flames splashed, lightning flashes, etc. Ravaged the world. If Long Yu hadn't been prepared and stayed away from the courtyard where Uchiha Fuyu lived, I'm afraid this wave of shocks would have destroyed the outer wall. Moreover, as the mansion of the head of the clan, it obviously also has a seal enchantment. Dad, what is this? What's going on? Uchiha Itachi's expression changed. When has he encountered such a battle? Moreover, it still happened in the territory of Konoha Ninja Village. Danzo is finally in trouble. I don't know how long you will deal with it. Uchiha Shisui's expression also changed. Looking at Susanoo, who was under attack, the remaining dozen or so ninjas also moved instantly, their hands clasped together suddenly, and the chakra was frantically extracted. Boundary King Kong blockade. A chain of chains made of chakra condensed, turned into a piece of training, and entangled directly towards Susanoo. The speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye, Susanoo's body was tightly bound. Long Yu, this is a sealing technique that can even bind the nine tails. Today, for the safety of Konoha Ninja Village, you should just go ahead and capture it. Danzo's roar suddenly sounded. Soon I saw a figure flashing out of the dark place, and under the rapid flip of both hands, it suddenly pressed directly in the void. The art of psychic. Bang! A large white fog rose into the sky, and the rolled-up hurricane spread out like a wave. Woo! A deafening long howl suddenly sounded, and the whole body was pale yellow, and the huge behemoth with a slender nose raised appeared in front of everyone. Dad, is this an elephant? Uchiha Itachi's face changed, looking a little surprised. No. Uchiha Fuyu's expression changed. This is Danzo's psychic beast Dream Taper. This is a rare wind escape spirit beast. It seems that Danzo's plan is real this time, and I don't know if Long Yu can handle it. Roar. The Dream Taper roared in the sky, and a huge wave of air rolled back. Let this piece of open space roll up with sand and dust. Uchiha Itachi's expression tightened, and he quickly grabbed Uchiha Fuyu's hand. Dad, are we going to shoot? After listening to these words, Uchiha Fuyu's face changed slightly, but before he could speak, Uchiha Shisui said first, Itachi, this is a matter of Long Yu, and my uncle is also concerned with the overall situation. For these remarks, Uchiha Fuyu was silent. He clearly knew that the dragon feather in front of him was just a clone. The real him was led out of Konoha Shinobi Village. At this juncture, Danzang is in trouble, if he sees it through. I'm afraid it will cause a lot of trouble. Long Yu, you can't escape today. Danzo threw himself on the head of the nightmare taper. Wind and hurricane breakthrough. The magic seal was quickly formed, and the chakra in the mouth was poured frantically, and Danzang opened his mouth and spit it out. At the same time, the dream taper at the foot also shot. The attacks of the two converged in an instant, and a powerful hurricane wave erupted. In particular, the wind blade hidden in the hurricane cut off all the trees and rocks along the way. The tens of meters of root ninjas all around also moved in an instant. It's just that this time, under Danzo's wind-done offensive, the ninjutsu they used was mainly based on fire-done. The fire follows the wind, and the wind helps the fire grow. As soon as the attacks of the two converged, the fire was soaring into the sky, and even the clouds accumulated in the air were directly reflected in red. Immediately drowned Susanoo. Danzo, are you crazy? 3 generations of Hokage and others hurriedly arrived. In the distance they could feel the sky-high fire and fiery waves. Hurry up and put out the fire. Jiraiya's expression also changed. He didn't know why Long Yu appeared in such a place when he was studying immortality in Miaomu Mountain. But if the relationship is completely deadlocked, everything he has done will be wasted. HMPH, Jiraiya, you are still too naive, now is a good opportunity. Danzo roared angrily. Where is the seal class? Cast the 6 Chiong barrier to trap Uchiha Longyu. Surrounding area was already ready, and the 6 people who were waiting for the order, jumped out in an instant and landed in 2 directions. With the formation of a series of magic seals, the purple magic circle centered on 6 people and 6 quickly linked together to form a purple seal enchantment. After everything was completed, the raging flames dissipated. Susanoo, who was full of cracks all over his body, was exposed. Seeing this scene, everyone's nerves suddenly became tense. Uchiha Itachi couldn't hold his breath, grabbed Uchiha Fuyu's hand tightly, and said anxiously, Dad, if you don't do anything, brother will be in danger. Stop the water, you won't stand idly by, right? Facing Uchiha Itachi's request and Danzo's smirk, Uchiha Fuyu was helpless. He couldn't tell them at this juncture. Emil, under the operation of God, the dragon feather in front of me is just a shadow clone. Danzo, quickly remove the barrier. 3 generations of Hokage shouted anxiously. Otherwise, don't blame me for doing it myself. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen who had caught the Hokage robe, Danzo's expression sank, and he said sharply, Hizen, don't be so confused, you are very aware of how dangerous this kid is. Don't use your so-called kindness to bring hidden dangers to Konoha. Now this kid is suppressed by me. If you are willing to join hands with me, you will definitely be able to win this kid. The 3 generations of Hokage suddenly became angry, and was about to burst into battle clothes when an unexpected figure appeared beside Jiraiya like a ghost. The sudden scene made everyone present stunned. Eye sockets were almost split, looking at the person in front of him, full of disbelief. Long Yu, aren't you in the enchantment? He was also the first to lose his temper. Danzo's actions seem to be very violent, but a series of attacks are set up, but they are intertwined. Under this kind of offensive, even a tailed beast can be trapped. However, now Long Yu appeared in front of them at this juncture. Is it too fast? No way, you are obviously banned by me, why are you here? Danzo's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly looked at the sea of fire in the barrier. Caught the eye was another, Uchiha Ryu, who was under the cracked Susanoo. Let go of my avatar, what's coming at me? Long Yu smiled playfully. The small voice, at this moment, seems to be filled with magic sound. Who participated in this shot had a stiff expression. Emil, a resolute attack that can't even defeat a clone, this is too shocking to the world. Bang! Inside the barrier, Susanoo in the flames shattered, and the dragon feathers in it, turned into a white mist, and collapsed between the heavens and the earth. Looking at this scene, Danzo and the others were stunned. Just now, they still had a little bit of fantasy. The dragon feather in the fantasy barrier is real, and what is in front of you is just the clone of Long Yu acting as a guise. However, all of this turned out to be in vain. It's impossible, I can't go wrong with Danzo. Danzang's expression turned ashen. Meng Taper, kill him. Chapter 88, The Demon Defying the Sky. It was originally intended to be a one-shot kill method, but now it has failed. This gap is too big. Roar! The Dream Taper roared up to the sky, opened its bloody mouth, and the endless power of devouring rolled back in its mouth. The violent power was like a tidal wave, shrouding Long Yu and the others. In the face of repeated defeats, Danzo was obviously going berserk. Be careful, this Dream Taper has its own space in its body and can devour anything. 3 generations of Hokage urgently reminded, hurry up and disperse. No need. Long Yu smiled warmly, and the double surgery seal flew over, like a phantom, dazzling people. The fiery chakra gathered in the mouth, and the next moment was swallowed. The art of fire escape how fireball. Flames soared into the sky, and the huge fireballs with a diameter of more than 10 meters gathered together in an instant. At a close distance and with a strong suction, the moment the flames ignited, it was directly swallowed by the dream taper. The wind helps the fire grow. Under the round eyes of the dream taper, its body rapidly expands like a balloon. The next moment, in front of everyone's eyes, it exploded. Boom! Endless flames soared into the sky and rolled back with a tyrannical wave. The violent scene caused the 3 generations of Hokage and others to use defensive ninjutsu. After everything returned to calm, there was only a deep pit with a diameter of several tens of meters, and scattered pieces of meat, and there was no trace of the nightmare taper. This scene made everyone stunned. In their eyes, the aloof psychic beast was solved by a fireball of Huo Dunhao. Although, this fire escape is special and bigger, but this is too much of a child's play. Save people, hurry up and save Danzo-sama. A root ninja suddenly called out. Soon he saw Danzo wrapped in flames, lying on the edge of the forest in the distance. Kept rolling on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames on his body. Water escape, water rush. The face of the 3rd Hokage suddenly changed. As a ninjutsu professor, the speed of the 3rd Hokage's seal was like a phantom, and it was completed first. He opened his mouth and spat out a large wave of water, pouring it on Danzang head-on. In an instant, the flames surrounding him were directly extinguished, revealing a slightly charred body. There was a burning smell in the air. The traces of the explosion and the scattered flames around it are even more shocking to see. Faced with Danzo lying on the ground, whose life and death are unknown, everyone did not dare to take a breath. As the leader of the route, the first advisor of Konoha Ninja Village, with the help of dozens of people, he even summoned the powerful psychic beast, the nightmare taper, but was defeated by one move. Although this How fireball is a bit special. But this was too shocking. Come here, send Danzang down and guard me strictly. From now on the routes immediately. Dissolution, all personnel will be reviewed by Kurama Luling, and if there is no problem, arrangements will be made. A series of orders were issued quickly. After many people subconsciously glanced at Long Yu, they bit the bullet and got out of the list. Uchiha Fuyu also hurried over with Shisui and Itachi. Long Yu, don't be impulsive. Uchiha Fuyu held down Long Yu's shoulder and hurriedly persuaded. Faced with these words, there was a hint of urgency on the faces of everyone present. In their eyes, Long Yu's strength is too strong. If it is attacked at this time, I am afraid it will turn into a fierce battle. Hee, uncle, you are overthinking it. This is Danzang teasing me. How can I be willing to kill? It doesn't make sense. Danzo, who is covered in black. This world is too boring. I can have a little gadgets, and it won't be too lonely. I hope he doesn't die. The small voice, as if infused with a magic sound, made everyone's spine shiver. In their eyes, they thought that Long Yu would not be able to swallow this breath, and would explode into trouble. However, at this moment, they suddenly woke up. Long Yu never took Danzo in his eyes from beginning to end. Just like a strong man, don't mind a few more jumping clowns. Itachi, let's go. Long Yu rubbed Itachi's head and turned to walk away. By the way, the road that Danzo destroyed will be repaired by you. The cheeks of those present couldn't help twitching, looking at the big pit with flames still remaining in front of them. This is riding a horse to stand and talk without back pain. Haha, Long Yu, don't worry, love, we will handle it, you go to rest first. He also laughed heartily. In his opinion, this is the best way. Brother, shall we go for a walk in the village? Uchiha Itachi grabbed Long Yu's hand with a look of hope. Itachi, didn't we agree to go to Shuriken? Uchiha Shisui suddenly spoke up. However, he was quickly stopped by Uchiha Fuyu. Let them go, let's deal with it here. I hope those guys in the stronghold will notice, otherwise your long-standing proposition will probably be broken. Uchiha Fuyu's face was solemn. Uchiha Shisui looked stagnant and said, Uncle, if one day you are given a choice, will you stand by Konoha or his side? Faced with this question, Uchiha Fugaku was silent. It can be said that when what happened just now, this choice appeared in Uchiha Fuyu's mind. However, it has not been decided yet. Watching the departure of Ryu and Uchiha Itachi, Jiraiya and Sandai Hokage looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Jiraiya, didn't you say that you sent him to learn fairy magic? The third Hokage couldn't hold back his breath. Mito Kazuo and Kaharu were also confused. Zillai also smiled bitterly and said, I don't know either. I have already contacted Miao Mushin, and there will be an answer soon, but I sincerely hope not, otherwise this kid's talent would be too terrifying. These words fell, the expressions of several people present became solemn. Immortal. That is a legendary technique, which is superior to ninjutsu. Being able to learn ninjutsu is already 1 in 100. And the one who can learn the immortal art is 1 in 1,000,000, and the difficulty of it can only be achieved through various practices. It's only been a day since Jiraiya sent Long Yu to Miaomu Mountain and now. If you really learned the magic, it would be too shocking to the world. No, it should be said that it is a monster against the sky, and it is not an exaggeration. Okay, this matter will be handed over to Jiraiya to deal with. Next, we need to deal with the matter of Danzo. Don't make mistakes at this juncture. The 3 generations of Hokage reminded in a deep voice. I checked just now, Danzo's injury is not fatal. I think that kid has seen it right from the start. Turning to bed, Xiaochun said with a pale face, if that's right, then this kid is really scary. Other hand, Long Yu, led by Itachi Uchiha, came to the commercial street. The second time he has visited this small street after crossing. However, compared with the era in the original book, in the period of war, all materials and personnel were in short supply, resulting in very few people who could spend extra. The huge commercial street is sparsely populated, not to mention the people who can consume. Brother, let's take a detour. Uchiha Itachi suddenly spoke up. Long Yu raised his brows. Just as he was wondering, he saw 7 or 8, a Uchiha clan man dressed as a security guard swaggering through the market. Liangzi, today is the last date. If you don't pay the security management fee of 10,000 yuan, it will be very difficult for us to do it. The tall and thin ninja who took the lead stopped in front of a shop and spoke first. Are you afraid of them? Long Yu looked at Uchiha Itachi. In his understanding of the original work, Uchiha Itachi is not a coward. After all, this is a ruthless man who dares to do even the genocide. Uchiha Itachi was silent for a moment, then said, Dad told me to try my best not to conflict with people, especially the people in the clan. Don't conflict. Long Yu looked at these gangsters, the gleeful guards. He finally knew why the Uchiha clan, in Konoha Shinobi Village, were becoming less and less welcome. A mouse droppings ruined a pot of porridge. Even the 10,000 yuan security management fee, dare to say it. This looks more arrogant than robbing. Everyone, this public security management fee has been increasing every month recently, which is too much. It was originally only 2,000, but now it has become 10,000. Ryoko is a widow in her early 30s. Long Yu remembered that Ryoko's husband had already died during the first conflict on Kikyoyama. Moreover, her daughter seems to be the little fan girl of Itachi in the original novel in the future. HMPH, now is an extraordinary period of war. For the sake of our Uchiha clan, the garrison is always ready for battle. As a clan member, if you don't support it, will outsiders be convinced? Uchiha, who took the lead, shouted sharply. This violent shout, immediately. It attracted the attention of the surrounding merchants and some passers-by. However, in the face of the infighting of the Uchiha clan, they obviously have the mentality of watching a play. Especially those merchants who have just been blackmailed, are even more fortunate, and some are even gnashing their teeth and cursing. Can you raise your hands? It's a time of war. It's good for everyone to have enough to eat. If I pay the security management fee of 10,000 yuan, my daughter will starve to death. Ryoko hurriedly begged. Damn, so you told me just now that you didn't, and now you say that you can figure it out. Could it be that you don't support our Uchiha clan's guard duty? Uchiha Kage shouted in a hurry. So many people are looking at you, you're so cold to our guard team's heart and damage our prestige. For the sake of the family, I'll give you another chance. If you don't hand it in, don't blame us. Get started. Soon as these words fell, all the guards immediately became fierce and wicked. Ryoko's face turned pale all of a sudden, and she begged urgently, Uchiha Rong, for the sake of my husband working with you, can you give me another month of grace? My daughter still has to pay for school fees, I really can't make it. Facing the scene in front of her, Ryoko couldn't help but took a few steps back and leaned against the door behind. Uchiha Kagura's face was gloomy to the extreme, listening to the mocking voices around him, as well as his eyes. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in the depths of his pupils, and he shouted sharply, Okay, if you dare to interfere with my work, then we will do it ourselves. As a member of the Uchiha clan, you dare to break the rules, this is a shame for our clan. The voice fell, Uchiha Kage directly reached out and caught Ryoko. Don't. Ryoko's face turned pale. She is just an ordinary person, and it is precisely because she has no ninja talent that she opened a small shop in this place. After all, not everyone is as perverted as the Matekai father and son, and in order to become a ninja, he has tempered his taijutsu to the extreme. In the face of this group of wolves and tiger-like guards, Ryoko had no choice but to retreat. He could only watch helplessly as the group of people approached quickly. You don't touch my mother. A childish cry came. Soon I saw 4 shuriken blazing out from the street on the left. Uchiha Kagura and the others suddenly changed their expressions, and they never thought that someone would dare to attack their garrison in Konoha Ninja Village. However, in the face of such a naive way of attacking, with angry expressions on their faces, they took out kunai with their backhands and directly blocked the shuriken. Seeing that she took the lead and landed in front of Ryoko, a little girl who was only 8 or 9 or 8 years old, Uchiha Kagura, who took the lead, had a gloomy expression to the extreme. This time, he personally led the team, but was blocked over and over again, which was a shame for him. Mom, are you alright? Uchiha Izumi hurriedly grabbed Ryoko's hand and asked. However, before Ryoko could answer, Uchiha Kage's angry cold shout came from behind. Bastard girl, in the public, dare to take action on our guards, this is a big crime of betraying the village, take it down for me. The 2 Uchiha clansmen immediately reached out to Uchiha Izumi and caught them. Seeing this scene, Ryoko panicked, and hurriedly hugged Izumi Uchiha, and said anxiously, No, you misunderstood. Ryokwan didn't offend your heart. You look at the same clan. Forgive Izumi, I will give you the money. Mom, don't, I can fight. I've entered the ninjutsu academy now, and I can protect you, just like Dad did back then. Uchiha Izumi broke free from Ryoko's embrace. Looking at the 2 approaching fellows, his eyes lit up involuntarily. Itachi, hurry up and help me. In the ninjutsu academy, Uchiha Itachi is outstanding, but surpasses other peers. It became the object of many people's attention early in the morning, even Uchiha Izumi is no exception. However, in the face of this request for help, Uchiha Itachi hesitated. In Long Yu's memory, Uchiha Itachi was a diamond single dog. When he exterminated his family, he was indifferent to seeing Uchiha Izumi being killed by Uchiha Obito with his own eyes. If you have to find a word to describe Uchiha Itachi, it is the best brother. She asks you for help, won't you help her? Long Yu said with great interest. Uchiha Itachi's expression froze, looking at the two guards who rushed towards Uchiha Izumi like wolves like tigers, shook his head and said, "Dad said, to avoid disputes with the clan, as the eldest son of the clan leader, more to lead by example." "Is it?" Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, "I do and have so many rules and regulations." "Quan, you mean that? The genius son of the Fuyu patriarch. He doesn't seem to want to help us." Ryoko obviously heard Uchiha Izumi mention Itachi. However, looking at Uchiha Itachi, who was still standing in the same place, indifferent, his face darkened. Chapter 89. Yo, the garrison is really scary. In her eyes, Uchiha Fugaku is the captain of the garrison. Even he didn't restrain his subordinates, let them do their best, let alone his son. The disappearance is gone, the mother is gone. Uchiha Izumi's pupils shrank suddenly. Soon as the urgent cry fell, Uchiha Kage and the others moved, and an unexpected figure, like a ghost, appeared in front of Ryoko and Uchiha Izumi. Yo, the guards are really scary. Long Yu smiled playfully. Right foot was like an iron whip, mixed with lightning. He swept across the sky towards the two clansmen. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Two members of the security team, too late to think about it, subconsciously raised their hands to block. Crack, boom, the dull collision sound, coupled with the crisp sound of bones breaking, echoed, giving people a kind of creepy feeling. Looking at the two figures, like cannonballs, they swept out and smashed heavily on the tree more than 10 meters away. The huge impact force made the tree cut off in the middle. The two guardsmen, with a puff, opened their mouths and spat out a mouthful of blood, and passed out directly. The violent scene made everyone's face turn pale, looking at the figure in front of him with a warm smile on his face, bathed in thunderlight, a rumor flashed in his mind. It's the blood-colored Asura Uchiha Longyu. There were ninjas in the arena, and they couldn't hold back their breath and exclaimed. As soon as these words came out, Ryoko and Uchiha Izumi's nerves were shaken. Since the destruction of the Hokage building, the 3 generations of Hokage have issued a gag order, but the fierce name of Uchiha Ryu, under the intention of Danzo, has already become the incarnation of the devil. The whole Konoha ninja village have a feeling of being at a distance. However, these deeds spread for a short time, and Long Yu rarely appeared in public, so very few people knew him. You are Uchiha Ryu. Uchiha Kage's expression changed. In the face of other people, he may be able to be tough, but the figure rising like a comet in front of him is not. He can challenge it casually. Hee, I heard that you are charging security management fees, and that you are betraying the village by taking action against the garrison. Long Yu smiled warmly. Look at me, I accidentally shot 2 members of the guard team into the air, my betrayal. The small voice seemed to be filled with magical sounds at this moment. Everyone present, their cheeks twitched involuntarily. Who were watching the fun just now became silent. This is a ruthless character who even dares to destroy the Hokage building and kills in front of the whole village. In the face of such existence, who would despise themselves for living too long? Uchiha Kage's face turned pale. Not long ago he heard that Uchiha Shi was seriously injured by Uchiha Longyu. Originally, I didn't care about it, but now when I face it directly, I understand what invisible pressure is. In the moment just now, he couldn't even see the way Long Yu was moving. Not to mention fighting. Long Yu, you are too funny. We were just joking. As a model of our Uchiha clan, how dare we disrespect you? If there is nothing wrong, we will go first. Uchiha Kage said in a hurry. The guards behind him also quickly joined in. The young man in front of him killed people in front of Hokage, not to mention injured a few of their guardsmen. Money to spend, you have to spend your life. Abandoning these words, the members of the security team present couldn't wait to turn around and leave. Ryoko holding Izumi Uchiha breathed a sigh of relief. However, after thinking about the incident, the guards will come back to find a place. After such tossing, I am afraid it will get worse, and my mind can't help but tighten. Stop, don't you plan to apologize before leaving? Long Yu said with a smile. The nerves of the people present were suddenly tense. Looking at the smiling Long Yu, they finally understood what a fearless, ruthless man is. Hit someone and make an apology. This is simply domineering. Long Yu, don't go too far. Uchiha's face changed. This time he has lost face and become the laughingstock of the family. Now Long Yu also asked him to apologize, which completely demolished his descending steps. Facing the gazes from all around, Uchiha Kage couldn't help clenching his fists. Stop it all for me. A slightly old voice came suddenly. Soon I saw 3 old men with gray hair and wearing Uchiha clan robes approaching. The 3 elders of the Uchiha clan. Didn't they say that they would never step out of the Uchiha station casually? I heard that these 3 people have 3 goose jade writing wheel eyes, and they are the existence of elite Jonin. There are also rumors that they have the strength comparable to the Penumbra. Some old ninjas in the field came one after another. As one of the Konoha clan, and even Uchiha, who is known as the strong clan in the ninja world, there will always be strong people in every era. It's just that there is a gap in the strength of these powerhouses, although the 3 old men in front of them are not as dazzling as the strengths of Uchiha Itachi and Shisui in the original work. However, for ordinary ninjas in Konoha Ninja Village, has a wheel eye, and powerful fire ninjutsu, as well as illusion. Of the Uchiha clan, with a little talent, has a much higher chance of becoming a strong man than other ninjas without dying. This is also the advantage of the bloodline limit. Elder Huo, Elder Long, Elder Yu. Seeing the appearance of the 3 elders, Uchiha Kage seemed to see a savior, with a happy expression on his face, and hurriedly greeted him. However, as soon as he approached, the headed Elder Huo raised his hand and threw it directly. Clap. A crisp slap suddenly sounded. Make everyone's nerves tense. You bastard, who gave you the power to charge management fees indiscriminately here? I have seen what happened just now. Uchiha Ryu shouted angrily. Elder. Uchiha was stunned, covering his hot half cheek, unable to speak. This kind of thing hadn't been supported behind the scenes. They wouldn't dare to charge public security management fees so brazenly. Moreover, I learned from Uchihaishi's mouth that the support behind this is also related to the 3 elders in front of him. HMPH, how old are you, to do such a thing? Even our old face will be lost. Elder Long shouted angrily. Now hurry up and apologize to Long Yu and everyone, or my clan rules will serve you. The awe-inspiring voice made the expressions of the members of the garrison present instantly change. The Uchiha family has always claimed to be a big family, no matter what. Is it self-respect, or the rules of the family? It is even more imposing than the rules of Konoha Ninja Village. If Elder Long really pursued it, he would probably be beaten to death as well. Hee, Elder, you are too funny. They should apologize to Ryoko and Izumi. I'm just nosy. Long Yu smiled warmly. No, dare not. Ryoko hurriedly waved his hand. Elder Long piled up a smile and said, Is this the spring? We 3 old men have also heard that there is a good girl in the clan, and she was really brave just now. Why don't you apologize quickly? Uchiha Kage and the others looked ashen. It's just that, not to mention the 3 elders, just staring at them, Long Yu, has already made them dare not make mistakes. Everyone looked at each other. Their faces were unwilling, but they bowed their heads and apologized. I'm sorry, we've gone too far. This will never happen in the future. Really sorry. The merchants present were stunned, and looking at the usually arrogant guards, they took the initiative to lower their proud heads. For them, this was simply unexpected. Hee, Long Yu, look at this matter, can it be considered like this? Elder Long said with a smile on his face. I will guarantee that there will never be such a problem of illegally charging management fees, and pricing will be based on the original market rules. It can be said that the power has been superseded and transferred to the outskirts. The marginalized Uchiha clan, the so-called garrison work, is similar to the current patrol police and urban management. Manage street security and so on. The real executive power no longer exists. It is for this reason that the dissatisfaction of the Uchiha clan has grown stronger. In order to avoid the ultimate detonation of the conflict, the three generations of Hokage have always adopted the Wairo policy, and turned their eyes away from such excessive management fees. It's just that people didn't expect that Uchiha Kage planned to make a fortune in war, and at this juncture, the management fee of 2,000 was suddenly raised to 10,000. This kind of high-priced management fee requires 7 or 8 tasks in the ninja to be able to collect enough, not to mention the lonely Ryoko. Since the elders are asking for mercy, if I still bite and hold on, I don't seem to give the elders face. Long Yu said with a smile. However, I'm still making a fool of myself. I'll cover this store in the future. Don't let me see forced buying and selling. Otherwise, I don't mind killing a few more people. The faint voice of words fell, and the next moment, the violent murderous aura rolled back on Long Yu's body like a frenzy. The powerful murderous aura swept through the audience like a hurricane. Some people with slightly inferior strength, and even ordinary people, heard a roar in their minds. Facing Uchiha Kage and the others who were suppressed by Long Yu's breath, his face turned pale, and with a thud, he couldn't help falling to the ground. While his forehead was covered in cold sweat, his eyes looking at Long Yu were full of horror. At the moment just now, it gave them the feeling that they were in the midst of a raging wave. Like a small boat that could capsize at any time, as long as Long Yu had a thought, they would surely die. However, that's not to blame for their blunders. With Long Yu's control over the kaleidoscope shaker's eye, and his own strong mental willpower, just one look is enough to be as powerful as the murderous aura released by Orochimaru in the original book. Especially with the superposition of the power of the booster eye, the threat of the spirit is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1. Long Yu, don't be impulsive. I think they will understand if you cage them, and you will never trouble them in the future. Elder Long's expression was stagnant, and he rushed to relieve the siege. The sudden burst of breath just now, for him, is also tense. There is a kind of, the illusion of being under death. If it wasn't for Long Yu to disperse this murderous intention in time, I am afraid that at that moment, he could not help withdrawing and retreating, pulling a sufficient safety distance. Hee, Elder Long, you are really out there. I just remind you, you don't have to take it to heart. Long Yu patted Elder Long on the shoulder and said, it's all gone. Seeing this kind of behavior that didn't care about seniority at all, the three elders' cheeks couldn't help twitching. However, when I thought of the purpose of this time, I still managed to hold back my displeasure. Cage you all to go back to the station first, this time you will be punished. Elder Long scolded. However, in the face of this painless scolding, the members of the guard team quickly fled from this ghost place. In their eyes, clan rules can still be perfunctory. But facing the blood-colored Asura Long Yu, it was like walking on thin ice, and he lost his life accidentally. Watching the group of guards flee, the surrounding merchants also suppressed their curiosity, glanced at Long Yu in horror, then turned and left. Seeing that the huge street was suddenly empty, Long Yu looked at the three elders with great interest, and said, there is nothing to do without going to the Three Treasures Hall. The three elders came out of the clan specially. Don't tell me it's for the sake of the style of punishing the garrison. You bastard, Long Yu, don't go too far. We are still the elders of the clan. In front of outsiders, we will give you face, so now you should keep the respect you deserve for the elders. Elder Yu, who had not spoken for a while, suddenly scolded him coldly. In Uchiha Yu's eyes, they can be regarded as the heritage of the Uchiha clan. An old family is like a treasure. This is the capital of relying on the old to sell the old. Idiot. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, Itachi, you are hungry too, let's go. Idiots Ryoko and Uchiha Izumi were stunned. In their eyes, the elders are high above. If it was Konoha advisors, what were they more afraid of than the elders? That must be the elder of the Uchiha clan. Dragon Yu. Elder Yu suddenly exploded with anger, but was interrupted by Elder Huo, who was silent and did not speak. Among the three elders, Elder Huo is known as the Great Elder. With his turbid old eyes, after reflecting Long Yu's figure, he clenched the crutches in his hand and said, "Long Yu, are you interested in becoming the patriarch?" A small sound swept the audience like a hurricane. Uchiha Itachi's steps could not help stiffening, and even Ryoko and Uchiha Izumi's expressions froze. For them, this amount of information is a bit too big. Uchiha Fuyu has been in power for a long time, and he has always done things without much fault. However, what he has been adhering to is the way of the mean, which makes many radical and Uchiha people feel dissatisfied. It's just that, for a long time, the strength of Uchiha Fuyu is stronger than that of the three elders when they were young. It can definitely be called the first person in the same generation. Therefore, only he can be qualified for the position of the patriarch. Chapter 90, The Silly Son of the Landlord's Family. However, the fierce name of Uchiha Dragon Feather Scarlet Asura is rising like a comet. He is famous on the battlefield. In the Konoha ninja village, he made a big noise at the Hokage building and retreated. Just now, he was still pressing Tuanzang's head, burning his body with fire, and his life and death were uncertain. With all these achievements, the three elders could not imagine that they could not be held accountable and suppressed. It is for this reason that after they got the information, they rushed here quickly. Patriarch. Long Yu raised his brows. Although he expected it, he didn't expect these three old men to come to the door so quickly. Yes. Uchiha Ryu nodded and said in a deep voice, "As long as you are willing, we can recommend you to become the patriarch and compete for the next Hokage seat. With your aptitude, strength and means, plus the heritage accumulated by our Uchiha clan, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." The slightly sloppy voice, which can be called sweet and sweet, made Uchiha Itachi, Ryoko and Uchiha Izumi's faces change dramatically. This is a rebellion. Overthrow the current patriarch and let Uchiha Ryu take over. Great shame for any patriarch. No one will accept such results. For a time, Uchiha Itachi and Ryoko clenched their hands subconsciously. Looking at the 15 or 16-year-old boy in front of him, he was unexpectedly recommended as the patriarch. If you hadn't heard it with your own ears, you'd be willing to believe it was all true. I am sorry, but I have no interest in the matter of the patriarch or not. As for Hokage, a lot of trouble, I still like to wash and sleep. Long Yu smiled warmly and said, also, I don't like to be a human puppet even more. Since the three elders have nothing else to do, please come back. Uchiha Yu suddenly became angry. However, he was quickly stopped by Elder Huo's detective and said, "We are also advocating this matter, and you don't have to object too quickly. It's not too early, our three old bones still have things to deal with, so we left first." Abandoning these words, Uchiha Fire took the lead to turn around and lead the team to leave. After Elder Yu glared at Long Yu, he quickly followed. With the departure of the three of them, the field became empty. "Brother, do you really not want to be the patriarch? If you want, I can try to persuade Dad to give you the position, as long as you don't do it." Uchiha Itachi couldn't hold back. It was learned from the mouth of Uchiha Fuyu that he, Shisui and Nika's Minato joined forces. "But I can't even touch the corner of Long Yu's clothes, if I really grab it." Uchiha Fuyu's voluntary abdication is better than being embarrassed in public. What is there to sit in this patriarch's position? There are a lot of troubles, and I have to take into account the goddamn family dignity of those guys. I don't want it. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, "Only your dad would take up this kind of shit. Aren't you hungry? Let's find something to eat." Looking at Long Yu, who didn't care about the position of the patriarch, Uchiha Itachi, Ryoko and the others were stunned. "Mom, aren't we going to cook? Why don't we keep Itachi and the others to eat?" Uchiha Izumi said in a hurry. Gaze subconsciously crossed Itachi and landed on Long Yu. Liangzi was slightly startled, with a hint of hesitation on his face, and said, Long Yu, thank you for saving our mother and daughter, but I don't have anything good to entertain at my house, only an old hen, I hope you don't take offense. Uchiha Itachi was clearly aware of the situation of Ryoko's house, and subconsciously looked at Long Yu. You are making medicine. Long Yu raised his brows, looking at the medicinal herbs scattered around, looking a little surprised. In the original work, the hospitals that appear are mostly medical ninjas and Western medicine. Rarely does this herb appear. Even if there are, many are already sold as pills. Now that the medical ninjas in the village are all on the front line, I happen to be fighting in the hospital and I know the distribution of some herbs, so I found some time to dig some herbs in the forest and opened this small shop to get a good meal. Ryoko squatted on the ground and picked up the scattered herbs. Raised her brows and met Uchiha Izumi's gaze, making her blush and hurriedly bow her head. Do you really mind if we stay for dinner? Uchiha Izumi's cheeks were slightly red, and he nodded. I hope to thank you. Then leave this meal to me. Long Yu reached out and rubbed Izumi Uchiha's head, making her whole body stiff like an electric shock. Was the first time that she was violated by someone other than her mother. Can you do it? Ryoko was startled for a while. In her eyes, the Uchiha family has always been relatively strong, especially men, and they are even more dismissive of cooking and housework. For someone like Long Yu who took the initiative to ask to cook, this was the first time I had seen him. There's no way, I'm stubborn, I'm not used to your food. Long Yu smiled warmly. For miso soup, salted soup base, etc. It really doesn't suit the taste of Chinese people. Watching Long Yu Lisuo take the old hen raised at the door with Liangzi and couldn't help but look at Weasel. Itachi, does your brother really know how to cook? My mother did it. She also cooked for people in the hospital. Uchiha Izumi couldn't hold back. Ryoko also had an urgent look on her face, first whether it was a guest. But if she let the only old hen in her family go to waste. This made it difficult for them to gather any more food to thank Long Yu. Uchiha Itachi looked hesitant and hesitantly said, I don't know either, but I heard that brother's cooking skills are better than eel ramen. Minato-sama also said that if my brother hadn't been delayed by the ninja, I'm afraid even eel ramen wouldn't be able to match the cooking skills. You can't even beat an uncle with your hands. Uchiha Izumi was stunned for a moment, then curled his lips. Itachi, I didn't expect you to lie. In this commercial street, eel ramen is the most popular shop. Yes, Quan is right, you little brat visited my shop last time. Why are you talking bad things behind your back again? A female voice came from behind. Uchiha Itachi's expression was stagnant, and he saw that Ayame came running at an unknown time. Looking at the aggressive little girl, Uchiha Itachi said with a livid face, this is what they said, I don't know either. HMPH, disgusting. Exclamation mark quote. Calamus glared and said, I won't welcome you in the future. Izumi, I'll find you next time. Today, the 3 generations of Hokage will visit my ramen shop. Even 3 generations have come to patronize, and some people say that our family's ramen is not, hee. Leaving those words, Iris turned around and ran back to the store. That are only 4 rooms apart, I can already see the hand fights. Uchiha Itachi knew that this time he was the one who came out of his mouth. Itachi, don't take it to heart, Calamus is not malicious. Uchiha Izumi explained in a hurry. Also, is there really no problem with your brother? If not, I still have a little money and can invite you to eat ramen noodles. I'm afraid it's not good, brother, it's hard to cook. Uchiha Itachi hesitated. Looking at these 2 hairy children, with a worried look on their faces, Liangzi smiled sweetly. Okay, Long Yu is our honorable guest, how can you show such an expression? Let's go in and help. If we help, we might be able to make a delicious meal. Listening to this suggestion, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi glanced at each other, showing a look of resignation. In Itachi's eyes, even if the food cooked by Long Yu is too difficult to swallow, it must be wiped out for the majesty and face of the elder brother. People fight for a breath, Buddha fights for a mouthful of fragrance. Never let Ichiro Ramen's calamus be underestimated. Seeing the completely different momentum for a moment, like Itachi, who is going to die, Izumi Uchiha and Ryoko couldn't help but be stunned. Thoughts, the three of them pushed open the door of the kitchen, and when they entered the scene, their pupils shrank suddenly. The hen that was bled and shaved in just a few minutes, Long Yu threw it into the sky. With a swipe of his right hand, he took out the kitchen knife, and under the flow of lightning, it quickly swept past like a thunderbolt. Sheila, the hen was split and opened in an instant, turning into a large piece, with traces of purple arcs circulating on it, locking the gravy it should have, and exuding a meaty smell. The art of fire escapes the palm of your hand. Long Yu's right hand was full of fire, and the fiery flames entwined in the palm of his hand, and then pressed it on the clay pot beside him. That had been boiled on a warm fire instantly boiled, and the speed was astonishing. Is this a combination of ninjutsu and cooking? Ryoko exclaimed. In front of her was the first time she had encountered it. Especially the kind of clean and neat approach, it is even more amazing and dazzling. At this moment, there was a hint of urgency in Ryoko's heart. She desperately wanted to confirm whether Long Yu was really like Konoha with golden glitter, Minato Namikaze said. On top of cooking skills, I can overwhelm eel ramen. Brother, you boil the water, what kind of miso soup are you going to cook? Uchiha Itachi couldn't help it. The calamus came just now. Looking at Uchiha Itachi, who was hesitant to speak, Long Yu smiled dryly. I heard it all, Aunt Ryoko, do you have any noodles at home? Trace of embarrassment appeared on Mian Liangzi's face. During the late period of the war, the business was not too bad. Most of the food that could be found was sent to the front line. This has greatly increased the price of flour. She and Izumi Uchiha still eat wild vegetables and some coarse grains most of the time. No. Long Yu frowned, not expecting that the dignified Konoha ninja village would be in such a difficult situation under the chaos of war. Although it may be only a few, it also represents the living index of the lower class people. Long Yu, I still have some money here, I'll buy some back. Ryoko scraped a few copper plates from her body and handed it to Izumi Uchiha. Looking at this scene, Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose and said, no need, someone will send it after a while. Boil this soup first. Someone will deliver. Ryoko and the others couldn't help but startled. Uchiha Itachi couldn't hold back his breath and said, brother, who did you give it to? Why didn't I go back and get some? I remember there are many at home. Looking at the stupid son of the landlord's family, Long Yu was helpless. How in the original work, Itachi Uchiha, who was still very smart, turned on the halo of a silly son after meeting him. This is probably an education issue. In the original work, Uchiha Itachi appears to be very independent under the pressure education method of Uchiha Fuyuke. However, now because of the appearance of Long Yu, Uchiha Itachi has more to rely on. When the elder brother becomes the one who relies on the elder brother, then the end is to become Sasuke Uchiha. This kind of elder brother treasure exists. It seems that this disease has time to be cured. Isn't it a show to say that there are more at home in front of the poor? I don't need it, you can just watch it here. Long Yu reluctantly opened the lid of the pot. A seductive refreshing scent, accompanied by the diffused water vapor. Mom, isn't this the peach we picked a few days ago? Uchiha Izumi said urgently. Isn't this a medicinal herb? How can it be used for cooking, and the fragrance smells very good. This is the main ingredient of my cooking, 5-fingered peach-soaked chicken. Long Yu smiled warmly and put the chicken cut into large pieces into the pot. This so-called 5-fingered peach is not a real peach. It's just a mulberry plant with leaves that look like 5 fingers and fruits that look like peach, only the size of a finger. After watching Long Yu immerse the chicken in the hot water, he quickly turned it out on the shelf. A lot of ingredients were put into the soup pot. Prepare me sesame oil, ginger and shallots. and Izumi Uchiha were stunned when Long Yu reported a series of materials. In their cognition, cooking a meal is not that particular at all, it is good to be able to cook and swallow and fill the stomach. Looking at the bewildered crowd, Long Yu gave up his thoughts and went to prepare the materials by himself. Of Ikyle Ramen, the third Hokage took off his hat and sighed helplessly. After the end of the Third War, he officially retired and handed the position of Hokage to Minato Namikaze. However, he was only in his early 50s, and he was still in his prime. He asked himself that he was still very confident in his own combat power. Unfortunately, what happened one after another made him feel really tired physically and mentally. The thought of the nightmare Taper, who had been restrained in one move and exploded to death, and the charred Danzo, was so painful that it became a mush. Lord Hokage, it looks like you are in trouble again. He rolled up the curtain and said, "What kind of miso ramen do you want to eat this time?" 3 generations of Hokage recovered, looked at the menu item, and said helplessly, "Let's have a char shao ramen. I don't have a good appetite recently, and I want to change the taste, so forget it." During this period of time, the 4 major powers attacked, and they also encountered Long Yu, who rose like a comet, and Danzo's reckless suppression. For the 3 generations of Hokage, it is completely exhausted and lack of appetite. Originally, I was looking at the greasy miso ramen and the burnt Danzo. At this moment, it seemed that 2 heavy flavors overlapped. Let the 3 generations of Hokage, there is a kind of urge to nausea. Dad, I already said Hokage-sama, I will definitely want char shao ramen. Lord Hokage, this time it is still more than enough. Chapter 91, Take the initiative to deliver to the door. As soon as the words fell, Ayame sent the char shao ramen that had been prepared in advance. The turbid sugar water, with a layer of lard floating on it, deliberately added more fatty pork char shao and floated on it. This made the 3 generations of Hokage smile helplessly. It seems that the ramen reservation should have been pushed back from the beginning. Now, I'm looking for trouble to eat. However, feeling the big watery eyes of the calamus, his face was full of urgency and hope. Third Hokage smiled helplessly and picked up the chopsticks. Lord Hokage, do you think my ramen is the best? Calamus asked impatiently. Iris, you are so rude. Scolded. Lord Hokage, don't take offense, this girl just heard that Uchiha Itachi said that Long Yu can make food that beats eel ramen, so I feel a little uncomfortable. If I offend Hokage-sama, don't take offense. 3 generations of Hokage couldn't help but stunned, and immediately shook his head with a smile. I have also heard that that kid can cook, but eel ramen, in the Konoha ninja village, and even the entire ninja world, there are people who come here, how could it be that kid can compare? Lord Hokage is right. Calamus couldn't help laughing, and the anger in her stomach dissipated instantly. Oh, I'm all about things. 3 Hokage laughed dryly. However, before the words were finished, a faint refreshing fragrance dissipated with the wind. The chicken flavor of the clear soup with the medicinal herbs penetrated into the nostrils of people as if it were all-pervasive. The sudden fresh smell made the 3 people present couldn't help but take a deep breath of air. 3 Hokage's fingers twitched involuntarily. This horse is a big move for the index finger. Hokage-sama. The voice of the calamus suddenly sounded. The 3 generations of Hokage and Handa, who were immersed in the taste of clear soup and chicken, quickly recovered. It is different from their traditional taste of thick soup as the base of the soup. This scent has a more subtle and elegant fragrance, which is very different. However, when he thought of the gaff of the index finger and the calamus's gaze, the 3 generations of Hokage hurriedly coughed. Cough me, this fragrance is not really fragrant. Looking at the 3 generations of Hokage who were incoherent, Ayame snorted and looked at Ryoko's shop in dissatisfaction. This special scent made me think of that terrifying boy first. No way, he didn't make it. Calamus hurriedly shook her head and said with a pout, Dad, are you hiding and making some special dishes? If you do this, it would be unkind if you don't tell me in advance. Looking at the calamus with a real face, he beat his face with helplessness. At this juncture, to say such words is undoubtedly rubbing his old face on the ground. However, in the face of the scrutiny eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage, Shuba can only shake his head helplessly. No, this is the first time I smell this fragrance. It makes people feel the feeling of appetite. The huge ramen shop seemed a little dead. Faced with this increasingly strong taste of fragrant chicken soup, the 3 people present couldn't help but glance at each other. There was an inexplicable urgency in his eyes. I am eager to know, where does this smell come from? Cough, why don't we go and see? Handbeat couldn't help but coughed. At this time, not many people will come to patronize, we can go to the door. Yes, it's okay. 3 generations of Hokage quickly agreed, and subconsciously looked at the calamus. Now 2-1, with the 2 in favor, the hammer is also struck. HMPH, just go, I don't believe he can really make something that tastes better than eel ramen. Calamus snorted coldly, turned around and walked out the door. Seeing this scene, the 3 generations of Hokage couldn't wait to stand up. Especially when I think of Jiraiya's report. Uchiha Ryu tamed the 3 tails with the help of food. Hokage-sama, you said that we suddenly visited. If it is empty-handed, I am afraid I am a little embarrassed. He couldn't help but speak. However, the last sentence, Shida did not say it, but the 3 generations of Hokage were very clear about what to express. Eat for nothing, you always have to bring some souvenirs to be confident. Here is the ramen I just pulled, and I usually send some to Ryoko. Seeing that the back of the 3 generations of Hokage has disappeared in the corner. Hands, he took the pulled noodles with him, and quickly followed. Long, you might as well let me buy some noodles and wait like this, the child is alive. Ryoko swallowed a mouthful of saliva, noticing her gaffe. Just looking at this pot of chicken soup exuding a tempting aroma, I really couldn't help it. For a hungry person, the greatest sin is the food that can be seen and smelled. It's impossible to get a good taste when it's within reach. Especially Uchiha Izumi and Itachi, they were still suspicious a moment ago, but the moment the 6-fingered peach soaked in chicken, the moment the fragrance of the soup filled the air, they fell directly. Compared to those thick-flavored miso soups, the 2 are completely opposites. It gave them the look of a hillbilly who had never seen the world in town. If it wasn't for some self-control, I'm afraid all the yawns would flow out. Quan, I'm here to play with you. The voice of the calamus came from outside. However, as soon as the voice fell, it entered by itself. As soon as I came to Uchiha Izumi's side, I couldn't help but look at the soup pot. Iris, do you smell the fragrance? Uchiha Izumi is a little better. Usually, a chorus often secretly sends the remaining seasonings, noodle soup, ramen and other materials in the store to Uchiha Izumi. It can be said that the change in Uchiha Izumi's expression now is the portrayal of her on weekdays. Just that the current calamus obviously doesn't care about this, and hurriedly pinched his nose and said, "What is this smell? This smell is far worse than the smell of my miso soup." Which symbolically pinched his nose and sniffed everywhere. His face was really fragrant. Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly. "You're old man, haven't you brought ramen?" 3 of Ryoko who were present at the ramen couldn't help being stunned. They never thought that Long Yu would make such an idea. "What do you say ramen my dad won't bring?" Iris glared at him. In her eyes, it was very good that this soup could be touched by hand. If they also bring ramen, it will bring down their identity as a ramen. "Calamus, what nonsense are you talking about?" He walked in quickly with his hand behind him, raised his hand and tapped the calamus on the head. Long Yu is really embarrassed. This girl is being petty, she is not usually like this. "This is the ramen I made myself just now, and some thin slices of beef, I hope you don't laugh." Looking at the pot of ramen noodles and thinly sliced beef, put it down, and stared eagerly at the soup pot behind Long Yu. Ryoko and the others were stunned. It's really delivered to the door. Haha, as a qualified chef, you also have the attributes of a foodie. Long Yu gave a dry laugh, no surprise at all, and took the ramen directly. 3 generations, since you're here, come in and sit, I don't eat people. Hee, you are really good at this, kid. I thought you were very talented, but I didn't expect that even your cooking skills were attractive. No wonder Jiraiya and Minato have such a high evaluation of you. The 3 generations of Hokage rolled the curtain and walked in. The hand on the side was completely unable to hold back his breath, and said, Long Yu, leave this ramen to me to cook, my craftsmanship is okay. Talking, he couldn't help but reach out and grab ramen. No need, my noodles are not for cooking. Long Yu shook his head. That had already been prepared, a lot of water vapor was coming out. Put the ramen in it directly, sprinkle some water at the same time, and cover it in full view. Steamed noodles. The hand was stunned. In his eyes, this is the first time he has encountered such a thing. However, Longfeng did not answer and took out a basin of ice water that had been prepared. At the moment when the steam rises rapidly and the noodles are soft, a cold river comes directly. After tossing the spoon a few times, sprinkled too much water and put it directly into the big bowl. The next moment, I poured the 6-finger peach chicken soup that had already been prepared and had been removed from the grease, and a fragrant chicken soup smell of medicinal herbs completely filled the entire store. Looking at the chicken noodle soup in the clear soup that night, the 3 generations of Hokage and Shuta took the lead and couldn't help it. They held up, and took a sip of the chicken soup from a big bowl. An indescribable fragrance and warmth of medicinal herbs quickly spread in the stomach and opened. Nice soup. 3 Hokage and Shita shouted in unison. Soon I picked up the noodles in the bowl and couldn't wait to send it to my mouth. At the moment of nibbling with the soup, the tough and dry gluten brings a chewy texture. It's completely different from the usual soaked noodles. And with this fragrant chicken soup, compared with the richness of miso, this bowl of chicken noodles in clear soup makes people appetite. Good noodles. Long Yu, what kind of cooking is this? It's completely beyond my cognition. The hands are in a hurry. All this in front of him opened up a new world for him. It's a herbal meal. Long Yu said lightly. He has always had confidence in Washa's cuisine, and even if he is faced with Yil ramen, he will be able to overwhelm him. Medicine. 3 generations of Hokage and others couldn't help but startled. They have heard of various local delicacies, but this is the first time they have heard of this medicinal diet. The combination of medicinal herbs and food creates a delicious food that regulates the body. This is medicated diet. Long Yu said lightly. It has the functions of conditioning the spleen and nourishing the lungs, removing dampness and relaxing the tendons, and coughing with tuberculosis. However, in the face of Long Yu's remarks, everyone present was obviously confused. Only Shuta's expression changed drastically, and he said anxiously, I understand, this is the principle I have always pursued, saving people with food, and I never thought that the combination of medicinal herbs and staple food could be so delicious. Where did the chicken go? Shredded chicken. Long Yu turned around and brought out a pot of shredded chicken. Chili oil, with special ginger spice, as well as the aroma of vanilla and 5-fingered peach, gathered together, filled the air, and made the sound of swallowing saliva in the field. It is different from the 3 generations of Hokage and hand fight. Uchiha Itachi and others haven't had a chance to taste it yet, and looking at the chicken soup ramen and shredded chicken in front of them, their appetite has increased greatly. If it weren't for the existence of Long Yu and the 3rd Hokage, I'm afraid it would have already erupted. Eat, everyone is hungry. That Duzui was holding back, and said, you don't eat it, but it's not your turn. Don't eat. Calamus shook his head stubbornly and said, I won't eat this thing if it's too bad to eat. The Calamus must not be rude. He shouted in a hurry. However, just as the voice fell, a shouting voice came quickly from a distance. Boss, you're not a brother enough. You didn't say it earlier, you cook for me, and I kill you, like the kind of blood you see. Black Shadow came galloping from a distance, and the speed was so fast that it crossed dozens of meters in the blink of an eye, and landed in front of the calamus first. Looking at the chicken soup ramen, his eyes widened, full of urgency. Boss, she doesn't eat, I eat. Well, good soup. Wow, good face, Grandma. Boss, it's not good for you to hide from me. If I didn't wake up earlier, it would feel like I missed 100 million. Who devoured like Erha? Even the 3 generations of Hokage were stunned. Hokage-sama, what is this? He couldn't help but ask. 3 generations of Hokage coughed dryly. This seems to be a reduced version of the tail beast. In the face of a meal is the kind that sees blood with a knife. 3 generations of Hokage simply do not know how to explain. Of this tailed beast is probably really lost, completely subverting everyone's cognition. The tail beast of the human pillar weapon. Hands beaten. Looking at Mitsuha, who was completely bent over by the food. He finally knew how great the charm of food was. Itachi, this noodle is delicious. You're right, it's much better than eel ramen. Uchiha Izumi hurriedly picked up his ramen. The 3 tails who were eating the bowl and staring at the thief, waiting for an opportunity to attack. This made their nerves tense. It was delicious. This chicken soup, what other shredded chicken? Long Yu, this medicinal diet is really surprising. It can regulate people's body, and its achievements are enough to be compared with Tsunade-sama's great deeds in researching medical ninjutsu. Ryoko and the others were incoherent while eating. The huge dining room, the 5 people, 5 and 1 beast were devoured, especially the 3-tailed, Chirp, Chirp, and Echo. Only the stubborn Calamus pursed her lips and looked at the scene in front of her eyes turning red. If everyone else said it was unpalatable, she would be in a better mood. But now even the father has fallen, and even the tailed beast has thrown away the morals. This undoubtedly magnifies the temptation of medicinal diets infinitely. Thinking of the ignorant competition just now, the small grievance in my heart was directly magnified infinitely, and hot tears rolled in my eyes. Eat it, it's yours. A bowl of ramen noodles lay flat in front of the Calamus, which made him startled. Chapter 92, The Last Ace. Looking up at Long Yu, the tears in the eyes of the Calamus rolled out of the corners of the eyes without any money. Yes. Iris said aggrievedly. However, before the words were finished, Long Yu gently wiped away the tears and said, "Do and say sorry, as a man, but you don't want to be sorry by a woman. Hurry up and eat the noodles, otherwise this idiot will be tough." Robbed. Long Yu used the head of his chopsticks, and threw the claw that the thief had poked out. Suddenly, there was a sound of wolf cries and howls in the dining room. The big eyes were staring, and tears were flowing, giving people a miserable feeling. "Don't pack it for me, there's still it in there, go and take it out yourself." Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly. Looking at this dignified tailed beast, it was reduced to a meal and bowed down, with a miserable face. Even the 3 generations of Hokage suspect that he is dreaming. This world has changed. However, compared with the 3 generations of Hokage, he looks at the usual carefree and grumpy Calamus. Now his eyes are tender and shy, and he sometimes peeks at Long Yu, with that affectionate look. Let the hand hit a kind of, an inexplicable illusion. His precious daughter, Tama, was cheated by a bowl of ramen. The time to exchange a bowl of noodles for a meal for the son-in-law quickly passed in the snatch. 3 generations of Hokage put on the Hokage hat and looked at the excited hands, and they were also very surprised. "Long Yu, you really gave me the recipe for this medicine." He grabbed Long Yu's hand with his hands and was so excited that he almost fainted. "I completely forgot the thought of escaping the tiger's mouth with the Calamus just now. It can be said that 100,000 people are willing to call their son-in-law with their hands now. It's Washa herbal diet." Long Yu emphasized again. When he was on Earth, his parents ran pharmacy and gourmet restaurants. Now that we are in the world of Hokage, we must carry forward the Chinese cuisine. So it was written down directly. Yes, this is Washa medicinal diet, this is simply the work of the gods. Shuda couldn't wait to flip through the recipe of the medicine and diet in his hand. Looking at the various delicacies above, he was so excited that he passed out of a coma. Ayame and Uchiha Itachi hurriedly stepped forward to help them up. Seeing the excited hand beating and chanting words in his mouth, Chenku said embarrassedly, "Brother I'll take my father back first. Your kindness, I will definitely pay it back in the future. I don't need it. If you want to promise me, I can't refuse it." Long Yu reached out and rubbed the Calamus's hair. This kind of gesture, immediately. Calamus's cheeks were flushed, and she couldn't help lowering her head. That mosquito-like, Not many people heard it. Faced with the scene in front of him, the three generations of Hokage hesitated for a moment before saying, "Long Yu, I have a task in hand that I want to delegate to you." Task. Long Yu raised his brows. On the cusp of such a storm, Long Yu was an unstable factor for the entire Konoha village. Now that the three generations of Hokage have actually delegated a task to him, this is probably something abnormal. "Yes, I think this task is the most suitable for you." Three generations of Hokage smiled dryly. "Tomorrow morning, you come to the Hokage building to find me, and I will tell you the details of the task. However, I would like to know why you didn't kill Danzo today." Voice fell, and the atmosphere in the field suddenly increased a little dignified. Ryoko and others don't know what happened for the time being, but they are very clear about Danzo's name. Now that the three generations of Hokage have broken this kind of thing in public, the meaning is different. If you don't kill him, maybe it's useful to keep it. Long Yu smiled genially and said, "It's like the three generations of Hokage who tolerate Danzo, don't they have ideas too?" Voice fell, and the three generations of Hokage were stunned at first, then shook their heads and said, "You think too much, I'm just a moderate, and I don't want to let the contradictions get out of hand. Remember to come to the Hokage building tomorrow to find me, and thank you for your hospitality today, this herbal meal is really different." Abandoning these words, the three generations of Hokage raised their hands, turned and left. "Brother, are you taking this mission?" Seeing the three generations of Hokage go away, Uchiha Itachi couldn't help asking. In the eyes of Itachi, facing this kind of mission issued by Hokage himself, it is extremely dangerous. Now the existence of Long Yu is very embarrassing in Konoha Ninja Village. Case the three generations of Hokage deliberately delegate some dangerous tasks, such as letting Long Yu go deep into the enemy alone. Perhaps to assassinate some powerful country, this is completely the Longtan Tiger's den. Even if Long Yu really has a strong self-protection ability, such a task with ulterior motives would seem too much. "Don't worry, I'm also idle, I hope there is something to pass the time, not to mention that the three generations of Hokage are not idiots." Long Yu patted Itachi on the shoulder, turned around and left. "Boss, wait for me, I smelled the fox smell of Nine Tails just now, do you want to show it to me?" Three Tails fell on Long Yu's shoulder. "Don't go." Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, "You're afraid that you won't be able to fight, so come to me to help you out." "No, boss, don't be wronged, God is a guide, I don't have such thoughts." Mitsuo raised his fingers and swore. It seems that during this period of time, it has learned a lot in human society. Other hand, in the Konoha hospital, the large army of medical ninjas had fallen out. Jilai also stood outside the door, his expression also dignified. Who was half leaning against the wall, drinking wine, she fell into silence. "Jiraiya, you haven't told me what happened." Of his mouth, and said drunkenly, "Who is so bold to hurt an old stubborn Danzo? This kind of burn area can easily be life-threatening." This time, Tsunade came back to pay homage to Susan, who died not long ago. "I just didn't expect that at the critical moment, I would encounter such an unexpected event and be forcibly invited to Konoha Hospital. Although, the current Tsunade already has hyperphobia, but in the huge ninja world, Her extensive medical knowledge is still unmatched by anyone else. Are you hungry too? Zilai also sighed. Let's go to Yil Ramen and sit and chat. During this time, a monster appeared in the village, and it has reached an uncontrollable level, so I hope you can stay in the village. Monster. Tsunade's expression was stagnant, and the alcoholism also dissipated for a while. Of Jiraiya's unrequited love, Jiraiya must show off in front of Tsunade after learning the fairy. In the eyes of the outside world, the strength of the three ninjas is neck and neck. But Tsunade is very clear that if Sanin wants to choose the strongest, I am afraid it must be Jiraiya. Now in the village, there are teachers and your precious apprentice, Minato. Could it be that we can't deal with it together? Tsunade frowned, and followed Jiraiya and left. However, as soon as Jiraiya and Tsunade left, a shadow like a ghost flashed into the ward where the operation had just been performed. From incandescent lamps is a bit dazzling. Originally, Danzo, who was lying on the hospital bed, opened his eyes as if he had been bandaged into a mummy. You finally came. Why did the mission fail? I gave you the scroll of reincarnation and the cells of the second generation Hokage in order for you to win. Danzo's voice was very hoarse. However, there didn't seem to be much pain on his face. Haha, I'm fortunate to have you fused with the first generation cells in advance. If you lack a strong recovery ability, I'm afraid you will die. Orochimaru stuck out his scarlet tongue, but his face was extremely pale. Of Danzo intact, but immortality reincarnated, so that his current strength would not survive 2 or 3. If it weren't for the partnership with Danzo, and the mountain stroke urgently asked for help, Orochimaru would not take the risk of bringing it into Konoha Ninja Village again. HMPH, if you gave me that thing earlier this time, I would have killed that kid already. Danzo's expression became hideous. You didn't see that kid's arrogant appearance, as if he had my life and death in his hands, making me almost unable to disguise. Seeing Danzo, who has always been wily, would behave so rudely, Orochimaru's expression sank, and a rare dignified expression appeared on his face. Danzo, I forgot to tell you something important. That kid has learned magic. From the very beginning, after learning that Zilai also had the intention to send Longyu to study the fairy art, Orochimaru decided to get rid of Longyu before that. However, he never imagined that the immortal art, which has always been hailed as more difficult than ninjutsu, would be learned by Longyu so easily. This time before and after, but not half a day. Is everything you said true? Danzo's expression changed drastically. It's a monster. If he really completely learned the magic in such a short period of time, it would be too variable for our future plans. Before Jiraiya, before getting the information from Meow Mushin, we can only implement the final plan first. Even if Konoha Shinobi Village is caught in the war again, we must eradicate that kid as soon as possible. Having said that, Danzo looked towards the corner of the room. A young figure flashed out instantly and said, Lord Danzo, I have already brought the scroll you asked me to prepare. Okay, as expected of the trump card I hid, I originally planned to let you grow up a little more and have more combat experience before I let you out, but the death of the root, I don't have many generals under my team, so I have to work hard. You looked at the young man in front of him with a satisfied expression on his face. Orochimaru followed the sound, and his eyes brightened quickly. Danzo, is that the kid? I didn't think that the plan was really successful. It made you a bargain. No wonder you were able to combine with the first generation cells so quickly. It seems that this kid has a lot of credit. Hehe, if it wasn't for you, if you gave up this child in advance, I wouldn't be able to get the successor of the first generation of would escape ninjutsu. Danzo struggled to sit up and laughed. This is my last trump card, the arm I want, have you brought it? Danzo untied the bandage on his body, except for some burn scars, there were no other serious injuries. Don't worry, I have already brought what you asked for. If I didn't care too much last time and let that kid benefit, I wouldn't lose so fast. Orochimaru took out a scroll, and there was a ferocious look on his face. When I thought of it, the dignified Sanin, who was still in the aftermath of reincarnation from the filthy earth, was instantly defeated. This is downright shame. Don't worry, as long as the plan is launched, the kid will be attacked by the enemy. No matter how strong a person is, how strong can he be? Danzo took the scroll and laughed horribly. For this arm, he spent a lot of effort and killed how many Uchiha clansmen. It is even suggested that in this time against the Mist Ninja Village, the Uchiha clansmen, who have always been excluded, will be sent to the battlefield. Only regret is not getting Uchiha Shisui's eyes. Okay, let's start the operation now. Let this kid start the plan. Orochimaru glanced at Tianzang and said, your body is starting to mix with the cells of the first generation, but to a certain extent, there is still a certain degree of exclusion. So, it will take a while. Ikyle Ramen, Jiraiya and Tsunade walked slowly. Tsunade, who was still smelling of alcohol, frowned and looked a little absent-minded. If that kid appeared on the battlefield sooner, then wouldn't he have to go to the battlefield or die? A ridiculous thought flashed in Tsunade's mind. As a ninja, but the strongest method is still limited to the attack of the spiritual level. Once you get close and you can't fight back in time, there is only one way to end. If this dragon feather does not lie dormant, go to the battlefield early. With the blood-colored Asura, Konoha's golden gleaming reputation, he might not die at all. Thinking of this, Tsunade couldn't help clenching his fists. Tsunade, have you listened to me? That kid is so powerful. If he can use it for Konoha Ninja Village, it will definitely increase the village's strength to a new level, and maybe even bring the entire ninja world to an end. Jirai also looked back at Tsunade. Tsunade regained his senses, stared at Jiraiya and said, you don't plan to let Uchiha's kid be Hokage, right? That kid's character is rebellious, so what if he has great strength? For the huge ninja world, the biggest contribution is medical ninjutsu. Only by developing medical ninjutsu to the extreme can you become Hokage. This is the existence that is useful to the village. A little bit of strength, could it be that I and you can't be Hokage? Listening to this to the end, it becomes a hysterical voice. Although it seems a little vexatious, but Jirai is also very clear, Tsunade thinks of breaking again. In the Second Ninja World War, due to the lack of medical ninjas, the rope tree could not be treated in time, and finally fell on the battlefield. Afterwards, Tsunade advocated that she should make every effort to develop medical ninjutsu, and she even became the first person in the ninja world medical ninjutsu. Unfortunately, the Third Ninja World War, the Battle of Kikyoyama just broke out, and Dan also died in front of Tsunade. Even medical ninjutsu is completely useless. In the end, Tsunade got hyperphobia and left Konoha Shinobi Village. If I didn't come back to worship the rope tree, I heard from Jiraiya that such a big event happened, and even Danzang dared to do it, I'm afraid they wouldn't stay too much. It tastes so fragrant, could it be a new ramen made by hand? Zilai also sniffed fiercely, feeling the fresh smell in the air, and walked up quickly. Chapter 93, Medicinal Diet Spectrum. Jiraiya-sama, and Tsunade-sama. He was startled at first, and then his face showed surprise. You guys came just in time, I discovered this huge secret about medicinal food, you guys hurry up and try this chicken noodle soup. The secret of medicinal food came naturally and couldn't help but be startled. But for Tsunade, the meaning of these words is different. Medicine is related to medical ninjutsu and can be mixed with food. The meaning is completely different. To adults, don't stand here, hurry up and taste it. Serve 2 bowls of noodles by hand. Seeing the clear noodle soup and the wafting fragrance, Jiraiya was the first to pick up his chopsticks. Tsunade, who uses alcohol, is no exception. 1 mouthful of noodles and 1 mouthful of chicken soup. Instantly, the pupils of the two of them contracted suddenly, and after looking at each other, they devoured. When the last mouthful of chicken soup was exhausted, Tsunade and Jirai couldn't help but burp in contentment. This soup uses peach. Tsunade, as a leader among medical ninjas, broke through in an instant. Looking at the bowl of ramen that was left without a drop, he slapped his face with his hands and said proudly, "Yes, the teacher said that this is a 5-fingered peach, which can strengthen your body, but I found out that the teacher is hiding some key secrets. After I woke up just now, I found that the amount of chakra in my body increased a little, and the flow speed became a little faster. My body was still warm, people became more energetic, and things became more refreshing." To adults, if you don't believe it, you can explore the body. If an ordinary person consumes medicated food reasonably, he will definitely be able to keep his body healthy and invulnerable to all diseases. If a ninja takes it, I am afraid that it can enhance the control of chakra, the speed of production, etc. Chang's voice echoed in the ramen shop. Jiraiya and Tsunade were stunned. They were suspicious that they had spoken. But the best way to verify right now is to visit your body for changes. The two of them glanced at each other at the same time, and then they all started the perceptual ninjutsu to investigate the body. Especially Tsunade, as a medical ninja, has precise control of chakra. In the perception of the body are even as subtle as the cells. 7 or 8 minutes later, Tsunade and Jiraiya opened their eyes instantly, their faces full of disbelief. In the body from the bowl of medicinal food just now was only a trace. But as Handa said, long-term conditioning will definitely make a ninja's starting line surpass his peers. Perhaps this approach will not be effective in a short period of time. However, it has far-reaching effects on the rise of a village. After 10 or 8 years, the strength and physical quality of the new generation can definitely be improved to a higher level. Thinking of this, Tsunade found that this medicinal meal was so terrifying. Tsunade. Jiraiya's voice also became solemn. If medical ninjutsu is to save lives and heal wounds, then this medicinal diet is transformation. Let ordinary people, ninjas, and even the strength of the village undergo a qualitative change. For a village, compared with medical ninjutsu, medicated meals are even more profound. Jiraiya, I don't need you to tell me, I also know the horror of this herbal diet. Don't forget that the old lady is a medical ninja. Tsunade said in a low voice. Since her death, she became interested in something. In particular, the researcher behind the medicinal diet is also a teacher in the mouth. This thing must not be passed on. Zilai also nodded cautiously, and looked at Shiba. Hand fight, we want to meet your teacher. The person who can develop this medicinal diet is very important to the rise of Konoha. Zilai, let's take a trip in person. We can research the medicinal diet so that the food and medicinal materials can be perfectly matched. It should be an elderly man. We can see the sincerity of Konoha by going there in person. Tsunade suddenly spoke up. Faced with this alternative medical approach, she was really interested. Zilai also nodded in agreement. I'll report this to the teacher in advance. You can't spread this medicine by hand for the time being. For the development and safety of Konoha, you have a great responsibility. Ha. Jirai, who had serious faces, were also stunned. I knew you guys would look like this. In fact, when the teacher was cooking the herbal meal, Hokage-sama was also there. And, do you think that I alone can discover the beauty of this herbal meal? This is entirely due to Hokage-sama. Having said that, the 3 generations of Hokage walked out of the back kitchen of the store, holding the medicinal recipe given by Long Yu. Tsunade hurriedly went up and snatched the recipe away, and as he flipped through it, the shock on his face grew stronger and stronger. Teacher, who came up with this medicinal recipe, I want to visit him in person. For Tsunade, it is not difficult to mix herbs and staple foods. The difficulty lies in how to maximize the taste and medicinal properties of this medicinal diet and become a delicacy in the world. Haha, it's rare that even Tsunade is interested, so the old man won't give a shit. 3 generations of Hokage laughed dryly. This medicinal meal is actually something of Uchiha Longyu. The small voice seemed to be filled with magical sounds at this moment, causing Tsunade and Jirai to be stunned in place. In their eyes, Lien Shoda is also honored to be able to develop something far-reaching such as medicated food, and it should be the old Xingzun above Shenxi. Now I actually told them that this heaven-defying recipe came from the hands of a young man. This is too shocking. I already knew you didn't believe it. The third Hokage laughed helplessly. I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen him cook with my own eyes, and wrote down the recipes alone and handed them to the hands at random. Silent, just a moment ago, she also accused Long Yu of not being qualified to be Hokage. But now with the combination of strength and contribution, looking around the entire ninja world, I am afraid that only a few people can compare with it. Teacher, I want to see Long Yu. Tsunade hesitated for a moment and said. Zulai also looked stagnant, looking a little surprised. In the beginning, Tsunade was very picky about Long Yu and didn't take it seriously at all. The current performance has subverted Jiraiya's cognition. I know what you think, but now that you are on the cusp of the storm, you should not meet him for the time being. I have already arranged a task for him, and there should be results soon. 3 Hokage said. Tsunade's face changed slightly, but he finally nodded in agreement. Then let me study the dietary recipe of this medicine first. Tsunade had already taken the recipe for the medicinal meal, and turned to the eel ramen kitchen in fascination. Seeing this scene, the 3 generations of Hokage smiled helplessly and gave his hands an apologetic look. Jiraiya, does Miao Mushin still have any information? 3 Hokage eyes turn in vain. Still a hint of urgency in his heart as to whether Long Yu has learned the immortal art. Not yet, that group of toads are doing business, unless the big toad immortal feels a sense of it, they will rarely take the initiative to see it. Also helpless. Of course he can reverse the psychic and enter Miaomu Mountain. It's just that at this juncture, he can't leave casually, and can only wait for news here. Okay then. I hope Danzang can calm down a bit after this toss. I suspect that Long Yu kept his life, and I'm afraid he has some thoughts behind his back. The third Hokage let out a faint sigh. Okay, the matter of the dietary recipe of this medicine will be handed over to you and Tsunade for the time being. I have already classified it as a forbidden technique and cannot be spread casually. I'll go back first and arrange tomorrow's tasks. There are so many headaches these days. Abandoning these words, the 3 generations of Hokage slowly left. Jiraiya is not surprised that medicinal food is classified as a forbidden technique. After all, this is a means to raise the strength of the entire village, and even the ninja world, to a level. Of course, if Long Yu knew that his unintentional actions would cause such a big shock, it would definitely be unexpected. Of Naruto is obviously different from Earth. The natural power of heaven and earth has changed the medicinal materials, and it contains a trace of the power of heaven and earth, which will make the effect of medicinal diet infinitely magnified. Speechless all night. The morning sun shrouded the entire Konoha ninja village like broken gold. Long Yu stretched his waist and pushed open the door. During this time, he lived in Uchiha Fugaku's house. Although it is convenient in name, but Long Yu knows that this is Uchiha Fuyu, and he is worried that something big will happen to him. Xiao Yu, you got up really early. Itachi went to school early for the first time in the past. I hope this time, I won't use the shadow clone to perfunctory things again. Uchiha Makoto put breakfast on the table and said with a smile. I heard that today, it seems to be the senior graduation exam. She has heard about what happened yesterday. But as a virtuous domestic helper, she knows exactly what to ask and what not to. Thank you, Auntie. Long Yu took the breakfast and replied politely. Just as he picked up the bread, he saw a dark shadow fall in the courtyard. Long Yu, I am Anbu under Hokage-sama. This is your task scroll for today. Ninja, after handing the scroll to Ryayu, disappeared again. Uchiha Fugaku was obviously startled by the sudden appearance of Anbu. Seeing that he was only here to dispatch the mission, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. During this period of time, because of the matter of Long Yu, any wind blowing the grass made Uchiha Fugaku almost startled with a heart attack. Long Yu, what mission is this? There was a hint of worry on Uchiha Fuyu's face. He was afraid that something would happen to Long Yu, but he was also worried that he would be treated unfairly. I'll take a look first. Long Yu untied the scroll, looked at the content on it, and smiled helplessly. Long Yu, what's the matter? If the task is too much, I will go and help you get one or two. Uchiha Fuyu's nerves tensed. The moment I saw the scroll, I couldn't help but be stunned. Graduation examination for freshmen. Right, the task that the 3 generations of Hokage prepared for Long Yu was a freshman assessment. The third ninja war seems to be drawing to a close. But as a result, thousands of people's lives are piled up. At the same time, they are constantly being recruited, and these new students go to the battlefield. Long Yu, are you sure? If not, you can push this task away. Uchiha Fugaku was also a little surprised. However, facing this kind of freshman graduation assessment, he also felt a headache. No, it's very interesting. Let me give this group of bastards a profound graduation assessment. Long Yu smiled warmly. He drank the milk in one gulp, took the bread and left. This scene made Uchiha Fugaku shudder uncontrollably, and a chill grew on his spine. Thinking that Long Yu likes to act out of common sense, he couldn't help but quickly followed. Konoha Ninjutsu Academy was the first to establish a standardized teaching base when the second generation of Hokage was in power. Teaching by professional teachers, the scope of knowledge coverage will be larger. However, since it is a greenhouse guide, in such a time of war, it is more difficult than the blood fog of Kirin Village. There is also the prevalence of martial arts in Yunnan Village, and the stubborn stone test in Yan'an Village, and the elite route of Sand Ninja Village is obviously inferior. However, in the long run, the development of the ninja school will become more comprehensive, so that everyone has the opportunity to become a ninja. Itachi, you're not coming to class this time, are you? In front of the gate of the ninjutsu school, Izumi Uchiha suddenly appeared. A pair of watery eyes kept looking behind Itachi, and clenched a lunchbox in his hand. Don't look, my brother is not here, he is still sleeping. Uchiha Itachi said with an expressionless face. In the original novel, he was single by virtue of his strength. Except when acting as the pet of the younger brother, there will be other expressions. Usually, his face is cold and he can't be interested in anything. Itachi, what nonsense are you talking about? I didn't wait for Big Brother you. Uchiha Izumi lowered his head and blushed. Today is the graduation exam of the senior year, do you want to see it? Itachi, don't go too fast, can I go to your house after school? Since today was the graduation exam, dozens of students gathered on the playground early in the morning. It's just that during the war, when the manpower was completely insufficient, even most of the teachers of the ninjutsu school were recruited. This time, there are only a few people who can come to take the class. Among them, the temporary headmaster of the ninjutsu school is Sarutobi Shinosuke. Nara Shikahisa and Yamanaka Kaiichi, the head teacher and teacher. Of the pig deer butterfly, the two are also the brains of the Konoha Shinobi village, so they are at the same time making plans in the rear. There is also a part-time school teacher. There are really many people who graduated this year, 48 people in total. Yamanaka Kaiichi is 2 or 3 years older than Namikaze Minato. Of freshmen in front of them, who were still fighting, the excitement on their faces made them feel helpless. Oh, the number of people seems to be a lot, but according to the changes on the battlefield, this is a drop in the bucket, not to mention that if they really want to grow up, I am afraid they will need a trial of blood and fire. Nara Shikaku sighed helplessly. Recalling that they graduated at the same time as them, hundreds of people have now entered the battlefield, and very few can come back alive. As the brains of Konoha Ninja Village, they clearly know that the establishment of the ninjutsu school is to give everyone the opportunity to become a ninja world. Chapter 94, Affiliate. also increased the delivery of the number of ninjas. Unfortunately, in the face of the elite route taken by the other 4 villages, it has fallen behind. Okay, don't worry too much. Now that the war is coming to an end, they may not need to go to the battlefield. Sarutobi Shinosuke said. There are also many outstanding students in this class of freshmen. What Shinosuke said is not wrong. If we let the students hear our conversation, I'm afraid it will break things. Yamanaka Hai regained his senses and looked around the field. In my class, there are a busy, flying bamboo dragonfly, Mizuki, Gangzi Tai, and Uruka Ueno. Haha, when it comes to top students, I have more classes than you. Nara Shikahisa gave a dry laugh and said, Fujiwo Genma, Kazuki Izumo, Inazuka Yoshino, and Sarutobi Asuma. Their strengths are all first-class existences. Among the freshmen, they can definitely be called outstanding. Looking at the 2 teachers, who directly turned on the tout mode, Sarutobi Shinosuke shook his head helplessly and said, why is the invigilator consultant yet to come? You said, Lord Jiraiya and Lord Tsunade are both in Konoha, who will be the invigilator this time? In the previous graduation assessments, in order to maintain fairness and openness, Hokage will select people with outstanding strength and prestige from the clan to invigilate the examination. Last time, it was Minato invigilating the exam. I still remember how many freshmen cheered when Konoha's golden light flashed on the stage, and they even had to hold back their strength to perform. Yamanaka Kai said with a big smile. That class of freshmen graduating is probably the most lively one. Time passed quickly under the conversation of the 3 of them. Looking at the time for the assessment, the invigilator had not yet arrived. S. brows furrowed involuntarily. 3 teachers, long time no see. A pretty voice suddenly sounded from behind. Sarutobi Shinosuke Trio 3 were startled at first, and when they saw the person coming, they couldn't help but startled. Kushina, you are the proctor this time. Yamanaka was startled for a moment. It can be said that Uzumaki Kushina is not much different in age from them, and it is also the same age as Minato Namikaze. However, because of her status as Renzuli, she has been trapped in Konoha Ninja Village all the year round. Her strength and prestige are obviously a bit insufficient compared to previous invigilators. Don't get me wrong, I am here to carry out the task of maintaining order according to the order of Lord Hokage. Uzumaki Kushina clearly guessed their intentions and explained anxiously. Maintaining order, Yamanaka Hai and the others couldn't help but startled. Kushina, you mean, the people who came this time have created a sensation that even Minato can't compare to? Sarutobi Shinosuke frowned and said. Now in the minds of the new students of Konoha Shinobi Village, I am afraid that even the prestige of Jiraiya and Tsunade-sama cannot be compared with Minato. Nara Shikahisa on the side couldn't help but nodded in agreement. In the rumors of the outside world, Minato Nami is not only powerful, but also handsome and gentle, and he is the first in the nympho list. These advantages alone, it is no longer comparable to ordinary people. Don't look at me, I was also temporarily notified, otherwise I wouldn't have to leave the bed early in the morning. Uzumaki Kushina yawned. As a human pillar, he does not need to perform tasks and cannot leave the village yet. It felt like being held captive. Teacher, I'm here to apply for early graduation. Uchiha Itachi's voice suddenly sounded. At this moment, it was like a hurricane passing through, making everyone stunned. In their eyes, Uchiha Itachi is a first-year freshman. In a ninjutsu school, it's a 3-year system. Individually talented ninjas with outstanding strength. For example, Kakashi, Minato Namikaze, etc. all graduated 1 year early. However, like Uchiha Itachi, the first-year freshman asked to graduate, and this was the first time I saw it. Which arrogant Uchiha kid. Last time we couldn't beat a shadow clone, next time we must take revenge. He's only in the first year, and he plans to apply for graduation early. Does he think he can be better than Kakashi? Kakashi graduated early 2 years ago, and at that time, it was a shock to their group of first-year freshmen. After all, that was White Fang's son, different from the outcast Uchiha clan. Itachi, the last time you used a shadow clone to come to school, it was already a big oversight, and now you want to graduate early, which is not in line with the rules. Sarutobi Shinosuke frowned. As the principal, he is also the eldest son of the 3 generations of Hokage. Facing a little kid who was only 6 or 7 years old, he actually used a shadow clone to fool the class under his own eyes. The reason is that the subjects studied are too boring. Is a shame for their teachers. Now I still promise Uchiha Itachi to participate in the graduation assessment and graduate early. It is even more slapped in the face. Yes, this hateful Uchiha clansman is not qualified to participate in the assessment. It would be an insult to the school if a person who uses a shadow clone to attend classes can be allowed to graduate early. Quote, quote. A series of objections sounded one after another in the field. The rise of a Uchiha Shisui, known as a genius. This has deepened their hostility towards the Uchiha clan. Finally, Uchiha Shisui looked forward to leaving. Now there is another Uchiha Itachi arguing with them that this is something they absolutely do not allow. He's eligible to graduate. The sudden voice made everyone's nerves tense. But the moment they saw the person coming, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. It's Scarlet Asura, Uchiha Ryayu. The exclamation came out among the graduates, like an invisible big hand, tightening the heart. Sarutobi Shinosuke's expression froze. He had contact with Long Yu. Is also the eldest son of the 3 generations of Hokage, of course he knows his horror, and said anxiously, Uchiha Ryayu, it seems that this is not a place for you to come. Brother. Uchiha Itachi was also surprised, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he saw Long Yu's right hand slammed. The sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded, and a black shadow swept out of the sky. Enemy. S expression became tense, and he exclaimed anxiously. However, he soon saw Kushina flickered and grabbed the scroll first. Stop calling, this is the Hokage appointment letter. Uzumaki Kushina casually threw the scroll to Sarutobi Shinosuke and looked at Ryayu. You're the rumored one, the big bad guy, you're pretty good looking. It's all right. Long Yu smiled warmly and said, I'm the graduation examiner this time, so whether Itachi can graduate or not is up to me. These words fell, there was an uproar in the field. Is this a relationship account? This is too much. Quote. 3 generations of Hokage-sama, why let this kind of person serve as the graduation invigilator? Who would be convinced if such an abuse of power? A group of graduates were in a state of commotion. Sarutobi Shinosuke blushed and couldn't help shouting sharply when he thought of the gaffe just now. Uchiha Ryayu, you have also seen it. It's not that we don't want it, it's that everyone doesn't agree. Uchiha Itachi is only 7 years old now. If he is allowed to graduate, it won't help much. In the eyes of Sarutobi Shinosuke, Uchiha Itachi would graduate early because of Long Yu's words. This is downright shame. Then what do you mean? Is there something wrong with my vision? Long Yu smiled warmly. If I say that everyone here is rubbish, do you take it? A small voice, at this moment, swept the audience like a hurricane. Under everyone's eyes, Long Yu took a step forward. Violent murderous aura rolled away with a tenacious posture. Wherever they went, let alone those graduates whose muscles were stiff and trembling. His face was as pale as paper. Sarutobi Shinosuke Trio 3, their expressions also changed, they are joinin'. But the breath in front of them gave them the feeling that it was like a sharp blade against the throat, which could kill them at any time. Long Yu, are you crazy and dare to run wild in the ninjutsu school? This matter spreads out, and even the 3rd generation can't forgive you. Sarutobi Shinosuke growled in a hurry. In the face of this bloody murderous aura that seemed to be substantive, he had to resist with all his strength. At this moment, he finally understood why Uchiha Longyu got the title of Scarlet Asura. Hee, I'm a graduate invigilator. Longyu smiled warmly. Of course I am qualified to decide the items of the exam. I announce that today's assessment project is to leave the gate of this playground alive. The voice suddenly became cold and severe, like a biting cold wind. Blood was like a tide, instantly occupying Long Yu's eyes. The 9-go jade writing wheel eyes turned in vain, and crackling thunder arcs spread all over the body. Alert, immediately. Hair. Sarutobi Shinosuke was stunned. He never thought that Uchiha Ryu would choose to attack at the ninjutsu school. Once this outrageous behavior spreads, it will definitely make people intolerable. However, as soon as these words were spoken, a figure entwined with lightning flashed past him in an instant. His hands were like electricity, and before Nara Shikahisa and Yamanaka Kai started to move, one hand clasped their faces. Without any bells and whistles, it smashed directly to the ground. Boom! The huge impact made the ground crash. And Nara Shikahisa's heads shattered. The blood spurted out, as bright as fireworks, which made the scalp tingle. This speed is even unable to keep up with even India. Killed. I don't know who cried out in surprise, making Sarutobi Shinosuke's face pale. The whole person was like an electric shock, and hurriedly pulled away and retreated. At the same time, the hands quickly formed a seal and displayed the technique of psychic. The technique of psychic ape demon. Sarutobi Shinosuke slammed the ground with his backhand, and the tyrannical chakra poured frantically. Bang! A low sonic boom resounded, and a monkey figure appeared under the white mist. Boy, it's been a long time since I was called. What happened? The ape demon walked out in the white fog. As the strongest psychic summoned beast in the ninja world, except for the immortals, the monkey demon has always been the killer of the 3 generations of Hokage. It is a secret psychic beast signed by the Sarutobi clan. It can be said that Sarutobi Shinosuke can become one of the 8 colors of Konoha, and the Saruto demon has played a key role. Ape demon, now is not the time to gather old people. Sarutobi Shinosuke looked at Kaiichi Yamanaka and Shikahisa Nara who were dead and could no longer die. His face turned pale, and he shouted sharply, I try my best to delay the time, I will send a distress signal first. Is that the Uchiha Ryu known as the blood-colored Asura? The ape demon met the pair of scarlet blood-like eyes, and the hippie smile disappeared. I'll turn into a wishful golden hoop, and temporarily suppress him, so you can delay time. The monkey demon roared angrily, knowing that the situation was serious. His hands clasped together suddenly, and at the moment of forming a magic seal, he turned into a wishful Vajra. Please. Sarutobi Shinosuke hurriedly glanced at it. In his eyes, it was not a problem for the ape demon with the indestructible body of King Kong to buy a little time. Go. The ape demon roared, and on the Rui golden cudgel, 2 smart eyes suddenly turned down. It turned into a black shadow and swept straight towards Long Yu, and wherever it passed along the way, it made a loud noise, like tearing cloth. The short tens of meters was just a blink of an eye, and when everyone reacted, the ape demon had already slammed into Long Yu's abdomen with Wan Jun's posture. Give me up. Seeing that Long Yu seemed to be stunned, standing in the same place dumbfounded, the ape demon roared angrily when he saw the time, which was originally 10 centimeters in diameter, suddenly ballooned in size. It transformed into 3 or 4 meters thick, so that the explosive force of the impact went up several floors. Boom! A thunderous crash resounded through the sky. The huge air wave turned into a hurricane and rolled away. Even the ground beneath my feet seemed to be unable to withstand the impact, and cracked like a cobweb in response. Under the rolled-up dust, the scene that gradually revealed made Sarutobi Shinosuke and Sarutomo stunned. The illusory fingers rested on the wishful diamond stick, which was more than 10 meters in size. Seemingly fierce and unparalleled, the impact with Wan Jun posture was easily resisted by the fingers in front of him. The cruel words he said a moment ago, at this moment, were like an invisible slap on the cheeks of Sarutobi and Sarutobi Shinosuke. Not only did the face slap come quickly, but it was also slapped loudly. Is this your best effort? Long Yu smiled warmly. It was disappointing. Have you ever tried the feeling of being pressed and rubbed on the ground? The low voice, at this moment, was like the death of the god of death, which made everyone's nerves suddenly tense. The scarlet blood-like pupil power surged wildly under the rotation of the Jugo Jade writing wheel. Blink of an eye, it turned into 3 heads and 6 arms, a full 30 or 40 meters, a huge Susanoo. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Looking at the Rui King Kong stick that had skyrocketed in size just a moment ago, facing Susanoo in front of him, it was like a child's play at all. The scarlet pupil power, which represents disaster, is jumping, giving a god-like posture. The 3 heads and 6 eyes turned in vain and locked on the Rui diamond stick. Without any bells and whistles, he pressed down suddenly with a dashing stance. Chapter 95, You Can't Don't Mean Others Can't. Ape Demon, hurry up and escape. Sarutobi Shinosuke growled in a hurry. Unfortunately, everything seems to be in vain. The movement of the 6 big scarlet hands, the ape demon's escape route was completely blocked. Under its frightened gaze, it quickly zoomed in. Boom! The big hand suddenly pressed, and the playground with a radius of several hundred meters collapsed. The huge impact force made the Rui King Kong stick, which is known as the indestructible King Kong, directly rubbed on the ground. Under the head-on blow, the 10-meter-long Rui diamond stick was directly buried in the soil. This is almost in line with what Long Yu said just now. The Rui diamond stick was completely pressed on the ground and rubbed. Bang! The sand and dust that shot up to the sky rolled and dispersed. And looked at Sarutobi Shinosuke. This look, immediately. It made his face pale, and before he had time to think about it, he pulled away and quickly retreated. Kushina, as the most powerful weapon in Konoha Ninja Village, you must stop Long Yu. I will inform the 3rd generation now. Abandoning these words, Sarutobi Shinosuke ran away in full view. The violent scene made everyone who stayed in the arena startled for a while. Even Uzumaki Kushina is no exception. As soon as he made his move, he instantly killed the 2 masters of Shangnin, and when he raised his hand, he directly suppressed the so-called strongest psychic beast. This is too shocking, as if there is an invisible big hand tightening the heart. Little girl, don't shoot randomly, you can't provoke this person. The voice of the 9 tails came out from within Kushina's consciousness. If you want to die, you can go anyway, but if I remember correctly, these terrifying eyes are comparable to that person. Uzumaki Kushina was stunned. Was the first time she had seen the 9 tails, who had always been fearless, and when she saw Hokage, she would clamor for a fight, and she would be stunned in seconds. However, I can't blame the 9 tails, if there is an experience of being teased by Madara Uchiha like a pet. No one wants to relive those days. No, I can't watch other students get killed. Uzumaki Kushina shouted anxiously. Of his figure, he rushed towards Long Yu first. Sealing technique King Kong blockade. This is the bloodline-bound ninjutsu secretly passed down by the Uzumaki family. In addition to Kagura's eyes, this one is the most powerful. In the peak period of the Whirlpool Kushina, it was able to stabilize the tail of the beast. Even the 9 tails can suppress it. It is for this reason that the 9 tails human pillar power will be inherited by the people of the Uzumaki family for generations. Pity that in the generation of Naruto Uzumaki, due to the lack of guidance from the predecessors, neither Kagura's mind, nor the celestial body could take the initiative to awaken. Even the sealing techniques such as the diamond blockade were completely lost. Otherwise, if you have the 3 major items of the Uzumaki family, the so-called genius can only stand in front of Naruto Uzumaki. Looking at Chiba, a chain, like a cobweb, entwined with a fierce attitude. Long Yu's whole body was filled with thunder, and it shot out like a sharp arrow, instantly passing through the attack of the diamond chain. Since you want to play, I'll ask Susanoo to accompany you, but don't stop me from killing. Sarutobi Asuma was born to be rebellious, especially because his father was Hokage and his older brother was one of Konoha Hachiki. This caused him to be 4 or 5 years older than the others, and he entered the ninjutsu school only at the age of 4. Even after becoming an adult, because of disagreement with the 3 generations of Hokage, he left Konoha Ninja Village and became one of the 12 ninja protectors. It can be said that Sarutobi Asuma, who is about 14 or 15 years old, is only passing through the ninjutsu school to obtain a qualified ninja status. His own strength has already reached the level of Chunin, which is infinitely close to the level of Special Jonin. However, the thoughts of Asuma Sarubi at this moment were the same as those of others. Facing the person in front of him, he had already been shocked by the tyrannical murderous aura, and was frightened by the violent killing. The body fell into the situation of being killed for a moment and facing the attack, it was like a shadow of death, and the eye sockets were almost split. Move me. A hysterical roar, roaring in my heart. However, no matter how he struggled, his whole body was like a stubborn rock, and it just shivered autonomously. Are you going to die? Messy thoughts flashed in Sarutobi Asuma's mind, watching the bright sharp blade rapidly dilate in his pupils. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air suddenly sounded. A young figure appeared in front of him one step ahead. When the crisp metal collision sounded in vain, and at the moment of collision, sparks sputtered. It's Uchiha Itachi. Sarutobi Asuma and the others looked stagnant, and just doubted fairness, and when they did not suppress Uchiha Itachi, the words that floated in their ears made their nerves suddenly tense. I didn't expect that you used pain and fear to drive away. At least this performance did not disappoint me. Long Yu smiled warmly. However, your 3 hooks alone are not enough, otherwise you will not block my attack. Uchiha Itachi was stunned, and a ridiculous thought flashed in his mind. However, a large hand wrapped in thunderlight pierced through his chest like lightning. Game over. Long Yu smiled playfully. Hot blood splattered, and Asuma Sarutobi, who was close at hand, even smeared his face. That even his own cousin could kill him, the graduates present couldn't help but roared in their minds. For a time, without Uchiha Itachi's obstruction, Long Yu was like a wolf entering a flock. With the sharp blade in his hand, every time he unsheathed it, he could take a life. In a pool of blood. Crazy, Uzumaki Kushina's face turned pale. A move, he took 48 lives, which was a heinous crime. Too late to entangle with Susanoo, and the moment he looked at Long Yu, his heart suddenly shook. Okay, let's go. Long Yu took a step forward, and his figure was like a thunder light, appearing in front of Kushina. Looking at the lightning speed, the speed is like a ghost, and even the naked eye can't keep up. She finally understood why there were rumors in the ninja world that the blood-colored Asura Uchiha Ryu had already overwhelmed the golden flashing wave Fung Minato. Help, come on, Uchiha Ryu is killing the graduates. A hysterical roar echoed through the school. The silhouettes of Anbu flashed out in the dark, along with Jiraiya and Tsunade. Just as they were going to go to Yield Ramen and continue their research on medicinal foods, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. Ninosuke, what happened? 3 generations of Hokage also fell from the sky. It can be said that as long as the ninjas stationed in Konoha came, even Uchiha Fugaku, who had been following him, was no exception. Hokage-sama, you have appointed Uchiha Ryu to be the graduate Invigilator. It was a complete mistake. Sarutobi Shinosuke's face turned pale, grabbed the wrist of the 3rd Hokage, and roared anxiously. That guy, in the name of the examiner, made an exception to propose Uchiha Itachi to participate in the assessment. I just objected, and he shot and killed Yamanaka Kaiichi and Nara Shikahisa. You guys hurry up, I just asked Kushina to stop him. If you slow down, I'm afraid all 48 students will be killed. Everyone present was moved, even Uchiha Fugaku. However, as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, there is also a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Uchiha Fuyu instantly saw the clue. Shinosuke, you have fallen into illusion. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the 3 generations of Naruto and other powerful and experienced ninjas said in unison. Voice fell, everyone who was originally just guessing reached a consensus in an instant. Let me come. Uchiha Fuyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Under this kind of public gaze, he did not dare to display the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. However, as long as you know that Sarutobi Shinosuke has been hit by an illusion, and has left the space domain of the caster, the three-hooked jade writing wheel eye alone is enough to forcibly break it. The blood-colored light suddenly turned in his pupils, and at the moment when the three-hooked jade appeared, Uchiha Fuyu shouted in a cold voice. "Give me the solution." Anger like thunder, roaring echoed in Sarutobi Shinosuke's mind. The tyrannical pupil power is like a tide, straight into Sarutobi's mind. With the whole body shaking, Sarutobi Shinosuke let out a muffled groan, and a trace of scarlet blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. The negativity that had enveloped him was gone. Anxiety, despair, irritability and other symptoms disappeared. Looking at the appearance of the three generations of Hokage and others, it also became extraordinarily clear. It's really an illusion. Sarutobi Shinosuke touched the blood that should have been on his body. Now there is no trace of it at all. No way. Sarutobi Shinosuke turned around and hurried to the playground. Seeing this scene, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt nothing. A freshman's graduation assessment can be tossed like this, and he can also apply such powerful illusions. Even Sarutobi Shinosuke, known as one of the 8 colors of Konoha, was recruited, not to mention those new students. "Lord Hokage, I'll teach that bastard a lesson," Uchiha Fuyu said in a hurry. But soon Emil came, rolling eyes. "Fuyu, stop acting, let alone you. Even if we add up, I'm afraid we won't be able to teach him a lesson," said reluctantly. "This time, I'm afraid it will be the most hellish graduation assessment in history. I don't know if anyone can survive it. In case of death of consciousness, it will be a headache," Tsunade said. Originally, she planned not to meet with Longyu for the time being, but she never thought of it, because this kind of thing would bring up the time to meet. "Let's go, since everyone's here, let's go and have a look. I hope that kid didn't make things too serious, otherwise the parents behind those students may have to toss again." The third Hokage felt a headache. A group of people rushed to the entrance of the playground, looking at Sarutobi Shinosuke who was standing at the entrance dumbfounded. There are also people in the playground who are like dementia, standing in the same place, deep in illusion. While secretly letting out a sigh of relief, Tsunade's face changed slightly. To be able to let so many people fall into the same illusion space at the same time, his illusion skills are simply amazing. If we don't have mental preparations in advance, I'm afraid we won't be able to get out for a while. Tsunade couldn't help but say. "Uchiha Ryu, are you crazy to use illusions on these students?" Sarutobi Shinosuke roared. Out one step, he swept straight towards Longyu, who was leaning against the tree trunk. However, as soon as he walked out of the 7th or 8th step, Zilai also came first and stopped in front of him. "Lord Jiraiya, why did you stop me?" Sarutobi Shinosuke hurriedly tried to break free from Jiraiya's hand. Unfortunately, this hand was as motionless as cast steel, and no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. "Don't be impulsive, he will kill you." Zilai also looked at Longyu. Was deeply touched by the warm smile on the latter's face. "He will kill me. This is Konoha Ninja Village. In front of the 2 adults and Hokage, he dares to kill me." Sarutobi Shinosuke said in a hurry, "Even if he kills me, how sure is he that he can escape Konoha?" Speaking of which, Sarutobi Shinosuke subconsciously looked at the 3 generations of Hokage. As the eldest son of the Sarutobi family, he believes that the Hokage's Sarutobi hidden will never watch him be killed. 50%. Sarutobi Hizen said in a deep voice, "He has a 50% chance of killing you, and a 50% chance of leaving Konoha Ninja Village safely. He has too many cards. We don't know the depth of Longyu at all. I'm afraid this 50% is still optimistic. However, I believe that Uchiha Ryu has no plans for Konoha." Sarutobi Shinosuke was stunned. It was the first time he had seen his father give such a high rating. This is Konoha Ninja Village. Could it be possible to leave safely after killing someone? Okay, let's go check the situation first. The third Hokage patted Sarutobi Shinosuke on the shoulder. However, as soon as they took a step, they saw figures coming from all directions. Lord Hokage, what happened? My son, I don't know who Oshwanjian, took part in the graduation assessment today. So is my son Gang Ziti. Lord Naruto, what happened to the flying bamboo and dragonfly? What happened to my Inuzuka flower? Quote. Seeing the dozens of parents who appeared in an instant, Sarutobi Shinosuke's face flashed with joy. Parents, you have also seen that this Uchiha Ryu used illusions on students without authorization. Even I can't break this test, let alone these ordinary students. Noisy. Face of the three generations of Hokage sank, and he never thought that at this juncture, Sarutobi Shinosuke would contribute to the flames. What's more, the three generations of Hokage found that Long Yu seemed to be very confident. You have to throw things away. If you can't do it, it doesn't mean others can't. Long Yu glanced at Sarutobi Shinosuke lightly. I can't even bear illusions. Going to the battlefield is a real dead end. Now I'm just helping them make decisions as soon as possible. If you can wake up automatically, you will meet the graduation standards I require. If you can't wake up, then I'm sorry. To graduate, you can only wait for the next class. A small voice, revealing an undeniable taste. Chapter 96, Has your child committed suicide? Sarutobi Shinosuke's expression suddenly turned blue, and when he was about to speak, a voice suddenly sounded. Brother, I'm awake. Uchiha Itachi opened abruptly, and the three goose jade writing round eyes exuded a fascinating smell. He has succeeded, and he is indeed a genius of the Uchiha family. When he was only 7 years old and 7 years old, he opened the three-hooked jade writing wheel. Looking at the Uchiha family, I am afraid that even adults can't compare with him. Don't forget, there is an even more terrifying existence dormant here. 15 years later, only when did he know when he opened the wheel? The huge playground, dozens or even hundreds of pairs of eyes fell on Long Yu. While everyone was amazed, for Sarutobi Shinosuke, it was a slap in the face. Especially what Long Yu said just now was like an invisible slap. His cheeks couldn't help blushing. He looked at Uchiha Ryu, his expression changed, and he shouted sternly, "No, this must be Uchiha Ryu deliberately favoring Uchiha Itachi. Otherwise, with a little kid, how could he be an illusion? Break free." Face of the three generations of Hokage sank, and he shouted in a hurry, "Shinosuke, what are you doing?" "Dad, it's not me who is fooling around, it's Uchiha Ryu. He used illusions that even I, the principal, couldn't get rid of to attack these graduates. This is simply a lunatic. Who can break free?" Sarutobi Shinosuke growled in a hurry. Furthermore, from the very beginning, Uchiha Ryu planned to make Uchiha Itachi graduate exceptionally, so deliberately releasing water is no exception. I don't believe that as a joinin, the headmaster of Konoha School, I can't compare to a student. A hysterical roar echoed in the heaven and earth. The expressions of the parents present could not help but stagnate. In their eyes, as Sarutobi Shinosuke said, even the dignified joinin and the principal of Konoha School couldn't do it. Not to mention, these are generally 8 or 9 or 8-year-old freshmen. Now that Uchiha Itachi can break through in the illusion, it will undoubtedly become intriguing. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the arena, a smile appeared on Sarutobi Shinosuke's face. The next moment, it became extremely stiff. "Teacher, I'm awake too." The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be filled with magic sound, echoing in the heaven and earth, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. Everyone's nerves suddenly tightened, and they hurriedly followed the sound, and what they saw was a bad boy, Asma Sarutobi. He even respectfully greeted Long Yu with a teacher-student salute. "I'm awake too." Buji Huo Xuanjian also suddenly opened his eyes. "Me too. I also came out of the illusion." "Why are you all faster than me?" Teacher, and I came out too. Cut, who was afraid just now and didn't dare to commit suicide. How embarrassing, how dare you say it and show it off. Quote quote. The voices that came out one after another, and the young men who opened their eyes one by one. At this moment, it seems like a chain reaction is happening. The smile on his face was completely subverted by the ferocity that Sarutobi Shinosuke said, "Impossible, Uchiha Ryu is not in the illusion space, and he wants to kill you. Why are you able to come out, and you don't have the slightest idea?" Hate him. Sarutobi Shinosuke growled anxiously. Figure, he displayed the technique of instant body, and appeared first in front of Sarutobi Asma. He was about to ask questions, but was stopped by Narashikahisa and Yamanaka Kaiichi. Nanosuke, we have to admit that the illusion space created by Long Yu is powerful. Yamanaka Haii glanced at Long Yu warily. However, we must also admit that he made these students feel a sense of death in advance, which is a transformation of their spiritual mood. It can be said that they experienced a life and death, and then experienced a courageous decision to commit suicide. This will not only improve their survival rate in the Third Ninja War. As long as they survive, I am afraid they will still be the graduates with the most powerhouses in the past. Everyone in the field was stunned. In the beginning, as parents, they came to ask the teacher for guilt. Unfortunately, everything in front of them subverted their cognition. It's impossible, he must have let you out on purpose, otherwise this illusion space cannot be destroyed at all. Sarutobi Shinosuke looked grim. Looking at the 48 students and 2 teachers, they also came out of the illusion space. Is a shame for his dignified school principal. Brother, Mr. Long Yu didn't let us out on purpose, it was Itachi who told us how to do it. Sarutobi Asma said with a respectful face. The test this time is courage. After being killed, reshape the body again, and then muster the courage to face life and death, and make the final choice. This is the ultimate goal of the teacher. Having said that, Sarutobi Asma looked at Long Yu and said, if I were to evaluate it, the graduation assessment this time is more important than what I have learned in 3 years. Yes, when we first graduated, how could we deal with the enemy on the battlefield, but now we are not afraid. After this experience, I won't be frightened like I was just now. Cut, don't you really think that there are such powerful beings as the teacher on the battlefield? Don't forget, the teacher is known as the Bloody Asura. The scene suddenly boiled over. Seeing that he hated Long Yu at first. There are students with jaw, and their attitudes are instantly one-sided. Left, a teacher on the right. This ride is like a dream. Haha, have you seen it? My son Feiju Dragonfly has passed the most brutal graduation examination in history, and his future achievements are definitely greater than that of my old father. Shangnan is just around the corner. One parent was the first to laugh. Cut, wait a while, I have to go to the party. I have already prepared a speech. My steel is iron, hard to break through the blood-colored Asura's illusion space, and successfully stood out in the cruelest graduation assessment in history, becoming the leader of the genin. The parent standing beside him said unconvincingly. For a time, the huge playground was instantly occupied by the sound of boiling show-off. There are also some outrageous dialogues flying all over the sky. Has your son tried suicide? How many of your sons committed suicide? How did your son commit suicide? Looking at these bizarre conversations, even the 3 generations of Hokage and other high-level executives looked at each other in dismay, and could only smile bitterly. Even they did not expect that the most cruel graduation assessment in history would form a wave of follow-up in the future. Many people greet each other when they meet. Have your child committed suicide? This sentence has become the most powerful pronoun for this class of graduates. It is also the title of a blood-colored Asura disciple. Has the title of suicide. Of course, all this is just an afterthought. At that time, I am afraid that even Long Yu would not have thought of his unintentional act. Let these 48 graduates become the mainstay of Konoha's future combat power. Suicide 48. Okay. 3 generations of Hokage glanced at it, and Sarutobi Shinosuke, who was in desperation, sighed secretly. He knew very well that if Sarutobi Shinosuke did not choose to run away, he would never become an alternative existence in this group of people. As long as he is killed by Long Yu, he will rebuild the illusion again, and muster the courage to choose suicide. Will also be shrouded in the present honor. Unfortunately, all this now makes his so-called refutation seem pale and powerless. Of Konoha couldn't fill him up. Next, the graduation ceremony of Genin will be held. Since all the parents are here, let's join together. As for Long Yu, the third Hokage looked at Uchiha Ryu. However, before he could speak, Long Yu, who leaned back against the big tree, smiled genially. A bang, his body turned into a cloud of white mist, which collapsed between heaven and earth. The violent scene left everyone stunned. The 2 horse-riding brothers have the same temperament. Using a shadow clone to deal with the graduation examination of Genin is looking down on people, or making fun of people. Compared with the shock of everyone, Sarutobi Shinosuke can't wait to find a dog hole to burrow into. Even a mere clone can't fight, let alone seek revenge for Uchiha Ryu. Teacher, this Uchiha Ryu really doesn't play cards according to common sense, but everything he does is flawless, making people unable to picky. Tsunade suddenly spoke up. These 48 freshmen have changed their aura, giving them a sense of tenacity and decisiveness. If they are on the battlefield, they are comparable to experienced ninjas. This assessment method may be able to learn from 1 or 2. Faced with this proposal, the 3 generations of Hokage and Jirai also smiled helplessly, and couldn't help but roll their eyes. Tsunade, don't be too naive, you can instantly cast illusions to form a conjoined space. Looking at the entire Konoha ninja village, it may be a little bit possible except for the Kurama family. Everyone else should wash and sleep. He also reluctantly explained. Moreover, in order to maintain such a huge illusion space at the same time, I am afraid that there are also extremely high requirements for the mental strength of the practitioner, illusion skills, etc. It can be said that this time the assessment cannot be replicated. The 3 generations of Hokage on the side also nodded in agreement, looked at the direction in which Long Yuying's clone dissipated, and sighed. This kid, every time he does things, it is unexpected. Sometimes I really don't want to be an enemy of him, otherwise I'm afraid I don't even know how to die. After these words fell, Jiraiya and Tsunade who were present were silent, but they were unable to refute for a moment. Other hand, outside Konoha Ninja Village, a dark shadow fell on the basin like a ghost. Who had been sitting on the rock with a gloomy expression, woke up with a start. Master Yu, you are finally here. Zhao, all looked tense, and then heaved a sigh of relief. Long Yu nodded, frowned and said, what is it that made you contact me so urgently? Just now, after Long Yu had withdrawn from the illusion space, he saw the eagle used by Zhao, due for communication, so he left his clone in the ninjutsu school and left alone. In his eyes, Zhao, both possessed the strength of the shadow level, and accompanied by the red sand scorpion, I am afraid that facing a small country, it can be easily destroyed. It's the Loquat Shizang that has a news report. Corner, both turned their hands and took out a scroll. When he was approaching the dried persimmon ghost shark, he learned that Danzang was secretly in contact with the country of water, which seemed to be related to the killing of the 3rd generation of water shadows. Although I don't know the ins and outs of the matter for the time being, I think it has something to do with you, sir. So I decided on my own to come and report. Long Yu took over the scroll, and the content described above is more detailed than the content described by Zhao, Du. When the messenger sent by Danzang and the daimyo of the land of water talked is also clearly recorded. It seems that most of the 7 people in the ninja sword were slaughtered, and the 3 generations of Mizukage were killed for no reason. The status of the Loquat Tenzo and the dried persimmon ghost has been improved, and they have access to these key confidential information. Sir, do we want to strike first? Corner, they all suddenly opened their mouths. I found out not long ago that an Anbu stole out of Konoha Ninja Village alone. This should be Danzo's messenger. As long as the Lord gives an order, he can be killed soon. Speaking of which, Zhao Du had a murderous look on his face. Corner. After all, they are walking in the ninja world as bounty hunters. In the original book, they are in the Akatsuki organization. It is also an existence that even dares to kill his teammates. Right now, it is only in the face of Long Yu that he will restrain his stinky temper a little. Haha, such a fun game, why did it end early? Let's continue to let Tuanzang dance. And Jugoyu's writing wheel eyes suddenly turned. The instant the black flames rose, the scroll was directly burned to ashes. Where is the scorpion? Long Yu frowned. He didn't want the younger brother he had just received, so he was disliked by Zhao, and directly attacked and buried it. He took a mission and went to destroy the country of soup. What kind of cult? I saw that the famous name was extraordinary and the reward was a lot, so I let him act without authorization. Corner. All explained. At the same time, he flipped his hand and took out a reward. There is no portrait of the character in Long Yu's mind, but a description of the text. Offer a reward of 50 million taels to destroy the evil gods in the country of Tang. According to time calculations, the heretic god follower Feijuan should be 11 or 12 years old now. In this chaotic ninja world war, if the evil god sect is to rise, it is right that the flying section should be released. It seems that because of this reason, the famous name of Tang Jiguo can't wait to carry out a bounty task in the black market. Although, the country of Tang and the country of Soil are bordered by the border, it is also one of the small affiliated countries. On weekdays, if something happens in the country of Tang, the name of the country of Tang will also pay, and let Yanran village take care of one or two. Pity that Iwa Ninja village is now being attacked by the surprise troops led by the 3 generations of Raikage. The purpose is precisely the two-tailed beasts, and a battle of offense and defense has started. A short period of time, it was impossible to free up his hands to suppress the evil gods for Tang Jiguo. Facing the invading evil gods, Daimyo Tang had no choice but to place a bounty on the black market. Sir, you're not going to interfere in this kind of thing, are you? Corner. I couldn't help but ask. The young man in front of him, although he was decades away from him, faced the oppressive force of this back figure. It only appeared when facing the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. Chapter 97. Removing the Patriarch. There is a very good goal within the heretic god cult, and it may be able to become our companion. Long Yu smiled warmly. What's more, aren't you worried about Scorpion and plan to go together? Since we can meet, it is also a fate, and it is also a good thing to kill this boring time. Zhao Duo's expression froze. It was obvious that Long Yu had guessed through his thoughts, and embarrassedly touched the back of his head and said, it seems that nothing can be hidden from the adults. That fellow Scorpion keeps saying that he is looking for some materials for the sake of art. I'm worried that he won't bargain. If he can't get back even 50 million taels, it's a loss-making business. So, I hope your lord will allow me to take a trip in person. Looking at an art madman and a rich slave, Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. In his memory, the members of Akatsuki's organization were all problem characters. If it is placed in modern times, it can definitely be called a psychological, distorted terror, a terrorist. Okay, since there's still some time before Danzang's attack, let's go to the land of soup to see, you lead the way. Long Yu patted the corner, Du's shoulder. He is very clear about the angle, the bottom line of the capital is money. If, in terms of money, he refused his request, it would probably not be worth the loss. Sir, don't worry, I'm all set. Zhao all looked happy and said, however, this time the bounty of Tang Jiguo's name is the highest reward in recent years, which has led to many people taking the task in the black market. So, we will meet with them next, and if necessary, I want to solve some small problems. As for Zhao Du's proposal, Long Yu did not refuse. Moreover, facing the most mysterious black market organization in Hokage, Long Yu is still interested. After getting Long Yu's approval, Zhao didn't stop for a while, and his figure led the way in a flash. After Long Yu left Konoha, Uchiha Fugaku hurried back to the place where the Uchiha clan was stationed. When he returned home, not only did he not find Long Yu's whereabouts, but he was shocked by the scene in front of him, and his face turned gloomy. Patriarch, the three elders have been waiting for you for a long time. The four guards guarding the gate said in unison. One of the leaders was Uchiha Stone, who was injured by Uchiha Ryu. I didn't expect your injury to heal so quickly. I think if Long Yu had attacked a little harder that day, you might have grass growing on your grave now. Uchiha Fuyu said coldly. Uchiha Shi's stride suddenly stiffened, and his cheeks couldn't help twitching. That he went to provoke Uchiha Ryu and took the bloody Asura as his younger brother had already spread in the station. However, because he was the deputy captain of the garrison, no one dared to mention it in person. Now Uchiha Fuyu dares to say a word, and for Uchiha Shi, it is simply a face. Thinking of this, Uchiha Shi's face turned gloomy and said, Fuyu, I gave you face, so I called you the patriarch. If I do'n't give you face, you are not even a fart now. I tell you now, because of your incompetent leadership over the years, the three elders have decided to dismiss your patriarch position, and I will inherit it from now on. Uchiha Fuyu looked stagnant, then sneered and said, You are a waste. If I am not the patriarch, even if it is Long Yu and Zishui's turn, it will not be your turn. As a leading dog, you'd better lead the way for me. Damn. Uchiha Shi's face was ashen, and he shouted angrily. However, as soon as the voice fell, he instantly met Uchiha Fuyu's three-goose jade writing wheel eye. An inexplicable suppressed breath, like a frenzy, came head-on. This is pure murderous intent. Although it can't reach the level of Long Yu, it is enough to shock Uchiha Shi and the younger generation who have never been on the battlefield. Okay, now is not the time to quarrel. Don't blame Shi, Fuyu, he is also thinking of the rise of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fire put his hands behind him and said lightly. Looked back, and said without a smile, I heard that Makoto is pregnant with your child again. If there is another genius like Itachi, this is definitely the ancestors' treatment of our Uchiha clan. Blessing. So, as a father, you should protect them well, and don't let anything happen at this juncture. Aren't you guys planning to do something to Makoto? Uchiha Fugaku's voice suddenly became cold, and the breath he exuded rolled back like a frenzy. With a vain turn of the writing wheel, the three-pointed star kaleidoscope is instantly revealed. A tyrannical force of pupils rose through the sky, and with a tenor-like posture, it rolled away, causing the faces of the guards members around to change dramatically. The next moment, a black shadow flashed out in the dark, and the three-hooked jade writing wheel eye looked unusually infiltrating in the dark. A rise and fall, Kue was directly pressed against Uchiha Fire's back. Elder, offended. Uchiha Itachi said indifferently. In this world, in addition to his younger brother, Itachi Uchiha can only show indifference to those who respect him. Elder, this is the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, and the three-hooked jade writing wheel eye. Uchiha Shi's expression changed drastically. These words fell, everyone present changed their minds. In their eyes, Uchiha Fuyu, who holds the position of the patriarch, is neither plague nor fire. I didn't expect that such power would be hidden. Most importantly, even at the age of 7, Itachi Uchiha actually opened the three-goose jade writing wheel eye. This is something even adults like them can do with great effort. It seems that Fuyu you really hid too deeply. Elder Huo seemed to have expected it long ago, and he was under this pressure, but he didn't take it to heart at all. However, it is precisely because you have this kind of strength that you choose to forbear, lacking the sharpness of Uchiha Ryu, and you do not strive for the benefit of our Uchiha family at all. So, after our elders, there is another kind of clan's main battle member who decides to remove your clan leader's position. These words fell, Uchiha Itachi's face changed drastically. Yesterday, when he was ramen at Yale, IKEA discovered the ambitions of the three elders and decided to graduate early. I never thought that the three elders would be faster than him. Speak, he was interrupted by Uchiha Fugaku's gaze. Are you guys going to push Long Yu up to compete for Hokage's position? Aren't you afraid of being attacked by him? Elder Huo laughed dryly and said, he is a hero, and you can't compare with him. Also, I have your family as hostages. As long as he really takes Hokage's position and everything is done, he won't be able to retreat from Hokage's position. Forgot to tell you, we cast a secret fire spirit technique on Makoto's body. Yin, as long as you do something wrong, don't blame us for not remembering our old feelings. The hoarse voice revealed a hint of threat. Uchiha Itachi's expression sank, and he was about to burst out, when Uchiha Fuyu's hands pressed his shoulders. Come on, let's go see your mother. Uchiha Fuyu said in a deep voice, I don't think the elders will stop me. Elder Huo said with a bark-like smile, don't worry, I will still allow this request, but for the next time, I hope you can stay at home and don't run around. Seeing Elder Huo give way, Uchiha Fuyu took Itachi with a cold face and walked towards the dining room. Just after taking a few steps, Uchiha Itachi couldn't hold back his breath. Dad, why don't we resist, dare to cast a curse on mother, and take us as hostages to threaten brother? This method is simply hateful. Fuyu patted Uchiha Itachi on the shoulder and said, did you look down on those clowns who jumped on the beam, or did you look down on your big brother Yu? They will regret it. The evil people in this world are not terrible. The most terrible thing is the smiling tiger. Don't look at your cousin's kindness. When you become crazy, no one will believe in doing anything. However, Konoha Ninja Village will be restless next time. The three elders, and Danzo, don't even have the last bit of Pure Land. I really hope Minato can come back soon. After watching Uchiha Fuyu and his son leave, Uchiha Shi was the first to lose his temper. Elder Huo, will I inherit the patriarch next? But does this plan really work? Fuyu doesn't seem to care about it at all. I thought I was going to fight him, and I arranged 30 confidants on all sides. In their eyes, in the face of this kind of rebellion, who would not resist furiously? This kind of natural feeling makes them not used to it. Kind of, the smell of the eve of the storm. Don't worry, I promised you. The position of the patriarch belongs to you. As for Uchiha Ryu, he is still a kid. I heard that he values feelings and loves Itachi. Elder Huo's eyes flashed a hint of coldness. With them as hostages, no matter how you try to turn it over, you can't turn it over. What a big wave. How can a mere brat fight with us old bones? Haha, the elder is right, he is just a little kid, and he is nothing if he leaves our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shi smiled recklessly. 3 days later, in a deserted town 30 miles away from the land of soup, 2 figures in cloaks flashed past the half-collapsed town gate. It landed on a road full of weeds. Boss, the meeting point is ahead. Corner, they all lifted their cloaks and led the way again. Long Yu quickly followed. Was the first time for him to come to Naruto World, and he felt like he was on a mission. Moreover, I learned from the news along the way that this time, the bounty quest of Tang Jiguo has attracted many wandering ninjas and some small country families. Among them, there are existences that Long Yu is interested in. Under the leadership of Zhao Du, Long Yu quickly came to an abandoned toilet. After knocking on the wall with a special rhythm, the roar of the organ soon came. A neat crack appeared on the originally solid wall, and a man with tattoos appeared as the stone door moved with a roar, and a dark passageway appeared. Who? The tattooed man asked warily. However, the moment he saw the token in Zhao Du's hand, his pupils suddenly shrank. Scarlet Shiro Order. It turned out to be a 9th-level bounty hunter. I was too rude. Tattooed man hurriedly gave way and looked at Long Yu. Do you have an ID card? If not, you can only wait outside. These words fell, the corners, all turned over with the right hand, and there was an extra kunai. The cold light of the blade circulated, and it went straight to the neck of the tattooed man. The speed was so fast that the tattooed man had no time to react, so he could only watch the attack in his pupils rapidly expanding. The attacking kunai quickly enlarged in his pupils, making the tattooed man's face turn pale instantly. Just as the thought of death sprouted in his mind, the next moment, he saw a hand clasped at the corner, Du's wrist. "Okay, don't scare people off," Long Yu said lightly. "Put Kuu away, it seems to be very lively inside." "It's the boss." "Zhao, I didn't even refute it. After taking a look at the tattooed man, I put Kuu away." Face of the eldest tattooed man couldn't help but change, looking at Long Yu, who was shrouded in a cloak, and his body was obviously thin. It is too shocking to be called the boss by a 9th-level bounty hunter. This is an underground black market, respecting strength. It is different from the outside world's evaluation of status. The vicious 9th-level bounty hunter in front of him is so respectful. This means that the young man in front of him may be terrifying to another level. "My boss asked what happened inside." Zhao, Du asked coldly and quietly. Usually, every time he came, this underground black market was unusually deserted. It is so lively now that it has undoubtedly subverted his cognition. "Yes, it's an auction," Tattooed Man said anxiously, because of the huge amount of reward, many small families and forces have been convened, so the person in charge made a temporary decision to hold an auction here. Auction. Long Yu couldn't help but be surprised. It was the first time he discovered that there was an auction in the Naruto world. However, it's really hard to say if anything good will come out. If it's just some rubbish, I'm afraid it's disappointing. "My lord, it seems that you also have intentions." Tattooed Man immediately. Seeing Long Yu's thoughts, he said anxiously, "If your lord is also here for the mission of Tang Jiguo, and it's too early to set off, you might as well go and open your eyes. I heard that there are other items in this auction. The legendary artifact. The divine weapon Dragon Feather was surprised. In the world of Naruto, very few artifacts have appeared. Among them, the first so-called artifact that appeared was the Thunder God sword possessed by the second Hokage. Unfortunately, in the end, after the hard shake of the spiral pill, it was directly scrapped. My lord, let me tell you secretly, that divine weapon is unparalleled. An ordinary lower ninja possessing this divine weapon can instantly fight against the upper ninja. I think your lord is wise and talented. If you get this kind of weapon, you can go to the next level. Blue has become the dragon and phoenix among people." The tattooed man was not busy and slapped his ass a few times. Zhao, they all looked at Long Yu subconsciously. He didn't actually yearn for the so-called auction. After all, that kind of occasion, but it costs money. Ask for support. Update firepower burst. Ask for all support. Exclamation mark. Summer reading everyday fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupons. Immediate top-up event time. From August 7th to August 9th. Read the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates to find 99 novels and LT. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection IP will be banned. And GT. Chapter 98. The artifact at the bottom of the box. For the miser-like horn. This is simply torment. Go and see, you don't have to spend money anyway. Long Yu smiled warmly. The words fell, immediately. The tattooed man was startled. It doesn't cost any money, whether it's just to see it, or to grab it. Of course, the second idea, as soon as it emerged in the tattooed man's mind, was directly killed. In his eyes, although the underground black market is not a country, its power spreads throughout the entire ninja world, and it is even more prosperous. Whoever dares to make trouble in the underground black market will soon be hunted down by the entire ninja world. After all, there is no one person who doesn't like money. It's true everywhere that money can make ghosts run the mill. No money needed. Corner. They were all stunned. Long Yu patted his shoulder and said, "Let's go, let's take a look, you'll know soon." These words, Long Yu followed the tattooed man to the depths of the underground black market. Passing through 7 or 8 corners, they reached a depth of tens of meters underground. This is a huge circular space, surrounded by people in all directions. In the middle was a huge high platform, and a man who also had weird tattoos was standing on the platform, introducing things with a loud voice. Sir, I will send you to this place. Due to the temporary auction, there is no VIP room here. I hope you don't mind. The tattooed man said respectfully. The shadow of the corner, both. Go back, I just have a look. Long Yu said lightly. Voice fell, I soon heard the sound of the wooden seat beating on the stage. The third time in 3,000 tales, congratulations to the lady over there for getting 100 military ration pills. The tattooed man on the stage pointed the gavel at the crowd. Immediately on the field, all kinds of vulgar voices erupted. Haha, little beautiful girl, can you afford the 3,000 taels? I heard that your organization is old and poor. Why don't you stay with me for one night, I can give you 3,000 taels. Turtle Spider, you don't even look at your broken face. Who would be foolish enough to go to bed with you? Little girl, as long as you stay with me for one night, I will give you 200 ration pills. I am a poisonous bee. Pull. I'll give out 300 ration pills. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Facing the booing of hundreds of people, standing in the crowd, the 5 figures wearing flaming cloud cloaks trembled slightly. Obviously a little bit unbearable, this kind of coarse salt and crude language. Long Yu crossed the crowd and finally saw the thin figure of the leader. Xiaonan, one of the 3 apprentices that Jirai also accepted in Yuran village. However, compared with the original book, Xiaonan is only 17 or 18 years old now. There is no frosty coldness in the original book, and there is a hint of innocence. Faced with the provocation of these people, his cheeks also turned red. Xiaonan was about to open his mouth to refute, and an unpredictable voice broke the one-sided situation. This kind of thing can also be used for money. Long Yu said slowly, I usually treat my pets as snacks. Use this kind of thing to sleep with a little beautiful girl, it's worth a lot. The low voice, at this moment, is like a hurricane passing through. After all, some forces such as soil spiders and poisonous bees just opened their mouths to tease them. Now Long Yu's words have turned into a provocation. Boy, do you know what nonsense you're talking about? The earth spider's face sank and said sternly. This military food pill, in addition to the large number of medical ninjas in the 5 major countries, can be produced. It is a rare thing for our small families and small forces. You are so loud, if you can't take it out, don't blame us for being rude. These words fell, everyone showed a very interested expression. In their eyes, Long Yu was just a young boy who didn't know the darkness of the ninja world at all. Zhao, Du, is Bingliangwan really that valuable? Long Yu raised his brows, looking a little surprised. Zhao, they all nodded expressionlessly. He didn't care about the rudeness of these people. As long as Long Yu gave an order, he didn't mind taking action to kill the audience. Thank you for your kindness. I believe that Bingbaoan is also very important to you in this war-torn period, and you don't have to go through this troubled water. Xiaonan suddenly spoke up. In her eyes, what Long Yu said just now was extremely arrogant, but it was also for her relief. However, as soon as these words fell, he saw Sanwei crawling out of Long Yu's cloak with hazy sleepy eyes. Boss, what's going on? It's so noisy, is there any food to eat? This dry pill makes my mouth feel bitter. 3 Tails yawned. Although the mouth said so, but on the pause, there was a bag of military ration pills. Undone, it fell directly into his mouth. 10, 20, 30. Have good deeds stare at the dark military ration and pour it directly into Sanwei's mouth. The amount is so large that it makes the scalp tingle. A 1 bill pill can supplement the intake of one thing. Now Sanwei swallowed 30 of them as soon as he opened his mouth, and this riding horse can hold a person alive. You still have military ration pills in your hand, give me 2 bags. Don't look reluctant. Didn't you say it's not delicious? I'll cook braised lion heads for you afterwards. Long Yu rolled his eyes, the miser like 3 tails. He really doubted whether this guy was with Zhao, after a few days, and his temperament was almost red and black. However, when Sanwei heard Long Yu's enticement, he hurriedly handed over the 3 bags of soldier ration pills in his hand. Boss, you owe me 3 meals. Also, is the braised lion head edible, or I'll go find some lions and chop off the heads. I think it will take at least 7 or 8 so that I can eat enough. Looked like a porcelain doll, but when he opened his mouth and closed his mouth, all of them were lion heads in braised flames, with 7 or 8 heads, and the people present were stunned. Where did the confidence of this porcelain doll come from? Long Yu gave a white look, and reached out to press the 3 tails back into the cloak. He was really worried that this guy really went to kill the lion. Taking the 3 bags of military ration pills, Long Yu looked at Xiao Nan and threw it out in full view. Send you. Xiao Nan was stunned. No, it should be said that everyone present was stunned. There are hundreds of pills in this small bag. Now when Long Yu makes a move, he has 3 bags, which is at least worth tens of thousands of taels. This is undoubtedly higher than the bid of the soil spider and the poisonous bee just now. I can't ask you for anything, and I am not that kind of person. Xiao Nan's expression froze, a trace of anger appeared on his face, and he hurriedly wanted to return the ration pill to Long Yu. Just not. However, as soon as the idea emerged, it was interrupted by the next words. I don't need that. Long Yu touched the tip of his nose and said, it's a favor I owe your teacher. It's a help to your Xiao organization. If you insist on that, I don't mind. In the Third Ninja World War, the Akatsuki organization under the leadership of Nagato and others was still under the so-called peace concept. As long as you hold a one and restore peace in the ninja world, no matter what. Whatever your background, you can join the organization. It can be said that the current Xiao organization is not the awesome existence in the original book. No, sending any one person can also blow up the sky. Small civil organization active in Yurin village. The reincarnation eye of the company Long Gate has not been activated yet, and it can scare anyone. It's just a poor little organization. Teacher. Xiao Nan was startled. Jirai was also leaving, but he told them that they must not reveal their relationship with him. Otherwise, there will be fatalities. After all, when Jirai also voluntarily stayed in Yurin village to guide the 3 of Xiaonan 3, Orochimaru had the heart to kill. If Danzo were to know, one of the dignified 3 ninjas, known as the strongest being in the Konoha ninja village, actually guided the enemy. Moreover, each ninja guided by Sanin is not an unknown person. Among them, Jiraiya's subordinate even produced a Konoha golden flashing wave Feng Minato, who is a shocking ninja world. Under this premise, Danzo will never allow any threat to emerge. It is for this reason that in the original book, Akatsuki was in contact with Iwanan village. Danzo Kai and Sanshoyu Hanzo conspired to ambush the 3 Nagato who led Akatsuki to organize peace talks. Do you know who my teacher is? Xiao Nan couldn't help but ask. Of the 3 of them forming the Akatsuki organization was to catch up with Jiraiya. After all, letting teachers see their achievements is the best reward. Let's talk about the old things later. I still want to see the artifact in the auction earlier, but I don't want to stay in this smoky place. Long Yu laughed dryly and avoided answering. Xiao Nan's expression was stagnant, and when he stopped talking, he was stopped by a man on the side. Lord Xiaonan, don't forget the purpose of our visit this time. If we get that thing, our organization will be able to gain a foothold in the ninja world. The man hurriedly persuaded. What's more, what this kid said just now has offended many people. Speaking of this, Xiao Nan realized that the atmosphere in the scene had changed. Mention soil spiders and poisonous bees, even many powerful people looked at Long Yu with a little more murderous intent. Boy, your tone is really big. I hope you can leave this place alive after the auction is over. After the earth spider glanced coldly, he turned his gaze back to the ring. Looking at this scene, Zhao Du's expression turned cold. Boss, do you want to kill them all? They probably saw the speciality of the three tails. I can't blame Long Yu for being too high profile, and if I want to blame it, I can only blame Sanwei for being too flamboyant. Swallowing dozens of military ration pills in one bite, anyone can see the difference. However, if you let them know that the target they are targeting is the dignified tailed beast, I don't know if there will be such a confident expression. No, this scene has just begun. Long Yu smiled and shook his head, looking towards the high platform. Okay, I didn't expect that this auction would usher in a small episode, but don't worry about it, this auction is coming to an end. I believe everyone is eager to know what the artifact of this auction is. The tattooed man raised his throat and shouted. Soon, someone came up from the stage holding an old box. For a while, everyone held their breath, and the moment they watched the tattooed man open the box, their pupils shrank suddenly. Okay, I didn't expect that this auction would usher in a small episode, but don't worry about it, this auction is coming to an end. I believe everyone is eager to know what the artifact of this auction is. The tattooed man raised his throat and shouted. Soon, someone came up from the stage holding an old box. For a while, everyone held their breath, and the moment they watched the tattooed man open the box, their pupils shrank suddenly. I believe you will also think that this is just an ordinary ninja tool, but I want to tell you that this is the powerful ninja fan, the banana fan, owned by the Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops in the Mist Ninja Village in the past. Tone of the tattooed man instantly became excited. Perhaps, you don't know who the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn are, but as long as you know that the second Hokage of Konoha Ninja Village died under the riots of the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn, it is enough to see how powerful this banana fan is. Now the last item is auctioned, the price starts from 100,000 taels, and the starting price for each auction is at least 50,000 taels. The slightly long-sounding words fell, immediately. There was an uproar in the arena. Not only amazed by the price, but also by the power of this banana fan. However, at the beginning, the price was 100,000, and every time it jumped at least 50,000. A high price, these small families and small forces will undoubtedly be discouraged. Was an inexplicable silence in the huge arena, and even the tattooed man on the stage couldn't hold his face. Subconsciously, he looked at Long Yu. Hee, it seems that no one dares to bid, then I will take the lead, 1 million taels. Long Yu raised his hand warmly. Let the field immediately. There was an uproar. The moment before, let pets treat Bingbing pills as snacks. Now, the reserve price has been increased tenfold as soon as he opens his mouth, which means he has a lot of money. It's basically the performance of a playboy. 1 million taels. A hint of disappointment flashed across Xiaonan's cheeks. They know that the organization has always liked to save lives and help the wounded, and they often help refugees. Although often in the black market, or in other countries to take some tasks to earn bounties. Unfortunately, for the Xiao organization in the development period, it is undoubtedly a drop in the bucket. Originally, they were inquiring about an artifact auction, and they held 70 or 80, 10,000 liang, and they were lucky enough to be able to bring the artifact home. Now when Long Yu opened his mouth, he directly shattered the extravagant hopes of many people. Hee, I didn't expect this little brother, he really has a vision, this banana fan, but the powerful attack weapons of the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn can exert the impact of the 5 elements of ninjutsu. The power is very powerful, if anyone can buy it back, maybe I can become a shadow-level powerhouse on a par with the 5 great powers. The tattooed man is overjoyed. At the bottom of the box. If he can't even buy the price of this thing, and blame it on the top, he will be a dead end. Boss, is this thing really worth 1 million? Zhao Du's expression is still indifferent, but it's obviously a bit painful. Chapter 99. Kill me. Although, if he randomly takes a mission and kills an important person, he can get hundreds, even tens of millions of bounties. But for Zhao Du, every penny is taking his flesh. Hee, if I told you, this thing is worth at least hundreds of millions of taels, would you believe it? Long Yu laughed dryly. 6 ninja tools. This is the awesome coaxing ninja tool that appeared in the 4th Ninja War in the original book. In the end, if he hadn't exhausted his luck in getting married every day, he would become the king of leeks with the fate of being a single dog all his life. Once the 6 Paths ninja tool spreads out again, it will definitely create another great one. Hundreds of millions of taels, all stunned. In his concept, this is a lot of money. In normal times, at least dozens of people were killed to get this astronomical sum. If Long Yu can spend 1 million in exchange for 100 million, this is simply a huge pie. 101 million taels. The soil spider gave Long Yu a vicious look and said. Just that the eyes just fell on Long Yu's body, and the voice that followed, made everyone's cheeks twitch. 2 million taels. Long Yu raised his hand with a smile and said, do you still have money, or in the next round, I'll shout less and let you shout a few more times. Kai Guguo's provocation made 2 spiders' face turn red, and the clansmen standing behind him drew their knives to face each other. A cold light shone on the blade, adding an inexplicable depression to the scene. Stop. The earth spider stared at Long Yu coldly, and after pressing down with his big hand, he said, boy, don't ask me, my earth spider is a 5th level bounty hunter in the black market, and there are tens of millions of taels. I'm afraid to say it and be afraid. You. Is it? Long Yu smiled playfully. This scene made other forces interested in getting their hands on this banana fan, wishing they could slap the soil spider twice. Knowing that this kid is a dude, he opened his mouth to run the train, and even stimulated him face to face. If something goes wrong, they will directly take the price away again, which is not what they think. However, this idea had just emerged, and the words that fell in the ear the next moment made everyone's cheeks twitch. 20 million, this is my last offer. Any one of you who can quote a higher price can take this thing away. Long Yu said with a smile. Forgot to remind everyone, this time we are all here for the bounty task of Tang Zhiguo. If we spend 20 million to get the awesome artifact, after completing the task, we can get 50 million. This is a win-win situation. A small voice, at this moment, swept the audience like a hurricane. Who were not very thoughtful at first suddenly brightened. As Long Yu said, this is not a short-term investment, as long as you get the banana fan. Even if the quest of the Land of Soup is solved, it can still be used on other quests in the future. This is a steady stream of wealth. Damn boy. The earth spider almost crushed its teeth. He had this idea from the very beginning, and originally planned to get the banana fan at the lowest price. Now that Long Yu has said it, he can't wait to swallow Long Yusheng, but, after feeling the change in the atmosphere in the arena, the spider has no time to bother with Long Yu, so he raised his hand and shouted sharply, I have 2 spiders. 15 million, I hope my friends on the road will save face and give me this banana fan. In the future, my soil spider will definitely repay it. Of course, if there is anyone who doesn't have long eyes, they can bid for it, but I hope he can leave the border of the Land of Soup safely. Having said that, the soil spider looked around the field with a sullen face. I have to say that these ruthless remarks undoubtedly made some weak people and forces dispel their thoughts. However, it does not mean that no one dares to bid. Hee, the idea of the earth spider is so cute, but I, the poisonous bee, are not afraid of your group of spiders. I will give you 27 million 2 taels. Poisonous bee is a feminine man with a pale face and a golden pattern on his face. There were also dozens of so-called clansmen standing behind them, and they looked almost the same as the spider clan. The tense atmosphere in an instant, Zhao Du couldn't help but stagnate, and said, Boss, aren't you determined to win this divine weapon? What you said just now seems to be detrimental to us. In Zhao Du's eyes, this banana fan is very valuable, and the method proposed by Long Yu is also very feasible. For him, the minimum cost is exchanged for the maximum value. This is the best solution. What Long Yu is doing now has undoubtedly subverted his cognition. Don't worry, we won't participate in the next auction, and this farce won't end so easily, we can just watch the show. Long Yu laughed dryly. Zhao all looked stunned, and was about to ask questions when he heard another voice. I'll pay 50 million taels. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded, shaking everyone's nerves. After seeing Long Yu's bidding, they thought that Long Yu had gone crazy. Pity that now suddenly another ruthless character who directly raised the bid from 27 million to the 50 million is undoubtedly beyond their understanding. The earth spider and the poisonous bee, who were originally tit for tat, looked at the sound with a cold and gloomy expression. Long Yu and others also took advantage of this breathing opportunity. Saw the bidder. No, it should be said that the bidder this time is also a force. The number is about 12 or 3. The middle-aged man who took the lead, wearing a white cloak, with the help of strong eyesight. Long Yu could see the identity of this group of people. It turns out that a group of lunatics has come. It seems that this auction will be really lively. Long Yu said with a smile. Zhao, I was startled for a moment. He didn't have the vision improved by the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, and Long Yu, who knew the original book so well, he couldn't tell the identities of these people at a glance. However, before they could speak, the earth spider's face sank, and he took the lead in drinking coldly. You bastard, don't think you can scare us by learning from that kid. My soil spider, in this underground black market, is also a bit prestige. If you say 50 million, I doubt if you can take it out. Of course, if you say, first deceive this plantain fan, and then make up the money after completing the mission of the Kingdom of Soup, I'm afraid anyone present can do it. Does your excellency mean that you have to bite the bullet and hold on to it? The middle-aged man who took the lead sneered. Zhao, they all raised their brows, and looked at Long Yu with a hint of surprise. He is different from ordinary people. He has lived for decades and has a wealth of experience. Also very sensitive to murder. But I didn't expect that Long Yu could see the other party's intention in advance. I just want to bite you and not let go, so what? The earth spider laughed playfully. However, the moment the smile appeared on his face, he saw the middle-aged man who raised his head and shook off his cloak. The pale complexion, different from the bones of ordinary people, and 2 black marks on the forehead. A pair of wide eyes, people's nerves suddenly tense. It's the lunatic in Wuyin village, the Bamboo clan. Those with sharp eyes were the first to exclaim. Kill them all, isn't it 50 million? It's enough for me to get it out of you. The middle-aged man who took the lead jumped out frantically. As a race with one of the Otsutsuki bloodlines, it can be said that, like the Uchiha clan and the Uzumaki clan, they all have unique strengths and advantages. Moreover, the Bamboo clan is good at melee combat and taijutsu. The ability to freely manipulate their own bones and turn them into weapons greatly increases their melee combat strength. It can be said that every member of the Taikatori clan is a powerful taijutsu ninja. Whoosh! The sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded, and more than a dozen ninjas from the Bamboo clan suddenly burst into flames. The movement was as fast as a vigorous cheetah, and during several ups and downs, it landed directly in front of the members of the Earth Spider clan. Who took the lead, tore a hole in the palm of his right hand, and spat out a bone spear that was as sharp as a blade spear. Directly stabbed the soil spider in the face. With other ninjas, who tried ninjutsu at the first shot, the fighting style of the Taikatori clan was completely simple and rude. That can be used flexibly, the offensive has become more fierce than ordinary taijutsu ninjas. Kill me. The earth spider's face changed suddenly. He never imagined that in the underground black market, the other party would dare to attack violently. However, the earth spider is not an ordinary ninja, its mouth is agitated like a toad, and between its mouths, a white spider web is like a peacock opening its screen, headed towards the middle-aged man. For a time, the scene was completely chaotic, and some people who didn't want to be affected, even pulled away one after another. Come on, let's stop them. In the chaotic crowd, Xiaonan's expression changed drastically. Especially seeing the members of the Bamboo clan, who were like wolves entering the flock, unscrupulously attack others. Completely unstoppable. Xiaonan is right. If he can subdue this madman from the Bamboo clan, the prestige of our Xiao organization will also increase. The middle-aged man Karaki, who was behind Xiaonan, had a happy expression on his face. In their eyes, this is a wonderful opportunity to stand out. Therefore, as soon as this proposal came out, it was immediately seconded by others. Are you going to die? Long Yu's voice suddenly sounded. Looking at the chaotic crowd, the two Long Yu stood motionless in the field like rocks. The warm smile on his face made King Mu startled and shouted unhappily, "Boy, are you contemptuous of our Xiao?" Sir Xiaonan. However, it has the strength of Shangnan, and the Earth Spider is the leader of the Earth Spider family, and it has the limit of blood. The leader of the Bamboo clan has been subdued by the Earth Spider, and the others are not afraid. This is a good opportunity to form an alliance with the hidden world. Speaking of which, King Mu was the first to lose his temper, and shouted violently, "Do it!" Voice fell, the members of the Xiao organization headed by him rushed out. After Xiaonan glanced at Long Yu hesitantly, he also took out kunai with his backhand and rushed forward. Thank you for your kindness, but you underestimated the strength of our Xiao organization. It's a little confusing here, so be careful. Xiaonan who left these words, he instantly rushed into the battle circle. Zhao, both snorted coldly and said, "Boss, they really don't know what's good or bad." However, are the Bamboo clan really that powerful? For Zhao, he lived for 70 or 80 years. Not even any race has ever encountered it. After all, he is a person who can't afford to be too early, there is no benefit, and he will never provoke people casually. Just look at it, it's not an ordinary bloodline boundary. Long Yu smiled playfully. At the moment when his eyes turned lightly and fell on the field, Xiaonan had already fallen beside the soil spider. In the face of Xiao organization's shot, when Two Spider was in an accident, a trace of indifference appeared on his face, and he laughed heartily. "Little girl, you were late. This kind of opponent, my native spider, can easily solve it." The soil spider took out a chakra machete with his backhand, raised his hand to face him, and slashed down with the force of the cocoon entangled in the spider silk. In his eyes, this knife is enough to kill the arrogant people of the Bamboo clan. The patriarch of the Earth Spider keeps people. Xiaonan let out a loud cry. She made this move this time just for a win-win situation, so that the two families could shake hands and make peace. This is the purpose of their organization. Right now, the soil spider is a killer as soon as it makes a shot, which makes Xiaonan's nerves suddenly tense. Pity that she is still a short distance away from the two of them, so she can't keep up with the blocking at all. The only way is to watch the blade wrapped around chakra and slash directly at the cocoon wrapped around the spider silk. Little girl, your organization is too naive. On the battlefield, it's either you die or I die. How can you stop at such a good opportunity? The Earth Spider laughed horribly, and the offensive in his hand was even more swift and violent. Give me death. The hysterical roar echoed in the sky and the earth, and even the fleeing people couldn't help but stop and looked at the sharp knife. In the face of the madman Bamboo clan who provoked trouble, they can't wait to teach them a lesson or two. Dang! The crisp metal collision sound resounded suddenly. The chakra easily cut the spider silk, but it gave the Earth Spider an illusion of slicing on the copper wall and the iron wall. The huge anti-shock force made his mouth hurt, and the sparks that spewed out made his pupils shrink. PFF'd. The spider silk cocoon was torn apart instantly, and white bone spurs, like long spears, stabbed directly at the body of the soil spider. Such a close distance, all this made people feel caught off guard, and the soil spider's expression was stiff, and he forgot to shoot for a moment or three. He just stared at the snow-white spikes and stabbed straight at himself. Pooh! blood splattered, shining like fireworks. Looking at the body that was pierced in an instant, the earth spider's face was full of disbelief. Chapter 100. Absolute defense collapses. I am sorry, but the defense of my bones is comparable to that of fine iron. This is the strongest defense of our bamboo clan. The sharp bone blade pierced out of the spider's silk cocoon, directly cutting the cocoon open. Patriarch Taketori walked out of the cocoon, wearing white bone armor all over his body, like a samurai wearing armor. However, his suit of armor looked extremely ferocious, with white bone spikes on his back, protruding like a hedgehog standing on a human. The chakra knife that the earth spider slashed down was being bitten by the bones on the neck of the Patriarch Taketori. That seemingly powerful blow only left a shallow white mark on it. Boss, this is like a monster. Zhao. They all looked the same, and said indifferently, as the boss planning to take him as his subordinate. It looks a bit special. In Zhao Du's eyes, Long Yu has a variety of subordinates. However, they all have one thing in common, and that is scary. Regardless of it was him, or the scorpion, or even the ghost shark he had never seen before, maybe it was like this. Zhao Du, are you belittling my eyes? Long Yu smiled playfully and said, it should be easy for you to kill him, how many tricks it would take. Zhao, I couldn't help but startled, and said, within 10 strokes and 10, there should be results. For Kaku, too, this kind of taijutsu ninja also has a bone armor that is as strong as iron. It is not easy for ordinary ninjas to subdue them. However, for the horns with the 5 elements attribute chakra and the hardened body of the earth, all such an enemy is not difficult to deal with. The unbridled chatter of the two seemed extremely disturbing in such a situation where the needle was falling. Hearing these words, the people present looked at each other even more. At first, they just thought that Long Yu was an arrogant dude, but they never thought that at such a critical point, they would dare to make a big deal. Their eyes, this is simply courting death. Hee, it seems that this time, I am really lucky to meet such an ignorant kid. Patriarch Taketori laughed playfully. I really want to know, he said that he can beat me in 10 strokes and 10 strokes, so how many strokes do you arrogant person need? 30 strokes, 20 strokes, still the same 10 strokes 10 inches. Can I say something? Long Yu smiled playfully. A small voice swept the audience like a hurricane at this moment, making everyone's nerves tense. Crazy. At this moment, this adjective just flashed through everyone's mind. The face of such a vicious and wicked generation, who dares to say such frivolous words, if he is not a lunatic, he is a fool. This is simply a joke with his own little life. Good boy, really arrogant, I hope you don't run away secretly in the middle. Patriarch Bamboo Tori gave a playful smile, his eyes flashed a ruthless look, he directly raised the bone knife in his hand, and slashed towards the earth spider's neck. This blow, if it really hits, is definitely a dead end. Stop. Xiaonan's expression changed, and he shouted in a hurry. At the same time, the kunai in his hand, with a sudden shake of his slender hand, went straight to block the bone knife. Dang! The crisp metal collision sound suddenly sounded. Under the splash of sparks, the bone knife's offensive suddenly came to a halt. What a little girl, dare to hinder my good deeds. Patriarch Taketori's face sank, and he shouted sharply, no one can save the person I want to kill. Patriarch Bamboo, the earth spider was also seriously injured, and you also let out a bad breath. I hope you will be merciful and calm down. Xiaonan hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Girl, it was I who made a rude remark just now, you must save me. The earth spider turned pale, and even his lips were trembling, and his appearance gave people the feeling that he was dying. Seeing this scene, Xiaonan's face flashed a hint of hesitation, and subconsciously took a step closer. However, as soon as this step was taken, the dying earth spider in front of him suddenly burst into flames. The whole person was like a flash of light, a fierce light flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he directly reached out and grabbed Xiaonan's wrist. Under the venting of the giant force, Xiaonan was directly taken flying, and rammed towards the clan leader of Taketori who was close at hand. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves, and even Xiaonan never thought that the person he wanted to save would betray him at such a critical moment. Looking at the bone spur that was so close, Xiaonan couldn't believe that there would be no more blood holes when his small body hit it. This is completely difficult for a good person to do. Zhao, do. Long Yu glanced at it lightly, as if all this had been expected. Zhao, all eyes were fixed, and the 5 fingers of the right hand hidden in the sleeve suddenly clenched tightly. At this critical moment, a big hand with black meridians suddenly appeared under Xiaonan's feet, grabbed Xiaonan's ankle, and threw it straight in the direction of Long Yu. This scene surprised everyone. In their eyes, they thought that Long Yu and Zhao were just talk on paper, but they never imagined that they would really step in at this juncture. And the timing of the shot was so precise, it felt like it was right from the start. Bang! A dull crashing sound suddenly sounded. Xiaonan only felt that his body was thrown away, and then saw the world turn upside down, and when he reacted, he realized that he had fallen into someone else's arms. At this violent scene, Xiaonan was stunned at first, then quickly turned crimson, and hurriedly broke free in Long Yu's arms. She was living in the war-torn years, but she knew exactly what men and women were. Even in the face of Yahiko and Nagato, she didn't have that kind of feeling. Aren't you going to say thank you? Long Yu smiled playfully. I saved you. Thank you. Xiaonan couldn't help being stunned. It was the first time she saw someone who would be cheeky and let people say thank you. However, what Xiaonan couldn't imagine the most was that she really said it in a mysterious way. However, this seemingly flirtatious scene made the soil spider and the patriarch Taketori in the field feel a sense of inexplicable slap in the face. If the earth spider's calculations were seen through, then the Taketori patriarch was the prey that slipped away under his nose. Especially when they were teased by a dude who didn't care about them just a moment ago. It was a shame for him. Boy, you completely angered me. Patriarch Taketori's face sank, and he roared in anger. If you don't do it now, when will it be? The awe-inspiring voice resounded, causing everyone's expressions to change drastically. They thought it was just a one-sided battle, but they never imagined that there would be so many twists and turns. Haha, Bamboo Tori, I thought you alone would be able to wipe out this group of guys in one go, but I didn't expect you to let me do it. An unbridled laughter suddenly sounded. Figure, like a ghost, rushed behind Long Yu and the two in an instant. The beak-cone-like weapon in his hand was also stained with purple venom, emitting an inexplicable stench. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves, and even Xiaonan's expression changed drastically. She never imagined that the poisonous wasp, who had fought against the earth spider just now, would explode at such a juncture. Lord Xiaonan, be careful. Karaki let out a sigh. Xiaonan's expression tightened when he heard the words, and when he hurriedly looked at it, he realized that the patriarch of Taketori was directly violent. I didn't have time to think about it. I hurriedly threw out 7 or 8 with my backhand, a piece of kunai. At the same time, both hands fluttered, forming a series of magic seals. Paper spear, Xiaonanjiao shouted, and a large piece of white paper flew out of her body quickly, and the next moment it condensed into a long spear. As Xiaonan's 5 fingers clenched suddenly, the paper spear moved towards the patriarch Zutori and instantly broke through the air. Little girl, your ninjutsu is really surprising, but if you want to beat me with these 3-legged cat kung fu alone, it's still too naive. The bamboo patriarch smiled grimly. Looking at the incoming attack, he didn't take it to heart at all, and the moment the meteor struck with a big stride, he directly collided head-on. Dang dang dang, the crisp metal collision sound echoed, and there were sparks splashing. The shuriken was directly knocked out, and as for the paper spear, it was hit by the backhand of the patriarch Taketori at will. Tens of meters, in this rampant situation, as only a few short breaths. When Xiaonan watched his attack, he was instantly disintegrated and stunned. Feeling the tightness of the shoulders, The big hands were directly buckled on the shoulders, and they were directly taken and flew 7 or 8 meters away. The oil bottle should just stand aside obediently, and don't hinder others from fighting. Long Yu said lightly. Xiao Nan, who was thrown away, just stood firm and hurriedly looked at Long Yu. Seeing that the patriarch Bamboo, who had attacked her, was already less than 3 or 4 meters away from Long Yu, the fierceness and playfulness on her face tightened her nerves. In Xiao Nan's eyes, Long Yu was in such a dangerous place, all because of rescuing her. Patriarch Taketori was also surprised, but the next moment he couldn't help laughing, and a fierce light flashed in the depths of his pupils. Boy, since you like to be a hero, then I will send you to be one on Wangquan Road. Words fell, and the 5 fingers of the right hand of the patriarch Bamboo suddenly clenched tightly, instantly turning into a long bone knife about a foot long. Without any bells and whistles, he slashed straight down to Long Yu's neck. However, in the face of the violent combined attack of the poisonous bee and the bamboo tori, the dragon feather and the horn, both seemed dumbfounded, without the slightest evasion and defense. If the strange scene made the onlookers tense their nerves, the patriarch Bamboo and the thin and slender poisonous bee showed hideous smiles on their faces. In their eyes, it will be a one-shot victory. The 2 people in front of them are indeed foxes and tigers. Dang! 2 crisp metal collision sounds resounded suddenly, which seemed a bit abrupt in this fatal situation. It was as if it was gripping the heart tightly like an invisible big hand. Looking at the bone knife that was splitting forcefully, at an inch away from Long Yu, it was isolated by the purple airwave. The iron cone smeared with venom directly touched the horn, there was no way to penetrate into the back. This bizarre scene made one couldn't help but take a deep breath. You broke my clothes, how are you going to pay? Long Yu suddenly raised his head. Hidden under the cloak, those scarlet eyes like blood, immediately. And look at it. This is 9 hooks, you or blood. Patriarch Taketori's pupils shrank suddenly, his face full of disbelief. However, before he could finish his words, Long Yu smiled warmly. You guessed it right, you can't afford it. Kill it. The small voice seemed to be filled with magical sounds at this moment. Boss, I've been waiting for this sentence for a long time. Corner, they all smiled grimly, and the cloak instantly wriggled. Another, the jet black meridians shot out, turning into a large net and shrouding the poisonous bee's head on. At the same time, Long Yu also moved instantly. Right hand was entangled with lightning, the sound of crackling electric current echoed. And grabbed the face armor of the patriarch Taketori. Without any bells and whistles, it slammed down towards the place suddenly. Thunder escape heavy storm. Boom! The tyrannical forces vented like a dike burst. Under the entanglement of thunder, the patriarch Taketori smashed to the ground like a meteor from the sky. The 100-meter ground sank suddenly, and the next moment it shattered and opened. The air waves that were set off rolled back, and the gravel flew down, forming a dust storm. The people present only felt the whole ground shake. When he reacted, the huge square had been turned into ruins. 2 figures stand in the center. Zhao, they have already opened a distance of more than 10 meters, and the tentacle-like resentment behind them has long since pierced the body of the poisonous bee like countless spears. The scarlet blood flowed out, and it was swallowed up by the blood vessel like a whale. As for the ruins, Patriarch Taketori, who was originally known as an absolute defense, had a crack in the bone armor all over his body. The next moment, as if a chain reaction had occurred, cracks like spider webs spread out. With the crisp sound of breaking, the absolute defense shattered. This scene made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly. The young man in front of him was not lying. The Taketori Patriarch was killed in one blow. Who are these 2 people? They can kill the Bamboo Tori Patriarch and the Poison Bee with one blow. This strength is at least at the level of elite Jonin, and Taketori seemed to be terrified at the end. Scene was an uproar, and this scene was beyond their expectations. As for the people from the Bamboo clan and the Tuspid clan who were still fighting, they hurriedly ran away after being absent for a moment. Don't run away, save me quickly. Being pierced by the bone spear, the soil spider, who was seriously injured, panicked. Secretly killed Xiaonan just now. This sentence exhausted most of his strength. The most important thing, in the corner, the moment when Xiaonan was taken away. The big hand connected by black blood vessels tightly clasped his ankle. No matter how hard he struggled, there was no way to get rid of it. Thought that with the help of the poisonous bee and the patriarch bamboo to kill Zhao, Du and Long Yu, he could also find an opportunity to escape. Can't be killed for a moment and it can also let him find opportunities in the melee. In front of him completely subverted his cognition. Even the poisonous bee and the chief of the bamboo clan were killed by one move, not to mention him. Feeling the gaze that fell on his body, the soil spider instantly felt a kind of feeling like sitting on needles and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Zhao, Du, he should still be of some use. Long Yu looked at Zhao, both